On the 24th day of the second month in the year 2061 of the lunar calendar, the nation of Huaxia was met with a decision that would astonish the world. A distinguished biologist inadvertently unveiled profound secrets of the human body, prompting the state to resolutely initiate a grand blueprint known as the Deification Project, aimed at propelling human civilization into a new era. Yet, lurking in the shadows was a far greater conspiracy brewing quietly. In a world beset by malevolence, a young boy raised amidst chaos faces an uncertain fate. Will he cling to the goodness within his heart, or will he succumb to the abyss of darkness? When he unexpectedly encounters the spirit of a girl who once met a tragic end, what tale shall unfold? Will it be one of mutual salvation, or will they become adversaries? With 10 fiends manifesting and half-demons reigning supreme, where shall this tumultuous world lead? Will it usher in a luminous dawn, or plunge into an endless night? As time progresses, humanity gradually comes to realize that those once deemed mythical tales are, in fact, realities. Perhaps, in the distant future, billions of years hence, future beings will revere us as deities. Within the expansive laboratory of the capital city of Huaxia, a colossal experimental table stands at the center, surrounded by an array of intricate scientific instruments. The stark, pallid light illuminates the cold surface of the table, rendering it painfully glaring. A vulnerable infant lies upon this table, his limbs shackled tightly. He writhes helplessly in an attempt to break free, but the tender flesh of his hands and feet bears the marks of restraint. His cherubic face contorts in distress, and his large, watery eyes plead silently at the middle-aged man standing beside him. The middle-aged man, with disheveled hair and deep-set eyes, wears thick black-rimmed glasses haphazardly perched on his nose. His voice, deep and resonant, echoes within the confines of the laboratory. Why do you not cry? Why are you not afraid? Other children brought here wail and thrash about what makes you so different? Is it because you are the offspring of that individual? The infant emits a feeble sound in response. The man retrieves a syringe filled with a greenish-blue liquid from a cryogenic freezer, labeled sheep. Without hesitation, he plunges the cold needle into the infant's arm, injecting the liquid into his body. Instantly, the infant erupts into a piercing cry, struggling more violently, but to no avail. Moments later, his cries gradually fade, and his eyes become vacant and unfocused. The middle-aged man reaches out to assess his breathing, finding it nearly imperceptible. He muses inwardly. Is he to perish? Perhaps he is too young to withstand this. Surprisingly, a quarter of an hour later, the infant's breathing slowly resumes, and his eyes regain their luster. The middle-aged man furrows his brow and retrieves another syringe filled with a deep red liquid, labeled activator. He again injects the needle into the infant's arm, resolutely administering the substance. The infant's body flushes crimson, his temperature soaring, steam rising from his skin. He writhes in agony, skin breaking and blood seeping from his elbows and ankles. Yet, under the harsh light and obscured by the infant's clothing, the man fails to notice the faint glow emanating from the infant's chest or the cracks forming where the restraints connect to the table. After a fierce struggle, the infant ultimately returns to a semblance of normalcy, though no evident changes appear to have occurred. The middle-aged man sighs. Truly, is transformation into a beast not possible? Such a pity. He turns to exit the laboratory, leaving behind a remark, "We shall discuss this later," before vanishing beyond the door. Outside, a handsome man leans casually against the wall, arms crossed, eyes lightly closed. As the heavy laboratory door swings open, the middle-aged man emerges. Dr. G. How leisurely you are. The handsome man opens his eyes. Indeed, they are rather tedious. The middle-aged man gestures toward the lab behind him. Then he is in your care, just don't let him die. The handsome man nods with a smile. No worries, I will ensure he is well trained. The middle-aged man adds, you may accompany me abroad. The handsome man shakes his head. No, I cannot bear to be around them daily. The middle-aged man waves his hand dismissively. Then I shall call upon you if needed. When do you depart? Tomorrow. You should also hasten your departure. The winds are growing ominous. The handsome man chuckles. Rest assured, Secretary Lin is already making arrangements. I will expedite the research on personality transformation as well. The middle-aged man nods. I wish you success. A glimmer of madness flashes in his eyes before he gradually fades from the handsome man's sight. The handsome man murmurs to himself, "What a lunatic." He then rises and steps into the laboratory. Fortuitously, he too is. Chapter 2. The Beasts of Mountains and Seas. On the 21st day of the 6th month in the year 2075 of the Xia calendar, at the border of Bagan, where it meets the land of 1,000 Buddhas, a sprawling industrial park lay nestled in this desolate region. At this moment, a dilapidated van creaked slowly into the park, weaving through a labyrinth of twists and turns before coming to a halt before a small, two-story, crumbling building. The door swung open, and a man adorned with a silver-white dog mask emerged from the vehicle. He reached inside and yanked out a young woman, her eyes covered, her limbs bound. She was harshly flung to the ground, the force of her landing causing her to roll twice, her arm grazed by sharp stones, blood seeping from the wound. The young woman could only emit muffled cries of pain, her mouth sealed with tape. The man in the dog mask did not look back, proceeding to drag out the next victim. Soon, 7 or 8 individuals were pulled from the van, all landing in various awkward positions on the uneven, muddy path. The man in the dog mask approached and removed their blindfolds. Ignoring their injuries, they struggled to rise, fear etched across their faces as they surveyed their surroundings. Aside from a few dilapidated buildings, the area was dominated by low, corrugated metal factories, warehouses, and workshops. "Where is this place?" the young woman cried, her voice tinged with desperation. "I just came to work for the summer. You are kidnapping me. I will call the police." "Summer job? Call the police." A man clad in a dark green bear mask, robust and imposing, stepped down from the vehicle, sneering at the young woman. "Listen closely, your future, whether it be heaven or hell, depends on your worth. Whether you survive here depends on your obedience." An immediate silence enveloped the group. "All right, take them upstairs." "Yes, Master Soulbinder," the man in the dog mask replied respectfully. Suddenly, roar. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, resonating like the cry of a dragon. Low and powerful, instilling dread. The bear-masked man stumbled, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed into the distance. The dog-masked man fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. The ground began to shake, stones vibrating beneath them. The young woman and her companions turned pale. "Is this an earthquake? What is that roar? Is a prehistoric monster emerging?" At that moment, a crimson shadow darted across the metal-roofed factory, racing towards the source of the roar, leaving a trail of afterimages. "Is that Data Slayer? Why have they been stirred? What on earth is happening?" the bear-masked man pondered, uncertainty flooding his mind. "Emergency evacuation of Zone F. Other areas remain on standby." The alarm blared through the loudspeakers repeatedly. Roar, accompanied by another deafening roar. The ground shook violently, fissures appearing like spider webs. "If you don't want to die, hurry and get in the van," the bear-masked man commanded urgently. Meanwhile, beneath the surface, in a dark and desolate dungeon, the walls bore terrifying cracks, with sand and rubble constantly falling, as if the entire structure would collapse any moment. Flickering candlelight danced eerily, casting shadows of 2 figures, one large and one small. Dr. Wan stared blankly, disbelief etched on his face. Before him loomed a colossal humanoid creature, towering and gazing down upon him, possessing a human-like visage, yet exuding an aura of ferocity. Its blood-red eyes, reminiscent of copper bells, seemed to reflect a sea of corpses and blood. The word that came to mind upon meeting its gaze was slaughter. Its mouth resembled that of a wild boar, adorned with 4 long, sharp tusks, 2 on the upper jaw and 2 on the lower, an utterly fearsome sight. Its entire body was cloaked in long, black fur, and its massive arms and legs were shackled by iron chains, the other ends embedded into the stone walls. Dr. Wan murmured in disbelief. "There exists a beast, its form akin to a tiger, yet with the fur of a dog, measuring 2 feet in length. With a human face and tiger's paws, a boar's mouth and tusks, and a tail stretching 18 feet, causing chaos in the wilderness. It is called the Tao Wu Da. To think. The monstrous beast recorded in the divine anomalies truly exists." Roar. The gigantic creature swung its arms forcefully, sending the iron chains crashing against the stone wall. Boom. It felt as if the very earth trembled, a massive section of the stone wall collapsing, shattering into pieces. Clang. The creature yanked the chain outward with all its might, debris raining down as the chain was forcibly pulled out 7 or 8 feet. with a casual flick of its 18-foot tail. Another section of the wall crumbled, an embodiment of sheer ferocity. Dr. Wan raised his hands, fervor igniting in his eyes. Jiang Guoxian, what can you possibly compare to me? Your unrealistic divine agent? Ridiculous. Even more absurd is that the commander believes your nonsense. It is now evident. I am the greatest biologist in the world. Thud, thud, thud. At this moment, large chunks of rubble began to plummet from the dungeon's ceiling. Is it about to collapse? He slowly raised his head. Devoid of the fear one would expect in the face of death. Instead, only resentment filled his gaze. If one could mutate the legendary Tao Wu, could one also create the Qiongqi, the chaos, or even the Tao Dai? Regrettably, it seemed that opportunity was slipping away. Jiang Guoxian, I hope you remember me when you see it in the dark night, endless. It will strangle the dawn of daybreak. Then, the cracks in the ceiling widened and spread. Followed by boom, the stone wall collapsed with a thunderous roar. Not long after, on the surface, Zone F lay in ruins, a landscape of destruction, strewn with debris and sand. Amidst the wreckage, a giant arm, covered in deep red fur, broke through the earth. Its form resembled that of a monkey. Chapter 3. A family of 5 on the 10th day of the 9th month in the year 2076 of the Xia calendar. Coinciding with the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, today marked one of the 4 major traditional festivals in Huaxia, the Mid-Autumn Festival in the land of Huaxia. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the bright moon ascended, an imperfection marred the scene with a few drifting clouds below. This meant that some would be unable to witness the enchanting night sky where stars and moonlight intertwined. Qingshan City, a place renowned for its remarkable individuals. At this moment, the city was aglow with lights. Each household gathered in reunion. In the more secluded Belan village within Qingshan City, an elderly man in his 60s leaned against the doorframe, his weathered and slightly cloudy eyes fixed ahead. Before long, a white sedan appeared in the old man's line of sight, swiftly coming to a halt before him. The rear door swung open, and a petite figure darted out, leaping into the old man's embrace. The little one sniffed and chimed in a sweet voice, "Grandpa, I've missed you so much." Upon hearing this, the old man erupted into hearty laughter, gently stroking the girl's soft hair, as if afraid his gnarled hands might hurt her. "Little Lee is so well behaved. Grandpa misses you too," he replied warmly. "Now, guess what day it is today?" The little one was testing her grandfather. "Ha ha, today is our little Lee's birthday," the old man responded with joy. The front passenger door opened. "Dad, I told you to wait inside. It's chilly out here," came a gentle voice as the girl's mother, Qin Wanshu, emerged from the car. She was an exceptionally beautiful woman, exuding grace and warmth. "Wanshu, it's no trouble. I'm getting old, and this is the only bit of anticipation throughout the year." The old man waved his hand, smiling. "Let me see if my precious granddaughter has returned." Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Grandma Lu Qingmei rushed out, spatula in hand. "Grandma, it's me, your precious granddaughter," the girl exclaimed as she poked her head out from her grandfather's embrace, her big, beautiful eyes sparkling. Upon recognizing her grandmother, she released her grandfather and dashed into Grandma's arms. "You're just as charming as ever, my little darling," Lu Qingmei said, her free hand playfully ruffling the girl's hair. "Little Li, do you know what day it is today?" The girl mischievously rolled her big eyes. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it's the day when families reunite, and also, it's the day my precious granddaughter returns to visit her grandparents. Ha ha ha." Lu Qingmei could no longer contain her laughter. "Humph, Grandma is bullying little Li." The girl's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, her lips pouting in indignation. All right, today is my precious granddaughter's birthday. Hee hee, Grandma is the best." The girl's face lit up with joy. "Mom," Qin Wanshu called gently. "Ah, Wanshu, has that boy been bullying you lately? If he does, tell Mom, and I'll take care of him," Lu Qingmei said, glancing at the car with a smile. "Dad is very kind to Mom. He wouldn't bully little Li. Nor would he bully Mom." The girl interjected sweetly before Qin Wanshu could respond. Qin Wanshu smiled gently at her daughter's words. "Oh, when have I ever bullied you?" The driver's side window slowly rolled down. The girl's father, Tang Zhendong, peered out, his resolute visage adorned with a hint of stubble. With thick brows framing his expressive eyes, a prominent nose, and a robust physique, he exuded an air of maturity and stability, which was indeed reflective of his character. By the age of 30, Tang Zhendong had ascended to the position of deputy captain in the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau. Thanks to his remarkable prowess in criminal investigations and case handling, he had played a pivotal role in solving numerous intricate cases for the Bureau, even bringing to light some long cold cases. The director of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau once remarked, if he desires it, he could easily secure a better position elsewhere. The girl turned her head, winking at her father and sticking out her tongue, her adorable antics eliciting laughter from those around. Let us head inside. Judging by the weather, it seems likely to rain tonight, Tang Zhendong said as he glanced upwards and addressed the gathering. Yes, let us go inside. Lu Qingmei chimed in, I've prepared several dishes, including the sweet and sour ribs that Xiaoli loves. As she spoke, Lu Qingmei appeared to recall something, releasing the girl from her embrace and tightening her grip on the spatula as she hurried back indoors. Really? Yay! The girl exclaimed joyfully behind her. She adored her grandmother's sweet and sour ribs, which were always prepared for her upon her return, filling her with delight each time. Shall we join them? The elder chuckled, shaking his head with a smile as he took the girl's small hand and led her inside. Qin Wanshu did not follow them in. Instead, she stayed behind with Tang Zhendong to carry the bags from the car into the house. Inside, the family gathered around the table. The girl blinked her large, expressive eyes at the array of colorful, aromatic dishes, swallowing hard in anticipation. Grandpa, Grandma, let us eat, she said in a soft, sweet voice. The elder, observing her little greedy expression, smiled indulgently and replied, Go ahead, eat up. The girl picked up a piece of rib and took a bite, her words muffled but filled with satisfaction as she declared, Delicious. If it's tasty, eat more. Grandma made plenty for you, Lu Qingmei added, serving the girl several pieces into her bowl. Thank you, Grandma, the girl replied sweetly. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the entrance. Who is it? Tang Zhendong stood up and walked towards the door. But there was no response from the other side. He crossed the courtyard and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood a boy of similar stature to Xiaoli, dressed in tattered clothes, his dirty little face displaying an unusual pallor. His eyes, clear and bright, were striking but oddly devoid of spirit, appearing vacant as if he had been subjected to excessive fright. Tang Zhendong furrowed his brow. He had never seen this child in the village before. Child, what is wrong? Is there something you need? He asked calmly, refraining from opening the door. The boy seemed to instinctively avert his gaze, glancing sideways. Is there someone beside him? Tang Zhendong pondered. Soon, the boy turned his head back. Uncle, I accidentally got lost. I need to use a phone to call home. Could you open the door, please? The boy's voice trembled and stuttered from outside. A scam. This was Tang Zhendong's first instinct. Lost? Came over from the neighboring village? Why didn't he just ask to borrow a phone? Instead, he emphasized opening the door. Was he under threat? Or was the child merely frightened? Unable to articulate clearly? A torrent of questions flooded Tang Zhendong's mind. As a police officer, his vigilance was naturally heightened, especially considering the myriad of scams prevalent today, necessitating greater caution. At that moment, Qin Wanshu emerged from the house. Noticing her husband's furrowed brow and conveying a questioning look, Tang Zhendong handed her his phone. Understanding his intent, she unlocked it and activated the recording function. Whenever he found himself embroiled in disputes or confronted with peculiar situations, he would record for precautionary measures. Where did you come from? How did you end up here? Tang Zhendong unconsciously adopted an interrogative tone. Qin Wanshu gently patted his shoulder in encouragement. He paused momentarily, then nodded slightly. I came with my parents from the city to visit my grandparents. I wandered too far while playing and don't know how to get back. Uncle, can you help me? The boy's voice, once stuttered, became fluent, and his tone calmed. Tang Zhendong scrutinized the boy's ashen face and vacant gaze through the peephole, deep in thought. The boy's response had been coherent, logically structured, as if rehearsed in advance. Why hadn't he spoken like that initially? This stark contrast made his earlier response seem somewhat contrived. Coupled with the boy's abnormal state and the subtle head movement, if he were being directed by someone, then his initial reply could be seen as an unscripted response. What was he attempting to convey to me? Wait, could you open the door? The preceding phrases, I accidentally need a phone, when pieced together, suggested, do not open the door? Realization struck Tang Zhendong. his pupils dilating in disbelief as he stared at the boy through the peephole. Was this mere coincidence, or was it intentional? Although this method of concealing a message was not particularly sophisticated, the linguistic flaws were understandable given he was merely an 8 or 9-year-old child. Everything suddenly fell into place. If another child were here, would they have the presence of mind to think critically? Perhaps Xiaoli. No, better if she didn't come. Xiaoli. Humph. Tang Jindong's thoughts raced, but in mere moments, it felt as if all clues converged, revealing the truth with clarity. Child, what is your name? Can you tell me your parents' phone number so I can contact them to come and get you? Tang Jindong chose not to open the door. If his deductions were correct, the intentions of the individuals outside were already glaringly apparent. Coaxing the child to knock for sympathy, enticing him to open the door in order to commit a crime. Likely a burglary. Though he was a police officer, he was also a son, a husband, and a father, with his loved ones behind him. Without knowing the number of assailants outside or whether they were armed, he would not expose his family to the peril of opening the door recklessly. Meanwhile, the boy outside, as long as he complied with the intruder's directives without inciting anger, would likely not face immediate danger. After all, he was merely a tool for opening the door. Enough with the delay. Kick the door down, a languid voice echoed. But doctor, won't this alarm others? Came a hoarse reply, no worries. A prey with thoughts and resistance is far more intriguing. Wouldn't you agree, little one? The boy outside trembled, and his eyes dimmed. Get out of the way. As the hoarse voice sounded, the boy was yanked aside. A hooded figure appeared in the peephole, obscuring their features. Yet their stature indicated they were male. The figure shifted slightly, bent their leg, and forcefully kicked forward. Bang! The lock was smashed inward. What the heck? Is that a human? How did he manage that without an enhancement device? Tang Jindong's pupils widened in shock but quickly regained composure. Hello, I am Tang Jindong from the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Unit. If you are in trouble, we can have a proper discussion. I will do my utmost to assist you. A police officer. Then can you help me gather all the villagers here? Encountering a formidable adversary, Tang Jindong cursed inwardly. This door won't hold. Quickly, get inside and hide them. Then call for help. Hurry! He whispered urgently to Qin Wuangshu. Be careful, she urged with concern. Don't worry, he reassured her, touching the dark purple bracelet on his left wrist. Bang, bang, bang. Each kick distorted the door, reverberating like a drumbeat against Tang Jindong's heart. No enhancement devices. Then how could he possess such strength? Was this a normal human strength? Could it be an awakened one? Impossible. Awakened individuals are rigorously selected. How could they engage in such acts? Just then, with a final bang, the lock succumbed to the pressure, completely deformed, as the door was kicked open. Rotating 90 degrees to rest against the wall. 4 figures cloaked in black hoods emerged into Tang Jindong's view. 3 donned silver masks, while one had their face largely obscured, revealing only a finely chiseled chin. Who are you? Tang Jindong demanded. You will soon discover who we are, replied a woman with a serpent-headed mask, her voice chilling. Get to it, the man at the forefront, wearing a wolf mask, rasped, as the one who had kicked down the door stepped forward. I'll take it from here. Another man in a horse mask cracked his neck, advancing menacingly towards Tang Jindong. Tang Jindong cast a cold, steely gaze upon the man adorned with a horse head mask before him, gently pressing a button located on the side of his left wristband. The human augmentation device, offensive mode, activated. With a crackling sound, a pair of mysterious black and purple mechanical fists, radiating an enigmatic glow, emerged from Tang Jindong's wristband, resembling the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Simultaneously, small components unfolded from the soles of his shoes, assembling into a striking pair of black and purple mechanical battle boots. Interesting. I never expected to encounter someone with a human augmentation device in this small village, remarked the man with the finely chiseled jaw. Doctor, is this device truly formidable? Rasped the man in the wolf mask. I've heard it is quite powerful. Apparently, it allows ordinary individuals to possess the strength of a novice or intermediate fallen one. And some say it can even enable them to exchange blows with advanced fallen ones. The man referred to as the doctor pondered, stroking his well-defined chin thoughtfully. The wolf-masked man, intrigued, turned his gaze to the 2 adversaries facing each other. Suddenly, the horse-headed masked man lunged forward, closing the 3-meter gap between them with the agility of a cheetah. his right fist aimed squarely at Tang Jindong's face. In response, Tang Jindong advanced rather than retreating, charging towards the horse-headed man with remarkable speed. His right hand clenched into a fist, the mechanical knuckles glinting ominously. Boom. The two fists collided, forcing the horse-headed man to stagger back several steps, his arm trembling from the impact, while Tang Jindong stood resolutely, unyielding as a mountain. "How is this possible?" exclaimed the horse-headed man in shock. "They are certainly not ordinary people. No common man could withstand that punch." Tang Jindong furrowed his brow slightly, then stepped forward, propelling himself off the ground for another punch aimed at the horse-headed man. Outnumbered by foes, he sought to swiftly eliminate one of them. Faced with Tang Jindong's relentless pursuit, the horse-headed man was compelled to raise his arms in defense. Yet again, he found himself being pushed back. "Doctor, how can he wield such power and speed with merely a pair of iron fists and battle boots?" The wolf-masked man queried, perplexed by the unfolding confrontation. "It is not merely the fists and boots. They are constructed from special materials that are hard on the outside yet effectively absorb impact internally, primarily designed to protect the user's hands and feet during attacks. The true source of strength and speed lies in the joint mechanisms," the doctor explained. "The joint mechanisms? Indeed. These mechanisms are reportedly programmed according to the user's fighting habits, allowing them to accurately gauge the intended attack through the user's movements and force, subsequently controlling the limbs to amplify strength and speed. Then this device is, doctor, watch out." Before he could finish, a figure hurtled towards the doctor, intercepted by the wolf-masked man who caught it with one hand. It was the horse-headed man, now disheveled, his wide robe in disarray, with traces of blood staining his collar, appearing utterly disheveled. "Fool, be careful," the wolf-masked man admonished. "Why apologies? Transform." His offensive capabilities are now comparable to those of an advanced fallen one. The doctor stated matter-of-factly. "Understood, doctor." A fierce glint flickered in his eyes, and with a thunderous roar, the horse-headed man began to undergo a transformation. His eyes gradually turned blood-red, his body towering over 2 meters. Muscles swelling rapidly, particularly in his legs, where the thigh muscles bulged grotesquely, bones reshaping, and his shoes burst apart, revealing powerful hooves. In an instant, the horse-headed man had morphed into a half-man, half-horse monstrosity. "What on earth is this?" Tang Jindong gasped in disbelief, utterly astonished by the transformation before him. "Is your pathetic device solely for offense and lacks defense?" the horse-headed man taunted, flexing his body with a cruel grin. Without awaiting a response, he pushed off the ground, causing the floor to crack as he launched himself towards Tang Jindong like a cannonball. Fast. Tang Jindong's pupils constricted, yet the horse-headed man offered him little time to react. Closing the distance of 7 or 8 meters in an instant, his powerful thighs sweeping towards him. Instinctively, he raised his left arm to block. However, how could an arm devoid of the augmentation device withstand the powerful strike of the mutated horse-headed man? Tang Jindong's expression changed abruptly. It felt as though he had collided with a speeding truck. He was sent crashing against the wall like a broken kite, blood spilling from his lips, his arm dangling limply, clearly fractured. Faced with the transformed horse-headed man, he was utterly outmatched. Chapter 6. The power of the beast form. Not even considering that kick, just this collision made Tang Jindong feel as though his very organs were shifting within him. What manner of monster is this? If others are like him, we might not survive this night. Struggling to stand upright, he muttered to himself. He cast a discreet glance around the room. "I must buy time," he thought resolutely. "Come on, weren't you just so formidable?" the horse-headed man mocked. "What is your goal?" "If it's money, I can offer you everything we have," Tang Jindong replied earnestly, ignoring the provocation as he addressed their so-called doctor. He could discern that the man referred to as the doctor was the leader among them. "Money? Do you think we are here for that?" Tang Jindong was well aware they were not. If it were merely about money, their abilities would lend themselves far better to a bank heist. "We should resolve this swiftly. They've hidden themselves away, and they likely call the authorities. It is unwise to be too ostentatious at this moment," the doctor remarked, casting a glance at the empty room. "Indeed." The horse-headed man charged at Tang Jindong once more. With his newfound strength and astonishing speed, he bore down on Tang Jindong, who could barely raise his arm in defense. The augmentation device reacted swiftly, controlling his limbs as he swung his right fist at the horse-headed man. Yet, The disparity in their strengths was evident. The horse-headed man, wary and agile, deftly sidestepped the iron fist, then retaliated with a powerful blow to Tang Jindong's abdomen. With no escape, Tang Jindong found himself pressed against the wall, doubling over in agony as blood erupted from his mouth. Immediately, the horse-headed man struck again, delivering another devastating punch to his stomach. The force of the blow sent Tang Jindong crashing to his knees, blood spilling forth as he felt as though his very insides were about to rupture. His complexion drained of color, consciousness began to fade, and his vision blurred. Yet, he resolutely fought to stay conscious enough. His physical resilience resembles that of an ordinary man. "Do not kill him, bind him," the wolf-masked man commanded. Stepping into the room. Human bodies are so fragile, akin to paper. After just a few blows, and he is incapacitated. "I haven't even had my fill of fun yet," the horse-headed man scoffed, regarding Tang Jindong, who lay crumpled on the floor. He then retrieved handcuffs from his pocket, casually approaching Tang Jindong and kneeling beside him. "Submit without resistance, and you will suffer less pain, whether now or before he could finish." Tang Jindong's arm suddenly lashed out towards the horse-headed man's neck. The horse-headed man swiftly leaned back, evading the iron fist, yet a glint of steel appeared, and a crimson line marred his neck. A blade had emerged from the back of Tang Jindong's iron fist, blood droplets cascading from the blade's tip and splattering upon the floor. "Not yet." The horse-headed man's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Tang Jindong still kneeling before him. Even in the depths of despair, one can still rise again. "Did you know that?" Tang Jindong slowly turned his head, his gaze fixed upwards at the horse-headed man, enunciating each word. The horse-headed man collapsed slowly, and Tang Jindong glanced at his watch. "Only 8 minutes have passed. The authorities from the town will take at least 30 minutes to arrive, and even then, they may not be able to stop them." Inside the room, the doctor observed the lavish spread of food upon the table, yet there were no utensils, his expression indifferent. "Go find them," he instructed, a few moments prior. Little Pear had hidden herself away. "No matter what happens outside, do not come out and do not make a sound, understood?" Qin Wanshu gently stroked the girl's head as she spoke to her, who was concealed within the wardrobe. "Mommy, I'm scared. Daddy will protect us, right?" The girl had clearly been frightened by the loud noises emanating from the entrance. "He will. Wanshu, old man, you both hide quickly," Lu Qingmei urged in a hushed tone beside the girl. "Wanshu, go hide. I will stay here. If everyone hides, we may not be able to conceal ourselves." Tang Wenyuan spoke in a low voice. "I won't hide. I will stay here." Qin Wanshu shook her head resolutely. Tang Wenyuan was correct. The house was small, and the hiding spots were few and easily discoverable. The only feasible approach was to have those outside provide cover for those hiding within. Moreover, although she had concealed the tableware, the amount of food on the table was clearly not sufficient for just 2 people. "Wanshu, go inside and hide. I will stay outside to deal with them," Lu Qingmei said, finally understanding the situation and attempting to emerge from the wardrobe. Qin Wanshu, with her quick reflexes, immediately halted her movements. "You are Jindong's mother, and I consider you both as my own parents. You treat me as your daughter, and now that danger looms outside, how can I allow you to stand in front of me? We all understand. Yet you are also Xiao Li's mother." The latter part of Lu Qingmei's sentence remained unspoken. "If peril truly befalls us tonight, Xiao Li's future requires you even more," Qin Wanshu comprehended, but before she could respond, a sudden sound echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from outside. The doorknob was pressed down from the outside, yet it got stuck halfway. Chapter 7. The Devil's Game. "They are here, and the door to this room is locked." A sharp voice belonging to a woman in a snakehead mask pierced through the tension. Qin Wanshu swiftly pushed Lu Qingmei towards the wardrobe, then signaled the elderly man and girl to be silent, finally casting a lingering glance at Xiao Li before gently closing the wardrobe door. She knew tonight was fraught with peril. The fact that they could enter the room indicated that Tang Jindong had failed to stop them, and she was acutely aware of Tang Jindong's capabilities. Bang! A resounding kick against the door reverberated like the footsteps of death, an emotion named fear spreading uncontrollably within the hearts of the 4 present. Bang! For those capable of kicking down an iron door, this solid wooden door was no challenge. With 2 blows, the wooden door collapsed with a thunderous crash. Qin Wanshu, pale-faced, gazed upon the woman clad in black robes and wearing a silver snakehead mask. Two more individuals in black robes followed closely behind. "Doctor, there are two of them." The woman in the snakehead mask seemed exhilarated. "Only two? Take out the old man and subdue the woman." The doctor scanned the two individuals and surveyed the room. "Yes." The woman in the snakehead mask licked her dry lips and strode directly towards Tang Wenyu. "What do you want?" Qin Wanshu suppressed her fear and positioned herself in front of Tang Wenyu. "Did you not hear?" The woman in the snakehead mask teased. "You are committing a crime." "Ha!" The woman chuckled lightly, then approached Qin Wanshu, her speed startlingly swift as she extended her right hand towards Qin Wanshu's neck. Qin Wanshu had no time to react before darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground. "I will agree to whatever you desire, but I implore you to spare my son and daughter." The elderly man closed his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. Sizzle. The hand of the woman in the snakehead mask appeared pale and slender, with long, sharp nails piercing into the elderly man's chest. "What if we want your son and daughter? Did they offend you? If my life could atone for, it suffice." The elderly man's eyes widened, blood trickling from his lips. "No, it is simply a matter of wanting their lives." The woman in the snakehead mask mimicked Tang Wenyu's dying tone mockingly. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed from the wardrobe. "You beasts, I will fight you." Then, one of the wardrobe doors was forcefully pushed open, and a figure lunged out towards the woman in the snakehead mask. It was the girl's grandmother. The force of the door caused it to rebound and shut once more. So there was another hiding here. The woman in the snakehead mask kicked the elderly woman to the ground, clearly exerting minimal force, as the frail body could hardly withstand such an impact. Inside the wardrobe, the girl tightly embraced her knees, trembling uncontrollably. Just then, her hand, shaking, accidentally brushed against the wardrobe door, and then her grandmother rushed out. It was she who had caused her grandmother to be harmed. "Just kill her," the doctor remarked indifferently. "Very well. Stop." Tang Jindong suddenly appeared behind the doctor, a blade protruding from his mechanical fist pressed against the doctor's throat. Upon seeing the elderly man lying in a pool of blood, his heart felt as though it were being violently squeezed, his eyes gradually reddening. "It was you. Why was the centaur not restrained?" The man in the wolf mask stared at Tang Jindong in confusion. "He killed him," the doctor said, feeling the sharpness at his throat, intrigued. "Doctor, this cannot be. Weren't you the one who wanted to experience the taste of a mature woman?" The doctor did not continue to respond. As if the death of the man in the horse mask was a trivial matter. "Doctor, is this permissible?" The man in the wolf mask cast a fiery glance at the fallen Qin Wanshu. Tang Jindong sensed impending doom. Just as he was about to speak, the doctor interrupted. "Let us play a game." The mention of game. The boy suddenly trembled for reasons unknown. "If you had to choose between taking the knife away from my throat and your sister's chastity, which would you select?" Upon hearing sister, Tang Jindong paused momentarily, but soon grasped the implication. By framing his relationship with Qin Wanshu as that of siblings, the existence of Shaoli could remain concealed. "Dare to touch her? And I will kill you." Tang Jindong's gaze turned. "I see what is this a question being thrown back at me? If so, allow me to assist you in your choice." The doctor gestured towards the man in the wolf mask, whose greed became unmistakable as he strode toward Qin Wanshu. "Heh. You dare." Tang Jindong's fury ignited as he fixed his gaze on the man in the wolf mask, his arms tightening slightly, the blade pressing against the doctor's neck, drawing faint blood. Yet, the man in the wolf mask feigned ignorance, pretending not to see. Sizzle. He tore the short sleeve from Qin Wanshu's body, revealing a vast expanse of creamy skin, then reached to unfasten her undergarment. "Do not touch her. I will withdraw the knife." Tang Jindong screamed, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. "Exactly, it would have been better to do this from the beginning." The doctor chuckled softly. "But how can you assure me that you will keep your word?" Tang Jindong regained his composure, asking in a low voice, "I have always respected others' choices, but this seems difficult to prove to you. Then how can I trust you?" "Oh right, I have a witness. You may inquire with the little boy. After I offer others a choice, do they not always keep their word?" The doctor smiled, glancing at the boy beside them. "Little boy." Tang Jindong turned to the boy. Since their intrusion, it was the first time he scrutinized the boy closely. His eyes shone brightly, devoid of any impurity, quite remarkable. The boy seemed somewhat bewildered, then fell silent for a moment before nodding at Tang Zhendong. But the choices he offers are always perverse. He believed the boy was innocent and would not deceive him, especially since he had just assisted him. Moreover, it appeared that the choices were mere facades, for he truly had no options. Tang Zhendong weakly closed his eyes and lowered his arms. The man in the wolf mask returned, cursing under his breath, standing next to the doctor. "All right, the game is not yet over. Let us continue." The doctor smiled at Tang Zhendong. However, that smile felt devilish to Tang Zhendong, sending chills down his spine. "If you had to choose between your mother's life and your sister's chastity, which would you select?" Chapter 8. The remaining life alone, I warn you. Do not go too far. Tang Zhendong's breathing grew rapid, his eyes now bloodshot as he roared at the doctor. "Excessive? What will you do about it?" He struggled to charge at the doctor, but his injured body could hardly support his movements, and he collapsed to the ground. He strained to lift his head. "I have already chosen to withdraw the knife. You must spare my sister. You promised you would keep your word." "Indeed, I did not harm your sister, but this is a new round of choices, not a violation of the game rules. You are utterly shameless. In fact, if you simply continue to choose the other option, your sister will remain safe forever," the doctor said nonchalantly. "Time is running out. I shall grant you just 1 minute to contemplate." "Zhendong, let them kill me?" Lu Qingmei's voice trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Mom!" Tang Zhendong's eyes widened in horror. "Before you arrived, they intended to kill me," the doctor said with a hint of amusement. "That was indeed the original plan. But now I offer you a chance to survive, with the choice resting in your son's hands." Lu Qingmei spoke gently. "Zhendong, listen to me. I am already of advanced age. Your father was killed by them. My only wish is for you both to live well. Let them take my life." Tang Zhendong shook his head in a near-manic frenzy. "No, Mom, do not say that. There must be a way. There must be." But soon after, his expression turned confused, and a wave of despair washed over him. He had no means to resist. They could not wait for rescued. A minute flew by, and the doctor spoke softly as if he were death itself. "Time is up. Make your choice. At least one can be saved. You should understand my meaning, yes? I am quite interested in your answer." Tang Zhendong indeed understood. His complexion was pallid, and his body trembled uncontrollably. With great difficulty, he lifted his head, his gaze landing on his mother before drifting to his wife, lying motionless on the ground. His lips quivered, yet words eluded him, a suffocating sensation enveloping him. Ultimately, as if summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to force out a single phrase through clenched teeth. "Mother, I am an unfilial son." Upon uttering those words, he bowed his head, tears streaming down his face. Both his mother and wife held immeasurable significance for him. Yet, there existed certain things that transcended even the value of life itself. "Foolish child, what do you have to apologize for? You and Wanshu are both my children." Tiao Lu Qingmei, the dignity of Qin Wanshu outweighed her very existence. Clap, clap, clap. The doctor's hands struck together, the sound reverberating sharply. What a poignant scene. What a magnificent maternal love. Alas, it has birthed an ungrateful son. Go on. Plunge the blade in your hand into your mother's heart. The doctor seemed to teeter on the brink of madness, urging him to repay his mother's nurturing with such dreadful actions. "You devil! As long as I draw breath, I shall exhaust every means to bring you to justice." I eagerly anticipate that day. Crack! A sound of bones snapping echoed. Crack, crack, crack. Then came the sound of bones being ground to dust, chewed upon. Gulp! The crushed bones were swallowed whole. The meat, perhaps a tad aged, was still barely edible. The man in the wolf mask had now removed his disguise, revealing a werewolf visage beneath the flowing black cloak. His body was cloaked in gray fur. A pair of eerie, glistening green eyes glowered. Blood dripped from his maw, and remnants of flesh clung to his sharp fangs. "Won't you eat something? You haven't had a morsel in 2 days." The doctor turned his gaze toward the boy. No, I cannot eat." The boy shook his head and fled the room, his pallor betraying his distress. "That little wretch has probably gone to vomit," the serpent woman mumbled through her mouthful, stumbling into the living room. The boy gazed at the lavish spread on the dining table, swallowing hard. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and seized a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs. "Uncle, if the opportunity arises in the future, I will surely avenge you." the boy thought to himself. Minutes later, the sins faded, yet the door, battered and uneven, bore witness to the criminal's presence, with still fresh bloodstains sprawling across the floor. Beside the blood, a few words were scrawled in a haphazard manner. The night falls. And I shall plunge into the abyss. I in the wardrobe, a girl curled up, her mind a blank slate, her once beautiful eyes now void of emotion, lacking fear, sorrow, or a glimmer of light. She remained motionless, fixated on the narrow gap of the wardrobe door, her gaze unfocused. The girl did not weep. Perhaps she was unaware of what she ought to cry about. Within those fleeting moments, she had witnessed her grandparents being slaughtered, consumed piece by piece. Bones and all. Devoured entirely. And her parents had been taken away in the blink of an eye. This home was left with only her. Yet, mere half an hour ago, they had joyously shared a reunion dinner at the table. Today was supposed to be her birthday. Suddenly, a white flash of lightning split the sky in two, illuminating the heavens. Thunder rumbled. A darkened sky seemed to tear open, unleashing a torrential downpour, enveloping the earth in a shroud of misty rain. Time passed unmeasured. Amidst the thunderous roars mingled with the piercing, brief wail of police sirens in the distance. Soon, a police car came to a halt before the Tang family mansion. It's Qingshan City, First People's Hospital. Child, do not fear, all is well now. Can you tell Uncle what transpired that night? Wu Jiangwo, the director of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau, spoke in a gentle tone. The girl lay half reclined on the hospital bed, her small face devoid of color, her expression vacant. Take your time. Wu Jiangwo sighed inwardly. It's all right, child. If you do not wish to speak, we shall not force it. Uncle has matters to attend to. Should you need anything, just inform the nurse, and I shall return to see you this evening. He tenderly patted the girl's head before stepping away. That night I was in the wardrobe. I heard the voices of 4 individuals, 2 adult men, a woman, and a boy. They devoured my grandparents, and took my parents away. Wu Jiangwo abruptly turned back, his pupils dilating in shock. Chapter 9. His name is Jiang Yue, on the 26th day of the 3rd month in the lunar calendar of the year 2084. At Qingshan City 6th High School, a prestigious institution known for its exceptional academic performance. In Class 9 of the 2nd year. Tap, tap, tap. The homeroom teacher, Chun Jingyun, entered the classroom, a physics textbook in hand, her high ponytail swaying as she walked in her high heels. With a firm thud, she placed the textbook on the podium, instantly silencing the previously noisy classroom. A strikingly youthful teacher, seemingly fresh from university, stood before them. Class, we have a new student joining us today. Let us extend a warm welcome. Her clear voice resonated throughout the room. Instantly, the students erupted with curiosity. A new student? Another transfer? Didn't they say our school rarely accepts transfers? How is it that within a year we have 2 in our class? Indeed. Why is that? Aha. It seems you are woefully uninformed, began a seemingly simple-minded chubby boy, feigning profundity. His words. The surrounding students turned to him. Qian Xuanrui, do you know something? Speak up, fear not, my friends, allow me to enlighten you, the chubby boy replied, stroking his non-existent beard with a sense of authority. We rarely accept transfers, but there are exceptions under 2 circumstances. What are those circumstances? Speak plainly, stop keeping us in suspense. Very well. One scenario involves students who excel academically. And what constitutes exceptionally? The chubby boy continued, at the very least, they must have the potential to compete for the provincial top scorer. Is that for real? The school has some high aspirations now. Everyone quiet down. Chen Jingyun interjected, cutting off the student's chatter, then gestured toward the door. Though she had not been teaching at the school for long, she had heard some gossip among colleagues regarding transfer students. The other scenario involves students from exceptionally wealthy families. How wealthy must one be? At the very least, they should be able to donate a building to the school. However, there is only one such spot available each academic year, aimed at supporting the school's infrastructure, teaching equipment, and activity funds. As a result, it is well known that students at Qingshan 6th High School do not need to cover class fees, textbooks, or exercise book costs. But such matters are best kept among teachers to prevent misunderstandings with parents, as the latter are not admitted through conventional means. This Qian Xuanrui needs a word of caution after class. At that moment, under the curious gazes of the entire class, a slender, pale-faced boy dressed in thin clothing stepped slowly through the door, his long hair cascading over his forehead and cheeks, nearly obscuring his eyes. He bore a sickly, ethereal beauty. "Please come up and introduce yourself." Chun Jingyun smiled warmly, stepping aside to give him the floor. Introduce? The boy recognized the term. Whenever test subjects arrived at that place, the man would always prompt them to introduce themselves. He hadn't anticipated it would be the same here. The boy appeared somewhat bewildered but obediently stood at the podium, addressing the class. "My name is Jiang Yuni." His voice, neither too loud nor too soft, rang out, then fell silent. "Is that all? What next?" Chun Jingyun raised an eyebrow, inquiring after the prolonged silence. "Is there anything else you wish to share?" Jiang Yuni turned to her, confusion filling his bright, expressive eyes. "You could share your interests or perhaps discuss your expectations for the upcoming year and a half." Dazing off considered an interest. His unexpectedly candid response elicited a wave of laughter from the audience. "If there exists another fool like me in this world, it must be Jiang." Qin Xuanrui mimicked his signature gesture of stroking an imaginary beard. "You even call him brother." "Indeed, while he puts it delicately as daydreaming. It's really just deep contemplation, you know? Yes, you are undeniably daft." Jiang Yuni glanced helplessly at Chun Jingyun, who smiled back at him. "That counts. And what about your expectations?" The youth replied. "Expectations? What are expectations?" He did not comprehend the meaning of the term. Chun Jingyun, believing he was merely shy, patiently replied. "For instance, how do you hope your time at school will unfold?" "Oh, I hope that you'll get along well with everyone." "Certainly. Let us once again extend a warm welcome to Jiang Yuni as she joins our Class 9 family. We hope that in the days to come, we will strive together and gain admission to our respective dream universities." Upon finishing her speech, Chun Jingyun was the first to break into applause. Instantly, thunderous applause echoed from the audience. Chun Jingyun pointed to an empty seat in the back row. "Yuni, please go ahead and take a seat there." Jiang Yuni walked towards the back of the classroom, her hands empty. Indeed, she possessed nothing, not even a backpack. She stood beside the vacant seat and leaned down to inquire of a nearby girl. "May I sit here?" She was uncertain why she felt compelled to ask, considering that the woman on stage, oh no, the teacher, had already invited her to sit. Teacher, a term she had learned that day, was how the man had addressed her that morning. The girl, who was engrossed in solving a problem, paused momentarily, raising her head. Her glossy black hair cascaded gracefully from her shoulders. What met the boy's gaze was an unadorned yet astonishingly beautiful visage. Her face was like a silver plate, her eyes akin to water almonds, her lips naturally tinted red, and her brows unpainted yet strikingly green. The boy was momentarily entranced. Was she a fairy? Chapter 10. Her name is Tang Ingli. He had never encountered a girl so exquisite. Although he had not seen many people throughout his life, the girl, observing him, noticed his clean, bright, and spirited eyes. "You may," she replied coolly. She then reached to retrieve the books and pens that lay on the empty seat. "Let us commence the class. Please turn to page 56 in your textbooks, as we will be discussing." Chun Jingyun continued her discourse with fervor. Yet, Zhang Yi found himself staring blankly at the desk. Feeling somewhat disoriented, upon waking, the demon who had tormented him for 16 years had personally sent him away from the very place he had yearned to escape day and night. In the morning, a discreet business vehicle halted in front of Qing Shani Zhong. Dr. Ji casually tossed a white card into the boy's arms. "From now on, you will attend school here. The paperwork has been arranged for you. This is your identification card, which serves to verify your identity." "Why identity?" The boy, bewildered, examined the card, which bore an unfamiliar photograph of him, his face surprisingly clean. He then noticed some text on it and fell silent. For he could not comprehend it, Dr. Ji stated matter-of-factly, "I will read it once. Name, Jiang Yuni. Gender, male. Ethnicity, Han. Date of birth, August 28, 2067. Address, Guangqing, Qingshan. Do you remember it all?" The boy, somewhat dazed, inquired, "Is this a pseudonym?" Dr. G smirked slyly. "You may consider it genuine. After all, this will be your name moving forward." "What do you think?" "I deliberated for several days to devise this name, hoping it would continually remind you not to forget your past." "Which is like mud." The boy chose to ignore the implications in Dr. G's words and countered, "Do you know what my original name was?" "I do not." "Have you met my parents?" "Why so many questions?" "Your teacher is already waiting for you at the door. Take your identification card and go. Point one last question. Speak." "Why release me? It is rather dull to keep a pet locked away. Perhaps letting it roam for a while will encourage it to return willingly." Dr. G replied, adjusting his hair. However, do not entertain notions of hiding or seeking help. It would be futile, as you should know, he added. Moreover, should they discover your differences, I cannot guarantee how they will treat you. I hope you do not escape one confinement only to find yourself ensnared in another. The boy understood who Dr. G referred to, remaining silent as he took the identification card and exited the vehicle. He looked up to behold the pale blue sky, sunlight filtering through the clouds and warming him. It felt comforting. As the light descended upon the earth, darkness would be judged. A phrase he had never heard before inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Dr. observed the boy walking towards the school with a faint smile. Having followed evil from a young age, encountering it and witnessing its manifestations, yet not succumbing to it and becoming evil, how intriguing. This innate sense of justice, was likely that Van Boss had not anticipated that a mere experimental subject, created on a whim, would turn out so remarkably distinct. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once emotions, attachments, and concerns emerge, will one still be able to remain so unperturbed? I eagerly await the outcome. It felt almost dreamlike. Though he recognized that he had not truly escaped the man's grasp, he was at least free now. Regardless of the reason, being free afforded him an opportunity. He feared that upon opening his eyes, he would find himself once more lying on that cold, unforgiving floor, sharing space with a long-decayed corpse. Come and look with me. The girl's voice, still cool yet melodious, interrupted his thoughts. She then slid her physics book across the desk, positioning it between their two desks. The boy was momentarily taken aback. Oh, Jiang Yuni gazed at the girl's book. As expected, he could not comprehend it. It was not merely that he did not understand the content. He did not recognize any of the letters, numbers, or even punctuation marks. Having never received an education, how could he possibly learn like other high school students? He had realized this earlier that morning when he glanced at his identification card in the vehicle. Let us highlight this key point, and then take notes, the girl instructed, turning to write. A unique fragrance, characteristic of young girls, wafted through the AI. It was refreshing and not overwhelming. How delightful, the boy murmured under his breath. Not from any intention to be forward, but rather because he had grown accustomed to the stench of blood and decay, prompting his instinctive reaction. The girl's hand momentarily froze as she sensed his gaze remained innocent. Were it not for that, she might have considered delivering a punch. Her handwriting was exquisite. Although Jiang Yuni had never written before and could not decipher what she was inscribing, he was no fool. He understood that comparing her elegant script with the printed text in the book revealed that while her writing lacked a certain uniformity, it possessed a delicate charm and a haze of bewilderment. A class period swiftly concluded. Tang Yingli, Qian Xuanrui, please come to my office. Chun Jingyun's voice resonated from the podium. Jiang Yuni lifted his head to see her stepping out of the classroom in high-heeled shoes. He then noticed a chubby boy in the front row and the girl beside him rising from their seats. The latter headed towards the back door of the classroom. He had just heard the name Qian Xuanrui at the entrance. It should not be heard, so her name is Tang Yili. I in the office, Qin Jingyun inquired. How do you know so much about the transfer student? I happened to overhear other teachers discussing it when I came to find you once during my first year. Qian Xuanrui replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Chun Jingyun remained silent for a moment, pondering. Qian Xuanrui had been one of her students before the division into science and arts classes, and he remained in her class afterward. No wonder his tone and mannerisms sounded familiar during class. He had been under her tutelage. Oh wait, that term might not be used correctly here. I was not eavesdropping. Really, it was purely coincidental, Qian Xuanrui added hurriedly. Sensing her silence, never mind. I called you here to let you know not to spread this information. While the school is acting in your best interest, it could still lead to complications. I worry it might reach your parents' ears and cause unnecessary trouble. Chun Jingyun replied gently, waving her hand. Rest assured, teacher. This matter will remain forever buried in my heart, Qian Xuanrui promised, his expression turning serious as if he had made a solemn vow. Chun Jingyun quickly shot him a glance. Thinking, why does it feel like this boy is rather unreliable? Perhaps he is not very bright. All right, you may return now. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui reverted to his usual mischievous demeanor. So, teacher, is Jiang classmate a top student? Chapter 11. I lied. Qin Jingyun. As expected, he is unreliable. At that moment, Tang Yingli arrived at the desk. Why ask so much? So what if he is a top student? What if he is not? Chen Jingyun adjusted her round-framed glasses perched on her delicate nose. Despite appearing freshly graduated and not overly seasoned, her decisive manner of conducting affairs instilled a degree of apprehension in her students. Qian Xuanrui instinctively shrank back. Nothing much, if that's the case. I shall take my leave, teacher. Very well. Teacher, is there something you need from me? Upon seeing her prize student, Chen Jingyun's expression softened immediately. She felt fortunate that in her second year of teaching after graduating from university, she was able to instruct such an outstanding student as Tang Yingli. Not only did she excel academically, consistently securing the top position in her grade, but she also represented the school in external competitions with remarkable success. As the class monitor, she managed class affairs with commendable precision, alleviating countless burdens from Chen Jingyun's shoulders. In terms of students, she was beyond reproach. The atmosphere was rather desolate, with few words exchanged, resembling an unyielding learning machine. Whether this was a blessing or a curse likely stemmed from her background and upbringing. Lost in thought, Chen Jingyun let out a soft sigh. What do you think of the new classmate? She inquired. A bit like a rogue. The girl recalled the boy's remark about the enticing fragrance. A tad foolish in front of the teacher. Her voice was slightly less frigid, yet still devoid of warmth. Oh? Why do you say that? Chen Jingyun asked, somewhat taken aback. She had assumed Tang Yingli would merely offer polite platitudes, not such an atypical assessment. His self-introduction was foolish, and coming to school without a backpack is foolish as well. You make a valid point. It is indeed somewhat foolish, haha. Chen Jingyun chuckled softly. Are you accustomed to having a new deskmate? The class had previously had an odd number of students. Tang Yingli had requested to sit alone, expressing her preference for tranquility. Moreover, her self-discipline meant she did not require supervision from the teacher. Thus, she was placed in a corner at the back of the classroom. It's fine. If any issues arise, we can address them then. Exceptional students are indeed afforded such privileges by their teachers. Indeed. Oh, by the way, after school this morning, please take the new student to the resource room to collect her textbooks and uniform. Certainly, teacher. Thank you for your hard work. Class monitor. Upon returning to the classroom, the boy was absent from his seat. Tang Yingli paid him no mind and proceeded to her desk, burying herself in her studies. Ding ding ding. Ms. Huang Yiji, the English teacher, entered the classroom just as the bell rang, concluding her previous engagement. Prepare for dictation. Dictating words was an essential part of every English lesson with Ms. Huang. The girl glanced at the empty seat beside her, her lovely brows furrowing slightly. After 7 or 8 minutes, the dictation concluded. The group leader collected the notebooks, and Huang Yiji prepared to commence the day's lesson. Report. Qian Xuanrui appeared at the classroom door. Why are you so late? Where have you been? Huang Yiji scrutinized him. I was called to the office by the homeroom teacher after class. And you just returned now? Qian Xuanrui glanced in Tang Yingli's direction, thinking, no, I wouldn't dare leave my fate in her hands, for she would mercilessly crush it. I took a long oh no. I had a major bathroom emergency. Nature calls, teacher. Huang Yiji remained silent, narrowing her eyes at him. By the way, the toilet tank is broken. Should I take you? Come in. Before he could finish, Huang Yiji interrupted. All right, teacher. After class, make sure to catch up on the dictation with the class representative. Supplementary work? Qian Xuanrui lamented internally. Huang Yiji paid him no further attention, picking up the chalk and turning to write on the blackboard. Report, crack, with a forceful grip, Huang Yiji broke the chalk, a piece falling to the floor. Come in. After class, catch up on the dictation point one after another. It was beginning to annoy her. Are we not going to have class? Oh. Dictation. What is that? You are the new student? Yes. You just arrived at this new school and are already late? Huang Yiji said with a knowing smile, believing it necessary to give the new student a gentle reprimand. I apologize. Where did you go? To the restroom. Huang Yiji thought, this scenario seems familiar, but looking into his bright, clear eyes, it didn't seem like he was lying. You were gone for quite a while. Did you also meet with the homeroom teacher? No, I forgot to bring tissue and borrowed some from Qian. Qian Xuanrui stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yuni, surprised to find him so skilled at weaving a tale without batting an eyelash. Huang Yiji turned her gaze to him, clearly inquiring, is that so? He glanced at Jiang Yuni, who wore a furrowed brow, pursed lips, and a lowered head, seemingly lost in thought. Don't worry, brother Jiang. As a fellow traveler, I shall naturally come to your aid. Teacher, it is indeed as Jiang classmate said. Upon hearing this, Huang Yiji withdrew her gaze and looked back at Jiang Yuni. Then come in. Be mindful next time. Since it's your first day, You need not catch up on the dictation after class. Although he still didn't understand what catching up meant, he grasped the concept of not needing to. Okay. The boy responded sullenly, appearing somewhat displeased, his forehead slightly furrowed beneath his bangs. This sensation was unpleasant. The boy slowly entered the classroom, and as he passed the podium, he suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, teacher. His voice was soft yet resolute. Huang Yiji was momentarily taken aback, still processing what he had said when the boy continued. I lied. I actually didn't go to the restroom. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Yuni. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by this? Even the typically aloof girl couldn't help but glance at the boy, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Huang Yiji cast a cool glance at Qian Xuanrui, who instantly felt like he was on pins and needles. Then where did you go? She did not reprimand the boy but instead asked with genuine curiosity, for surely no one could bear to chastise an honest child. Could they? I was just wandering around, but I didn't realize the bell meant it was time for class. I've never heard a class bell before. This surely couldn't be classified as a lie. He truly had never heard a class bell, for he had never attended school. Huang Yiji did not delve deeper but spoke gently. Given your honesty, I won't hold it against you this time. But please be more mindful in the future. Okay. Remember to pay attention to the bell signal in class, and also do not lie. When the bell rang, he hadn't understood it meant to go to class. It wasn't until he noticed the hallway emptying until he was the last one left that he realized it. And when he felt a bit lost about how to enter the classroom, he happened to see Qian reporting. Thus, in a moment of panic, he made his previous declaration. In his mind, he didn't truly understand that lying was wrong. Yet, after lying, he felt an inexplicable discomfort, a blend of guilt, unease, and a hint of sadness. This sensation had been familiar from his childhood, and this discomfort peaked when the teacher decided to allow him into the classroom. It was akin to those moments when individuals chose to open a door, and when they chose to walk into an alley with him. Thus, he opted for honesty, as it alleviated the discomfort in his heart. His apology stemmed not from an understanding that lying was wrong but from the belief that when one fears they might anger another, it is prudent to first say, I'm sorry I in that place, that was the norm. Yet, typically, it was only the weaker party who would express such sentiments. He had always felt this should not be dictated by strength or weakness. Although he could not articulate WHYS for Qian not exposing him, he was quite surprised, for in the past, no one would have offered him assistance. Yet, it seemed he had let down his good intentions. I'm sorry, Qian Xuanrui. Already 6, don't cue. The girl observed the boy return to his seat in silence, merely shifting her English textbook slightly towards the center. Chapter 12. I do not blame you. After completing an English reading, Huang Yiji announced, next, our new student will stand up and answer a question. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni stood up in a daze after a 2-second pause, uncertain if there was anyone in the class with the surname Xin. The boy pointed to himself. Me? Huang Yiji replied in English. Yes, you? What is your name? Jiang Yuni. Huang Yiji continued in English. Jiang Yuni, please summarize what this article is about in English. She aimed to gauge Jiang Yuni's English proficiency through this question. Qian Xuanrui perked up, turning to look at Jiang Yuni, curious whether this brother was indeed a top student. Jiang Yuni asked in English, what does summarize mean? Huang Yiji responded in English, it means to describe briefly. Oh. While Huang Yiji read and explained the article, Jiang Yuni couldn't understand the English but could follow along by listening. After a moment's thought, he fluently responded in English. This article primarily discusses the rapid advancement of technology today. In the near future, machines will be able to be assembled onto humans, allowing them to effortlessly lift tons of heavy stones, outrun speeding cars, and even soar through the skies. Thus, it calls for everyone to keep pace with the times and study diligently. Upon finishing, the classroom fell into a profound silence, with the sound of a pin dropping audible. Even the usually composed girl couldn't help but steal another glance at the boy beside her, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. May I ask, Brother Jiang, how many pieces of chocolate did you consume? That was so smooth. Qian Xuanrui swallowed hard, astonished. He is truly a top student. Jiang classmate speaks English so fluently, with such precise pronunciation. It's a quintessential sun never sets accent. Huang Yiji showed no restraint in her admiration. The boy lowered his head, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Summarizing wasn't like conversing. If asked to speak, he might falter due to his lack of communication skills. But for summarization, He merely needed to extract key sentences from the article and adjust them slightly, which did not seem very difficult. That was his belief. If only Qian Xuanrui could know what the boy was thinking. It better not be too hard. Still, after only listening once, what is this? The strongest brain? Huang Yiji inquired curiously, have you ever lived in the empire on which the sun never sets? Upon hearing this, the youth seemed momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had lived there for a period of time. In reality, he had resided in numerous countries, including the United States. However, due to the broader usage of the non-setting sun pronunciation, he had developed a habitual inclination towards it. No wonder. Please, have a seat. Ding ding ding. Although it may not be a Mandarin golden melody, nor a composition by a pop superstar, for students, the most enchanting music is undoubtedly the sound of the school bell signaling the end of classes. Don't leave just yet. Come with me to collect your textbooks and uniform. The girl spoke with a cool voice to the boy beside her. Oh. He was initially unaware of what they were supposed to do. On the way, he observed everyone sprinting towards a certain direction, as if being pursued by some ancient beast. What are they up to? Zhang Yuni pondered internally. That way is the cafeteria. The girl seemed to have read the boy's confusion. Oh. So they're heading to eat. I wonder what the school serves. There should be rice, right? With this thought, the boy felt a flicker of anticipation, his stomach audibly protesting, gurgle gurgle. Yet the two remained focused, ignoring the boy's belly's complaints as they continued towards the resource room. Suddenly, a thought struck the boy. Buying things requires money, doesn't it? But he had none. With this realization, he patted his stomach and silently murmured, it seems I must trouble you for another 2 days. In the resource room. Is this Zhang Yuni from class 9 of the second year? Yes. All the required textbooks have been prepared for you. They are in that corner. Just go and collect them. Thank you, teacher. The boy responded dazedly and walked towards the corner. Thank you, teacher. The girl softly expressed her gratitude. Go on. The boy gazed at the neatly stacked books, piled up to his thighs, and mumbled, so many. It seemed his deskmate didn't he have this many. These are all the science textbooks from the first to the third year? Plus the workbooks needed for the second year. Of course it's a lot, the girl remarked as she approached from behind. The boy scratched his head and bent down to lift the books. Let me help you with some of them. They aren't heavy. I can manage. Are you really able to carry them? The girl wondered internally, but upon seeing the boy effortlessly lifting them, her beautiful eyes widened slightly. You re quite strong. Could you help me navigate the way? With the stack of books towering high, the boy could only peek out to see the path ahead, though his view was still somewhat obstructed. Okay. The girl led him to the entrance of the distribution room. First, set the books down. Let us go collect the uniforms. All right. Tangingly, hello, teacher. We are here to collect uniforms. Zhang Yuni from class 9 of the second year. Yuni, how tall are you? Zhang Yuni replied blankly, I don't know. Then come over for a measurement. 1.78 meters. This was the result of the measurement. 2 minutes later, the girl carried 2 sets of brand new uniforms while the boy hefted a mountain of textbooks as they walked side by side towards the teaching building. Class 9 was located on the second floor. Despite carrying the books up 2 flights of stairs, the boy showed no signs of fatigue. You are remarkably strong. The girl's typically indifferent tone had a hint of inflection. Is that considered strong? The boy murmured, realizing he needed to be more cautious in the future. What did you say? The girl didn't hear clearly. I said, is that so? Mitchum. Suddenly, a boy briskly emerged from around the corner, and Zhang Yuni, her view obstructed by the books, failed to notice him. The two collided, and Zhang Yuni swiftly regained her balance, though a few books tumbled to the ground. Zhang Feiping stumbled back, feeling as if he had crashed into a steel pole. That hurts? Zhang Yuni turned to him. I am sorry. Are you all right? I'm fine indeed, Zhang Feiping thought to himself, but outwardly he maintained a cordial demeanor. It's nothing, really. Tangingly picked up the fallen books and noticed a casually dressed boy approaching them. Although he wore the school uniform, he had opted not to wear the jacket, instead donning an obviously expensive outerwear, a lavish mechanical watch casually resting on his wrist, and brightly colored sneakers that caught the eye. To describe it succinctly, aside from the school uniform, every other aspect exuded an aura of wealth. The boy said kindly, Ingli, what a coincidence. Have you eaten yet? The girl furrowed her brows slightly. I'll eat later. I'm just about to eat as well. Shall we go together? No, thank you. What? Is the new student incapable of going to eat alone without your personal escort? Duan Ziang glanced at Jiang Yuni, seemingly joking. The girl replied coolly, if I don't accompany him, must he go with you? Duan Ziang opened his mouth, but it seemed as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him speechless. The girl wouldn't wait for him to respond. She was aware the boy was still carrying the books. Let us go. Duan Ziang suddenly realized. Turning around hastily, and with some excitement asked, do you know why I transferred to this school? The girl didn't even look back. Students come to school. What else could they do other than study? In the classroom, bang, Jiang Yuni placed the books down on the floor. Do you have a school card? The girl waved a green card in front of the boy. No. The boy shook his head in confusion. The girl nodded lightly and turned towards the door. Let us go. We need to use the school card to pay for meals in the cafeteria. Oh. The boy followed. In the cafeteria. The boy trailed behind the girl, watching as the classmates devoured their meals with gusto. Previously, he had often gazed longingly at others eating while he himself never had the opportunity. The girl observed the dwindling food options at the serving window. As expected, arriving too late means all the good food has been picked over. I am sorry. The boy understood that the girl had come late because of him. I am not blaming you. Chapter 13. You should say thank you. Oh. The girl leaned towards the server at the window. Sister, I'd like 3 portions of rice, please. Oh, little girl, you're quite late today. The server clearly recognized Tang Yingli. After all, her striking beauty was hard to forget. Something held me up. Don't forget to feed your stomach while studying. What would you like to eat? The girl asked the boy. Can I choose? Then I'd like some greens. The server, likely recognizing the girl's status as a friend, generously scooped a large helping without hesitation. What else do you want? The boy replied, that's enough. 3 simple words left the server and the girl astonished. What? Exclamation point. The girl's eyes widened. This was the first time in her academic life that she had failed to maintain her composure. Eating so little isn't acceptable. You're in a critical growth stage. The server chimed in as well. Is it too little? The boy remained silent within. Then, should I choose another? He cautiously asked the girl. Having had little to eat previously, he was content with just a small portion of rice. However, this was no longer the past. He had left that place behind. He needed to adapt quickly to his current lifestyle, striving to present himself as a typical high school student. Otherwise, he would likely be seen as an outlier. Otherwise, he might never truly escape that place. No need to be polite. If you feel uneasy about it, just repay me later. The girl resumed her usual indifference. She assumed the boy was embarrassed, thus only selecting a single vegetable. Yet he needed to ensure he was well fed. Was he foolish? She didn't particularly mind this meal's cost, nor was she lacking in funds for it. If he repaid her later, she would accept. If not, she would consider it her treat. It wasn't that she had a kind heart. Nor was it that she harbored any special feelings for the boy, but rather she believed. First, she could afford the expense of this meal. Second, as the class representative, she often required the cooperation of classmates to fulfill tasks assigned by teachers. By being a bit more generous and less stringent when she needed assistance, her peers would naturally be more willing to help her. Of course, matters that shouldn't be lenient must still be handled with formality. Striking a balance between the two. Hints, while she generally maintained a cool demeanor and avoided engaging with classmates, she still garnered their admiration. Moreover, her stunning beauty and exceptional academic achievements made her a near-perfect figure in the eyes of her peers. After all, people might envy what they could attain, while what they could not reach would likely inspire only admiration. Then I'll take this. The boy pointed to a meat dish visible through the window. That's more like it. Growing bodies need substantial nourishment. The server once again filled his plate generously, smiling. The young girl assisted him in settling the meal expenses, and the emotionless electronic notification chimed. 8 yuan has been paid. Subsequently, she ordered a portion for herself as well. I'll help you carry it. She offered as the boy accepted the dish handed to him by the aunt. It seemed only natural to him that when someone aided him, he too should offer assistance in return. The girl paused momentarily, refrained from speaking, and after paying for her meal, expressed her gratitude to the aunt before turning towards the dining area. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. The cafeteria aunt watched their departing figures with a warm smile. What the boy was unaware of was that, Due to this singular incident, the aunt's hand had never trembled while serving him thereafter. They found a seat and the boy placed the girl's portion in front of her. She offered him a pair of chopsticks, and as he grasped them, he attempted to pull them back with a gentle tug, only for them to remain unmoved. Puzzled, he lifted his gaze, only to find the girl with her delicate brows slightly furrowed. "What troubles you?" he inquired. The girl remained silent, merely gazing at him. If one were to assert that he lacked manners, they might point out that when she shared half of her textbook with him, he did not say thank you. When she guided him to collect his textbooks, he again failed to express gratitude. When the teacher in the resource room organized his materials, it was she who spoke on his behalf. And when the aunt served him a generous helping of vegetables, he neglected to utter thanks once more. With her stepping in to rectify his oversight, and even when she assisted him in tapping his school card, he offered no thanks. The girl, much like a fair arbiter, meticulously enumerated his transgressions. Yet, if one were to claim he was impolite, they might also note that he would apologize in front of the entire class for being tardy. If he inadvertently bumped into someone in a blind spot, he would promptly say sorry. And if he felt he had delayed her meal, he would recognize the need to apologize. "You ought to say thank you," she stated matter-of-factly. The girl herself was uncertain why she felt compelled to say this. Perhaps it was in light of his earlier assistance with the tray, or perhaps she sensed something oddly peculiar within him. Regardless, she hoped it might prevent him from suffering in his future interactions. One should say thank you after receiving help," he stammered. "Oh, thank you." His words came out awkwardly. He had never uttered those two syllables before, nor had anyone around him ever expressed thanks. Consequently, those words had yet to find a place in his life's lexicon. But now they had. The girl released her delicate hand, carved as if from ivory, and began to eat with her chopsticks, her demeanor graceful and unhurried. The boy, having never used chopsticks before, had always relied on his hands. Yet he had observed others using them, their essay saying, "I assentee there." Even if one has never eaten pork, one has surely seen a pig run. Moreover, he possessed a strong aptitude for learning. After a brief trial, he began to devour his food ravenously. While to other classmates, the cafeteria fare might merely serve to satiate hunger, to him, it was akin to a banquet of delicacies, even if it did not quite compare to the exquisite dishes he had once savored. The meal passed in silence, and after they had finished, the two tidied their trays and exited the cafeteria. The boy followed behind the girl, pondering the logistics of his future existence, realizing he needed to address his essentials: food, clothing, and shelter. For instance, skipping dinner today was manageable. Even abstaining for several days was not a dire concern. But he could not possibly forego every meal as for where to sleep tonight. Missing a night's rest, or even several nights, posed little issue, but he certainly could not endure sleeplessness indefinitely. Although he could simply lie down in a patch of grass for the night, doing so now would likely mark him as an oddity in the eyes of others. In simple terms, he required money. Now that he had ventured out, he intended to live like a normal person. As he contemplated these matters, he remained blissfully unaware that the girl ahead had halted. When she suddenly turned around, he, lost in thought, failed to notice and collided directly into her. In a moment of surprise, his chin struck her smooth forehead. Chapter 14. Zhang Pengfei's choice. The two stood frozen, akin to statues, the girl's body stiffening in response. Soon after, a delicate fist came flying towards him. The boy swiftly reacted, instinctively attempting to evade, but reconsidered, recognizing it was his fault for bumping into her. Ultimately, her soft punch landed squarely on his pale cheek, causing his head to jerk to the side. "Pretender," she coldly uttered. In truth, her action was a mere reflex. Upon seeing him not evade, she had moderated her strength. Surely, she could not have intended to inflict harm. The boy felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I'm sorry. I didn't notice and accidentally bumped into you," he stammered in a fluster. The girl, her expression as frosty as winter, turned and walked towards the teaching building, disregarding him entirely. She realized her earlier assessment of him was somewhat skewed. He was not merely a bit rude, he was truly inconsiderate. She had initially intended to inquire whether he was a boarder or a day student, planning to guide him if he was a boarder to spare him the trouble of finding his way later. But now, she resolved to let him navigate on his own in a corner of the cafeteria. Duan Zuyang watched their retreating figures, his countenance darkened. He and Tang Ingli attended the same high school but were not in the same class. She was the pinnacle of academic excellence, while he occupied the role of the privileged scion of the school. From the moment he first laid eyes on her, one might call it love at first sight, though in truth, it was merely infatuation. Through a series of meticulously orchestrated coincidences, they managed to become acquainted. When Tang Ingli secured admission to Qingshan City's No. 6 high school, he, with his dismal grades, knew he could not follow her there. Upon discovering she had made it to the school, he enlisted his father's financial clout to gain admission. Had it not been for the school's strict regulations upon entry, one of which mandated adherence to school discipline, Duan Zuyang clenched his fists and muttered darkly, "I would have already claimed her as my own." Zhang Pengfei stood silently nearby, afraid to breathe. Observing Duan Zuyang's frustration directed at him, he felt like a mere wooden figure. "Damn it, I told you to bump into that kid named Jiang, and you ended up colliding with thin air?" Duan Zuyang scolded furiously. "I'm sorry, Duan Gu," Zhang Pengfei mumbled, lowering his head, his heart heavy with unspoken troubles. Earlier, he and Duan Zuyang had chanced upon Tang Ingli descending the stairs in the company of Jiang Yuni. Duan Zuyang, displeased by the sight, had instructed him to feign a collision with Jiang, intending to embarrass him. Although he was Duan Zuyang's lackey, he followed orders without question, yet at heart, he was still a diligent student. He hesitated to collide forcefully with Jiang Yuni, fearing it might lead to real trouble. However, that kid, while appearing slender, possessed a surprisingly sturdy physique. Initially, he had contemplated rewarding Zhang Pengfei for his efforts, but now, that was no longer on the table. "Forget it," Duan Zuyang said with a sigh, striding away. Zhang Pengfei tightened his fists but ultimately followed suit. His family was of modest means, a typical rural household. His parents, wishing to provide him with a better education and avoid the fate they had endured of early hardship, had moved him to the city for schooling. They toiled from dawn till dusk, barely managing to cover rent and ensure his basic needs while supporting his education. He understood the difficulties at home, having lived through them. Consequently, he had always been diligent and hardworking, ultimately earning a place at Qingshan City's No. 6 high school through his own merit. Upon entering high school, he remained steadfast in his ambitions, determined to cultivate his dreams through 3 years of sweat and tears, aiming to gain admission to a prestigious university and transform his fate, thereby providing a better life for himself and his parents. Yet, fate had other plans. Despite ranking among the top in his first year's final exams, he encountered the transfer student Duan Zuyang in his second year. The clothes Duan Zuyang wore, even the most casual, were exceedingly expensive. When his friends remarked upon it, he had been incredulous, boasting that a mere piece of fabric could not possibly be worth a fortune. After all, he could acquire 3 outfits for just 20 yuan. However, upon conducting online research and comparisons, he discovered that Duan Zuyang's garments indeed cost thousands. Foolishly, he had even inquired with customer service whether there had been a misprint in the pricing. After all, he could comprehend clothing priced at several hundred yuan. But the answer he received was akin to a slap to his face, leaving him feeling bruised. Gradually, he came to understand the stark disparities between individuals. A realization that could truly describe the chasm between people. The clothing he wore could only serve to cover his modesty, while that worn by others, that was actual clothing. Thousands of yuan. To him, that amount represented a significant concept. He knew that 20,000 yuan could sustain his family's living expenses for an entire year. During the midterm examinations of his second year, the school rearranged the classes and seating. Duan Zuyang sat directly behind him. Prior to the exam, Duan Zuyang approached him, extending a finger. "During the test, you pass me the answers to the multiple choice questions, and I'll give you this amount." Those were his exact words. 1.1 thousand yuan. Zhang Pengfei swallowed hard. The prospect was tempting. A simple gesture could yield 1,000 yuan, enough to cover 3 months' worth of living expenses, and with careful spending, he might even have some left over. But Duan Zuyang shook his head. 1,000 yuan per subject? The sheer audacity was staggering. He found it difficult to refuse. After all, could integrity during an examination feed him? Clearly not. Yet, 40,000 yuan could alleviate his family's worries about food and drink for 2 years. Thus, he acquiesced, and in doing so, he fell deeper into the abyss. Subsequently, he began to draw closer to Duan Zuyang. Such a wealthy individual, oh no, a benefactor. Surely, Being around him would bring about numerous advantages. Thus, when the teacher rearranged the seating, he applied to be Duan Zuyang's desk mate under the pretext of helping his classmates. Everything thereafter unfolded seamlessly. He became Duan Zuyang's lackey, completing his assignments for him. He served as a substitute for Duan Ziyang, performing tasks on his behalf. During exams, he provided Duan Ziyang with answers. Duan Ziyang was not a miserly individual. Whenever he felt that his efforts were commendable or when he was in a good mood, he would reward him handsomely. Through Duan Ziyang, he witnessed the lavish expenditure of wealth. Gradually, he became addicted to it, unable to extricate himself. Moreover, he discovered that as long as he could help Duan Ziyang shine in front of Tang Yingli, he would undoubtedly receive even greater rewards. Consequently, he began to shift his focus from studying to finding ways to acquire more money from Duan Ziyang. How many more years of studying did he have to endure? Would it truly alter his fate in the end? He did not know. However, he was aware that there were immediate benefits to be gained, which were transforming his life, his family, and his destiny. All of it seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Or so he believed. Zhang Pengfei's family might merely be a microcosm of the thousands of impoverished families. Yet, Zhang Pengfei would certainly not be just another statistic among countless underprivileged students. While one may not choose their life, they can choose their way of living. Just as one must eat, they can also choose not to bow down for mere grains. At this moment, Zhang Pengfei undoubtedly made yet another choice of his own. Chapter 15. The youth faces obstacles throughout the entire afternoon. The girl did not utter a single word to the boy. Was not due to anger, but rather her inherently cool disposition. She preferred solving a few more problems over engaging in idle chatter. The boy, too, refrained from speaking to the girl. Although he sensed that she might be a bit upset, he was utterly at a loss for how to address it. He was naturally awkward in conversations, often feeling ill at ease. Moreover, there were certain phrases he simply could not understand, such as the occasional exclamations he heard in class and the corridor. He could only manage the most basic exchanges at this point. Thus, throughout the afternoon, one was engrossed in study while the other was lost in thought. One occasionally looked up to take notes, while the other feigned engagement from time to time. It was not that he lacked the desire to learn. Rather, he struggled to comprehend the words on the page. Additionally, he questioned the utility of the lessons being taught. After all, his previous world had only known violence and bloodshed. During the break, the homeroom teacher summoned him to the office. Here, this is your school card. Chen Jingyan handed him a green card. Thank you. Teacher, you're welcome. By the way, did you have lunch? Yes. Did Yingli take you? That's good. She is quite attentive. I forgot to mention to her this morning that your school card wasn't ready yet. How do you feel about your first day at school? Are you adjusting? Well then, make sure to focus on your classes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Yingli. She is the class monitor and excels in her studies. After Jiang Yuni left, the boy spoke even less. Chen Jingyan chuckled and shook her head. Perhaps this was for the better, as he appeared quite obedient. As the afternoon bell rang, students headed for their meals or returned to the dormitories. Jiang Yuni sat alone at his desk, as Tang Yingli had already left the classroom. After all, he had received his school card, and she was under no obligation to accompany him for lunch any longer. He grasped the school card on the desk and rose to head downstairs. Beep. The boy swiped his card to exit the school and wandered aimlessly along the street. Now, he was penniless and needed to earn money to resolve his living situation. This was one of the fundamental prerequisites for living like a normal person. He understood that to earn money, he needed to work for others and receive compensation in return. Tio put it in the terms of his previous environment. Earning money means serving others. However, the current dilemma was, he seemed to lack any skills and had no idea what he could do. After a moment of contemplation, he thought of washing dishes at a restaurant, which was the only thing that came to mind. After all, he was quite familiar with dishwashing from his past experiences. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself on a bustling pedestrian street, gazing at the various shops, including restaurants, snack shops, and stationery stores. He walked into a relatively decent-looking eatery. Hey there, what would you like to eat? The waiter approached Jiang Yuni with a menu in hand. Could you tell me if you're hiring? The waiter, taken aback, responded. Hiring? Oh, you mean you're here to apply for a job? Yes, I don't believe the boss mentioned anything about hiring, but wait a moment. Let me check that a minute later, the waiter returned. Sorry, but the boss said we're not hiring. We have enough staff. Oh, thank you. Jiang Yuni did not lose heart and stepped out of the restaurant, scanning the area for his next opportunity. This time, He entered a Japanese restaurant where a woman dressed in a kimono stood at the counter, appearing to be in her 30s and exuding a distinct exotic charm. "Welcome. May I ask if you have a reservation?" The woman in the kimono smiled and inquired. "What is a reservation?" Not knowing any better, he replied, no, to prevent her from asking any more peculiar questions. Jiang Yuni quickly followed up, "Are you hiring here?" "Hiring?" The woman paused, then began to scrutinize him. "Yes. You look quite young. You must be a student, right?" "I suppose one could say so. One could say so." The woman in the kimono blinked in confusion. "Yes." Jiang Yuni promptly corrected himself. "Are you in need of pocket money?" "Pocket money? I suppose that counts as money, right?" This woman was undoubtedly kind-hearted. Having already devised a rationale for him, it seemed there might be hope this time. The kimono-clad woman gently replied, "Brother, let me tell you, at your age, you should focus on what you ought to do. As a student, your primary responsibility is to study diligently. If you do well in your studies, you will earn plenty of pocket money in the future, understood?" Well, I misjudged her. She doesn't seem to be a bad person. But she's not exactly good either. Jiang Yuni felt a bit disheartened. But why does studying well lead to earning pocket money? This was the question that plagued him during the day. Everyone in school was studying, yet he didn't understand the purpose of it all. The woman in the kimono smiled slightly. "Silly child. By studying hard, you will gain knowledge and obtain a diploma, allowing you to choose a good job in the future, thus earning pocket money." "What is a diploma?" A diploma is a certificate awarded by schools to students upon graduation, representing one's level of education. "Oh, all right, you should head home now." The woman in the kimono stifled a laugh. "May I ask one more question?" "What question?" "Go ahead. Sister will answer anything." She found this boy somewhat endearing. "How much can one earn from washing dishes?" Washing dishes is considered hourly work. Generally, it pays around 15 yuan per hour, which is actually quite low. The woman in the kimono sensed that the boy before her seemed reluctant to give up. So she intentionally understated the pay, hoping to dissuade him. "Is 10 yuan more than 8 yuan? The woman in the kimono was momentarily taken aback, puzzled, of course. Although she found the boy's question somewhat strange, she did not dwell on it. "Oh, thank you." Jiang Yuni turned to leave the Japanese restaurant. At that moment, a woman in her 20s sauntered by, playfully remarking, "Boss, you've got a younger guy here. I can tell you're really hungry." The woman in the kimono shot her a glare. "Do you know it's illegal to entice a minor?" Jiang Yuni faced yet another setback, but he could not afford to give up. Even though the previous woman had made some valid points, he was now forced to fend for himself. With no other options available, he entered another small establishment. First customer of the day. "What would you like?" "I'll give you a 10% discount." The cheerful voice of the owner rang out. "Excuse me, do you need temporary workers?" "I'll work for 10 yuan an hour." "Huh? Temporary worker? Uncle runs a small business, and we wash our own dishes. We can't afford to hire temporary help, even though your asking price is really low." The owner chuckled. "If you don't believe me, go ahead and check. The pots are still cold. I don't know. You're not the first customer." "Boss, I need 2 servings of fried rice with eggs, and I'm in a hurry." At that moment, a casual voice echoed from outside, clearly belonging to a regular patron. "Oh, it's you? Just wait." Boss responded, then turned to Jiang Yuni. "Do you still want to eat?" The boy shook his head. Boss then turned back towards the kitchen. "Liang, what do you think about tonight's ghost match at the East City Arena?" Jiang Yuni felt that the voice sounded somewhat familiar and turned around to see. "Qian classmate?" Chapter 16. The East City Arena. Qian Xuanrui sat across from a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses, who appeared to be slightly older than them, likely in his 20s. "What, are you thinking of gambling again?" Liang Yichen chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui immediately corrected him with a serious demeanor. "Brother Liang, that's a mischaracterization. This is not gambling. It's for enjoyment." "What does enjoyment mean?" "It cultivates one's sentiments, regulates mood, and brings joy." "Heh? You're quite the debater, of course. Those who own millions also say the same." "No, they would only say small bets are for enjoyment." Liang Yichen adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Nonetheless, speaking of which, since the Phantom made its extraordinary debut 3 months ago, boasting an impeccable record of 15 victories, and considering that our opponents this time are merely nameless rookies, it should be impossible for them to lose, right?" Qian Xuanrui stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Theoretically, that is indeed the case. So, how much do you intend to wager this time?" $10 again?" "Yes, $10, came the reply. "For a match with such high odds of victory, you're only betting 10? Not quite, not quite." Almost guaranteed victory doesn't equate to certain victory. There remains a possibility of loss. All right then. At that moment, Zhang Yuni approached them. Excuse me, but I would like to inquire about the arena in the eastern part of the city that you just mentioned. The arena. He recognized it. That place was also known by a certain man as the King of Hell's platform. Each time two individuals ascended it, only one could descend. Qian Xuanrui exclaimed, Zhang. Zhang brother? Liang Yichen inquired. Oh, a classmate of yours? Yes, a new transfer student in our class today, Qian Xuanrui confirmed. Liang Yichen scrutinized Zhang Yuni more closely, having heard the rumors about the transfer students at Qingshan 6th High School from Qian Xuanrui. Chun Jingyun interjected. You'd better keep that to yourself, Qian Xuanrui, puzzled, asked, Zhang classmate. Are you also interested in the arena competitions? Yes, Zhang Yuni replied. Qian Xuanrui's eyes sparkled. It is rumored that the country aims to establish a formidable special department to safeguard national security and protect the populace. Hence, in recent years, there has been a vigorous promotion of martial arts among the general public, striving to create a city with advanced martial arts and build a nation strong in martial skills. Combat sports are a crucial component of this initiative, leading to the establishment of combat courses in high schools and universities across the country. Liang Yichen rolled his eyes. Can you get to the point? They didn't ask you for a history lesson. Qian Xuanrui stroked his non-existent beard. Ah, no need to rush. All right, picking up where we left off. Zhang Yuni inquired, what exactly is combat sports? Qian Xuanrui replied. Liang Yichen added. Zhang brother, combat sports involve a platform where two individuals compete in a round system. Aside from targeting vital areas and attacking once an opponent has fallen, any techniques can be employed. The match concludes when one competitor falls 3 times or remains down for over 10 seconds without standing up or conceding. Oh, Zhang Yuni said, so no one has to die. Engaging in combat sports requires the construction of a platform, which can be officially managed by the government or privately funded by entrepreneurs. The Eastern Arena is a large private venue, second only to the official ones, located on the eastern outskirts of Qingshan City, hence its name, the Eastern Arena, officially known as the Tower of Night. The young man, somewhat bewildered by the terminology, sensed he had gleaned the information he sought, something about the arena being to the east. Zhang Yuni asked, how much can one earn from winning a match? Qian Xuanrui explained, the Eastern Arena is privately operated. Skilled fighters can earn thousands for a single victory. Average fighters, after a grueling match, might only earn a few hundred, which might not even cover medical expenses. To truly profit, one must rely on betting. Betting? Zhang Yuni echoed. Indeed, for matches deemed particularly thrilling or worthy of wagering, the fighter's personal information is disclosed, and odds are established, allowing spectators to place their bets based on their judgment. Zhang Yuni immediately interjected. What are odds and betting? This was a matter of financial interest, and it demanded thorough understanding. Qian Xuanrui clarified, betting refers to the money you stake in this wager. Odds are a set of values calculated by the arena based on various factors. If you correctly predict the match's outcome, you receive a corresponding prize. So, if a fighter places a bet, they are guaranteed to win? Zhang Yuni asked. Qian Xuanrui replied, certainly not, Zhang brother. Not to mention that such an action would likely lead to severe consequences. Moreover, if the arena discovers they are throwing matches, they wouldn't receive a single penny. After all, whether a newcomer or a seasoned fighter, the arena conducts assessments before they step into the ring. Just then, Boss Li approached with 2 plates. Here are your fried rice dishes. Qian Xuanrui asked, Zhang classmate, have you eaten? You all go ahead. The young man waved his hand and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he paused and turned back. Thank you. And for this morning too. Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback but soon understood. It was a dual expression of gratitude, including his own assistance earlier, and no problem, Zhang brother. In the world of martial arts, having more friends opens up more paths, indeed. Although the young man couldn't fully grasp the rambling, he responded symbolically and departed from the small eatery. Liang Yichen teased. Your classmate is quite the man of few words, practically the antithesis of Qian Xuanrui. Qian Xuanrui shrugged. He is just like that. After all, he is the type who introduced himself with merely 5 words. After saying that, he picked up his spoon and took a hefty bite of fried rice. Qian Xuanrui mumbled through a mouthful, after I finish eating, I'll head back for evening study. Remember to place a $10 bet for me on the Phantom. Oh, Qian Xuanrui added, if the odds exceed 2, please withdraw my bet. Liang Yichen scoffed, you really aren't greedy at all. Qian Xuanrui replied, It's mainly because I can't afford to be greedy. Money doesn't come from thin air. Every $10 is a meal for me. Fair enough. As 7 o'clock approached, night descended. The young man stood on the ring road, his chest heaving slightly, having run there due to a lack of funds for transportation. Gazing at the colossal venue resembling a bird's nest, which loomed over the earth like a behemoth, he murmured, "So this is the Eastern Arena." Jiang Yuni moved forward, vehicles whizzing past him towards the horizon, and he found himself the sole pedestrian on the expansive road. As he walked, he blended into the crowd at the entrance, moving along with the throng. There were indeed many people, although women were relatively scarce. Most were young and middle-aged men, likely rushing over after work for a quick bite. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man clad in security attire, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, casting a cold eye over the incoming crowd. "We are a conscientious arena. Minors should ideally enter with parental supervision." The young man looked up and noticed the middle-aged man was staring at him. "I am of age." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man shrugged and ceased to pay him any further mind. Having worked there for several years, he had witnessed too many young individuals entangled in the fighting scene, ultimately becoming lost to it. Not in the literal sense of death, but in the loss of their future. The child appeared quite young and unfamiliar. He wished to offer a warning as a fellow father, empathizing with the boy, but if he chose not to heed it, so be it. Jiang Yuni stepped inside, instantly captivated by the spectacle within. The structure above the boxing arena encompassed the entire audience area, while the center remained open air. Though night had already fallen, the boxing venue was as bright as day, with powerful floodlights beaming down and colorful spotlights rotating, creating a dazzling atmosphere. In the center of the venue, 9 platforms were arranged like a tic-tac-toe grid, the 8 outer ones gleaming silver, while the central one was a resplendent gold. Upon closer inspection, the ropes surrounding the platforms bore traces of blood, exuding an air of brutality. Above the arena, 2 ethereal figures hovered, projected as 3D holograms of the fighters who would soon face off, rendered with remarkable clarity and realism. Their basic information was displayed alongside them. He wondered if the phantom mentioned by his classmates would be among them. Ascending to the audience stands, Jiang Yuni found the seating divided into 3 tiers, each with several rows. The first 2 tiers required payment for seats, while the third tier was free. Due to its distance from the platform, those seated further back could hardly see anything, relying instead on screens or projections, which lacked the immersive experience of being up close. The venue buzzed with excitement, filled with the roaring of rock music, vibrant and pulsating, easily overwhelming one's senses. Chapter 17. The gifted youngster Jiang Yuni settled into a random spot on the third-tier stands. Gazing down below, there were indeed a lot of people. He swore he had never seen such a crowd in his life. "Heh, and this isn't even the peak time for attendance," chimed in a nearby brother wearing a construction helmet. "During the busiest moments, there isn't even enough seating. Everyone has to stand, with their feet barely touching the ground." "Oh." The young man glanced at the construction-hatted brother. While Jiang Yuni was out enjoying himself, there were those back at school fretting over him. Evening study for the second year commenced at 7, and tonight it was Chun Jingyun's turn to supervise. As the clock struck 7, she entered the classroom to take attendance. The students were already seated neatly, engrossed in their self-study. She nodded with satisfaction, but when she noticed an empty seat in the corner, her initial confusion quickly turned to realization. "Wait a minute, where is the new student who just arrived today?" She approached Tang Yingli and leaned in to whisper, "Yingli, where has Jiang Yuni gone?" Tang Yingli shook her head. "I don't know either. I haven't seen him since I came back from dinner." "Where on earth did that kid go?" "Everyone, hold on a moment." Qin Jingyun clapped her hands loudly. "Has anyone seen Jiang Yuni after school this afternoon?" "Nope, haven't seen him." Several typically lively classmates responded in unison. "I have seen him," Qian Xuanrui exclaimed loudly. "You've seen him too? No wonder you're so well informed about Lu Zhong," Chun Jingyun interjected, raising her hand to signal for silence. "Where was it?" "At the restaurant on the pedestrian street outside the school." "Did you all dine together?" "No, I had just entered when he left. He probably had just finished eating." Naturally, Qian Xuanrui could not disclose his involvement in illegal gambling, so he refrained from mentioning Jiang Yuni's question regarding the arena, as that would have been a difficult position to explain. Although the country is currently promoting combat sports vigorously, turning a blind eye to gambling, the school staff would undoubtedly intervene. "Did you see where he went?" "I saw him walking towards the school after leaving the restaurant. I thought he had returned." Jiang Yuni indeed walked in the direction of the school, but he overlooked the fact that the route from the restaurant to the school was precisely to the east, where the Chengdong Arena also lay. "All right, you all continue studying. I shall handle this," Chen Jingyun said, tapping her smooth forehead before hastily leaving the classroom. Tang Yingli gazed at the empty seat beside her. The books neatly arranged on the floor, with 2 unopened school uniforms lying in the drawer. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed her mind. Wouldn't he possibly be unaware that there was evening self-study tonight? Would he? Yet, she recalled that he had not heard the class bell. It was likely that his previous school did not require evening study either. Chen Jingyun stepped into the hallway and took out her phone, operating it for a moment before bringing it to her ear. Soon, the call connected. "Hello, is this Yuni's guardian?" A languid voice came from the other end. Who is this?" "I am Teacher Chen, Yuni's homeroom teacher." "Oh, Teacher Chen, what is the matter?" "It is like this. Yuni is not in the classroom for evening study tonight, and I would like to understand the situation. Not in the classroom might mean he is attending evening study elsewhere." "You needn't worry about him." Chen Jingyan frowned slightly, but the school stipulates that students must attend evening study on campus unless there are exceptional circumstances. Moreover, is he at home? Can you ensure his safety? The voice on the other end replied mockingly, "Just because the school requires him to attend evening study doesn't mean I have to. Whatever needs to be discussed can be addressed directly with him." Chen Jingyun felt a tinge of urgency. "Mr. Ji, you are his guardian. We cannot just let a smart child roam free without oversight. Teacher Chun, I'm busy here. I'll hang up now." "Wait." Beep. Before she could finish, the call was abruptly terminated. "What kind of guardian is this?" Chen Jingyun muttered under her breath, gazing at the disconnected call. She looked through the window at the students diligently writing and recalled the events of that morning. She had arrived at school at 8 o'clock, preparing to have breakfast in the office before supervising the students' exercises after class. However, just as she sat down without even opening her breakfast, the head of the grade approached her and said, "Little Chen, the school has enrolled a transfer student, and they have decided to place this student in your class. Your contact information has already been sent to the student's parents. Just go and bring the child in when they arrive." She was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Director Lee, why so sudden?" Director Lee smiled wryly. "Indeed, it was decided personally by the principal. I received the email from him early this morning, and I only just saw it. Normally, the principal should not interfere with enrollment matters. Even for transfer students, such decisions are made following discussions among the school's higher-ups after thorough consideration. Clearly, this was not standard procedure. Accepting one wealthy student in a year might be understandable, but accepting more than that seems a bit excessive. The school does not need so much extra funding each year. Where does that excess money go? Naturally, it ends up in someone's pocket. Am I allowed to know why?" Having been in the workforce for over a year, she understood what questions to ask and which ones to avoid. Questions like this were best left unasked. One should simply follow the tasks assigned by superiors. Not complying would lead to serious consequences. Yet, she firmly believed that Qingshan City 6th High School was a prestigious institution dedicated to fairness and the cultivation of students. This conviction was also the reason she, an outstanding graduate from a top domestic normal university, chose to teach at this school. "Little Chen, don't misunderstand. The student didn't transfer here through monetary means," Director Lee chuckled. "The school only accepts 2 types of transfer students. Since it's not through money, there's only one truth. Are you implying that he is a potential top scorer in the province?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening. Director Lee, however, smiled mysteriously. "Yes and no." "Huh?" At this point, she was thoroughly perplexed. "All right, I won't keep you in suspense. Here, take a look." Director Lee handed her the phone. She looked down to see a report card displayed, revealing a staggering score. IQ test final score, 145. She understood all too well what those 3 numbers signified. The average IQ score typically ranges from 90 to 110, while a score above 140 is usually regarded as genius. Chapter 18. The young audience at the matched Chengdong Arena. At this moment, vibrant 3D virtual numbers were flashing above the boxing gym. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the colossal three-dimensional virtual number 0 appeared in mid-air, the atmosphere in the venue erupted into a frenzy. Hooray! Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the host gradually rose from a lift mechanism below, appearing at the center of the golden ring. "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we gather here to witness a thrilling and exhilarating boxing extravaganza. On this passionate stage, Every punch is a perfect fusion of strength and skill. Every dodge is a testament to wisdom and reflexes. This is not just a match. It is the ultimate test of physical strength and willpower. We will see the limits of humanity being pushed further and witness indomitable spirits shining through in the fierce clashes. The match was about to commence. Let us hold our breath and ignite the passion of this night. A rousing opening monologue elevated the atmosphere to its peak. Youngsters, get hyped. This is the most relaxed moment of the day. The hard hat worker waved his hands, turning to the boy beside him. Oh, the boy, uncertain about the excitement before the match even began, raised his hand and waved in imitation of the worker. By the way, you don't seem very old. You must still be in school, right? School just ended, don't you have homework to do? But today is only Wednesday, right? Homework? Oh yes, the teacher mentioned those 2 words in class today, saying they need to be submitted tomorrow, but I don't understand. I can't even write. The boy furrowed his brow, feeling for the first time that living like a normal high school student seemed somewhat challenging. Before he could ponder further, the host's engaging voice resonated again from the arena. Changdong never sleeps. The excitement rises once more. Let us warmly welcome the 2 contestants for tonight's first match to the stage. On my left, hailing from the southern part of Guangxing, the rising star of the arena, Pan Shi, aged 23, currently holds a record of 15 fights with 1 loss. This, a muscular young man with a bare torso ascended from a circular opening on the left side of the stage. And on my right, a seasoned fighter from this city, the striker, aged 27, with an impressive record of 128 fights and 72 victories. Another muscular man, also bare-chested, appeared on the ring. The clash of new and old fighters was about to ignite. Let us invite Mr. Sonier, our referee, to witness this moment of glory together. As the host spoke, he gradually descended until disappearing from the ring, followed by a tall, bald man clad in a black bodysuit, taking the place where the host had stood. The boy stared at the center of the arena. Isn't that the ghost? The hard hat worker chuckled. The ghost won to be fighting that soon. Typically, at Chengdong Arena, high-level boxing matches commence with above-average fighters, while the super-popular fighters make their entrance later in the lineup, and the true powerhouse veterans close the show. Although that is still considered a high-level boxing match, it's south quite close to a professional boxing event. So, where does the ghost fit in? The ghost is classified as a super-popular fighter, having been rated as a high-level fighter after winning 15 consecutive matches. He is a new star in the arena. Pan Shi, competing at the same time, has 1 loss among his 15 fights. He lost to the ghost. Thus, he can only be rated as a mid-level fighter. However, he is still among the best, which is why he can participate in high-level boxing matches against a lower-tier high-level fighter. The striker. A high-level boxing match is defined as one where at least one of the contenders is rated as a high-level fighter. Oh. The boy was left in a state of confusion. My dear brother, I've placed a modest wager tonight, betting on the victory of those 2.0. Don't just respond with "oh." Do you believe that I can win this gamble? The youth felt somewhat at a loss, but figured it wise to go along with him. Certainly, now that S more like it. The match has begun. Quick, look with that. The hard hat-wearing brother turned his gaze towards the projection screen. Typically, matches only utilize a standard screen, while only the most exhilarating contests employ 3D holographic projections. However, the youth's attention was fixed upon the arena itself. His eyesight was sharp, and he could see quite clearly. The competition had commenced, and at that moment, the 2 contestants were cautiously testing one another. They circled the ring, facing off, occasionally throwing light punches and kicks to gauge their opponents. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the first round concluded, and the fighters took a 1-minute breather. The commentator remarked, in this first round, we can observe that both competitors are exceedingly cautious and composed. Point 1 is a seasoned fighter, while the other truly lives up to the name. Rock, the hard hat brother muttered, they may be composed, but they made me quite anxious. Jiang Yuni remained silent, watching intently. Before long, the second round commenced. As Rock lightly swung his right fist to probe once more. The brawler chose not to evade but directly initiated an assault, landing a powerful punch to Rock's abdomen. Rock doubled over in pain, and the brawler seized the opportunity, delivering a blow to his chin, prompting Rock to immediately retract his fists in defense. Little did he know, the brawler's intentions were not solely focused on the punch. With a swift leg sweep, he knocked Rock to the ground. The wave of cheers erupted from the audience, clearly comprised of those who had bet on the brawler's victory. The youth observed with keen interest. In truth, the brawler had taken a gamble, relying on experience to surmise that Rock's punch would not be a heavy one, thus opting to endure a hit to launch his own attack. His gamble paid off. Otherwise, the standoff might have lingered much longer. The Hardhat brother, however, failed to grasp this nuance, lamenting, "Alas, what's with Rock? That punch was so feeble." After a brief moment of tactical composure on the ground, Rock rose again. Aside from the solid hit he had taken to his abdomen, he had not sustained any significant harm. He raised his fists, poised for action, fixating his gaze on the brawler. Through pre-fight research, he understood that his opponent possessed more experience in the ring and excelled in aggressive, explosive assaults, hence the moniker Brawler. His strategy was to weather this initial surge and then counterattack. The two fighters closed in once more, with the Brawler leading the charge, executing a splendid roundhouse kick aimed at Rock. Rock intended to absorb the blow and then retaliate, so as the Brawler's leg struck him, he too unleashed a right hook aimed at the Brawler's head. Unexpectedly, the Brawler seemed to anticipate this, swiftly raising his left hand to block. "This is not good," Rock thought to himself. In the next moment, the Brawler's right fist slammed into his head, sending him crashing to the ground. His vision blurred, the cheers of the spectators faded into the distance. He attempted to struggle back to his feet, but found himself utterly unable. He faltered when he should have been steady and rushed when he needed calm. Allowing his opponent to dictate the pace of the fight, the referee rushed over to stop the Brawler from continuing his assault and began the countdown. 10, 9, 2, 1, 0. A cold, resounding electronic notification echoed throughout the venue. Chapter 19. Voice-controlled match. The Hardhat brothers' face was now a mask of despair. "Rock, oh Rock, how could you bear such a name when you exhibit none of its strength?" The sorrows of humanity do not resonate universally. The youth could not comprehend the Hardhat brothers' grief, for he had neither wagered money nor possessed any. Meanwhile, Rock regained consciousness, and the referee guided both fighters to the center of the ring. Raising the Brawler's left hand high above his head, the audience erupted in cheers once more, their enthusiasm building in waves. Subsequently, the fighters and referee gradually exited, leaving the stage, and the host re-emerged. "Congratulations to the Brawler for securing victory in this match. This is merely an appetizer for tonight. Even more thrilling contests await. Let us continue to anticipate. Let our fervor spread even further." As the matches progressed with fervor, the youth noticed a peculiar detail. It appeared that those stepping into the ring were likely ordinary individuals. Otherwise, if they were as monstrous as the youth imagined, the ring would surely not withstand their collisions, let alone the surrounding ropes. It seemed that if he were to step into the fray, he would need to temper his strength, ensuring he did not stand out too markedly. As the clock struck 10, the atmosphere inside the venue reached a new zenith. The next contestant to emerge was the undefeated crowd favorite, Phantom. The host bellowed passionately, "Next, please welcome our undefeated sensation, the 23-year-old superstar, Phantom." In the midst of a roar from the audience that seemed capable of lifting the roof, a lean yet slightly tall figure ascended the ring. He raised his hands, gesturing towards the crowd, which erupted into thunderous applause. The Hardhat brother exclaimed excitedly, "What's the point of this match? It's over before it even begins. The opponent might as well concede and save everyone's time." Now, let us welcome his opponent, the Street Fighter Titan from Yunqing, rumored to be capable of taking down an entire street single-handedly, making his debut tonight. As the host introduced him, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall, stepped into the ring. Instantly, the exuberant cheers fell silent, replaced by an eerie stillness. Even Phantom, upon seeing his opponent, furrowed his brow. Though the pre-fight statistics had provided data on the fighters' physiques, witnessing the reality before him was an entirely different experience. The impact was unparalleled, coupled with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Standing at 1.8 meters, Phantom seemed dwarfed by Titan, who appeared capable of crushing him with ease. Truly, the name suited him. A human Titan, the Hardhat brother murmured. Good heavens, that's a giant. The youth, too, exhibited astonishment. Titan's physique was comparable to their beastly forms. Now, let us witness whether this match will see the continuation of the superstar's legacy or the rise of a new champion. The host proclaimed, shattering the silence. This time, the crowd did not erupt in cheers. Instead, there were scattered shouts, many expressing concern for Phantom and their own wagers. Zhang Yuni suddenly inquired, What are the odds for this match? He recalled the odds discussed with Qian Xuanrui. The Hardhat brother, now visibly anxious, replied, "For this match, the odds favor Phantom at 1.8, a draw at 2.4, and Titan's victory at 3.1. I wagered $500, hoping to earn a modest 400, but now, this is quite the predicament. Phantom must win. Otherwise, I'll lose a month's salary tonight. By the end." The brother's voice trembled slightly. As the referee signaled the start of the match, the two fighters began their cautious probing. Phantom exhibited nimble and agile movements, while Titan appeared rather sluggish. Suddenly, Phantom executed a swift roundhouse kick, clean and precise, catching Titan completely off guard. To him, it was likely nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Titan immediately retaliated with a punch, but Phantom deftly dodged, then attempted to sweep Titan's legs. Yet Titan remained steadfast, reaching out to grab his leg. Phantom quickly retracted and distanced himself. The first round concluded with neither fighter gaining an advantage. Though Phantom's strength was somewhat lacking, he posed a credible threat with his speed and extraordinary reflexes, which had served him well in previous matches. Unfortunately, his current opponent was Titan, whose immense stature rendered Phantom's attacks ineffective. A strike from Titan would surely send Phantom sprawling, yet Titan struggled to land a hit on him. The subsequent rounds unfolded similarly, as the match seemed to settle into a stalemate, with neither competitor able to break through the other's defenses. The match swiftly approached the fifth round. Phantom realized that defeating Titan without targeting vital points would be exceedingly challenging, as his strength paled in comparison to Titan's formidable physique. Tio emerged victorious. He would need to devise a strategy. The youth observed the unfolding contest, his demeanor shifting as he spoke softly, seemingly transformed. The Hardhat brother was engrossed, fixated on the screen, unwilling to miss any detail. Upon hearing the youth's musings, he instinctively inquired, "What strategy?" The youth replied, "Leverage, create opportunities. Use Titan's own strength to bring him down 3 times to claim victory." Before the Hardhat brother could pose another question, the youth continued, "For Titan to win, he merely needs to take a gamble, feign a weakness, anticipate Phantom's movements, and then seize him. At that moment, Titan took a heavy step forward, his body leaning slightly, his right foot lifting off the ground, and his right fist aimed squarely at Phantom's face. The force behind this punch seemed to encompass all his might and momentum. The impact was sure to be devastating. Yet, if it failed to connect, it would all amount to naught. The ghost's lips curled into a smirk, seemingly mocking, before he swiftly pivoted and then abruptly twisted his waist, his movement propelling his right leg to sweep toward the Titan's only point of support on the ground, his left foot. The youth exclaimed, "Now's the time. Seize him." Suddenly, the Titan's tightly clenched fist relaxed, transforming into an open palm as he lunged at the ghost, his right leg crashing down to stabilize him. The ghost, upon executing his maneuver, found himself unable to evade, left to watch helplessly as the Titan captured his body. A wave of shock washed over him. It was over, the youth declared. The match is finished. Then, the ghost felt a dizzying whirlwind. The audience witnessed him being hoisted overhead by the Titan, only to be slammed heavily onto the ground, producing a thunderous sound. Bang! The ghost's vision faded to black as he lost consciousness. The arena fell into a profound silence. Titan is incredible. A god forged in battle. The new king ascends. As a few shouts erupted, a wave of cheers broke out among the spectators. Clearly, these were those who had wagered on the Titan's victory or genuinely wished him well. Yet, many others were left heartbroken, like the construction hat-wearing brother who stared blankly at the screen. Despite the ghost's failure to rise after 10 seconds, despite the referee declaring the Titan the victor, despite the contestants having left the stage, he could not accept this reality. It wasn't that he couldn't bear the ghost's loss. Rather, he couldn't reconcile with the fact that he had lost so much money tonight. A month's salary. Wait, what happened to that kid just now? He abruptly turned his head, only to find the seat beside him now empty. It seemed as though the match was under voice control. Chapter 20. The youth competes in a seat on the third row of the first level of the audience. Liang Yichen lounged with one leg crossed over the other, his right hand gripping a pen as he inscribed a name in a small notebook held in his left hand. Titan. He hadn't anticipated discovering another promising prospect. He was curious about the individual's true nature, as he indeed appeared formidable. However, before anything else, he needed to find an opportunity to verify his identity. adjusting his black-rimmed glasses. A slight smile graced his lips as he closed the notebook and stood up to leave. The name of the chubby individual was faintly visible on the pages, upon descending from the audience section. He noticed a familiar figure ahead. Was that the chubby guy's classmate? Jiang Yuni made his way toward the service station within the venue after leaving the audience area. He intended to participate in the competition. The construction hat-wearing brother had just informed him that registrations and bets could be processed either online or offline. Online via mobile, or offline at the service station. He had clarified all these details. He even inquired about the prize money for winning. The money classmate had offered a rather vague explanation, leaving him somewhat confused. The construction hat-wearing brother, having watched boxing matches for 5 years, was knowledgeable and had educated him on many aspects. Generally, the prize money for matches held at official arenas was definitely higher, as they were funded by the government, which advocated for the promotion of combat sports. However, the frequency of events at official arenas was significantly lower than that of private ones. Private arenas typically hosted 3 to 4 events weekly, while official arenas only held 2 events annually, a national competition in July and a global competition in February. Each event was divided into 4 categories: the youth group under 12, the junior group aged 12 to 18, the adult group aged 18 and above, and the professional group. Last year's national youth group champion received a prize of $800,000, the junior group champion $2 million, the adult group champion $8 million, and the professional group received $20 million, not including the appearance fees for professional fighters. The prize money for the global competition remained undisclosed, and the construction hat-wearing brother was unaware of the amount. But it was certain to be significantly higher than that of the national competition. In comparison, the prize money for private arenas was pitifully low. Professional fighters generally did not participate in private arena matches. They found it uninteresting, and private arenas could not afford their fees. Beneath the professional category were advanced fighters, intermediate fighters, and novice fighters. Advanced fighters earned $2,000 for a win. Intermediate fighters earned $1,000. Novice fighters earned $500. After hearing the construction hat-wearing brother's explanations, the youth remained remarkably calm, as he had no concept of money, or rather, he had no grasp of counting units. Thus, he indirectly inquired, "If a meal costs 10, how many meals can I have?" The construction hat-wearing brother assumed he was merely lamenting and chuckled, responding, "100 will buy you 10 meals, 1,000 will buy you 100 meals. 1,000,000 will buy you 1,000,000 meals." Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes sparkled. "Is there more than 10 million? Yes, 100 million. At that moment, he understood the magnitude of that prize money and grasped the counting units. Returning to reality, the youth found himself at the service station window without realizing it. A pleasant female voice emerged from within. "May I ask what services you wish to process, sir?" Jiang Yuni replied. "I want to participate in the competition." "Certainly, sir. Please present your identification card." The youth retrieved 2 cards from his pocket and handed one to the window. The woman inside did not take it but merely glanced at it. "Sir, that you are not yet 18. According to this arena's regulations, you are not permitted to participate in combat matches." "Not allowed?" "Yes, I just checked. You will turn 18 on August 28th this year, and you can participate then." The prohibition against minors competing in boxing matches isn't due to fear of liability. Even if an accident occurs, as long as no one dies, most parents wouldn't dare cause a scene at the boxing arena. If they did, they would be dealt with directly. If a wealthy individual is involved, a little money can smooth things over, as the Eastern City Arena also possesses influence, and respect must be given where it is due. The reason for the ban on minors is due to a clear national regulation. Minors are not allowed to participate in any form of combat competition outside of those organized by the state or schools. The state also sends personnel to supervise boxing venues, strictly enforcing this regulation. Any violations would result in the venue being shut down for a period. If a serious incident occurs, criminal liability must be assumed. Clearly, while the state wishes to cultivate a nation skilled in martial arts, it has not forgotten about becoming a technologically advanced nation. Hearing this, the youth felt somewhat disheartened. He had finally found a way to earn money, one that he could undertake himself, only to be told he couldn't compete. "Do you genuinely want to participate?" A voice called from behind him. The youth turned to find the man who had dined with Qian Xuanrui earlier. "Yes." Liang Yichen regarded the youth, a new transfer student who had arrived at school and immediately sought to enter the boxing arena that same night. Intriguing, "Do you enjoy boxing?" "Yes." Liang Yichen teased, "Have you finished your homework assigned by the school? Moreover, can you guarantee that you'll still be able to attend school after stepping into the ring?" I will find a way to complete my homework, and as for school, boxing won't affect my studies. Liang Yichen raised an eyebrow, seeming genuinely intrigued. Was this true confidence or mere ignorance? When you box, don't your parents care? The youth paused for a moment. They don't care about me. This time, it was Liang Yichen who fell silent. Well then, considering you are Qin Xuanrui's classmate, I will lend you a hand. Liang Yichen smiled, pulling out a card and handing it to the window. Let him compete. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. All right, Mr. Inspector, please hold on a moment. The woman at the window took the card and quickly added, Sir, could you please provide your identification card again? What is an inspector? The youth wondered internally but refrained from asking. Handing his ID to the woman and thanking Liang Yichen, the latter waved his hand, just as he was about to speak, when the woman at the window interjected, Sir, I see that your boxing rank has not yet been established. But tonight's novice competition is already full. Would you like to participate in the next novice competition? Is there an intermediate competition tonight? Liang Yichen interjected. Yes, there is. One intermediate fighter has yet to be matched with an opponent. Then let this kid face him. But, Mr. Inspector, there's no need for concern. Let it be as it is. I'll take responsibility for any issues that arise. Liang Yichen interrupted with a wave of his hand. Understood, Mr. Inspector. Liang Yichen turned to the youth. You'll have a match soon. If you lose, return to school diligently. As for boxing, we can discuss it again when you come of age. The youth, upon hearing this, asked without a second thought, What if I win? Chapter 21. The youth takes the stage. Liang Yichen paused slightly, then smiled and asked, You heard your opponent's rank, didn't you? I did. An intermediate fighter. If the construction hat-wearing brother hadn't deceived him, that meant he was on par with the likes of Pancher. Then it's settled. If you win, as long as you don't lose in the months leading up to your 18th birthday, I will allow you to continue competing, Liang Yichen stated nonchalantly. A novice, still in high school, aiming to defeat an intermediate fighter. Did he think it was child's play? Did he believe his opponent would not take it seriously? Of course, it wasn't entirely impossible, just highly unlikely. 4Ds. Yet the youth responded earnestly, All right. At that moment, the sweet female voice emerged once more from the window. All right, sir, your registration has been completed. The match will take place in the second to last round tonight. Please prepare in advance. Here are your credentials. Please keep them safe. Thank you. Liang Yichen leaned closer to the window and quietly asked, Could you kindly remind the referee to be lenient with his opponent? After all, the child is still underage. Just a gentle touch would suffice. The young woman paused for a moment before softly responding, No problem, Mr. Inspector. I will ensure your needs are communicated accurately. Thank you. You're welcome. It is my pleasure to assist you. Liang Yichen raised his hand to glance at his watch and turned to the boy, saying, Let's go. I'll take you to the underground training room to warm up. Your turn is approaching. The underground training room. The boy observed the walls adorned with tattered and dusty boxing gloves. Pick one. Since you don't have your own, make do with what's available. All right. The boy selected a pair of gloves that were thickly coated in dust but were relatively intact. Aren't you going to try them on to see if they fit? Oh. The boy clumsily donned the gloves. Is this your first time boxing? I've boxed before, but without gloves. Liang Yichen chuckled and scolded. That was just fighting, wasn't it? I suppose so. It involved winning and losing, and sometimes even life and death. At 11:30 in the evening, the host ascended the stage once more, having lost count of how many times he had done so that night. Yet, he maintained a heightened emotional state to engage the audience. Next, we will witness an intriguing match. Due to the original opponent of Wind Fire Wheel's failure to arrive on time, we have disqualified that fighter and deducted their credibility points. We have also rematched Wind Fire Wheel with a new opponent. Can anyone guess what sort of opponent it might be? What other kind of opponent could it be? Surely they wouldn't send a tethered pig to fight him. The audience erupted in laughter. The host chuckled lightly. You all have a wonderful sense of humor. Allow me to reveal the answer. Now, let us welcome the Wind Fire Wheel competitor, aged 24, with a record of 72 fights and 44 victories. As he spoke, a lean man with dyed yellow hair appeared on the stage, exuding a carefree demeanor, especially with his grin that suggested he was already confident of victory. He ranked high among the intermediate fighters in the Eastern Arena, so he felt somewhat disheartened upon learning his opponent had not arrived. Had his match been cancelled, it would mean leaving empty-handed tonight. However, unexpectedly, a greenhorn had appeared, rumored to be a newcomer to the arena, which delighted him, He remained grinning even as he stepped onto the stage, thinking to himself, this match is in the bag. He had already begun to plan how to spend the $1,000 he would earn. The host announced, "Now, let us welcome his opponent, the boxing newcomer, high school student, Bai Yang." A youthful face, slightly pale, emerged before the audience. His physique was lean, yet he possessed a notable amount of muscle, taut and well-defined. Though not exaggerated, he was none other than Jiang Yuni. The crowd erupted in astonishment. He really is a high school student. I thought his ID was just high school student Bai Yang. Is he even of legal age to compete? I thought minors weren't allowed in the ring, but his physique is impressive. Observing both competitors' builds, it was hard to predict the outcome. It's still uncertain. The labels newcomer and high school student alone might be enough to seal his fate. How come he is facing an intermediate fighter right off the bat? Perhaps he's just a filler for the match. Liang Yichen returned to his previous seat, propping his chin on one hand as he gazed at the arena. I should have clocked out an hour ago, but let me see whether he is a donkey or a horse. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, the construction worker was dumbfounded. How on earth did this kid get up there? The host declared, "All right, the match is about to commence. Let them be the joy before the storm," elevating tonight's atmosphere to its peak. The host viewed this as a light-hearted affair, a showcase match. Onlookers largely underestimated the boy. On the stage, the two competitors were now ready. At the referee's command, boxing, Jiang Yuni swiftly created distance from his opponent. Wind Fire Wheel chose not to rush in for an attack, even though he was aware his opponent was a novice, and perhaps not particularly strong. As an above-average fighter in the Eastern arena, he possessed the fundamental qualities of a boxer. Moreover, the boy's physique clearly suggested he had trained. Wind Fire Wheel pressed forward. Jiang Yuni retreated again and again. Sensing his opponent's vulnerability, Wind Fire Wheel's confidence surged, and he threw a punch directly at the boy's face. Jiang Yuni raised his arms to block but was still pushed back several steps. Wind Fire Wheel refrained from pursuing his advantage, for he felt assured of victory. He had only exerted 70% of his strength, and his opponent seemed unable to withstand it if he unleashed his full force. Images of an atomic bomb exploding flashed through his mind. This kid was practically a money tree, offering cash to him. Earlier, the referee had advised him to go easy on the high schooler. To just touch him lightly, he had no intention of being overly generous. He thought to himself that he would merely knock him down gently 3 times. With these complex thoughts, he casually exchanged blows with the boy for a couple of rounds, and the first round concluded hastily. However, Jiang Yuni found it odd. Why did he feel as if it were not he who was being favored by his opponent, but rather that his opponent was indulging him? Soon, the second round commenced. After some mutual probing, Wind Fire Wheel again lunged forward, aiming to knock down the money tree this round. Jiang Yuni swiftly dodged, but Wind Fire Wheel's second punch followed closely. The boy seemed caught off guard, reluctantly raising his arms to block as he was pushed backwards. Seizing the opportunity, Wind Fire Wheel executed a sweeping kick, sending Jiang Yuni crashing to the ground. In the audience, Liang Yichen adjusted his glasses and mused, "Is he a donkey?" Yet, he was puzzled, as he sensed no hint of panic or anxiety from the boy, whether above or below the ring. On the stage, the referee hurriedly approached to count down, while Wind Fire Wheel, displaying his understanding of the sport, stepped aside. Seconds later, Jiang Yuni rose to his feet. The referee retreated, and the match continued. After a brief stalemate, the boy took the initiative this time, unleashing a whip kick toward Wind Fire Wheel. Unexpectedly, Wind Fire Wheel blocked his right leg, causing the boy to lose his balance and fall once again. The second round concluded, leaving the boy with just one more chance to fall. As the third round began, Wind Fire Wheel was remarkably relaxed, his smirk never fading. "Come on, money tree," he silently urged. He charged at Jiang Yuni. Throwing a right punch, the boy raised his arms to block, predictably being pushed back, his body leaning backward. Wind Fire Wheel then bent low to execute another sweeping kick. Everything was unfolding according to his script. Next, the boy would be sent crashing to the ground once more, and the match would conclude. Yet, surprises often arrive unannounced. As the boy leaned back, he pushed off the ground, propelling himself into the air and evading Wind Fire Wheel's sweep. In midair, he performed a somersault, kicking toward Wind Fire Wheel. That moment, Wind Fire Wheel stood frozen as if caught in a spell, completely unprepared. The boy had not anticipated that his opponent would neglect to defend. And with his attack already in motion, There was no way to retract it. Ultimately, it was Wind Fire Wheel's smug grin that would meet the boy's foot in a most intimate encounter. Wind Fire Wheel was sent flying 2 to 3 meters away, landing on the ground, motionless. The arena fell into a hush, as the audience collectively struggled to grasp the sudden turn of events. Under normal circumstances, Wind Fire Wheel would have been able to react, especially since the boy had first leaped and spun before delivering his kick. The time was ample for him to block. However, his overconfidence led him astray. He never considered that things could deviate from the script. He was utterly convinced that after that sweeping kick, the boy would surely be lying on the ground. After all, he had easily knocked him down in the previous round. Thus, he had not contemplated how to respond should the boy evade his attack, and in an instant, the dynamic of attack and defense shifted. The referee rushed over to count down, and as the countdown reached its end, Wind Fire Wheel still lay there. It was unclear whether he had been knocked out or was simply too embarrassed to rise again. The boy had emerged victorious in this match. He himself was somewhat dazed. In his mind, he had expected that after this strike, Wind Fire Wheel would likely block, but due to his positioning, he would probably be unsteady and would likely fall. He never imagined the match would end so abruptly. The audience buzzed with murmurs, all lamenting the consequences of the champagne celebration prior. After all, everyone had witnessed the boy's earlier grin that stretched to his ears. Only the referee shook his head at Wind Fire Wheel, internally muttering, he celebrated before even stepping onto the stage. Thus, in this peculiar yet undeniably real manner, the boy claimed victory in this match. Below the stage, Liang Yichen chuckled, I never expected you to actually win. Remember to keep your word, Jiang Yuni replied. Liang Yichen paused for a moment. Rest assured, we will register you for the next match right away. What about the match after that? Don't worry, I will still be here for the next one. If you win, we will register for the following match. All right, by the way, did you win by luck or skill? Liang Yichen could not discern, as the boy had not showcased much skill, and initially, it appeared he was being pressed by Wind Fire Wheel. Perhaps a bit of both. It is worth noting that as a result of this match, Bai Yong, who was none other than the boy, was officially classified as an intermediate boxer. The promotion system in the boxing arena is remarkably straightforward. Firstly, one must achieve 5 consecutive victories against opponents of the same rank to ascend to the next level. Secondly, defeating a competitor of a higher rank results in an immediate elevation to the corresponding level. Although this system may allow certain fighters to advance due to fortuitously encountering less formidable opponents, thereby affording them greater opportunities for rewards in subsequent matches, it also implies that one will face stronger adversaries post-promotion. If one lacks the requisite skills, the defeats can be quite severe. Thus, whether the outcome is gain or loss remains uncertain. However, for the youth, it is evidently a gained. As the final match concluded, the evening's bout came to an end, and the youth parted ways with Liang Yichen. He stood at the entrance of the eastern arena. Gazing up at the myriad stars dotting the sky, he pondered whether he could perhaps live in this city like an ordinary person. The following day, at Qingshan 6th Middle School, Tang Yingli arrived at the classroom just after 6 o'clock. As was her routine, the lights in the classroom remained off, indicating that she was once again the first to arrive. Upon switching on the lights at the front door, she suddenly heard a soft sound, followed by a head rising from the seat beside hers. The girl instinctively stepped back 2 paces, only to realize that it was her new desk mate from the previous day, the very same individual who had skipped evening study the night before. Now clad in his school uniform, he appeared quite radiant, albeit still bearing an unusual pallor on his face. She was somewhat taken aback that the youth had arrived so early. Could it be that his former school required such an early start? Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have just awoken. What could possibly prompt someone to come to school to sleep early in the morning? The girl could not make sense of it, and chose not to inquire about his absence from evening study. She entered the classroom and took her seat. A unique fragrance wafted from the girl, and the youth remained silent, unsure of what to say. He had merely found a place to rest the night before, having no prior experience with school and thus uncertain of appropriate arrival times. Consequently, he arrived at school in the dim light of dawn. The gatekeeper had even asked him why he was there so early, and after much stammering, he had failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, yet the gatekeeper ultimately allowed him entry. The gatekeeper had informed him that the school opened at 6 o'clock and advised him not to arrive so early in the future. As the girl prepared to immerse herself in her studies, 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk suddenly appeared in her line of sight. Following that, The youth's voice rang out. Here. Eat this. These were items he had purchased from a walking street on his way back to school that morning. Initially unaware of what they were, he had been drawn in by their delightful aroma. Unable to resist, he had approached, his pockets sufficiently filled with money. The vendor had quoted 5 yuan for the 2 buns and the cup of soybean milk, prompting him to buy a portion. After discovering how delicious they were, he had purchased an additional serving, which was now presented before the girl. The girl paused, glancing at the youth, who was also observing her, his eyes remarkably bright and clear. Revealing nothing but sincerity at that moment. Was he trying to express gratitude? She indeed had not yet had breakfast. As a day student, it was impossible for her to have eaten at home so early. And the school cafeteria did not open for breakfast until 6:30. She preferred to wait until after a class concluded, when she would run to the small shop to buy breakfast. However, the items there were invariably cold, whether bread or milk. Thank you, she said. It's really delicious. Eat up, he replied. Ma'am. As 7 o'clock approached, students began to arrive at the classroom in succession. The girl remained engrossed in her studies, perpetually either in the throes of hard work or en route to it. Meanwhile, the youth rested his head on the desk, lost in thought. Having resolved his financial concerns, he had also addressed his need for food. Now, it was time to contemplate the issue of sleep. Should he seek a place to stay? But where would he acquire such a place? Could he purchase one with money? Or would he need to construct it himself? The youth pondered numerous possibilities, forgetting entirely about his homework. The class monitor ascended the podium, preparing to lead the morning reading session. At 10 minutes past 7, the morning reading commenced. At that moment, the homeroom teacher, Chen Jingyun, appeared at the classroom door. Jiang Yuni, step outside for a moment. The rest continue with the reading. The youth froze, feeling somewhat bewildered. The teacher seemed to be somewhat displeased. He had always been sensitive to the emotions of others and believed his instincts were accurate. Obediently, he stood up, only to hear the girl beside him say, "The teacher probably wants to ask why you missed evening study last night." The youth, puzzled, replied, "Evening study?" The girl, understanding, realized he had indeed never attended evening study. "It's an additional class in the evening for self-study," she explained. The youth scratched his head. "Oh, there's another class." He had thought school dismissed in the afternoon. In the office, the youth stood obediently before the desk. Chen Jingyan sat in her chair, arms crossed, scrutinizing Jiang Yuni from below. "Now, explain why you didn't attend evening study last night." "I'm sorry, teacher. I didn't know I was supposed to attend evening study. I've never been to evening study before." The youth's straightforward response left her momentarily speechless. She had assumed he was skipping evening study out of reluctance, compounded by the apparent neglect of his parents, which had elicited her irritation. Her expression softened as she asked, "You truly have never attended evening study before?" Then listen closely. Our school mandates attendance at evening study. After school, you must either eat in the cafeteria or return home for dinner and then remember to come back. Understood? Such compliance? Chen Jingyan found something amiss. Why had his parents exhibited such a demeanor last night? She cautiously inquired, "Yuni, do your parents usually impose strict discipline upon you?" She specified parents rather than guardians, as she was uncertain of the relationship between the man she spoke with yesterday and the youth. The school's electronic records had yet to be sent to her, if it was indeed a father-son relationship. Why had the man spoken to her in such a tone? Moreover, their surnames differed. If not, then where were the youth's parents? The youth paused momentarily. "They don't care about me." Chen Jingyun was taken aback. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Her mind raced, speculating about the youth's background. Though she did not know the specifics, she felt compelled to offer the youth some strength and comfort. She reached out, gently grasping his wrist, and said, "It's all right. The teacher will look after you." The youth's body trembled slightly. Instinctively, he wished to withdraw his hand but felt it would be impolite. He was somewhat at a loss. "I'm fine." Sensing his discomfort, Chen Jingyan released his hand, smiling as she said, "If you encounter any issues or have questions, come to me." "All right. And by the way, did you complete your homework last night?" "No, why not?" Could it be that his family forbade him from doing homework and compelled him to work instead? Given the indifferent attitude of his parents the previous night, it was a reasonable assumption. However, his next response dispelled her concerns. "I can't write." "So you didn't study seriously before, did you?" She recognized his intelligence. The fact that he could not complete his homework indicated a lack of diligent study in the past. Starting today, We will work hard to catch up on what you've missed, all right? Though Chen Jingyun was an exceptional graduate of a top teacher training university in the country, she was not a prodigy by any means. Her accomplishments stemmed from diligent effort built over countless days and nights. Many claim that the world of geniuses is incomprehensible to others. Perhaps the gap between them and ordinary individuals is greater than that between ordinary people and swine. Thus, she eagerly anticipated the miracles the youth might achieve in the remaining year and a half. She believed that as long as he was willing to learn, miracles would surely follow. Although the youth responded with single words, his demeanor was earnest and sincere, devoid of any hint of flippancy. All right. If you encounter difficulties in your studies, feel free to ask your subject teachers or your desk matingly for assistance. They will be more than willing to help you. If you face challenges in life, come to me. I will assist you, understood? Chen Jingyun reiterated her gentle reminders. Upon hearing this, the youth's pupils widened slightly. For the first time in 17 years, he heard someone say that if he faced difficulties, he could seek help from her. It was impossible not to be moved, even though he had long grown accustomed to solitude. Even though he had become familiar with indifference, coldness, and cruelty, even though he still struggled to understand the nuances of human relationships, he could feel the genuine concern behind Chen Jingyun's words. Thank you, teacher. Yet, the true challenges he faced were beyond her ability to assist him, and perhaps beyond anyone's help. He could only rely on himself. Now, you may return to morning reading, and please askingly to come to the office. Okay. However, the youth did not leave. What is the matter? I have a question for the teacher. Chen Jingyun smiled. What question? Please, share it with me. Where can I find a place to stay? Chen Jingyun, intrigued, asked, find out a place to stay. What do you need a place for? To sleep. Chen Jingyun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Why not sleep at home? She recalled that the youth was a day student. The distance to home is too far. I don't want to go back. The character for home indeed feels distant from him, so far that he cannot even recall ever possessing one. Chen Jingyun furrowed her brows. Is it truly that home is too far away? Or is it simply that he does not wish to return? She gently inquired, Uni, have you had a falling out with your family? I haven't, he replied. He had no family at all. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyun's frown deepened, leaving her perplexed. All right, you should head back for now. The teacher will find a way to assist you. She intended to call the boy's guardians later to inquire about the situation. The boy departed. Chen Jingyun stood and walked towards the office desk of the head teacher. She wished to ask if there was any record of the boy or if anyone knew about his family circumstances. She felt that something was amiss. Chapter 24, The Law of Attraction. When Tang Yingli arrived at the office door, she found Chen Jingyun on the phone, so she stood to the side. Waiting silently. Mr. Ji, are you truly not going to take care of Uni? Chen Jingyun asked. A light chuckle came from the other end of the line. Teacher Chen, you should know well that I have no obligation to manage him. Legally, we have no ties. Raising him has been my utmost kindness. Chen Jingyun fell silent. She had just looked at the boy's file, and the section for family members was blank, because he was an orphan. Now she understood why that man had exhibited such an attitude the night before. Yet, she did not comprehend why he would choose to raise the boy if he did not wish to take responsibility for him. But she refrained from asking, for as he had stated, they were not related, and his efforts to raise the boy could be considered magnanimous. Teacher Chen, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up now. Chen Jingyun felt somewhat drained. All right, do what you need to do. Beep, the call ended. Yingli, did you hear all of that? Chen Jingyun turned her head to speak softly to the girl, although the call was not on speaker. The classroom was quiet as the students were engaged in their morning reading, so the girl standing nearby could likely hear. The girl candidly replied, What happened to Zhang Yuni? Although she had caught some of the conversation, she remained unaware of the specifics. Come in, Yingli. I need to discuss something with you. Chen Jingyun took the girl by the wrist and led her into the office. I have something to tell you. Chen Jingyun sat back down, observing the girl as she gathered her thoughts before speaking. Yuni, like you, has been without his parents since he was small. The girl trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes widening. Chen Jingyun continued, he was later adopted by someone, the very person I was just speaking with on the phone. However, he was not legally adopted, meaning that, in the eyes of the law, he has no connection to that person. And now, he has decided to cease caring for Yuni, in both life and studies. The girl stared blankly at Chen Jingyun, struggling to process this information. He is an orphan too. The person who once adopted him has chosen to abandon him? She understood all too well how cruel this would be for a child who had not yet reached adulthood, because she too was an orphan. Yet, she was fortunate. Her guardians had devoted themselves to her care, being incredibly responsible and showing her great affection since childhood. Although they were not her biological parents, they treated her as if she were their own. Teacher tells you this because she believes you can better understand him and hopes you can communicate more with him. I think he needs our help at this moment. However, we should not overly focus on him. We should offer assistance when appropriate. Although the boy already knew that the person who adopted him would no longer look after him and had even said he was fine, Chen Jingyun sensed that he was repressing his emotions. A normal child encountering such a situation could not possibly remain so indifferent. The girl responded, I will. Though she had a cool demeanor, she was not indifferent. She would extend a helping hand when others were in need. Secondly, I want you to assist him with his studies as much as you can, without affecting your own learning. He just told me he cannot complete his homework. And I see that he is quite obedient. He also expressed a desire to learn, so I suspect he has been unable to study properly for some reason. I encouraged him to ask teachers, or you whenever he encounters difficulties. However, given his taciturn nature, I am uncertain whether he will take the initiative to ask you or the subject teachers for help, so I hope you can pay attention to him in class. Is that all right? The girl replied, I will, teacher. After the girl left the office, Chen Jingyun fell into contemplation as she watched her departing figure. She was uncertain whether her actions were right or wrong. Her intention was not only to have the girl assist the boy, but also to aid the girl herself. Though the boy had just arrived at school and she did not know him well, she was quite familiar with the girl. Even though she had taught her for only half a semester, she had inquired with previous teachers about her. Apart from necessary circumstances, the girl generally did not engage with her classmates and rarely formed close bonds with any. Whether male or female, during group activities, she either took charge as the class monitor or stood alone on the sidelines. It seemed that her world consisted solely of herself. If one were to insist, one might say it revolved around her studies. She resembled a machine, tirelessly pursuing academic excellence or coldly completing tasks assigned by her teachers. Chen Jingyun felt this was inappropriate. Continuing down this path could inflict irreparable harm on the girl's mental and emotional well-being. It is not to say that one must have friends or communicate with others to be considered normal or healthy. Some individuals may simply be introverted, lacking in social skills or eloquence. But she was not incapable. She merely chose not to engage, isolating herself from the outside world. She had also communicated with the girl's current guardians, who expressed their helplessness, mentioning that a childhood incident had caused significant trauma and shadowed her life, and that healing would take time. However, when she inquired whether they could share details about the girl's past, they opted to remain silent, and she did not press further. Thus, she encouraged the girl to interact more with the boy. Firstly, because she genuinely wanted her to assist him. The boy appeared quite compliant, so he likely would not cause any trouble for her, which was a crucial factor. Otherwise, she would not have suggested this. Secondly, she hoped to see if the girl could emerge from her closed-off world through her interactions with the boy. After all, studies have shown that similarities among individuals enhance mutual attraction, and emotional connections between people are not solely based on verbal communication, but also on a deep-seated understanding and resonance. Of course, this was not to suggest they become romantic partners, but rather that they could become friends, mutually aiding and redeeming one another. When the girl returned to the classroom, the morning reading was nearing its conclusion. You cannot complete your homework? The girl asked the boy coolly. That's what the teacher told me. Then the boy hesitated, surprised that the girl would suddenly ask him this question. If you can't do it, just ask me, and I'll teach you. Okay. The boy noticed that the girl was still staring at him. What's wrong? You're holding the book upside down. Chapter 25. A fleeting bloom. As the morning reading concluded, everyone began submitting their homework from the previous day. Forget about yesterday's homework. Let's start with today's instead. Those familiar with high school homework understood that merely completing the assignments given for the day was already quite a challenge. Expecting the boy to catch up on yesterday's work and complete today's as well was undoubtedly asking too much. Okay. But during the 5th period, we have Chinese class, and the teacher will call on students to recite passages. Find some time to memorize it during the break. The boy, puzzled, asked, Call on Tio recite passages? The girl remained silent, pulling the boy's Chinese textbook and flipping it to Xiao Yu. From here to here, memorize it without looking at the book. She pointed it out to him. The boy pressed his lips together. He could not read. He didn't even know how to pronounce the words. let alone memorize them. He was torn over whether to tell the girl about this. If he confessed, would it make him seem strange? Although he had never been to school, he possessed a basic understanding that students should know how to read. But if he remained silent, this issue seemed impossible to resolve. As the boy wrestled with his dilemma, the first class swiftly passed. Everyone began to rise and head out of the classroom. The boy looked around, confused. Why was everyone leaving? Were they all going to the restroom? So many people together? The girl also stood up. We need to go for exercise during the break. Follow me. Okay. The exercise was divided by territory. Different grades ran in different areas. The first-year students ran around the basketball court. The second-year students ran on the playground, while the third-year students circled the teaching building. The boy followed the girl to the playground, where they didn't have to line up. As soon as the class gathered, they could start running. Under the leadership of the sports committee member, all the students from Class 9 began to jog in circles. The boy trailed behind the girl, and after one lap, a boy suddenly darted in from the side. Not wanting to collide with him, the boy slowed his pace. Consequently, the boy found himself sandwiched between him and the girl. The boy recognized this classmate as the one he had accidentally bumped into at the stairwell earlier. He chose to ignore him, as it made no difference. As long as he didn't lose sight of the girl, everything would be fine. After all, chaos had ensued, and the entire grade was now a tangled mass on the playground. Apart from the girl, he hardly recognized anyone else, so it was indeed better to stick with her. Furthermore, the school authorities were unperturbed by any attempts at slacking off, as the nation vigorously promoted martial arts for all, striving to forge a city renowned for its martial prowess and build a strong nation in martial skills. Consequently, the physical examinations for students had become increasingly stringent. Thus, if he did not wish to risk his life during the tests, it would be prudent to run a few extra laps in advance. At that moment, he noticed someone approaching the girl, and although he could not recognize the figure just by its silhouette, the colorful shoes immediately jogged his memory. Duan Ziang gently inquired of the girl, Ingli, I'm heading to the convenience store to buy breakfast shortly. What would you like me to get for you? He had been attentive to her, knowing that she invariably went to buy breakfast after their runs, and thus, he had devised various ways to offer her assistance. Yet, predictably, he was met with firm refusals each time. His voice was unreserved, and even a boy trailing slightly behind could hear him, especially since he naturally possessed keen hearing. Curious about what the convenience store was, the girl responded coolly, No need, I've already eaten. With that, she accelerated ahead, evidently accustomed to dealing with Duan Ziang's persistent advances, her skill in evasion almost heart-wrenching. Duan Ziang's expression darkened as he chose not to press on. Why was she willing to walk with that newcomer, yet avoided him at every turn? As the girl sped off, the boy sidestepped Zhang Pengfei and hastened to catch up. The girl sensed someone pursuing her from behind, assuming it was still Duan Ziang trying to cling to her. Please don't follow. She turned back to address the person. Before she could finish her sentence, she recognized her pursuer. It was the boy. I'm sorry. I thought you were Duan Ziang. Don't you wish to avoid him? The boy asked. The girl gave a slight affirmative. Then I shall help you keep him at bay, he declared. The girl paused in surprise, regarding him with curiosity. How will you do that? He wants to listen to you. Without hesitation, the boy replied, I'll block him with my hand, preventing him from approaching you. She gazed into the boy's earnest eyes, devoid of any jest, and suddenly burst into laughter. Yet, realizing the inappropriateness of her amusement, she quickly reined it in, though the fleeting smile had not escaped the boy's notice, appearing angelic in its briefness. I'm serious, he insisted. Her tone turned icy. If you do that, he will surely hold a grudge against you. Why would he? She shot him a glance, offering no explanation. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Understood. Behind them, Duan Ziang watched the boy and girl engage in what seemed to be a light-hearted conversation, his expression darkening further. This wretched girl pretended to be aloof in front of him, didn't she? And as for that newcomer, did he not have any sense? During her first year, Tang Ingli occasionally received love letters or clumsy confessions from bold students, both from her class and others. But in the second year, such occurrences ceased, all due to his arrival. He had warned anyone who dared to deliver letters or express affection, and for those audacious enough to disregard his warnings, he would enlist local toughs to impart a lesson on life and aspirations during their dismissal. Word of this spread, and soon, no one dared to approach her again. Yet now, an inexperienced fool had parachuted in, daring to disturb the status quo, he felt compelled to issue a warning to him as well. Zhang Pengfei lagged behind, evidently too intimidated to approach. Soon, the exercise concluded. The girl, her fair forehead slightly beaded with sweat, looked at the boy, who appeared completely unfazed. "Aren't you tired? Running 3 kilometers on a track with a 400-meter lap must be taxing." Yet he seemed entirely unperturbed, possessing remarkable stamina. The boy blinked, replying absent-mindedly a little. The girl then felt his breath grow slightly heavier. "You're just pretending," she thought, casting him a sidelong glance as she turned to leave the playground. "Come with me to the convenience store. I'll pick out some notebooks for you, which you'll need for assignments and classes." She had noticed that his desk held only textbooks, lacking any exercise books or even a single pen. It was hard to imagine he had come to study, yet considering his circumstances, she found it understandable. The boy followed. All right. The convenience store was located within the cafeteria. Upon seeing it, the boy finally understood what was meant by the convenience store. The girl selected several notebooks for him, then held up a few pens. "Do you have any money on your school card?" Transactions at the school's convenience store were typically conducted via the school card. Though cash could be used in emergencies, there was no guarantee they would provide change. The boy replied, "There's no money on my school card, but I have cash." He then casually pulled out a 100 yuan note from his pocket. The girl glanced at the bill before heading to the checkout counter with the notebooks. 19 yuan has been paid, came the cold electronic voice. Chapter 26. Can you read it again? The girl and boy walked back to the classroom, one behind the other. Suddenly, a chubby boy named Qian Xuanrui rushed up from behind. "Jiang, wait for me." He was clutching a bag of spicy strips, extending it toward the boy. "Here, Jiang, want some?" The boy shook his head. He had no interest in food. After all, the fare he had consumed previously had left him with little desire for sustenance. He ate merely to fill his stomach, except for that one dish. He thought to himself. Noticing the boy's lack of interest, Qian Xuanrui then offered the spicy strips to the girl. "Class monitor, want some?" "I don't eat," she replied. The chubby boy silently withdrew his hand. Consuming the snack himself, he mumbled, "You two are missing out. As the saying goes, food and sex are part of human nature." The boy didn't comprehend. However, the girl understood, casting a sidelong glance at the chubby boy. Remaining silent, he immediately fell silent, sensing an oppressive aura. How could someone ranked first in the grade be so terrifying? He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, where did you go last night?" "Jiang?" The boy answered candidly, "I went to the E-City Arena. This." The girl's expression shifted. Qian Xuanrui's eyes brightened. "When you asked me about the E-City Arena yesterday afternoon, I knew you were interested in combat sports. But I didn't expect your interest to run so deep. Skipping evening study to watch matches. How reminiscent of my own youthful days." The girl coolly remarked, "Didn't you just say you entered while he was exiting?" Qian Xuanrui froze for a moment before recalling that he had mentioned this to Chen Jingyun last night. Realizing he had misspoken, he adopted a serious demeanor. "I, must be punished." He feigned the demeanor of a loyal subject, nearly bowing in homage. The girl ignored him, unable to fathom why a decent boy would indulge in so many court dramas. The boy inquired, "Why must you be punished?" The girl remained silent. Qian Xuanrui added, "Jiang, this isn't important. Did you see the ghostly opponent at the E-City Arena yesterday?" The boy responded, "I did." Qian Xuanrui pressed, "What was the live experience like?" "I saw pictures online that were quite exaggerated. They made him look like a giant." The girl also glanced over, intrigued. She followed combat sports and often kept an eye on the E-City Arena's matches, so she had seen photos of Titan online before going to bed last night. She had heard there was a high school student who fought last night, but no one had taken pictures of that match, as initially, few cared about it. Everyone thought it was merely a spectacle, never anticipating that he would emerge victorious. She assumed it must have been a senior, as minors were not allowed to compete. That moment, the boy resembled a student struggling with English reading comprehension. Although he could not fully grasp Qian Xuanrui's words, like sense of DJVU, online, or netizens, he could infer the general context. Yes, he was very tall and robust, he stated. The girl, Qian Xuanrui. Internally, Qian Xuanrui scoffed. "Why does it suddenly seem less exaggerated when you say it?" He continued, "Can you be a bit more specific?" The boy, puzzled, asked, "What does more specific mean?" Sighing, Qian Xuanrui conceded, "Forget it. I hope Titan competes again next time. I'll personally go to witness it." Upon hearing this, the boy suddenly recalled something and asked Qian Xuanrui, "Is there a match at the E-City Arena tonight? Are you planning to skip evening study again to watch the match?" Qian Xuanrui regarded him with a knowing smile. At this, the girl turned her gaze to the boy, her brows furrowing slightly, her eyes sharp. Could this guy really be so forgetful? Hadn't he just spoken with the teacher? Hadn't he just expressed a desire to study diligently? The boy suddenly felt a bit uneasy, hastily clarifying, "No, I'm just asking if there was a match." He needed to find a way to inform that man from last night. Hoping he could postpone his match until after the evening study session, the girl finally shifted her gaze away from him. Qian Xuanrui explained, "The East City Arena has matches on Mondays and Wednesdays. Following that pattern, there won't be matches tonight or tomorrow, but there will be competitions on both Saturday and Sunday evenings. Next week, there will be matches 3 nights in a row, resulting in a weekly alternating schedule of 4 major events one week and 3 the next." Youth: "Oh, is the competition not until 2 days later? 1,000 yuan should be sufficient for 2 days, right?" And about the housing situation. Meanwhile, Qian Xuanrui had initially intended to pose a question to the youth. However, he was so abruptly interrupted that he completely forgot what he wanted to ask. Before he could recollect his thoughts, the 3 of them returned to the classroom, each taking their respective seats. The youth retrieved his Chinese textbook and flipped to the page that the girl had previously helped him find. He remained silent for a moment, then turned to the girl and softly said, Tang classmate, I cannot recognize the characters. Could you read it for me, just once?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, her pupils widening, her beautiful eyes sparkling with shock, confusion, and a hint of curiosity. She cautiously inquired, "Is there a specific character you cannot recognize, or do you not recognize any at all?" Youth: "I do not recognize any." The girl was somewhat bewildered. What was going on with this guy? Her first thought was whether he was speaking the truth or merely jesting with her. After 11 years of schooling, she was quite familiar with the tactics of certain boys. Some would feign inquiries merely to draw closer and engage her in conversation. Yet, she did not believe the youth belonged to that category. Although their acquaintance had been brief, her intuition told her otherwise. Moreover, the youth's eyes were exceptionally pure. She could discern no ill intentions lurking within. A boy who only communicates with us and AHS could hardly possess any malice. Secondly, she pondered whether to ask the youth why he was illiterate and how he had attended school before. However, she quickly dismissed this line of questioning, convinced that everyone harbors their own secrets, especially children with unusual backgrounds like theirs. She too had things she preferred to keep to herself. Then, there remained one final question. Was it within her capacity to assist him? If he could not read, it was highly likely he could not write either. The process of learning to read and write Chinese characters is an exceedingly protracted endeavor, not something that can be accomplished overnight. The girl organized her thoughts. If you do not recognize these characters, this issue may prove somewhat troublesome, as there are thousands of Chinese characters. Starting now to learn them one by one, from reading to writing, and ultimately mastering them, will require a considerable amount of time. She ceased speaking, eager to observe the youth's reaction. "Thousands?" the youth murmured, then glanced at the passage he needed to memorize, which contained roughly 150 characters. 70 such passages did not seem too daunting. This understanding came from the counting units and their multiplicative relationships he had gleaned from the construction workers in the eastern part of the city. Now, he was capable of performing calculations with ease. Chapter 27. Playing it cool with utmost seriousness upon hearing the youth's mumblings, the girl widened her beautiful eyes, her lovely lashes fluttering, with a slightly fluctuating tone. She remarked, "Of course, it may not seem too many when you count it that way, but each character requires time to learn and memorize." The crux of the matter was that the youth lacked a foundation in Chinese characters. Akin to asking someone utterly unfamiliar with English to learn 1,000 words, pronunciations, and writings. A challenge that was self-evident. The youth scratched his head. "But I can learn it in one go." Puffed! The girl could not contain herself, laughing once more at the youth's earnestness, her smile radiant as a flower. This statement was undoubtedly categorized as a joke in her mind, yet the youth articulated it with utmost sincerity, as though he were trying to appear cool with the most genuine tone and the most innocent expression. "I may be showing off, but it is unintentional." The girl stifled her laughter, returning to her usual cool demeanor. "Is that so?" She offered him an opportunity to elaborate, hoping he would take the initiative. "Youth? Indeed." As he spoke, he nudged the Chinese textbook towards the girl. The girl, of course, did not indulge him. She pointed to the first paragraph and began to read aloud. In the North Sea, there is a fish known as kuin. The kuin is so enormous, its size is unknown, perhaps thousands of miles. Her voice was melodious and captivating. Naturally, her volume was not loud, and as it was recess, the classroom was somewhat noisy. Thus, only the youth could hear her. Soon, she finished reading a short segment without deliberately making it difficult for him, merely covering the material they were to memorize for the upcoming lesson. The girl coolly stated, "I have finished reading. Did you remember it?" This was classical Chinese, a language inherently obscure and challenging to comprehend. Had it been modern vernacular, the youth might have grasped its meaning and found it easier to remember. Youth. I should have remembered it. Thus, the youth began to read aloud, lacking emotion yet flowing with fluency. Upon finishing, he looked at the girl, his clean and innocent eyes blinking. "I did not deceive you." The girl felt her face growing warm. She murmured softly, "Can you really remember it? Could it be that speaking it also aids in memory?" Youth. Girl. Who asked you? Her voice remained cool, yet her cheeks seemed to burn even more. With a hint of embarrassment and irritation, she remarked, "Since your memory is so exceptional, why not just memorize the dictionary?" Unbeknownst to her, she had not even noticed the change in her tone, and of course, the youth was oblivious as well, for he did not comprehend such nuances. Youth. Dictionary? Just as he finished speaking, the bell rang, ding ding ding, for the start of class. Girl. We'll talk after class. Youth. Oh? The class passed in the blink of an eye.as. Soon as the bell rang, the girl left her seat. The youth thought little of it, assuming she had gone to the restroom, and continued to immerse himself in his studies with the Chinese textbook. Bang! Before long, the girl returned, nonchalantly dropping a hefty Chinese dictionary onto the youth's desk, startling him from his concentration. Girl. Sorry, the book was too heavy. I couldn't hold it steady. Youth. Oh. Upon hearing this, the girl felt as though she had struck a punch against cotton. Oh well, she decided not to dwell on it. She stated coolly, "Every Chinese character has its corresponding pinyin. I will teach you how to pronounce pinyin. Once you master that, you can refer to the dictionary to know how each character is read. The dictionary also provides the stroke order for each character, so you can learn how to write as well." Youth. Oh. Thus, during the interval between classes, the girl diligently taught the youth how to pronounce pinyin and how to use the dictionary. The youth learned quite smoothly. His learning ability was exceptionally strong, a fact that even the girl could not help but admire inwardly. The fourth period was physics, and after class, the youth was summoned to the office by Chen Jingyun. In the office, Chen Jingyun quietly asked the youth, "Yun, do you understand the lessons?" Youth. I can understand. He had indeed grasped the content of that lesson, though some of the material seemed unrelated to the current class, likely from prior lessons, which he did not comprehend. The youth contemplated waiting until he had recognized all the characters before learning further. Chen Jingyun encouraged him, "Understanding is good. It means you haven't fallen too far behind. Keep it up." She was evidently unaware that the youth could neither read nor write characters. Otherwise, she would never have made such a statement. Youth. Chen Jingyun. I called you here to discuss something else. You mentioned this morning that you were looking for housing, and I wanted to ask if you considered boarding. Youth. Boarding? Chen Jingyun. Yes, it means living at the school with your classmates. The youth pondered for a moment. Teacher. I do not wish to board. I prefer to live alone. He was uncertain whether he could leave the school at night if he lived on campus, but he suspected it was unlikely. As the teacher had mentioned living with other students, and if he left or did not return to the dormitory, the other students would undoubtedly find out. Moreover, he genuinely preferred not to share living quarters with others, knowing that his lifestyle habits would likely differ significantly from theirs. Chen Jingyun sighed inwardly. Indeed, he was reluctant. She had merely intended to gauge the youth's thoughts. In truth, she supported the youth's decision not to board, considering their age and the potential for a boy with such a background to be bullied if he were to live among them. Chen Jingyun spoke softly. It's all right, Yun. We can find a place outside. You need not worry about the finances. Focus on your studies. The school has support policies for students from low-income families. The school indeed had relevant support policies, but she was unsure if the youth qualified. Given his special circumstances, she planned, if all else failed, to cover the cost herself. She could not simply abandon the youth. Youth. I have money. Chen Jingyun did not pay attention to his words, assuming he merely had some leftover pocket money. She gently replied, No worries, the teacher will help you find a solution. After lunch, I will go out with you to assist in resolving your housing issue. All right, youth. Okay, thank you, teacher. Qin Jingyan glanced at the time and warmly said, You should return to class now. It's almost time. Youth, by the way. Do you have enough money for lunch? Qin Jingyan called after the youth. Youth, I have. As the youth returned to the classroom, the bell for class rang. The Chinese teacher entered the classroom slowly, an elderly man of about 50, with half-gray hair. The man cheerfully inquired, Did everyone memorize the content I assigned yesterday? The plump boy exclaimed loudly, As per the teacher's command, I dare not defy. I am ready to accept the teacher's challenge. Upon hearing this, the elderly man laughed heartily. I know you well. You wouldn't dare to speak so boldly when you haven't memorized. This remark sent the entire class into uproarious laughter. The rotund boy, with a hint of mischief in his voice, inquired, Teacher, is it possible that the students are merely exhibiting reverse psychology towards you this time? The elder, with a leisurely demeanor, replied, I do not believe you possess such audacity. The boy curled his lips slightly, realizing that the old man was indeed not easily deceived. He had memorized his lines, hoping to prompt the elder to call upon him. No, rather, to encourage him to recite. According to the established pattern of attendance in schools across the nation, having been called upon this time meant he would likely be spared in subsequent sessions, allowing him to enjoy a few moments of leisure. The elder, with a warm smile, remarked, I have heard that a new student has joined our class. Why not invite him to recite this time? Chapter 28. A place to call home. The youth stood frozen, while the girl beside him shared his bewilderment. Was he truly the unfortunate one, however, considering that this fellow had only arrived the day before? It seemed rather reasonable. New students typically draw the teacher's heightened attention for a period. She could only afford a 2-second moment of silent sympathy for the boy, knowing he had scarcely memorized anything. When it was time for class, he had attended as usual, and during the recent break, he had been summoned to the office by the homeroom teacher, where she had spent 2 class intervals teaching him phonetics and how to utilize a dictionary. During the first break, he could barely read a single character. In truth, he had likely only memorized a few lines during the brief minutes she had stepped out after the second class. The boy rose to his feet. The elder smiled. Let us begin. The boy, after a moment of recollection, began. In the northern sea, there resides a fish named Kuan, the magnitude of which is unfathomable, spanning several thousand miles. His delivery remained devoid of emotion, yet it flowed with a certain fluency. The girl's delicate lips parted in surprise. Undoubtedly, the boy had once again delivered a small shock to her heart. Was he truly capable of photographic memory? The elder expressed his satisfaction. Well done. You recited it splendidly. With a touch of emotion, it would be perfect, reflecting the vastness and strength of the Kuan. The rotund boy, adopting a serious tone, interjected, Indeed, Brother Jiang, given that he has interned for 2.5 years, you have failed to convey its grandeur to this. The class erupted into a flurry of chatter. What the heck, little Heisey? Has he revealed his true self? You shan't speak ill of our Gidge. The elder gently rapped the podium, declaring with seriousness, Enough. Quiet down. What are you all doing? In the light-hearted atmosphere of the elder's teaching, the class quietly came to a close at 18 noon. As school let out, the girl asked coolly, Do you know where to recharge your meal card? The boy shook his head. With a hint of exasperation, she replied, Come along then. Oh, he responded, following her to the duty room by the dining hall. Right here, simply hand your school card and the money to the lady at the window, and she will assist you, she instructed. Oh, he repeated, I'll go get my meal first. Wait a moment. The boy, quick on his feet, instinctively grasped her delicate wrist. The girl stiffened, suppressing an instinctive response to flip him over her shoulder, and looked at him with curiosity in her bright eyes, which remained pure and sincere. The boy hesitated, saying, You paid for me this morning. He struggled to articulate his thoughts. However, the girl, perceptive as she was, discerned his intention. Do you wish to treat me to a meal? The boy, unfamiliar with the concept of treating someone, replied blankly, You get the food, I will pay. After a brief silence, the girl did not respond but asked coldly, How much longer will you hold on? Huh? The boy, caught off guard, was bewildered. Let go of my hand first, she said, her tone slightly frigid. He immediately released her, feeling somewhat lost. Did I grip you too tightly? In his understanding, there was no notion of gender propriety. Observing the boy's perplexed expression, which seemed genuine, She softened her tone. It's not that you hurt me. It's just that boys should not casually hold girls' hands, understand? The boy, feeling awkward, replied, Oh, I'm sorry. Hurry and recharge your card. She urged Dotto. He acknowledged as the girl gazed at his retreating figure. Her eyes shimmered with curiosity. Ultimately, she concluded, if he were merely pretending, he must be a born actor. After the meal, when the boy arrived at the office, Chun Jingyun was seated, engrossed in her phone, her fingers swiping up and down the screen with keen focus. The boy approached and softly called out, Teacher. Chun Jingyun looked up with a gentle smile. Ah, you've arrived, Uni. He replied. She stood up, let us go. She had already selected an apartment online and communicated with the landlord to view it that afternoon. The apartment was situated in a single-unit dwelling adjacent to the pedestrian street. Merely a 10-minute walk from the school, making it exceedingly convenient. The landlord informed them that this apartment was predominantly occupied by young individuals from out of town who had come to work, including several young teachers. Given the abundance of nearby educational institutions, elementary, middle, and high schools, the tenant turnover was relatively safe. Moreover, the pricing was quite reasonable, making the housing scarce. It had recently become available due to 2 prior tenants vacating. And as of yesterday, one had been rented out again, leaving only 1 unit available. Chun Jingyun and the boy inspected the room, which measured 28 square meters and included a bathroom, furnished with a bed, a small wooden table, and a chair. How does it look? Is it acceptable? Chun Jingyun inquired. It's fine, he replied. Having grown accustomed to a life of simplicity, living on the ground, beneath the sky, and using a corpse as a pillow, he was not one to be picky. Thus, Chun Jingyun engaged in an intense negotiation with the landlord, her words flowing like water, ultimately managing to lower the already reasonable price from 600 yuan to 530 yuan per month. Just as she was about to pull out her phone to make the payment, the boy produced a wad of cash from his pocket. Teacher, I have money. Chun Jingyun regarded him with softened eyes. You should save this money for future expenses. I have already reported your situation to the school, and they have decided to provide you with a monthly stipend of 1,500 yuan, including during the winter and summer breaks. However, the funds will take a few days to process after the paperwork is completed. I'll cover your costs for now. All right? She was equally surprised that the school was willing to allocate such a substantial amount, but upon reflection, it made sense. The institution likely recognized the boy's potential. If he were to thrive in the future, the benefits to the school would far outweigh the assistance given to him. Other students might not receive such generous support. Although a bit mercenary, the school was not a charitable organization, and high school was not compulsory education. Teacher, I genuinely have money, he insisted, his demeanor earnest and resolute. Chun Jingyun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately relented. If he believed he could manage, then so be it. Children also possess their own stubbornness. With the housing situation resolved, they turned their attention to procuring some daily necessities. Chun Jingyun accompanied him to the supermarket, and half an hour later, they returned to the apartment laden with bags. After checking the items, she expressed satisfaction. We should have gathered all the essentials for daily life. If you find you need anything else later on, just go to the supermarket, all right? The scholarship will be approved in a couple of days, so no need to worry, but do be frugal, understand? Chun Jingyun thought to herself. Just graduated and already playing the role of a mother. The boy surveyed the once sparsely furnished room, now feeling somewhat crowded. He felt a sense of disorientation, having left one place for school just yesterday, and now having a place to call his own in these few days. He had encountered many kind individuals willing to assist him, like the caring homeroom teacher before him, the quiet yet studious classmate, the somewhat hard-to-understand Xian, the boss lady who encouraged him to study diligently, and the inspector who helped him prepare for competitions. The people here seemed utterly different from those he had known before. Thank you, teacher, the boy said earnestly and sincerely. Chun Jingyun smiled and patted his head. Your diligence in studying is the best way to thank me, you know? He nodded. Chapter 29. Together we walk at school. Upon returning to the classroom, the boy found the girl asleep at her desk, her petite head turned towards the window, which was also the direction of his seat. He tiptoed back to his place. Feeling wide awake and choosing not to sleep, he retrieved the dictionary she had given him that morning from his drawer and began to peruse it with great interest, as he became engrossed. The girl's long, beautiful eyelashes fluttered, and her lovely eyes slowly opened, still glistening with a hint of moisture. The sight that greeted her was the boy, lost in concentration. Curiously, she watched as he moved his lips slightly, his fingers occasionally tracing the pages of the dictionary. While many had been seen memorizing vocabulary from English books, it was a first to witness someone so earnestly studying Chinese characters from a Chinese dictionary. "Do you need to memorize English words for the dictation this afternoon?" she asked, suppressing a smile. The boy looked up. "Dictation? What is that?" She sat up straight. "Take out your English book." After rummaging through his drawer for a moment, he produced the English book and placed it before her. "You recognize the words English so quickly?" she exclaimed, surprised. "According to the dictionary's arrangement, those two characters should have been further down the list. I don't recognize the character for English, but I do know language. The character for language," he clarified. "All right then." The young girl, possessing an air of cool detachment, remarked that both characters were well versed in the nuances of Chinese characters, complete with their respective pinyin. Thus, the two commenced a reciprocal journey of teaching and learning. As it was still the lunch break, they conversed in hushed tones to avoid disturbing their classmates, maintaining a close physical proximity. Observing this scene, Duan Ziyang, seated in the front row, clenched his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Zhang Pengfei, having just awoken, promptly buried his head back on the desk, thinking to himself that he should avoid any misfortune. Time progressed to the final class of the day, physical education. The students gathered on the playground, and after a warm-up session, their PE teacher, He Jijia, announced loudly, "I hear we have a new student in our class. Is that correct?" "Yes," came the collective response. He Jijia smiled and continued, "That's splendid. Our class now has an even number of students, allowing us to finally partake in some fun exercises rather than just watching other classes perform tricks." Everyone erupted in cheers upon hearing this news. With the nation vigorously promoting martial arts for all, aiming to cultivate a robust martial city and strengthen the country's martial prowess, physical education had been formally included in the college entrance examinations. Consequently, PE classes had become increasingly rigorous, often consisting of extensive physical training before any free time was allotted. Though termed as free activity, it typically boiled down to merely resting before class concluded. However, this upcoming fun physical exercise class promised to be considerably lighter. Previously, they could only watch other classes enjoy their activities, while they themselves were left to endure the training in silence. They had protested, yet He Jijia insisted that the uneven class sizes made it impossible to divide them into pairs without leaving someone out. That wretched old man was cunning, clearly seeking to push them harder. He Jijia cheerfully announced, "Now that we have exactly 44 students, you have 1 minute to pair up." At once, the students began to form teams. Except for Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli, who remained stationary. The former was uncertain about how to proceed, while the latter simply did not wish to move. Yet, when a girl is hesitant to act, there will always be someone willing to step forward on her behalf. Duan Ziyang was that person. He approached the girl with a calm and graceful demeanor, gently asking, "Yingli, may I team up with you?" He was confident, believing that she would not decline this time, as she typically preferred solitude and was unfamiliar with her classmates. Having known each other since middle school, he felt they were the closest in their class. Naturally, a paired physical activity would inevitably involve some degree of physical contact. This thought ignited a warmth within him. Yet, imagination often runs wild, while reality proves starkly different. No, came the girl's cool rejection. She could pair with anyone else, but not with Duan Ziyang, for she sensed that he harbored ulterior motives and wished to afford him no opportunity. Duan Ziyang's face flushed crimson as he caught whispers from nearby classmates. Attempting to suppress his rising anger, "Why?" he questioned, to which she coldly replied, "There is no reason. I simply do not wish to." He refrained from being direct with her, and she too hesitated to be overly harsh. "Then who will you team up with?" Everyone else has already formed their pairs. He had deliberately waited until now to approach her, convinced she would not seek out another partner, while others would be disinclined to approach her due to her aloofness. The girl cast a glance at the boy's position before gracefully making her way toward him. Duan Ziyang abruptly turned, his gaze landing on Jiang Yuni, still standing motionless, his fists clenched. "You requite something," he muttered through gritted teeth. "You'll team up with me," the girl stated coolly as she reached the boy. He appeared momentarily stunned, simply responding with a soft, "Oh," He Jijia then announced. "All right, since everyone has formed their pairs, let us commence the first event. Follow me." He led the group to the playground, where 2 large boxes were positioned at the starting line. One box contained ropes, while the other held jump ropes. The class would consist of 3 events: a 3,000-meter relay, a 200-meter sprint, and a 3-minute jump rope challenge. The 5 pairs with the lowest rankings would be required to complete a total of 100 push-ups or sit-ups. Punishments could be cumulative. Is that clear? A student inquired. What do you mean by a total of 100 push-ups or sit-ups? Hijija clarified. It means that the penalized pair must collectively perform 100 push-ups or sit-ups. Oh, understood. Hijija continued. If you comprehend, take a rope and bind your feet. Upon hearing this, students rushed forward to grab the ropes. The girl instructed, You go grab one, the boy replied. Oh, and waited for the crowd to disperse before retrieving a rope from the box. How do we bind them? He asked, holding the rope before her. The girl took the rope and contemplated for a moment. Extend your left leg. The boy obediently stretched out his left leg, only to see her bring her right leg next to it. Aligning their calves, the girl crouched down, binding their ankles with the rope before standing up and giving it a tug. The boy hesitated, fearing he might hurt her. Hijija observed that the students were nearly ready. Are we all set? If so, let us begin. Everyone, to the starting line. At this command, the students hastily moved forward to secure spots at the front, while the boy and girl calmly positioned themselves at the back. On your marks, get set, go. The pairs formed lines and commenced the lengthy 3,000-meter journey. The girl suddenly realized that she and the boy were running quite in sync. She hadn't made a conscious effort to coordinate with him. Rather, it was evident that he was adjusting his pace to match hers. Moreover, she noticed that not only were their calves pressed together, but their arms were also brushing against one another to maintain a synchronized rhythm. This proximity, a new experience for the girl who had never engaged in physical contact with others, made her somewhat uncomfortable. It was not a matter of being a germaphobe. She simply preferred to keep her distance from others, regardless of gender. However, this discomfort quickly transformed into curiosity. The weather in March was not particularly cold, and both were dressed rather lightly. With each unintentional brush as they ran, the girl could faintly discern the well-defined muscles of the boy's arms. Such distinct definition suggested a level of training that was not easily achieved without intention. Chapter 30. Close contact. The effectiveness of a water bucket is determined by its shortest plank. The girl possessed excellent physical stamina, ranking among the top of her female classmates, with even some boys unable to match her. Meanwhile, the boy was a physical marvel, and as he strived to synchronize with her, he utilized his remarkable reflexes to adjust his stride to her rhythm. Their speed, combined with their seamless coordination, placed them far ahead of the competition. The girl, feeling his steady and powerful breathing beside her, found her own slightly erratic breath beginning to stabilize. Now on the 6th lap, they had already covered 2,000 meters. Though she felt a hint of fatigue, she was determined to maintain her pace, unwilling to yield, especially seeing the boy remain unflustered, his face devoid of color. Breathing steadily. Eventually, they crossed the finish line, concluding their 3-kilometer endeavor, having left the second-place pair trailing by a considerable distance, while the last pair had been overtaken long before. The girl bent over, hands on her knees, panting heavily, droplets of sweat glistening on her smooth forehead. You could have run slower, the boy remarked, no need. I'm not tired, she replied coolly. Hijija, seated at the judge's table, called out to the boy. What's the name of the new student? Your stamina is impressive, Jiang Yuni, he replied. Soon, all students completed their laps, and Hijija allowed them a 5-minute break. A chubby boy, dragging his teammate along, approached the boy with a teasing grin. Jiang, you're quite fast. It's Tang who doesn't want to slow down, the boy responded. Oh, the chubby boy replied knowingly. The girl cast a disinterested glance at him. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the chubby boy patted the boy's shoulder, his expression turning serious. But I believe a man shouldn't run too quickly. With that, he hurriedly retreated, not wanting to meet Tang Li's imposing gaze. The boy scratched his head, pondering, what is Qian talking about? His words are as perplexing as ever. I need to brush up on my dictionary skills, the girl remarked coolly. Who knows what he means? At that moment, Hijija interjected. All right, have you all caught your breath? Let us prepare for the next event. He led the group to the starting line for the 200-meter sprint. During this sprint, your speed may increase, so ensure you coordinate well with your partner. Safety is paramount, understood? Understood. The students responded in unison. Good, we have 8 lanes. We'll have 4 groups at a time, with each group occupying 2 lanes, do not stray into another group's lane. Is that clear? Yes, came the reply. All right, which 4 groups will go first? We'll run, the girl declared. Oh, the boy responded. Thus, they positioned themselves in the first and second lanes, the girl binding her right leg, strategically placing herself in the inner lane. 3 more groups, He Jie announced. Duan Ziyang, noticing Tang Ingli step forward, also pulled Zhang Pengfei to join in. Standing beside the youth on the 3rd and 4th tracks, Zhang Pengfei occupied the inner lane, adjacent to the youth. Duan Ziyang whispered something into Zhang Pengfei's ear. Zhang Pengfei responded with a somewhat stiff nod, prompting a look of satisfaction from Duan Ziyang. Soon, the 4 groups assembled. He Jie called out, "Take your positions. Prepare, run." Thanks to the previous 3 kilometers of practice, a tacit understanding had developed among them. Everyone surged forward like wild stallions freed from their restraints. With the youth's cooperation, the boys and girls ran swiftly. However, Duan Ziyang's group was not lagging behind. Consisting of 2 boys, they possessed a natural speed advantage. At the start, they were already ahead of the boys and girls. To overtake them, it seemed they would have to wait for the bend. Before long, the group entered the bend, and the boys and girls shifted into overtaking mode, swiftly catching up to students in lanes 5 and 6, as well as 7 and 8. Just as they were about to exit the bend, they caught up to Duan Ziyang's group, running neck and neck with them. At that moment, however, Duan Ziyang's group seemed to falter. Zhang Pengfei lost his balance and veered off the track, colliding with the youth's shoulder. The youth, focused entirely on the rhythm of the girl beside him, was oblivious to the situation in the adjacent lane. At that instant, as his right foot landed, he felt a sudden jolt against his shoulder, prompting an instinctive forward thrust of his left leg. The abrupt movement of his left leg inadvertently pulled the girl's right leg forward. Caught off guard by the sudden change in pace, the girl found her center of gravity tipping forward, and as she attempted to stabilize herself with her left leg, the overwhelming inertia rendered her efforts futile. "Ah!" she exclaimed as the instigator of this shift. The youth had a slight advantage in reaction time over the girl. Moreover, his strength was considerable compared to hers. He could certainly maintain his balance despite her forward lunge pulling at him. Yet how could he bear to watch the girl tumble to the ground without intervening? He swiftly twisted his body, orienting himself toward her, wrapping his right arm around her delicate shoulder while instinctively encircling her slender waist with his left hand. Both of them crashing to the ground together. The youth cushioned her fall, and she landed softly against him. His first impression was that her body felt incredibly soft. He gently patted her shoulder, staring blankly as he asked, "Are you all right?" The girl shook her head in his embrace, attempting to push herself up, but realized that their legs were entangled, making it difficult to rise. Thus, she had no choice but to roll over him. Sitting on the ground beside him, as the weight lifted from him, the youth sat up as well. The girl looked at him and asked, "Does it hurt?" He scratched his head and replied, "I'm tough." "It doesn't hurt." At that moment, Duan Ziyang and Zhang Pengfei approached. Duan Ziyang wore a sullen expression, recalling the scene of their collision, feeling a wave of frustration. Zhang Pengfei, however, looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, classmate Zhang." "Classmate Tang, it was my fault for bumping into you. Are you both all right?" The girl ignored them, continuing to gaze at the youth. "Are you injured?" He shook his head. "No," she insisted. "Let me see." He asked, "See what?" Without further ado, she grasped his right hand. The youth's jacket was already stained with red from the plastic track, and there were minor abrasions at the joints. "Lift your sleeve so I can take a look," she instructed. The youth was unsure of what lift meant but could roughly guess what she wanted him to do. He rolled up his jacket sleeve, revealing slight abrasions at the joints, but the rest was unscathed. The girl muttered her assessment, "Your skin is quite thick." While the exchange between the youth and girl was heartwarming, the atmosphere around Duan Ziyang and Zhang Pengfei turned awkward. Duan Ziyang fixed a piercing gaze on the youth, wishing it were he who had fallen instead. Just then, He Jie rushed over from the starting point. "What happened? Is it serious?" The youth replied, "It's nothing." He Jie, not entirely convinced, checked the youth's arm and confirmed there were no significant injuries. He then turned to the girl. "Ingli, are you hurt?" Upon seeing her shake her head, he directed a serious look at Duan Ziyang and Zhang Pengfei, demanding, "Now, explain what happened." Zhang Pengfei took responsibility. "Teacher, I mismanaged my stride, lost my balance, and bumped into classmate Zhang." He Jie chastised. "I've warned you about safety first. It's better to be slow than to get injured, yet you refused to listen." Fortunately, neither student was seriously harmed this time. Otherwise, how would you explain this? Zhang Pengfei looked down, too ashamed to speak, while Duan Ziyang remained unfazed. He Jijia addressed the youth and girl. Your score's 1 T count for this event. Just take a good rest. He then pointed at Duan Ziyang and Zhang Pengfei. You two weren't careful. You will receive a penalty and join the last 5 for the next activity. Understood, teacher, Zhang Pengfei muttered softly. Duan Ziyang remained silent. The girl cast a glance at Duan Ziyang, her brows furrowing slightly, but she said nothing. She untied the rope around her ankle and walked with the youth to sit by the flower bed at the finish line. Thank you, she said. The youth fidgeted. I can't take a fall. She retorted. You're silly. He asked. What? She replied. Nothing. Aside from their little mishap, the subsequent races proceeded smoothly. Soon, all the groups had completed their runs. A chubby boy scampered over to the youth. Brother Jiang, are you all right? The youth asked. What do you mean? The boy responded. Are you still able to eat? The girl interjected. The youth pondered. If I memorize the dictionary, will I understand what classmate Qian is saying? The girl, stifling a laugh, replied, probably not. You should also memorize an ancient Chinese dictionary to be able to. Now it was Qian Xuanrui's turn to be baffled. He inquired, what odd things are you two memorizing? He Jijia announced, all right, prepare for the final competition. Each group grab a jump rope and follow me. Hurry up, we need to leave some time for the students receiving penalties. Everyone eagerly grabbed jump ropes and followed He Jijia to the basketball court. He Jijia explained, the rules are simple. I'm sure you've seen other classes play. 2 people share 1 rope. 1 swings while 2 jump. The competition lasts 3 minutes. Is everyone clear? The group chorused. Understood. Great. Find your spots and reset the jump rope counters. Modern jump rope counters are quite intelligent, with a sensor installed in the middle of each rope that only counts when it completes a full rotation between the handles. The youth and girl chose a spot in the corner, exchanging glances. The youth asked, how do we jump? The girl felt a bit awkward, as she was uncertain herself. She rarely paid attention to others and had never closely observed how other classes jumped. Slightly tilting her head to glance at her classmates nearby, she soon realized, stand facing each other like this. You swing the rope. Previously, it had been the youth coordinating with her, and he had done so quite well. Now, she wanted to try coordinating with him. Before the youth could ask again, He Jijia called out, ready? When I say jump, you start. 3, 2, 1. Jump. Instantly, whoosh, 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 the crowd began to jump, while the youth remained still, watching others, not moving. The girl asked, puzzled, why aren't you jumping? The youth, feeling awkward, replied, I don't know how to jump. The girl was taken aback. It turned out he had genuinely been asking how to jump. After a moment, the youth declared, I'm starting now. The girl replied, okay. Ultimately, the youth and girl did not perform well in this event, finishing in last place. This was because the girl, attempting to coordinate with the youth, lacked extraordinary reflexes and could not compensate for their still developing synergy. Consequently, they encountered several instances of the rope getting caught, and they started at least 10 seconds slower than everyone else. How could they catch up? I am sorry. I've never jumped rope before, the youth apologized. The girl replied, I didn't coordinate well either. He Jijia chuckled. The bottom 5 groups, please begin your performance. The youth inquired, how do we execute the penalty? The girl, feeling exasperated, instructed, you squat down, and I'll demonstrate. The youth complied and squatted. The girl placed her delicate hands on the ground, stating, your palms should be shoulder-width apart. Then she lowered her body, her arms bending at a 45-degree angle, ensuring her back remained straight. She glanced at the youth, asking, did you learn that? He replied, Then Duan Ziyang chimed in, how can you let a girl do the penalty for you? You coward, he pointed at the youth. Raising his voice, the youth looked at Duan Ziyang, feeling somewhat helpless. I didn't ask her to do my penalty. Duan Ziyang scoffed, still trying to deny it. If you didn't, why is she doing it while you just watch? Youth, he was about to say that he wouldn't when the girl interrupted him. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, she coldly addressed Duan Ziyang. First of all, did you see me finish all 100? How dare you slander him? Secondly, we are a group. If we lose the game, we are punished together. Where does the notion of substitution arise? Lastly, he was injured because of me. Isn't it only fair that I bear his punishment as well? The portly boy immediately chimed in loudly. That's right, he muttered to himself. It was said that he was the top of the grade. Terrifying indeed, yet he insisted on putting himself in the line of fire. Some classmates who usually found Duan Ziyang displeasing also chimed in. Exactly, exactly. Duan Ziyang's face turned a shade of red and white. He roared inwardly. Why? He was clearly speaking up for her. How could she turn against him like this in the end? He attributed all the blame to the youth. The little farce concluded with Duan Ziyang left speechless, and everyone resumed their own activities. The youth murmured, "Thank you." The girl replied coolly, "What I said is simply the truth. You were injured, and I can take on your punishment too." The youth hastily declined, "No need, I'm fine." Saying this, he quickly positioned himself to do push-ups. Seeing this, the girl said nothing and also began to do push-ups. It would be more appropriate for girls to do sit-ups, but the ground was too dirty. Besides, for her, it was all the same. As the physical education class ended, everyone hurried to the cafeteria, and the youth and girl were no exception. Passing by the small shop, the girl said, "I'll buy something." The youth replied, "Oh." Before long, the girl emerged, and the youth noticed she hadn't bought anything, but he didn't pay it any mind. After finishing their meals, they sat down at a table. Suddenly, the girl said, "Extend your hand." The youth replied, "Huh?" He watched as the girl pulled a band-aid from her pocket. She repeated, "Extend your hand." "Oh?" The youth, confused, obediently extended his left hand, as his right hand was occupied with chopsticks. The girl sighed, "Not this one, your right hand." The youth responded, "Oh." He withdrew his left hand and extended his right. The girl instructed, "Roll up your sleeve." The youth complied. The girl waved the band-aid in front of him. "Do you know what this is?" The youth shook his head blankly. "No," the girl explained. "It's called a band-aid. It can protect wounds from contamination." The youth replied, "Oh." The girl helped him apply the band-aid. As for why she chose a pink one, she herself did not know. Chapter 32. Emerging from the mud unstained at 7 o'clock in the evening, evening study began. Chun Jingyun made a special trip to the classroom to check if the youth was there. Only when she saw him sitting in his seat did she feel relieved and leave work. The youth was still struggling to memorize the dictionary. If he did not recognize all the characters, he could not complete his homework, as he could not even comprehend the questions. Surely, he couldn't translate them all manually? The thick dictionary had already been flipped through halfway by him. The girl could not help but wonder if he could really remember so much by reading so quickly. She knew the youth was only recognizing characters and not looking at word combinations or meanings. But flipping through so quickly was quite excessive. There were about 20 characters per page, and he seemed to flip a page every half minute. Did he really think he possessed photographic memory? To fulfill the task assigned by the teacher, to pay more attention to Jiang Tongxue, out of concern for her classmates, she leaned closer to the youth and softly asked, "Can you really remember it all by reading so fast?" The girl's breath was like orchids. The youth shifted his gaze from the dictionary, slightly tilting his head to look at her, and replied softly, "I should be able to." The girl said, "Let me test you." She glanced at the dictionary and found that he had already reached the characters starting with the letter P. Thus, she wrote a few characters starting with A, B, C, and D on a piece of draft paper. The youth read them out one by one, and the girl looked at him with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Could he truly be a genius? She was skeptical. So, she wrote each character one by one. "You are smart." The youth read them out again, but upon finishing, he felt something was amiss. The girl said, "All right, the test is done. You pass." The youth replied, "Oh." Then, he lowered his head again to continue reading the dictionary. Half an hour before the end of evening study, the youth closed the dictionary. He had memorized everything. The girl murmured, "Monster." Yet, she thought that the youth must have known some characters to begin with. He couldn't possibly be completely uneducated. After all, anyone who has attended school, even if they didn't study diligently, would pick up some knowledge through exposure. The youth asked, "What?" The girl replied, "Nothing." The youth paid no mind and began to take out his homework to write. The girl reminded him, "Make sure to write your name first, so that when you submit it tomorrow, everyone knows whose it is." The youth asked, "Oh, where do I write my name?" The girl exasperated. "On the cover." She began to doubt whether the youth had really been to school. Before she could ponder further, she saw the youth staring at the cover of the exercise book, seemingly lost in thought. The girl wondered if he couldn't even write his own name. After a moment, the youth began to write. His grip on the pen was somewhat awkward. This was something he had secretly learned from watching the girl write over the past 2 days. He slowly wrote 3 large characters on the cover. Jiang Yuni. The characters were not crooked. On the contrary, they were quite neat. yet they appeared somewhat dull, much like him. The girl stared at the name he had just written, falling into silence. She had a roster freshly prepared by the teacher, and she knew the youth's name consisted of 3 characters. He must have done it intentionally, changing the character from Mud in his name to Taro. The girl thought to herself, indeed? The youth was being deliberate. He knew what Mud was. He didn't want to be reminded of his past, which resembled Mud as described by that man. He didn't want to live forever in the shadow of his past. He wished to forget, to not bring it up, nor to have it brought up. He desired to live anew, under the sun, like a normal person. In truth, Mud could signify mud, but it could also symbolize emerging unstained from the mud. The girl's somewhat cold voice echoed beside him. The youth looked at her in bewilderment. The girl continued, "What I mean to express is that a name is merely 3 characters. It does not possess the power to alter one's future or define one's past. How you choose to interpret it is entirely up to you. You may even regard it as 3 separate Chinese characters without concern. What truly matters is who you are now. Isn't that so?" She was unaware of the youth's past experiences, yet clearly, children with backgrounds like theirs had not likely endured pleasant experiences. Thus, she surmised that the 2 characters Mud must have reminded him of some unpleasant memories, which was why he changed it. That's why she encouraged him not to dwell on his name or be entangled in his past. The girl's voice was cool yet vibrant, akin to a spring that nourished the youth's withered soul. Upon hearing her words, the youth's already bright eyes seemed to shine even more. His brightness was originally due to the inherent clarity of his eyes. Now, it seemed as if a glimmer had appeared within them. "Thank you." The youth suddenly smiled, a genuine smile, saying, "I wrote it wrong just now." The girl was momentarily taken aback by his smile. She had not seen him smile over the past 2 days. Then she noticed the youth crossing out the 3 characters Zhongyuni and rewriting Zhongyuni. Although the girl's words could not instantly alleviate his burdens of the past, they at least alleviated many of his worries and entanglements. After all, if he was not afraid of death, why would he fear a name? The youth mused to himself. At 6:30, evening study concluded. Neither the youth nor the girl left immediately. The former was writing his homework while the latter was assisting him. Although the youth had grasped most of the content covered in class over the past 2 days, some knowledge was interconnected with previous lessons that he had not learned, hence he did not understand. Therefore, he could only seek help from the girl, who patiently taught him without irritation, and the youth was indeed learning quickly. She only needed to explain something once, and he would swiftly grasp its essence. Though the girl was dubbed an academic prodigy by her classmates, she felt that she could not match the youth's pace of learning. This led her to entertain the absurd notion that if he simply lay down on the textbook for a nap, he would master all the knowledge by the next day. At 10:30, the youth had not completed his homework. Although he learned quickly, he had too much to catch up on, even lacking knowledge on some concepts he should have grasped in elementary school. The girl did not find it strange since he had previously not even recognized characters. Indeed, in the face of the extraordinary, the inexplicable was merely normal. The 2 tidied their belongings to leave. The youth only took a dictionary, and without the girl, he could not complete his homework. It was better to learn a few more characters. Although he could now read, he still did not understand the meanings of some words. Upon reaching the school gate, they bid each other farewell. The girl said, "Goodbye." The youth replied, "Goodbye." He watched as the girl approached a middle-aged man, and they exchanged a few quiet words before she climbed onto the back of a small electric scooter. The scooter roared to life, heading in the opposite direction of the pedestrian street. Soon, the 2 disappeared from the youth's sight. The youth murmured to himself, "Is this the family of Tang classmate?" Family. What a luxurious term. Chapter 33. Fragments of the past. The youth walked alone on the path back to his apartment. Apart from a few scattered shops, most establishments had already closed their doors. The dim streetlights cast an elongated shadow of the boy as he lowered his head in contemplation. Were his parents still alive? On that day in the car, he had inquired of the man whether he had seen his parents. The man had remained silent, and such silence could very well be an answer in itself. Perhaps their family had met a fate akin to those victims, the elderly slain, the young and innocent taken away. Suddenly, the youth sensed the presence of someone trailing him. He turned around to find 2 young men, one with dyed yellow hair and the other with green, approaching him. "Hey, brother, care to step inside and chat?" The green-haired youth gestured toward a nearby alley. The 2 flanked the boy, clearly ready to take action should he attempt to flee. The youth regarded them with a peculiar expression. He felt a strange sense of familiarity, but was certain they were not affiliated with that man. They did not wear masks, a requirement for those under the man's orders, discipline, as he would say, and a matter of faith. Furthermore, that man would never allow him to roam free for a couple of days only to snatch him back later. So the question arose, who were they, and what did they want? Were they genuinely here to converse? The youth asked, what shall we discuss? Naive and inexperienced, he was utterly oblivious to the impending danger. The green-haired youth replied flippantly, you'll find out once you step inside, come on. All right, the boy acquiesced. The two, surprised by his compliance, exchanged glances and grinned. Yet the smile appeared oddly sinister. Upon entering the alley, the yellow-haired youth draped an arm over the boy's shoulder. If I were you, I would have run away the moment I saw us. The youth, bewildered, asked, why should I run? In his perception, or rather his imagination, the world beyond that alley was devoid of malice. A sanctuary free from danger. Especially in recent days, he had encountered many kind-hearted individuals. Upon hearing his words, the yellow-haired youth burst into laughter, seemingly mocking the boy's ignorance. Excellent question. Why would you run? The yellow-haired youth chuckled. Exactly, why would you run from us fine young gentlemen? We merely enjoy fighting, gambling, and other pastimes. The youth remained puzzled. The alley was not particularly narrow, allowing the three to walk side by side comfortably, yet it was shrouded in darkness. The moonlight and the distant street lamps barely illuminated their figures and actions. At the end of the alley lay some wooden crates, beside which stood three individuals. One seated atop a crate while the others flanked him on either side. The green-haired youth announced, Boss, I've brought him. With that, he and the yellow-haired youth retreated simultaneously, blocking the boy's escape route. The yellow-haired youth taunted, So, do you understand what we want now? The youth scratched his head. Do you need my help moving these crates? The five individuals in the alley paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. The yellow-haired youth, clutching his stomach, exclaimed, You've got to be kidding me. Is this guy really that dim-witted? The green-haired youth added while pounding the wall, Don't think I'm falling for your act. The youth furrowed his brow, confused by their laughter. Moreover, why should he escape? At that moment, the person seated on the crate spoke up. We indeed require your assistance, but it doesn't involve moving boxes. The youth asked, What assistance? The man continued calmly, Allow me to introduce myself. Students in this area refer to me as Red-Haired Boss. I typically collect protection fees or assist certain classmates with their troubles. The youth replied, Oh, so what do you want me to help you with? He failed to grasp the underlying implications of the man's words, only noting his nickname. The red-haired boss assumed the youth had comprehended, and with satisfaction, stated, I want you to keep your distance from your deskmate. Can you manage that? And leave behind 500 yuan, then you can go. Apart from a select few wealthy students, he knew that most did not possess much money. But it was always prudent to ask for a bit more. The youth questioned, How can I keep my distance from her if we are deskmates? The red-haired boss retorted, Then when you're not seated at your desks, maintain a distance, no talking, and certainly no physical contact. The youth, still puzzled, inquired, Why should I keep my distance from my deskmate? The red-haired boss, growing irritated, snapped, Just do as you're told and keep your distance. Why ask so many questions? The youth frowned, I'm sorry, but I cannot assist you with this. The red-haired boss's tone turned aggressive, Damn it. I thought you were sensible, but you're actually quite foolish. Did you really think I was asking for your help? The youth remained silent, still unsure of the man's intentions, particularly why he insisted he stay away from Tang's classmate. Yet he felt an innate aversion towards the man before him, believing the youth's silence stemmed from fear. The red-haired boss softened his tone slightly, So, what do you say? I'll ask you one last time. Can you keep your distance? If you comply, we can all coexist peacefully. To his surprise, the youth repeated, I'm sorry, but I cannot help you with this. Tang Yingli had aided him immensely. From yesterday to today, she had guided him through textbooks, taken him to the cafeteria, taught him characters, defended him in physical education class, and assisted him with his homework, never looking down on him nor judging him. The reason he could find stability in school was largely due to her. How could he possibly distance himself from her? Unless she wished to distance herself from him? The red-haired boss's fury erupted. You think you're being generous, huh? You really believe I'm here to help you? Brothers, teach him a lesson. Make him obedient. Upon hearing this, The four individuals surrounding the youth advanced menacingly. "What do you want?" he asked, bewildered. No one responded. It was not entirely the youth's fault for his ignorance. He had seldom engaged with the outside world. Throughout his past years, he had perceived the world as a dichotomy of black and white, believing that the realm beyond was dark and wicked, while the outside was illuminated and benevolent. Suddenly, the red-haired and green-haired youths lunged forward, seizing his shoulders, while the two in front delivered brutal blows to his abdomen. The youth, realizing the imminent danger, attempted to evade, but his shoulders were firmly gripped, rendering him momentarily helpless and in pain. He doubled over, and the red-haired and green-haired youths raised their elbows, striking his back with force, causing him to collapse to the ground. Thus, the four began to pummel him mercilessly. Though naive, the youth could now sense the malicious intent of this group. The red-haired boss, seated atop the crate, mocked, "Need assistance, do you? Do you still wish for help? Keep your distance, or we'll beat you to death." The boy, who had been attempting to break free, froze at these words. It was as if he suddenly lost his hearing and awareness. The phrase "keep your distance, or we'll beat you to death" echoed relentlessly in his mind, sending tremors through his body. Why was this happening again? Why was it always like this? He had clearly escaped. He had clearly left that place behind. Knock on the door, and if you don't, they will devour you. Lure him in, and if you can't, just die. Tear off this arm, and if you don't want to die, hurry up, don't spit it out. If even a drop of blood leaks, they'll cut off your tongue. Drive the knife into his heart, quickly, if you don't. They'll slice your hands off piece by piece, so you won't have to stab at all. Cold, cruel, and bloody words incessantly surged within the youth's mind. Why was it always about threatening others into doing what they despised? Was this truly entertaining? The youth's eyes, engulfed in darkness, gradually filled with rage. Chapter 34. The youthful king of hell. Unbeknownst to him, the youth had extended his hand, seizing a leg that aimed a kick at him. With his other elbow, he struck forcefully at the assailant's knee. The sound of a bone fracturing echoed. Then came the agonized scream of the green-haired youth, for it was his leg that had been injured. Ignoring the commotion, the boy sprang to his feet, his right fist swinging powerfully toward the face of a nearby youth. The tremendous force sent the young man's head snapping sideways, his body soaring like a broken kite before crashing against the cold wall. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the yellow-haired youth attempted to flee, but as he turned, the youth seized his shoulder. "Be brother." Before he could finish, the youth exerted force, turning the yellow-haired youth's body around. The next moment, the yellow-haired youth felt himself yanked downward by an unseen force. The youth raised his knee, viciously driving it into the top of the yellow-haired youth's head. The latter's body slid down along the youth's knee, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. The youth then turned to face the last of the four assailants, who was now paralyzed with fear, instinctively grabbing a nearby wooden plank and swinging it towards the youth. The youth raised his arm to block, seemingly impervious to pain, and retaliated with a fierce uppercut aimed at the youth's abdomen. The young man suddenly defied gravity, rising diagonally from the ground, while the boy delivered a side kick to his chest. With a resounding crash, the young man crashed into a wooden crate behind him. The boy raised his gaze ahead, his crimson eyes locking onto the figure above the box. The red-haired man panicked, having mentally cursed the ancestors of his adversary multiple times. This individual was formidable. Even the seasoned fighters on the streets might not be able to handle him, and yet, he had been summoned to deal with him. The boy afforded him little time for contemplation, stepping forward with deliberate intent. The red-haired man watched as the boy, who had moments ago been on his knees under assault, now stood before him. He struggled to swallow, stammering, "Let us discuss this calmly. Please don't resort to violence." His voice grew fainter as the boy tightened his grip around his throat. As the pressure increased, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. The boy spoke slowly. "Have you ever killed anyone?" In the darkness, the red-haired man's face flushed with panic as he mustered all his strength to respond. "No, I haven't." With reddened eyes, the boy rasped, "But I have." The red-haired man's eyes widened in horror, feeling as if he were plunging into a frozen abyss. He believed he was on the brink of death, confronted by a demon that had emerged from hell, clutching his throat and threatening to drag him into the depth. He truly feared for his life. If given another chance, no amount of money would persuade him to provoke this boy again. Alive to spend, dead to squander. Just as he felt consciousness slipping away, the boy suddenly released him. The red-haired man gasped as the pressure around his neck vanished. Collapsing to the ground and clutching his throat, retching in agony, he breathed in deeply, like a drowning man being pulled from the depths. Are you also students of Qingshan's 6th middle school? The boy's eyes had regained their clarity, and upon hearing the red-haired man's words, he recalled past events, triggering an instinctive response in his mind and body. Yet his subconscious restrained him from acting excessively, such as killing them. The red-haired man, breathless, hurriedly replied, "No, we aren't." He was terrified. He had no doubt that the boy would take his life. The boy furrowed his brow. Then how did you come to target me? Who sent you? He had only been out for 2 days and felt he hadn't offended anyone. The red-haired man dared not conceal anything. We don't know who that person is, but he wore the 6th middle school uniform. He approached us, gave us a wad of cash and a photograph, and instructed us to do this. The boy demanded, "Show me the photograph." Without hesitation, the red-haired man pulled out his phone to display it. The image was taken in a classroom, showing a boy and a girl seemingly engaged in discussion. The boy fell silent. It must have been during lunch break. The classroom was mostly empty, and in that direction, it was them. Why would they do this? The boy couldn't comprehend. He turned to the red-haired man, the glow from the phone illuminating his pale face, and asked, "What trouble arises from fighting or killing?" The red-haired man froze momentarily, and as realization struck, his hair stood on end, his pupils dilating. He pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I understand my mistake. I won't dare again." The boy, his tone devoid of emotion, replied, "I didn't say I would kill you. Just answer my questions." His demeanor was calm, as if inquiring about something trivial. The red-haired man stammered, "Killing is illegal. One would be arrested for fighting is also wrong." The boy pressed on. "What does it mean to break the law? Who enforces it?" The red-haired man, too anxious to question why the boy asked such things, responded, "Breaking the law means violating regulations set by the state, and one would be apprehended by the police." The boy inquired, "Law? What is law?" The red-haired man blinked in confusion. "Law is the guidelines established by the government." The boy murmured to himself, "I see. Rules." He turned and walked out of the alley, gaining a new perspective on the world outside. There existed a dichotomy of good and evil here, yet the wicked were constrained by certain rules, deterred from blatant wrongdoing. That rule was called law. In a place devoid of rules, strength dictated one's actions without consequence. Yet, it seemed they too feared this so-called law. At least, that had been the case. Curiosity about the law began to stir within him. He wondered whether his past actions could be deemed illegal. That person had said killing was against the law. Would he also face arrest? But he felt he had done nothing wrong. Dragging his heavy steps, he slowly made his way toward the apartment. As for the young men in the alley, despite the apparent violence of the boy's actions, he had intentionally avoided targeting vital areas. Consequently, although the youth suffered fractures, loss of consciousness, and some nearly perished, none faced fatal consequences. He merely aimed to impart a lesson. He understood all too well how to instill sufficient fear and pain without leading to death. Don't ask, just know from experience. Once the boy departed, the red-haired man felt as though a weight had been lifted, collapsing to the ground, gazing skyward, gasping for breath. Finally, this living demon had departed. He had never appreciated the freshness of air so much. He paid no heed to the boy's final inquiries. It was perfectly normal for a demon to venture into the mortal realm to inquire about the law. Wasn't it? Chapter 35. The fighting girl just past 6 in the morning. The boy appeared at the school gate, one hand clutching a dictionary, the other holding soy milk and steamed buns. Having learned from yesterday's experience, he deliberately arrived a bit later today. Is that Tang? Spotting a familiar silhouette ahead, he quickened his pace to catch up. The girl had just entered the school and was heading toward the classroom when a bag of steaming buns appeared before her. "Here, have some." The same person, the same gaze, the same buns, reappeared before the girl at a different time and place. She replied coolly, "Why did you buy these for me again?" "I owe you." The girl, puzzled, asked, "What do you owe me?" "I owe you 29 kwai. I need to buy you 6 breakfasts." She paused, having forgotten until he mentioned it. Nodding gently, she accepted the bag. The two ascended the stairs together to the classroom. As the girl enjoyed the breakfast the boy had brought her, he busied himself with yesterday's homework. She cast a glance at him writing and, after a moment, remarked coolly, "You have something on your mouth." The boy blinked. "My mouth?" Then he recalled being struck the previous night. The red-haired man had said, "You'd better be the one who got hit." The boy shrugged it off. "I just accidentally fell last night." She clarified, "I meant there's bun filling on your lip." The boy. Actually, during the assault from the four of them, they didn't hit my face. However, unbeknownst to him, their attacks posed little threat. Additionally, there were no mirrors in the apartment, leading him to mistakenly believe he was injured. As before, nearing 7 o'clock, students gradually filled the classroom, including Duan Ziyang. When he entered, he deliberately glanced at Zhang Yuni, noticing she had her head down and wasn't conversing with Tang Yingli, a slight smirk curling his lips. In the third period, during the combat class, the boy followed the girl into the training room, which was padded with soft mats and contained a ring similar to that of the East City Arena. Gao Xionghui, their instructor, appeared to be nearly 40 and was the head coach of the school's combat team, a former professional fighter. Though he had not won any major competition medals, his status as a professional was undeniable. Standing before the class, he declared robustly, "I hear we have a new student in your class, so let me reiterate. There's no need for you to be modest. With the national push for martial arts education, aiming to cultivate a strong martial arts nation, the status of combat sports has risen significantly in the country, society, and schools. Unlike the previous year's seniors, who had not included combat as an examination subject, this year's cohort might very well face it, so you must practice diligently. Should it indeed be included in the entrance exam, we must be prepared. Understood?" The class chorused, "Understood." Gao Xionghui continued, "All right, let us begin class. Put on your protective gear for safety." Thus, everyone rushed to their lockers to retrieve helmets, gloves, elbow pads, knee pads, and body armor. The complete set of gear was designed to ensure students sustained no injuries. The boy mimicked his classmates, donning the gear as they did. Once suited up, Gao Xionghui instructed, "Let us take 10 minutes to review the shoulder throw we practiced last class." Upon hearing this, everyone paired off to practice. It was evident that these pairs had been prearranged, as the teacher hadn't called them. The boy felt a bit lost, instinctively glancing toward the direction where the girls stood. As he noticed a young girl approaching him slowly. Duan Ziyang immediately made his way towards them. "Let us practice together, Yingli. After all, we are both members of the school's fighting team," he said. "Yuni, you can train with Zhang Pengfei, all right?" He assumed the boy would readily agree, prompting him to soften his tone, even abandoning the term new classmate. To his surprise, the boy simply replied, "No." Duan Ziyang's smile instantly froze. Had he picked up the wrong script, or was this fellow simply out of his mind? He didn't bother to inquire about the progress of the few delinquents, partly due to the hassle, and partly because he believed those ruffians could easily handle this brash young lad. Gritting his teeth, he asked the boy, "Are you sure?" The boy replied, "I am not familiar with him." Duan Ziyang was about to press further when the girl beside him coldly interjected, "Duan Ziyang, what exactly do you intend to do?" Upon hearing this, Duan Ziyang clenched his fists but refrained from lashing out, instead forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. "It's nothing. I was just discussing something with classmate Zhang." He emphasized the word discussing rather heavily. The girl replied icily, "He disagrees, and so do I. You may leave now." She showed no mercy, well aware of Duan Ziyang's repeated attempts to trouble Zhang Yuni. Duan Ziyang, maintaining a gentle tone, said, "Yingli, is it really necessary to speak to me this way?" "I mean no harm," the girl retorted. "You know it yourself." With that, she gestured for the boy to follow her to the side for practice. Duan Ziyang glared at Zhang Yuni with malice. The boy cast a blank look at Duan Ziyang before following the girl. "What audacity!" Duan Ziyang thought as he watched them depart. In the corner of the training room, the girl said, "We learned the shoulder throw in the last class. I'll teach you." The boy replied simply, "Oh." She instructed, "Extend your hand." The boy complied, raising his arm obediently. The girl stepped forward with her left foot, grasped the boy's left arm, then swiftly turned while thrusting her hips upward, exerting force with her hands. In an instant, the boy was pressed against her back, lifted off the ground, sliding over her shoulder before crashing heavily onto the floor. Of course, the heaviness was merely due to his own weight. The girl hadn't put much force into the throw. Lying on the ground, the boy's eyes lit up. He realized he did not actually know how to fight, nor had he ever trained in combat sports. The moves he knew were only suitable for causing harm, forced upon him to learn. If he did not teach himself, he would be at the mercy of others or worse, beaten to death. The girl leaned down and asked, "Does it hurt?" The boy replied, "Not really. If it doesn't hurt, why are you lying there for so long?" She asked. "Oh," he said, then stood up. "Did you learn it?" She inquired. "I think I got it," he responded. The girl, accustomed to his behavior, recognized his intelligence and had not elaborated on the technique, opting instead to demonstrate and see if he could pick it up. "Now you try it," she said. "Am I supposed to throw you?" he asked. "What else would it be? Do you intend to throw the teacher?" His bright, spirited eyes twinkled as he mysteriously replied, "No, I'll throw someone else for you to see later." Chapter 36. A fierce beating for Duanziang Gao Shenghui. All right, that's enough. Let's begin today's lesson. 2 consecutive kicks. Duanziang, come up here and assist me with the demonstration. Duanziang's lips curled into a smirk. "Of course, teacher." He strode confidently to the front, climbing onto the stage. He relished the attention he garnered, particularly from the girl, and thus always appeared radiant whenever he stepped onto the platform, as if it were a glorious achievement. Gao Shenghui quickly explained the key points of the movements before allowing them to practice freely. The girl asked, "Do you want to go first, or shall I?" The boy replied, "You go first." He observed how proficiently she executed the movements, which did not seem like something she had just learned. Earlier, Duanziang had claimed she was part of the school's fighting team. "What is the fighting team?" he wondered. The girl remarked, "It's your turn." "I've got it now," the boy responded. "Oh." Mimicking the teacher and the girl, he began to kick, his posture correct, but his strikes were exceedingly gentle, as if he feared injuring her. The girl said, "There's a difference between kicking hard and lightly. You can kick harder. Wearing protective gear won't hurt." She believed that using force would provide a sense of release and exhilaration. The boy replied, "Oh." Yet, his foot still landed softly on her. The girl sighed. "Shall we have a sparring match?" she asked coolly. The boy replied, "Oh." Though it was termed sparring, it was more of the boy receiving hits, either defending or dodging, but never attacking. The girl frowned. "Why aren't you making a move?" The boy stammered, unable to utter a word. "Are you afraid of hurting me?" she pressed. "Yes," he admitted. The girl scoffed, "Silly, with all this protective gear, how could you possibly hurt me, even if we were actually fighting? You might not be able to injure me." The boy hesitated. "Then I will hit. Go ahead," she said. Thus, the girl witnessed the boy's punches, which were not only slow but also exceedingly weak. She felt a bit speechless. The boy truly did not want to hit her. He feared that if he exerted even a little force, he might harm her, given that she appeared considerably shorter and seemingly delicate. "Thank you," she said sarcastically. The boy, oblivious to the fact that girls were generally shorter than boys, simply stood there. As the class neared its end, Gao Shenghui announced, "All right, that concludes today's lesson. Is there anyone who wishes to step onto the stage for a bit of practice?" At this, a group of boys eagerly raised their hands, but Duanziang was the first to call out, "Teacher, I believe our new classmate Zhang Yini possesses impressive physical abilities. He must have practiced combat sports. How about I spar with him?" Upon hearing this, the boy's lips curled slightly, as he had anticipated this turn of events. Although he still did not understand what the fighting team entailed, it was clearly related to combat, implying that Duanziang was indeed skilled. Given Duanziang's repeated attempts to trouble him over the past few days, he suspected that, regardless of whether it was during class or after, Duanziang would find an excuse to challenge him to a match. Intending to make things difficult for him. As for the reason behind Duanziang's harassment, the boy had pieced it together. It was because of Tang classmate. Each time Duanziang had sought him out, it had been linked to Tang. However, the boy could not fathom why he would act this way due to Tang. He did not comprehend concepts like possessiveness or jealousy, nor did he understand the existence of an enemy known as a rival in love. He only knew that this fellow had summoned others to beat him up yesterday, and he needed to teach him a lesson. Gao Shenghui glanced towards Zhang Yuni, having noticed that the boy had performed quite well earlier. He then asked, "Is that so? Would Zhang classmate be willing?" The girl, standing nearby, wanted to warn the boy that Duanziang was part of the school's fighting team. She knew Duanziang was there to stir up trouble, not genuinely wishing to spar, but the boy spoke up directly, "Sure." The girl was taken aback. She had never seen this side of the boy, so decisive. For the past few days, he had acted as if he would do whatever others suggested, appearing somewhat awkward or uncertain when asked questions. However, with protective gear on and the teacher observing, it likely wouldn't be a significant issue. Although he might become a source of amusement for his classmates. Since he had already agreed, she felt there was nothing she could change. Qian Xuanrui, worried, chimed in, Jiang, think twice. As a savvy student of the 6th school, he was well aware of Duan Ziyang's capabilities. If Jiang agreed to this, it would be akin to offering himself up as a sacrifice. Moreover, Duan Ziyang had been looking for trouble these past few days. He would not likely come out unscathed from this encounter. The boy glanced at him as usual, failing to grasp what the chubby boy was saying. Yet, he perceived the urgency in his eyes and waved him off. Seeing the boy's agreement, Duan Ziyang's heart brimmed with contempt. Mocking him for his ignorance. Coming from a wealthy family, he had been exposed to combat sports from a young age. His father had invested a considerable sum in his training, even hiring a renowned retired fighter from the city as his personal coach. He had seamlessly joined the 6th school's fighting team on the 2nd day of the semester, quickly establishing himself as the top fighter. Unmatched within the school, he was determined to decisively defeat the boy in front of the girl, demonstrating the stark contrast between them, affirming that only he was worthy of her. She was the literary queen of the 6th school, and he was the martial arts king. What a perfect match. As the boy stepped onto the stage, Gao Shenghui positioned himself between them. You two will spar for 3 minutes, 1 round, and please refrain from causing any serious injuries. We need to leave some time for other students. Duan Ziyang replied, Understood, teacher. The boy nodded. Gao Shenghui announced, Begin. As the match commenced, Duan Ziyang's lips curled into a smile as he lightened his steps. The boy found something oddly familiar about his expression and demeanor. As if he had seen it before. Be honest, and please spare me, he thought. They slowly approached one another. Duan Ziyang threw a punch at the boy, eager to gauge his strength. This damned combat proficiency had initially led him to intend to relentlessly pummel the boy. The young boy deftly dodged Duan Ziyang's punch with a nimble tilt of his head. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful uppercut aimed at Duan Ziyang's chin. Duan Ziyang was momentarily dazed. Yet the boy's movements were relentless. Utilizing his momentum, he spun around, lifting his leg to execute a stunning reverse kick. Duan Ziyang was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Gao Shenghui was left speechless. That seamless combination of moves was truly impressive. The girl watched with wide, sparkling eyes, realizing he must have had some martial arts training. No wonder he had rushed to the arena in the eastern part of the city on his first night at school. But then, why had he acted like such a novice just moments ago? The girl couldn't help but pout her rosy lips in contemplation. In truth, she had misjudged the boy. What she perceived as martial arts was merely a collection of improvised techniques he had developed through trial and error in fights. He felt it was unrefined and beneath the standards of true skill. Qian Xuanrui's mouth formed an shape in astonishment. Brother Jiang, I have been too bothersome, he remarked. The classmates below were equally astonished, with the boys mentally exclaiming their admiration while some girls sparkled with excitement. Chapter 37. Cannot follow along. Duan Ziyang stared at the ceiling in disbelief, unable to fathom that the one lying on the ground was himself. Strangely, despite wearing protective gear, the boy's kick had inflicted a tremendous amount of pain, as if the force had penetrated through his armor. This was due to the boy's exceptional control over his strength. He understood that in order to cause harm to someone wearing protective gear, one could either exert significantly more force or concentrate the energy into a smaller area to create a penetrating effect. It was akin to striking a body with a wooden board, which would only result in superficial injuries, whereas a sharpened stick could easily pierce through flesh. Most individuals lack the ability to finely tune their power and control, yet the boy could. This not only allowed him to appear normal in strength, but also to teach Duan Ziyang a lesson. Duan Ziyang, suppressing his pain, slowly rose to his feet, unwilling to believe the boy could be so formidable. He must have simply been careless. He recalibrated his breathing, refraining from any rash attacks, instead focusing intently on the boy's movements. Gao Shenghui nodded in approval from the sidelines. Although the boy could be a bit reckless during training, he could maintain his composure in the ring. Duan Ziyang, hesitant to make a move, found the boy unyielding. The boy swung his right leg, delivering a whip kick with normal force. After all, excessive use of extraordinary techniques would eventually reveal their secrets. Duan Ziyang quickly adjusted his center of gravity and raised his arms to block. After retracting his right leg, the boy swept his left leg horizontally at Duan Ziyang. Once again, Duan Ziyang adjusted his weight, lowering his arms to defend. Before the boy's left leg could fully descend, he twisted his hips sharply, raising his right leg to strike at Duan Ziyang's head. Gasps erupted from the crowd. A double kick. Gao Xionghui watched in astonishment at the boy's technique. Indeed, it was the very double kick he had just taught him. Yet Duan Ziyang, already on guard, had positioned himself low, leaning forward and quickly ducking to evade the blow while preparing to counterattack. Unexpectedly, the boy halted his right leg midair, twisting his knee, folding his calf backward while lowering his thigh. Finally, with a burst of force from his calf, he flicked it against Duan Ziyang's backside. Given Duan Ziyang's forward-leaning posture, the boy's power combined with inertia sent him sprawling across the arena floor. You anticipated my move, that I anticipated your anticipation. It wasn't so much anticipation as it was Duan Ziyang preemptively defending against the boy's double kick. The boy, lacking formal training, was unaware that Duan Ziyang was countering his attack. However, he recognized that Duan Ziyang's center of gravity was low, making him susceptible to dodging the second kick. Thus, he feigned an attack to the head, and the decision to kick his backside was a spur-of-the-moment choice. What malicious intent could the boy possibly harbor? Gao Xionghui shut his eyes, turning his head away in disbelief. He finally understood that if the boy's earlier combination was akin to a surprising victory, then this feigned attack was a masterclass in strategy. Moreover, the boy's movements were clean and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary gestures, truly a promising talent. Gao Xionghui's eyes sparkled, as if he had stumbled upon a rare gem. Below, some classmates stifled their laughter, wary of offending Duan Ziyang, while others had already erupted into fits of laughter. Qian Xuanrui was among them, loudly exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, this is a shrimp and pig heart." Even the usually composed girl found a slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Duan Ziyang, sprawled on the ground, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. How could he, a privileged young man, be kicked in the backside and knocked down by a country bumpkin? He had always lived a life of ease. So how could he endure such disgrace? Anger surged within him as the murmurs and jeers from the crowd faded into oblivion. He felt as though he could no longer hear the world around him. With a fierce roar, he charged at the boy. Gao Xionghui frowned and shook his head. It was evident he had lost, both in terms of combat skill and fighting spirit. The burly boy shouted, "Don't go overboard." As Duan Ziyang, now devoid of reason, rushed at the boy, the latter remained expressionless. The boy stepped forward with his left foot, grasping Duan Ziyang's left arm. With a swift motion, he pivoted, thrusting his hips upward while exerting force with both hands. Duan Ziyang found himself pressed against the boy's back, then lifted off the ground, sliding over his shoulder before being forcefully slammed down onto the mat. Qian Xuanrui remarked, "Brother Jiang is just too versatile." The other boys chimed in, expressing their satisfaction. So cool. Clearly, the classmates held a deep disdain for the arrogant young master. Zhang Pengfei lowered his head, unable to meet Duan Ziyang's gaze, nor that of the boy on stage. The boy straightened up and looked towards the girl, tilting his head as if to ask, "What did you think of that shoulder throw?" The girl, upon seeing this, mimicked his gesture, a slight smile gracing her lips. As Duan Ziyang lay on the ground, the pain jolted him back to reality. Clenching his fists, he fixed his gaze on the ceiling. 3 minutes had passed. The teacher's allotted time was up, and he had lost. Why? Why should a newcomer like him be subjected to this? Why was he allowed to engage in cheerful banter with Tang Li? Why was he able to defeat me? Class dismissed. Gao Xionghui asked the boy to stay behind. With a smile, he said, "Your name is Zhang Yuni, right?" The boy replied, "Yes." Gao Xionghui continued, "I noticed you performed exceptionally well. I would like to invite you to join the school's martial arts team. At noon." As school let out, everyone rushed to the cafeteria for lunch, and the girl also stood up to head that way. The boy followed suit. Noticing him trailing behind, the girl turned, her tone cool as she said, "You should be familiar enough now. You can eat on your own without following me." The boy paused, puzzled. Does being familiar mean I can't follow? The girl hesitated slightly. It's not that you can't, it's just, if you want to follow, then go ahead. Having said this, she turned and walked away briskly. She had just caught a glimpse of the boy's clean, sincere eyes and found herself unable to turn him down. While she did not dislike him, his purity and simplicity made their interactions quite pleasant. She preferred to act independently, where she could avoid unnecessary complications and maintain efficiency. However, if he wished to accompany her, it mattered little. After all, he spoke little and ate quickly, thus not delaying her time. Chapter 38. The girls fluster in the afternoon. The boy was called to the office by Chan Jingyun. She handed him an envelope, saying, "This is the scholarship the school has issued to you for this month. You will receive a similar sum at the beginning of each month going forward, but be sure to spend it wisely." "Understood." The boy replied, "Yes." After school in the afternoon, the girl asked, "Did Gao Laoshi ask you to join the martial arts team this morning?" The boy nodded, "Yes." The girl inquired, "Did you accept?" The boy affirmed, "Yes." Gao Xionghui had informed him that joining the school's martial arts team would provide an opportunity to represent the school in the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. He recalled the older brother mentioning the substantial prize money, rumored to be around 200,000. He had no reason to refuse. While money did not particularly interest him, it was necessary for his daily life. The girl appeared somewhat elated. "Let us go then, grab a bite to eat before heading to the training room." The boy, somewhat dazed, asked, "Are you happy?" He could sense the shift in the girl's emotions. Unlike before, which had been fleeting, this happiness seemed genuine. The girl paused, tilting her head in thought. Yes, a bit. She was indeed pleased. Having engaged in martial arts since childhood, I in the school's martial arts team. Only Duan Ziyang, with his inherent advantages as a boy, could best her. The others were no match. Not wanting to train with Duan Ziyang, she typically practiced on a punching bag or with the instructor, which had become rather monotonous for someone with her cool demeanor. Before long, they finished their meal and arrived at the training room, an area designated for martial arts classes, separate from the regular classroom. As the two individuals entered, it was evident that the gathering had already commenced, with approximately 20 attendees present, both males and females, though the latter were in the minority. They swiftly made their way to the rear of the line. Gao Xionghui stood atop the platform, briefly counting the number of participants. "Is Duan Ziyang not here?" A murmur of speculation erupted from the crowd below. Why hasn't that fellow shown up? Indeed, he is usually the most enthusiastic. The reason for his enthusiasm was well known among the group. Haven't you heard? Apparently, he lost a match and his spirit was shattered. Who is it? A student from our school? Yes, and it seems to be a classmate of his. That's so? Who is it? Why hasn't he come to the fighting team? I heard he is a new transfer student who just arrived a few days ago. Zhuan Dujia, that is quite bold, challenging the top fighter of the school upon arrival. It must be true. That chubby guy from their class mentioned it. Upon overhearing the discussions among his classmates, the young man felt a sudden sense of unease, as though the focus of their conversation was on him. Was it about Qian? Yes, that must be the case. A young woman, tilting her head to gaze at him, blinked her beautiful eyes and remarked, "It seems you've become somewhat famous." The young man scratched his head, at a loss for words. Gao Xionghui signaled for silence. "Let us not dwell on him. Today, we have a new member joining our fighting team. Yuni, please come forward and introduce yourself." Instantly, everyone turned their gaze in the direction Gao Xionghui indicated. Beautiful things always capture attention first. Thus, the first sight that drew their eyes was the enchanting young woman, standing gracefully at the back of the line, fresh and ethereal. After a moment's pause, their eyes shifted to the young man beside her. His complexion appeared slightly pale, yet his eyes shone brightly. Those were the kind of eyes that one would remember after just a glance. The crowd slowly parted, creating a pathway for him. With some experience in self-introduction, he no longer felt as awkward as he had upon first arriving at the school. He stepped forward and climbed onto the platform. Gao Xionghui smiled at him, signaling that he could begin. The young man looked out at his classmates. "My name is Jiang Yuni, and I hope to get along well with everyone in the days to come." Upon finishing, thunderous applause erupted. The young woman also clapped her delicate hands, her beautiful eyes fixed on the now less bashful young man. He seemed to have changed quite a bit since his arrival. The fighting team typically trained once a week, on Friday evenings after school. Members of the team were exempt from evening study sessions and trained from 6:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Of course, students were also welcome to practice in the fighting room during the afternoon, provided they adhered to safety measures. At 8:30 p.m. After concluding the day's training, Gao Xionghui allowed them to practice independently. The young woman led the young man to the adjacent fighting room, donning her protective gear, her gaze blazing with intensity as she declared, "Let us have a match with that." She strode towards the platform. The young man stood frozen for a moment. He had never seen such an assertive expression on her face, which was quite unlike her usual cool demeanor. He responded affirmatively and followed her onto the platform. The young woman, her expression serious, instructed him, You are not to hold back, understand? The young man replied, observing her serious demeanor. He recognized that if he didn't engage seriously in this match, she would surely become upset. The young woman, satisfied, asked, "Are you ready?" He affirmed, thus. She pressed the timer at the edge of the platform. Point 3. The young woman returned to the center of the platform. Point 2.1. The match began. A cold beep echoed from the machine. Aware that her strength could not match his, she resolved to employ a strategy of quick, light strikes. The young man, naturally, went along with her, refraining from relying on brute force. Lacking formal training in fighting techniques, he found it challenging to match her in terms of skill and fluidity. However, his extraordinary reflexes allowed him to keep up with her relentless onslaught. Initially, the young woman felt a sense of pride as she dominated the exchanges. But gradually, she noticed that the young man's movements began to synchronize. Her eyes widened in astonishment. He was stealthily learning from her every move. In the end, the young woman lay sprawled on the platform, disregarding her appearance. Having removed her helmet, her exquisite features were revealed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and the tip of her nose, her flushed face appearing particularly captivating. "Didn't we agree that you wouldn't go easy on me?" She complained. "I didn't let you," he countered. "In terms of technique, I truly cannot match you." The young woman pouted adorably. "I believe that if you chose to go all out, I wouldn't stand a chance." The young man leaned down, gazing into her bright eyes. "That wouldn't be meaningful," his words. Her eyes widened slightly, the reflection of his form captured in her pupils. She felt a sudden flutter of panic, her gaze darting away, uncertain of why she felt this way. The atmosphere in the training room momentarily froze. The young woman understood the deeper implication of his statement when she insisted he should not hold back. It was not her genuine desire for him to unleash his full potential against her. If that were the case, she might as well concede without a fight. After all, he could easily overpower Duanxiang. Defeating her would be no challenge either, given the disparity in strength and speed. Her insistence stemmed from her inability to articulate, "Don't go easy on me," without sounding overly sentimental. Thus, she had simply stated her desire for him not to hold back, despite the inherent risk of being overwhelmed. Yet, her intuition assured her that he would not go that far. Ultimately, the outcome was as she had anticipated. He allowed her to enjoy the match. Her momentary panic was due to the feeling that he had seen through her intentions, leaving her somewhat flustered. The young man, noticing her silence, did not dwell on it. He merely believed that defeating her outright would lack significance. He extended his hand, asking, "Do you need help getting up?" The young woman, still lost in her thoughts, instinctively reached out her hand. Only after extending it did she realize it was inappropriate. She attempted to retract it, but he had already grasped her wrist and pulled her up. The young woman stiffened momentarily but then gracefully rose to her feet. Once she was upright, he released her delicate hand, recalling her words that boys should not casually hold girls' hands. Observing his thoughtfulness, she was not surprised. His intent had simply been to assist her. Eyes cannot deceive. "Did you also learn fighting from a young age?" she asked casually, attempting to ease her embarrassment. However, she immediately berated herself internally for her foolishness. If he had truly been training since childhood, how could she have gained the upper hand in technique and fluidity? As expected, the young man shook his head. "I haven't trained formally." The young woman, curious, inquired, "But you're quite skilled. How come?" She didn't question why he was illiterate, nor was she inquisitive about his background. She rarely paid attention to the matters surrounding her, yet she was genuinely curious about how he could be so proficient without formal training. It was not about him. It was about the level of fighting skills. She admitted to a degree of admiration for strength, as she too yearned to become powerful. After a brief moment of silence, the young man answered, "I was often bullied in the past. Not wanting to be beaten continuously, I learned to fight back, and gradually, I picked it up." Moreover, he felt he wasn't exceptionally skilled compared to those true monsters. The young woman was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a reason. Was it domestic violence? School bullying? Or perhaps he had been victimized by local thugs? She refrained from pressing further, recognizing that this was a part of his past and potentially a scar he bore. She regarded him seriously and asked, "Do you still face bullying now?" Though she did not pry into his past, she deemed it necessary to inquire about his present circumstances. If he were still being bullied, she could offer him assistance. While she maintained an aloof demeanor, She could not simply ignore violence occurring around her. The young man stared at her, momentarily taken aback. That gaze felt familiar. He had seen it in Chan Jingyun's eyes before. No, not anymore. The young woman patted his shoulder reassuringly. If it happens again, you must tell me. I will protect you. With that, she gracefully leaped off the platform to gather her belongings. Under normal circumstances, she would never utter such words as I will protect you. However, since she had initiated the topic, she felt a sense of responsibility. The young man remained on the platform, momentarily dazed, gazing after the stunning silhouette of the young woman. On Saturday morning at 5:30 a.m., the young man opened his eyes to the soft light filtering through the window, enveloped in the warmth of his bed. After a moment of lingering reluctance, he extricated himself from the gentle embrace of slumber that ensnared countless students. He made his way to the bathroom to brush his teeth, initially unaware of the purpose of the toothbrush and toothpaste, as well as the various bottles for shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent. All these items had been purchased for him by Chan Jingyun, and he had no understanding of their USE.IT until he learned to read that he discovered the importance of dental hygiene, the necessity of specialized cleaning products for bathing, and that water should be boiled before drinking. These were all things previously unknown to him in the past. When he got dirty, he would simply jump into a river to wash off. Clothes included, regardless of the season. Thirsty, he drank directly from the river. After brushing his teeth, the young boy did not venture out to buy breakfast. Instead, he settled down in his room to read. He had inquired again with Fatty the day before whether the competition was indeed scheduled for Saturday night. Fatty assured him that a Huaxia person does not deceive another Huaxia person in the afternoon at Liwan Garden. A young girl donned a loose-fitting black sports outfit, complemented by a black cap, exuding an air of youthful vitality. She slipped on her shoes by the shoe rack at the entrance and called softly into the house, "Aunt Chin, I'm heading out." Upon hearing this, a woman with refined features emerged from the room, gently replying, "Xiao Li, please be careful on your way." The girl waved her hand reassuringly, saying, "I know, Aunt Chin, don't worry." With that, she opened the door and stepped outside. The woman, known as Su Miaoqin, watched her leave, letting out a quiet sigh. Her husband, Wu Jiangwo, was a close friend of the girl's father, whose family had suffered a tragic accident 8 years prior. Her grandparents had been murdered, and her parents subsequently went missing. Wu Jiangwo ultimately decided to adopt the girl, who continued to address them as Uncle Wu and Aunt Chin. This child had always been sensible and obedient, yet they secretly wished she could be a bit more willful. Like other children who could express their emotions freely. At Lianggu Fighting Gym, the girl entered with familiarity. The gym was quite spacious, divided into 2 sections, one for fitness and the other for fighting, featuring 3 rings, several punching bags, and various other combat-related equipment. At the reception sat a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s. Upon seeing the girl, he smiled and greeted her. "Xiao Li, good afternoon." "Good afternoon, Liang uncle, I want to watch the match tonight." The girl replied, "Of course, I knew you'd say that. Every time you come in, it's the first thing you mention," Liang uncle said with a hint of exasperation. He was the owner of the gym. Zhong Jiaoyang, a friend of Wu Jiangwo who had once shared insights about the national promotion of combat sports, inspiring him to open this gym that blended fighting and fitness, becoming one of the pioneers in the field. Now, it had grown to a considerable scale. The girl muttered, "I clearly said good afternoon first." Chapter 40. German suplex in the evening at the East City Arena. The weekend crowd was even larger than usual, making the venue incredibly lively. The girl sat in the first tier of the audience, absorbing the cheers and the booming music, feeling herself come alive with the atmosphere. Zhong Jiaoyang glanced at the girl beside him, momentarily lost in thought. She only looked like a child at times like this. Soon, after the host's enthusiastic opening remarks, the competition commenced. The fighters, though not professionals, were nonetheless skilled, as those who stepped onto the ring usually believed in their own capabilities. Otherwise, they would face ridicule and the possibility of severe injury, leading to the loss of both pride and money for recovery. As the matches progressed one after another, it quickly became 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhong Jiaoyang chuckled. Next up is Titan. Titan had gained fame after defeating the immensely popular newcomer, Phantom, the previous week, marking his rise as a new sensation. "Liang uncle, you seem excited. Did you place a bet?" the girl teased. Zhong Jiaoyang laughed. "Even without betting, one can't help but be thrilled. He's over 2 meters tall. It's utterly astonishing just to watch on video. Who wouldn't he be excited?" That is true. The girl agreed. Zhong Jiaoyang continued, with his extraordinary physique, I believe that with a bit of training, he could easily reach the level of a professional fighter. Isn't someone with such quick reflexes? Strength and speed also capable? She pondered, unexpectedly thinking of the boy. Zhong Jiaoyang paused. Are you referring to Phantom? The girl remained silent. Zhong Jiaoyang assumed her silence was an acknowledgement. When certain physical attributes exceed the norm, success may indeed come more easily. However, that's merely a slight advantage. Achieving success still requires hard work and training. Just like Phantom, even with his exceptional reflexes, without systematic training from a young age, he wouldn't stand a chance against a professional fighter. But I believe Titan has the potential, given his significant physical advantages. This. The girl's expression dimmed slightly. Zhong Jiaoyang, sensing he had misspoken, recognized her dedication. She had trained in combat from a young age, but no one was perfect. The girl's talent in fighting paled in comparison to her academic prowess. Through diligent training, she could surpass many. Yet she would never reach the pinnacle of combat sports. After all, fighting required not only intellect but also physical capability, with attributes such as resilience, reflexes, speed, and strength being paramount. Zhong Jiaoyang refrained from offering empty reassurances about her capabilities since she desired more than just to surpass most. Wu Jiangwo had confided in him about her aspirations, prompting him to take extra care of her, as she primarily traversed between school, home, and Lianggu fighting gym. The request of an old friend was not something he could dismiss, especially as he genuinely cared for the girl. Surely, no one could meet this girl without feeling a sense of compassion. Gentle reminder, Xiao Li, Zhong Jiaoyang said softly, your Uncle Wu has likely mentioned that personal strength is no longer the sole determinant of combat effectiveness. There is no need for us to be overly concerned or anxious. Just strive to do your utmost. The girl replied quietly, I understand. Liang uncle, you needn't comfort me, I'm not that fragile. Zhong Jiaoyang, concerned, urged, I just hope you can be a bit happier and not put too much pressure on yourself. Before she could respond, he added, look, Titan is about to make his entrance. The girl turned her gaze to the ring, where a head larger than that of an average person slowly emerged from below, coming into view of the audience. His face was marred by numerous scars, giving him a fearsome appearance. Following that was a massive torso akin to a small mountain and a pair of muscular arms. Each bicep as thick as a tree trunk, delivering an intense visual impact that prompted audible gasps from the crowd. As his powerful legs appeared in the ring, the sense of intimidation intensified. Zhong Jiaoyang exclaimed in disbelief, truly exaggerated. It's beyond comprehension. The girl's eyes widened in awe, murmuring, what I saw in pictures pales in comparison to the reality here. On the opposite side of the first tier, Qian Xuanrui gazed at Titan, his eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, if he accidentally hit someone, wouldn't that be an instant knockout? He dismissed the online images as misleading, finding them rather tame compared to the real deal. Conversely, his opponent, known as Iron Fist, was also a seasoned fighter, standing at nearly 1.8 meters, muscular and formidable. Yet, in comparison to Titan, he appeared almost diminutive. Iron Fist seemed to lack the necessary toughness, as the battle was about to commence. Titan charged forward, swinging his right fist toward Iron Fist's head. Despite his name, Iron Fist was not foolish enough to take Titan's punch head-on. His fist was evidently much larger. Iron Fist swiftly dodged Titan's powerful blow, closing the distance and attempting a shoulder throw. However, Titan would not allow himself to be easily taken down. With a sudden thrust of his abdomen, he resisted Iron Fist's force while simultaneously raising his left arm to deliver a crushing elbow strike to Iron Fist's back. Iron Fist winced and released Titan's right arm, tumbling towards the ground. Yet, Titan appeared unwilling to let him off so easily. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He swiftly seized Iron Fist's body with both hands, then leaned back, executing a perfect German suplex. The girl gasped, German suplex? Zhong Jiaoyang exclaimed in shock. Is he trying to kill him? Qian Xuanrui could hardly contain his disbelief. Damn. This is brutal. Nearby, Liang Yichen narrowed his eyes. Is he really that ruthless? The referee in the ring also sensed the danger but was already too late to intervene. The entire audience was captivated by this astonishing throw. Bang. In the end, both Titan and Iron Fist collapsed onto the ring. One had fallen, the other thrown down. The boy, seated in the third tier, observed the scene, murmuring, If he lands on his back, it's one thing. If it's his neck, he might not survive. But if that happens, as the red-haired brother mentioned, wouldn't that be illegal? With that thought, he descended from the audience. It was time for him to take the stage. Chapter 41. It really is him. 10 seconds later, Iron Fist, unsurprisingly, failed to rise and Titan was declared the victor. Qian Xuanrui stood up from his seat and addressed Liang Yichen. It's already past 10, Brother Liang. You can see for yourself. I shall take my leave. Liang Yichen looked at him with keen interest. Today is Saturday, and there's no school tomorrow. Why leave so early? Qian Xuanrui sighed. Brother Liang, you know my father is quite strict. Liang Yichen adjusted his glasses, which reflected a glimmer of wisdom. Is it truly that your family is so stringent? Qian Xuanrui suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. One does not deceive one's own kind. Liang Yichen chose not to expose him. If you stay, there may be a surprise in store for you. Qian Xuanrui perked up. You won't bait me. What surprise are you alluding to? Liang Yichen leisurely replied. You'll find out if you remain. If you wish to go home, there's no way I can entice you. Qian Xuanrui engaged in a fierce internal struggle. He believed Liang Yichen would not deceive him. The only question was whether the surprise would be worth it. Finally, he resolved, let me play the fish this once. But you must ensure I am taken home later. It would save me a fare. Liang Yichen regarded him intently, agreed. On the opposite side of the first-row audience, Tang Yingli emerged from her daze and swiftly composed herself. She then turned to Zhong Jiaoyang and softly said, Uncle Yang, let us depart. Zhong Jiaoyang, noticing her desire to stay yet her insistence on leaving, felt reluctant. It's Saturday. If you wish to watch, we can continue. I will speak to your Uncle Wu. The young lady shook her head. Tonight is primarily for watching Titan. Now that I have, returning late would upset Uncle Wu. Zhong Jiaoyang gently remarked, how could he be anything but pleased in your presence? He would be delighted to see you. His previous concerns were due to your youth, but you have matured, and soon you will be of age. I believe he will respect your decisions. Wu Jiangwo had always been opposed to his daughter learning martial arts, practicing, or watching fights. It was not because he harbored any disdain for martial arts, nor did he believe it inappropriate for girls to engage with it. Rather, he simply did not want his daughter involved. He understood that her intent was driven by revenge. It is easy to imagine the turmoil such a motive could inflict on a young mind still in development. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the formidable challenges she would face in her quest for vengeance, obstacles that were beyond imagination or prediction. Her father, his dear friend, would certainly not wish to witness such a fate befall her. Thus, Wu Jiangwo hoped for her to grow up as any other normal child, carefree and unburdened, to be happy and forever joyful. Hence, he encouraged her to focus on her studies, to grow up healthy and content, assuring her that he would handle all other matters, vowing to bring her parents back and ensure justice was served to the perpetrators. However, the young lady remained obstinate, the only time she had ever defied him. Upon reflection, Wu Jiangwo considered that his actions may have been somewhat inappropriate. For a child who had witnessed the murder of her beloved, he felt he lacked the right to prevent her from seeking retribution. Perhaps this was not only her goal but also her motivation to survive. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at his own inability to capture the murderer. Upon learning of her desire to watch the fight, he ceased to intervene, only advising her to remain safe, not to stay out too late, and to return home promptly. The young lady stood, softly stating, perhaps it is best to let it go. Her words abruptly halted, her beautiful eyes flickering towards the exit of the audience seating. A familiar figure was descending the stairs above. Could it be Jiang Yuni? Her gaze followed that silhouette intently until he reached the elevator beside the arena, and then he entered, the metallic doors closing heavily behind him, erasing him from her sight. The East City Arena lacked a second floor. Where could that elevator lead? It must descend underground. Why was he going underground? Wasn't that where the competitors went? Moreover, wasn't the elevator typically reserved for staff or participants? Zhong Jiaoyang noticed the young lady frozen in place, seemingly observing something, yet he saw nothing in the direction of her gaze. Curiously, he inquired, Shaoli, is something the matter? The young lady remained unresponsive. Moments later, her pupils dilated in realization, and she took a deep breath. As she fished out her phone, she urgently asked, Uncle Yang, do you recall the ID of that high school student who fought on Wednesday? Zhong Jiaoyang furrowed his brow, trying to recollect. He had indeed seen that high school student, but could not recall the name. The online reports merely mentioned a high schooler who fought and won without providing further details, no videos or images, so he had merely glanced and not paid much attention. It had been 2 or 3 days since, and even if he remembered, it was now forgotten. Just as he was about to ask her why she was suddenly interested, he noticed she was scrolling through the official account of the East City Arena. Checking tonight's match schedule, her delicate fingers danced across the screen until she abruptly halted near the bottom. The screen displayed a matchup, 23-0-0, Bai Yong versus Quick Fist. Bai Yong, that seemed to align with the ID she was considering. The young lady fell into contemplation. Zhong Jiaoyang glanced at the match information, sensing nothing amiss. "What is it, Shaoli?" he queried. The young lady replied, "I believe I may have seen my classmate just now. I am uncertain if it truly was him." Zhong Jiaoyang expressed his surprise. "Your classmate? So you were looking towards the elevator because you saw him descend?" The young lady affirmed, "Yes." Zhong Jiaoyang continued, "Oh, your classmate is participating in the arena match? But wait, isn't he only in his second year of high school? Has he reached adulthood already? Typically, second-year students are only 17, and one only reaches adulthood in their third year." The young lady paused. "I am not certain. Perhaps he started school a year late." Zhong Jiaoyang speculated absent-mindedly. "So do you wish to watch him compete?" The young lady hesitated for a moment. Is it permissible? Her curiosity piqued. She genuinely wished to ascertain whether it was indeed him. Zhong Jiaoyang readily replied, "Of course. If you want to see, let us continue watching. I'll speak to your Uncle Wu afterward." The young lady insisted. "There's no need to trouble Uncle Yang. I can inform Uncle Wu myself." She proceeded to send a message to Wu Jiangwo. Zhong Jiaoyang sighed. "How can asking your Uncle Yang for help be a bother?" Unbeknownst to them, several matches passed, and the clock inched towards 11. Zhong Jiaoyang turned to the young lady, smiling. "Shaoli, the next match will feature your classmate." The young lady replied, "We still do not know if it is truly him." For reasons unknown, she felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. She could comprehend her excitement. She wanted to see if it was indeed the boy. However, the source of her anxiety eluded her understanding. Soon, the host ascended the stage, announcing loudly, "Let us warmly welcome the next match's contestants. To my left is the high school student Bai Yong, who triumphed over the intermediate fighter Feng Huoluan in the previous match." The arena floor parted, revealing a slightly pale yet clean visage before the audience. The young lady's eyes widened in astonishment, her breath hitching. "It truly was him." Chapter 42. High-quality offense and defense. The high school student stepping into the ring was indeed him. This place was not like school. The safety measures were stringent. Here, fighting meant delivering solid blows. What if he were to get injured? Thus, his presence here on Wednesday was not to spectate but to compete. Did he genuinely have a passion for martial arts, or was he merely looking to earn money? She was aware that the boy's guardian no longer cared for him, suggesting he lacked a source of income. Moreover, she sensed that his enthusiasm for fighting did not match her OWN, so was he fighting for financial gain? Zhong Jiaoyang exclaimed, "My goodness, Shaoli, your classmate appears to be quite skilled. No wonder he dares to step into the ring." His voice shattered the young lady's train of thought. She finally turned her attention to the young man standing in the ring, bare-chested. He was lean, with remarkably defined muscles, not appearing to be the result of rigorous training but rather sculpted with precision. His physique was full yet not exaggerated, sturdy yet brimming with tension, embodying both strength and grace. Scars adorned his body, not grotesque but adding an air of wildness to his form. It is no wonder that during our last physical education class, when we teamed up for the relay, I felt such pronounced muscle definition," the young lady murmured. Although she frequently visited Liang Ji's martial arts studio, where many men trained shirtless, she initially felt somewhat self-conscious. However, after frequent visits, she had grown accustomed to it. Yet now, seeing the young man standing bare-chested on stage, that same unease returned. Perhaps it was because she knew him, but that couldn't be right. She was also acquainted with Uncle Yang. Yet seeing him shirtless did not evoke such feelings. Perhaps it was due to Uncle Yang's age. Yes, that must be it. The young lady was not far from the ring, but a bit of distance remained, allowing her only a vague glimpse of the scars on the young man's body. Were those scars a result of the violence he had previously endured? Zhong Jiaoyang inquired with a smile. "Shaoli, do you think your classmate has a chance of winning?" The young girl replied, "I honestly don't know. While the competitors here may not be as skilled as professionals, they surely possess a fervent passion for combat and dedicate considerable time to training. To put it plainly, if Duan Ziyang were to step into the ring, he would likely struggle against even the weakest of the novice fighters here. As a student, his training time is likely less than that of others, and his natural talent does not surpass theirs by much. Moreover, most of the participants here are a few years older than him, meaning they have had more practice and possess significantly greater experience. After all, a few extra years of training make a world of difference. Zhong Jiaoyang remarked, I believe his chances are slim. Last time, he won against Fengwulin by sheer luck. This time, his opponent will surely be more cautious and will not make the same elementary mistakes. Additionally, after his previous victory, he was abruptly elevated to the status of an intermediate fighter, and the Changdong Arena likely wishes to prevent him from winning again, hence pairing him with a top-tier intermediate fighter. The young girl commented, if his opponent were a novice or a low-ranking intermediate fighter, I think he could still win. I hope he doesn't get injured. Clearly, the girl did not believe the boy could triumph in the match. Yet her assessment was already quite generous. After all, in her eyes, Duan Ziyang could not even defeat the weakest novice fighter. Shaoli, your evaluation of him is quite high, and you seem to be quite familiar with him, Zhong Jiaoyang said with a knowing smile. The girl responded, he is also on the school's combat team. I've seen him spar with others and have trained with him myself. She knew he understood that she would not have any romantic involvement with that boy. Given her personality, however, he secretly hoped that she could make friends, regardless of gender, as long as their character was upright. On the opposite side of the first level of the audience, Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if he could swallow a raw egg. Zhang Xiong, what is he doing here? No, how did he get on stage? And as an intermediate fighter, after uttering these soul-searching questions, he turned sharply to Liang Yichen, urgently asking, do you know what's going on? Liang Yichen smiled. I have a vague understanding. Spill it. Liang Yichen leisurely replied. I hadn't expected it to be your turn to say spill it. Hurry up. Will you say it or not? Liang Yichen, imitating the tone of their overweight friend, spoke mysteriously. Ah, my dear Qin Shtong, do not fret. Allow me to narrate the tale for you. Die in the ring. As the referee entered, the match commenced. The two fighters began by cautiously probing each other. The fast puncher realized that the boy before him had only narrowly defeated his previous opponent by luck. However, victory is still victory, and caution is always prudent, as they continued to test each other. The fast puncher gradually increased his punching speed. His ID, aptly named Fast Puncher, indicated his reputation for speed. The boy felt that this fighter's speed and strength exceeded those of the girl from yesterday by a considerable margin. He chose not to engage in a direct exchange of blows, but instead relied on his exceptional reflexes to defend with both hands. The fast puncher accelerated his assault, and the boy did his utmost to block. Not yielding an inch. Eventually, each of their strikes seemed instinctual, executed purely from muscle memory, resulting in a high-quality display of offense and defense with nothing but their fists. While the fast puncher's fierce attacks captivated the audience, they were even more astonished by the boy's impenetrable defense. Zhong Jiaoyang exclaimed, Shaoli, your classmate's reflexes rival those of a ghost. Anyone with even a modicum of combat training could see that the boy was not employing any defensive techniques or strategies. He was simply relying on his reflexes to counter the fast puncher's every move. The girl gazed at the boy in a daze, reflecting on the differences, whereas yesterday they had engaged in a battle of speed. Today he had opted for defense, perhaps recognizing that employing a fast-paced attack would leave him unable to match the fast puncher's rhythm. After all, without systematic training in techniques and offensive strategies, even the quickest reflexes could lead to a chaotic response. Could it be that he was covertly studying the fast puncher's fighting style? Qian Xuanrui watched the boy with an expression of disbelief. Whoa, Zhang Xiong's reflexes are faster than mine when I'm caught playing on my phone in class, Liang Yichen remarked. Is such a comparison truly appropriate? The exchange of blows continued for over 2 minutes before the first round concluded. The fast puncher, panting heavily, retreated to his corner. Engaging in fast punches is exceedingly taxing on one's stamina and energy, and he was already feeling the strain. What was up with that boy? His reflexes were astonishingly exaggerated. Could it be that his last victory over Fengwulin was not mere luck? No, now was not the time to ponder such questions. He had to find a way to finish this quickly. For the longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. He realized that, despite his caution, he had underestimated the boy. No. It could be said that everyone had underestimated him. Chapter 43. What are they doing? The boy also made his way to the corner, recalling the fast puncher's recent moves in that other place. The techniques utilized were often lethal in a single strike. Here, within the confines of the rules, it was merely a matter of winning or losing. While they might leave you battered and bruised, they would not take your life. The fast puncher's techniques were, in essence, quite straightforward. His relentless pursuit of speed compelled him to sacrifice certain elements, such as the complexity of his punches, their variability and power. The boy surmised that such an approach would not carry him far unless his speed reached an ultimate zenith. Just as a minute elapsed, the second round commenced, when the audience anticipated yet another display of their fierce combat. The boy unexpectedly shifted from his defensive stance and began to engage the fast puncher in an exchange of blows. The fast puncher's expression shifted, but ultimately he regained his composure, as he was now in familiar territory. The situation transformed into a mutual assault, where offense also served as defense, and it would come down to who could endure longer or who would falter first. However, in the first round, the fast puncher had already expended a considerable amount of stamina and energy. Meanwhile, the boy, having played the defensive role, had consumed relatively little energy. Consequently, the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for the fast puncher. As the one directly involved, he was acutely aware of this fact. Some experienced spectators in the audience also recognized the shift in dynamics. All eyes were glued to the two fighters engaged in their fierce duel, as the audience reveled in the raw, unrefined nature of the exchange, each punch resonating deeply, as if striking at their very hearts. They were unwilling to miss a single moment, for in the blink of an eye, the tide of victory could turn. The girl's palms had unknowingly begun to sweat, and her heart raced at an irregular rhythm, whether from excitement over the battle or anxiety for the boy. She could not tell that in truth, the boy could have continued to ramp up his speed to take down the fast puncher, yet he refrained from doing so. Firstly, he deemed it unnecessary. Given the current course of action, the opponent would inevitably tire, and the outcome would become clear. Secondly, he wished to conceal his full capabilities, fearing exposure. However, the fast puncher felt the pressure mounting. He could hardly endure much longer, unsure if he could even survive this round. Even if he managed to scrape through, he would be utterly spent in the next round. Yet he found himself at a loss against the boy. The fast puncher's straightforward techniques left little room for error. Unless he altered his trajectory, changing his attack route, which would be exceedingly risky and could determine victory or defeat, he seemed to have no viable options left. Thus, he chose the latter course of action. Believing that there was little risk of true harm, as the fast puncher sensed that this round was nearing its conclusion, he made his move. He believed it was the perfect moment to catch his opponent off guard, as their attention would likely be waning after such a prolonged exchange. Suddenly, he abandoned his offense, crossed his arms to shield his head, and launched a powerful kick toward the boy in the audience. Qian Xuanrui reacted with an internal curse. This guy is resorting to trickery. Unable to win, he is changing tactics. Zhong Jiayang frowned slightly. The girl clenched her delicate hand into a fist, her previously rosy lips now pale. She was tense. Yet their anxiety and concern proved to be in vain. The boy remained completely unfazed. The fast puncher, nearing exhaustion, thought to take a desperate gamble, believing that his opponent's vigilance would be at its lowest. However, he overlooked the boy's exceptional reflexes from the previous round. With a simple sidestep, the boy effortlessly evaded the fast puncher's final strike. Following that, he delivered a punch to the fast puncher's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain before landing another blow to his cheekbone. With a resounding thud, the quick-fisted fighter collapsed to the ground. The referee rushed over to commence the countdown. 10 seconds elapsed, and naturally, he could not rise again. Although he had not sustained significant injuries, he was utterly devoid of the strength to continue fighting. In truth, defeat was inevitable for him. Even had his final kick landed on the youth, it would have made no difference. As long as the youth remained unknocked out, he would succumb to exhaustion and the outcome would remain unchanged. The referee raised the youth's right hand, proclaiming his victory, and the audience erupted into a chorus of cheers. Undeniably, this match had been a visual spectacle, showcasing not only the offensive and defensive maneuvers of the first round, but also the fierce exchanges of punches in the second round. It was devoid of intricate techniques, instead encapsulated by a singular word: speed. The young girl exhaled in relief, her slightly damp hand brushing against the hem of her garment. Standing nearby, Zhong Jiaoyang observed her actions and teased. I never anticipated that one day our aloof beauty would feel nervous for someone else. The girl replied softly, being aloof does not equate to lacking a heart. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiaoyang burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, our little Li is quite kind-hearted. The girl chose not to respond further, her gaze fixed on the youth in the ring as she murmured, what if he gets hurt? The youth ascended from the underground via the elevator, only to be approached by two individuals, Qian Xuanrui and Liang Yichen. Qian Xuanrui immediately draped an arm over the youth's shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, Brother Jiang, you were absolutely incredible. That match had my blood boiling. It made me want to hop onto the ring and exchange blows with a titan. The youth turned to Liang Yichen. Qian classmate mentioned he wants to sign up to compete. Could you lend a hand? Liang Yichen paused momentarily, then with a teasing grin directed at Qian Xuanrui, replied, of course, but I fear your friend may be too timid. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened, then he sheepishly stammered, Brother Jiang, I was just joking. The youth responded nonchalantly, oh. Qian Xuanrui changed the subject, Brother Jiang, that's not fair. You clearly came to compete, yet you didn't mention it before. Were you trying to have some fun at my expense? The youth, looking bewildered, replied, you didn't ask earlier. The plump boy was instantly rendered speechless, finally recalling what he intended to inquire about the other day. He wanted to ask if the youth had ever encountered the senior who competed on Wednesday. But he had forgotten after being interrupted. The boy, full of anticipation, said, Brother Jiang, would you permit me to touch your abdomen? Liang Yichen. The youth, puzzled, asked, your abdomen? Why would you want to touch my abdomen? The plump boy candidly replied, I have no hope of ever developing abs in this lifetime. Brother Jiang, let me indulge in a fleeting thrill. Although the youth was unfamiliar with the concept of abs, seeing the boy's eager expression, he thought it would not be inappropriate to let him touch his abdomen. Then go ahead. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes sparkled as he eagerly began to pat the youth's abdomen. Wow, what a sensation! Liang Yichen turned his head away, unable to bear the sight, muttering, how ridiculous. The boy, however, remained unfazed, retorting, you're just bitter because you can't have any. The girl, who had been about to leave, caught sight of this scene from a distance. What on earth are they doing? Chapter 44. Someone hired me to kill you. Zhong Jiaoyang asked, Shaoli, aren't you going to go up and greet him? The girl shook her head. No, it's quite late. Let's go, Uncle Yang. Zhong Jiaoyang chuckled, very well, then we shall return home. Perhaps we can invite that young lad to the fighting gym sometime. We won't charge him a fee. The girl looked momentarily taken aback. Just as Zhong Jiaoyang expected her to decline, she softly responded, Zhong Jiaoyang's eyes brightened. Throughout her schooling, from elementary to high school, the girl had never brought any classmates to the fighting gym. Perhaps it was merely because she had never encountered a classmate like the youth who could fight. Regardless, it was a positive development. After the plump boy finished touching the youth's abdomen, Liang Yichen and the others proceeded to the service station within the venue to assist the youth with the paperwork for tomorrow's match. At the plump boy's insistence, Liang Yichen arranged for the youth's match to be moved to 8 p.m. Liang Yichen, with a knowing smile, remarked, Does your father truly have such a tight grip on you? Qian Xuanrui turned his head away, not at all. Once the paperwork was completed, Liang Yichen drove them home. Inside the car, the youth curiously glanced around. While he had ridden in vehicles before, this was his first time in such a beautiful and pristine one. Qian Xuanrui observed the youth, Brother Jiang, your fighting skills are truly impressive. May I ask where you learned them? The youth fell silent. Despite having diligently memorized a dictionary, he still struggled to comprehend what Qian classmate was saying. Liang Yichen glanced at the two in the rearview mirror and slowly remarked, Plump boy, I suggest you speak normally. Not everyone understands your archaic language. Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback, noticing the youth's slightly bewildered expression, and immediately understood, albeit with some confusion. He thought, perhaps it was inconsiderate of him. No, wait, I meant no. What I wanted to ask was why you are so skilled in fighting. Where did you learn it? The youth answered. I was often bullied when I was younger, so I fought back. Eventually, I learned how. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? The youth nodded. Qian Xuanrui scrutinized the youth's honest eyes, recalling the youth's seemingly chaotic punches. He fell silent, not out of skepticism but in reflection on the youth's past. Indeed, there is a balance in yin and yang. Every cause has its effect. He shifted the topic. Brother Jiang, You are truly self-taught, gifted beyond measure. The youth felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. By the way, Brother Jiang, where do you live? Near the pedestrian street next to the school. Then, Brother Jiang, I shall come find you tomorrow afternoon. We can go out for a meal and then head to the arena in the east of the city. The youth was taken aback. He did not expect Qian Xuanrui to invite him for a meal. Sure. Let us add each other as friends on our phones, and I will contact you then. The way Qian Xuanrui combined phone and poor monk in the same sentence felt oddly fitting. The youth replied, I do not have a phone. Qian Xuanrui paused for a moment. Then how about I wait for you downstairs at your home at 4 tomorrow afternoon? The youth responded, Liang Yiqin first dropped the youth off at his home before resuming their journey. Liang Yiqin casually remarked, Are you envious of his fighting prowess? Qian Xuanrui replied, Not exactly envy, just a bit of admiration. His prowess is a result of his past. He was bullied as a child. And I have no desire to be bullied. Liang Yiqin commented, You suddenly seem to possess some depth. However, it is rather rare for someone your age to think this way. Typically, boys your age wish to become immensely powerful, eager to claim the title of Pirate King or Hokage. Qian Xuanrui scoffed, Do not compare me to those delusional children. I aspire to be a man who sees through the mundane. They all wish for a devil fruit, shouting to become the Pirate King, but I merely desire a robe of the Taoist style, and then retreat into the void. At that moment, Qian Xuanrui appeared to radiate an aura of enlightenment. Upon closer inspection, it was merely the headlights of an oncoming vehicle. Liang Yiqin quipped, And yet you seek to transcend the mundane. How does this not seem delusional, and even more so, it seems a severe case of it. Qian Xuanrui. Liang Yiqin continued, And aren't you a Taoist? Why are you retreating into the void? Qian Xuanrui replied, Mistaken words, mistaken words. I meant the Xianmin. Liang Yiqin laughed, Speaking of which, why don't you? The 6th grade little sage, inquire about his background while you're at it? Qian Xuanrui declared with righteous indignation, This little sage possesses moral integrity. If uncovering information comes at the cost of another's painful memories, I would rather not be that little sage. Liang Yiqin teased, Oh, quite the righteous one, aren't you? Indeed. But I know. Qian Xuanrui, puzzled, asked, How do you know? Liang Yiqin, with a hint of intrigue, replied, I know about yours as well. Qian Xuanrui asked, What? He regarded Liang Yiqin with a hint of wariness, though he soon relaxed. Setting aside whether he truly knew, he recalled that if he were indeed seeking trouble, there had been numerous opportunities for him to act before. But he hadn't, indicating he bore no ill will. Liang Yiqin drove, keeping his eyes on the road. Do you not believe me? Qian Xuanrui replied, Go on, tell me. Liang Yiqin continued, Your parents are not even in the country. They are abroad. The strictness you claim your father has is but a facade. They probably practice a hands-off approach with you. Your parents navigate the gray areas of society, amassing considerable wealth while cultivating numerous enemies. To safeguard your safety, they chose to keep you in the country for your education. Thus, your avoidance of sparsely populated areas and the rule of returning home before 11 at night is to ensure your safety. Qian Xuanrui feigned composure. How do you know this? He had known Liang Yiqin for over a year, initially meeting at the arena in the east of the city. In that match, the two happened to be seated next to each other, engaging in lively conversation, each sharing their unique insights on combat sports, which led them to exchange contact information. Later, through their discussions, it was revealed that Liang Yiqin was a government official responsible for overseeing the legality of activities at the East City Arena. Conversely, Liang Yiqin only knew that Qian Xuanrui was a student at Qingshan City's 6th high school and had never inquired about his family situation. It was surprising that he suddenly brought it up now. Liang Yiqin gradually pulled the car over to the roadside and remarked, Isn't it a rather simple matter for someone belonging to a government oversight department to investigate an individual? Qian Xuanrui's heart grew increasingly uneasy. Then why are you investigating me? What do you mean by telling me this now? A click echoed, the sound of the car door locking. What are you planning to do? Qian Xuanrui panicked, immediately pounding on the car window. Yet, with the clock nearing midnight, the streets were devoid of pedestrians and sparse in vehicles, and no matter how he pounded, rescue was futile. It's pointless. Liang Yiqin turned to look at Qian Xuanrui, his gaze shrouded in ambiguity. Someone has hired me to kill you. Unbeknownst to him, he had drawn a sleek black handgun, its barrel glinting coldly as it aimed at Qian Xuanrui. Chapter 45. What is cause? What is effect? Qian Xuanrui stared at the dark muzzle of the gun pointed at his forehead. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. I harbor no grievances against you. Why would you do this? How much did they offer you? I can pay you too. Liang Yiqian replied coldly. Unfortunately, this line of work is built on reputation. One cannot thrive by going back on their word. As for why I'm doing this, it's quite simple. The meager salary from the government barely covers my expenses, so I must take on some side jobs. Qian Xuanrui responded. So it is for money that you act as the cause, and my death is the effect. I can only blame myself for misjudging people. Liang Yiqian stated, that has little to do with whether you know me. I can still take a contract to kill you without knowing you. Qian Xuanrui acknowledged, true enough. Fortunes and misfortunes are intertwined, and one cannot escape their fate. When did you take the contract? Liang Yiqian replied, a couple of days ago. Your parents have left some loose ends overseas, and since they cannot be dealt with directly, they plan to retaliate against you. Qian Xuanrui understood. No wonder you hadn't acted before. Liang Yiqian raised an eyebrow. Why do you seem so unfazed? Qian Xuanrui shrugged. Of course I'm afraid. Who isn't afraid of death? But I've faced danger before, and I've long prepared myself for such an outcome. Liang Yiqian inquired, oh? You seem to have accepted this quite readily. Qian Xuanrui paused for a moment. Do you know why I always refer to myself as a Taoist priest? Liang Yiqian replied, do tell. Qian Xuanrui continued, because I greatly admire the Taoist philosophy of yin and yang balance. Yin and yang give rise to each other, maintaining equilibrium among all things. My parents rarely accompanied me during my childhood, leaving me deprived of the parental love that other children easily receive. Yet, I also gained a freedom and independence that others envy. Unrestrained by parental oversight, able to play games or choose my sleep hours at will. This world is balanced. Although my parents navigate the gray areas of society, it was not my choice, yet I still benefit from it. Indeed, I possess an inexhaustible wealth, but it coexists with the constant threat of losing my life. Thus, even if one day I am killed, it is not something I find particularly difficult to accept. As for when that day will come, it is all predetermined. Liang Yiqian scoffed, yet there are many wealthy individuals in this world, and their children do not live with the constant fear of losing their lives. Qian Xuanrui replied, while wealth may not bring them the fear of death, they too have their own form of yin and yang balance. It's just that outsiders cannot empathize. Liang Yiqian was taken aback. I never expected a mere teenager like you would possess such insight. Many can understand various philosophies but struggle to apply them in practice. Qian Xuanrui shrugged, non-committal. Perhaps it's because I have always faced life-threatening situations, so my insights run deeper. Liang Yiqian asked, do you have anything else to say? Qian Xuanrui looked at Liang Yiqian earnestly. Your act of killing is the cause, and it will ultimately bear its fruit in the future. Liang Yiqian paused. You need not worry about that. Qian Xuanrui added, please inform Brother Jiang that he need not wait for me tomorrow. I will not be going. I believe he will wait indefinitely. Liang Yiqian, holding the gun in his left hand, kept his dark eyes fixed on Qian Xuanrui. The interior of the car was dim, and it was unclear whether Liang Yiqian was truly observing Qian Xuanrui or lost in thought. After a moment, he let his arm drop. You are indeed quite unique. Qian Xuanrui gazed at him in confusion. Liang Yiqian chuckled, I was just joking. I had no intention of killing you. With that, he tossed the gun directly at Qian Xuanrui. He quickly caught it so light. Is this a toy gun? Cursing under his breath, he slumped back in the seat, gasping for breath. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat. Understanding the potential for danger in the future was one thing. Having faced danger before was another. When one truly comes close to death again, it is a different experience altogether. At just over 10 years old, he had neither come to terms with life and death, nor was he a mercenary. It was only natural for him to feel fear. Liang Yiqian observed the exhausted Qian Xuanrui in the back seat and apologized. My apologies, Chubby. I frightened you. Qian Xuanrui rolled his eyes at him, weakly retorting, are you insane? What kind of twisted joke is this? The chubby boy could not care less about the Taoists' supposed tranquility and the dual cultivation of life and death. He unleashed a torrent of curses at Liang Yiqian. Liang Yiqian sheepishly replied, I just wanted to lighten the mood. Qian Xuanrui, fuming, said, you even went out of your way to buy a toy gun for this? What a thoughtful gesture. Liang Yiqian offered, how about I treat you to barbecue tomorrow night to make amends? All you can eat. Qian Xuanrui chose not to respond to him but asked, Then why were you investigating me? Liang Yiqin pondered. The reasons are not quite easy to explain at this moment. But I assure you, I mean you no harm and will not bring you any trouble. Qian Xuanrui muttered. What kind of nonsense is this? So cryptic, however, your earlier performance did indeed astonish me. I genuinely thought you were prepared for death. Given your calm demeanor. Indeed, a true man should remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Had your legs not trembled, I might have truly believed you. Well, I actually thought that even if you intended to kill me, you wouldn't shoot here. Therefore, I believed I had a chance to escape and needed to keep myself calm. Not bad. I can respect that. Do you really think I need your respect? Liang Yiqin said solemnly. However, what I said earlier was the truth. Qian Xuanrui asked, what is true? Your parents have recently left some loose ends to tidy up. You should be cautious in the coming days. How can a mere arena inspector investigate someone so thoroughly? What's wrong with being an arena inspector? Do you look down on me? I can investigate anyone who has been to the East City Arena. Most people I don't investigate this deeply. I only did this for you because I know you. This is a breach of personal privacy by the state. Liang Yiqin replied. Qian Xuanrui, now mostly back to normal, asked curiously, so, you investigated Zhang? I did. Tell me about it. According to regulations, information obtained by inspectors cannot be disclosed to third parties. My heart suddenly aches. Perhaps I was just scared by you. You ought to take responsibility for that. Liang Yiqin shot him a sidelong glance. I can tell you, but you must promise not to disclose it to anyone else and not to cause any trouble for Zhang. Qian Xuanrui immediately adopted a serious expression, saying, I promise. Liang Yiqin eyed him skeptically, feeling he wasn't entirely trustworthy. Your classmate Zhang. He is actually an orphan. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui expressed his surprise. Is that true? Liang Yiqin did not answer that question but continued. Furthermore, he transferred to City 6th High School with an IQ test score of 145 from another school. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of person is he, with such formidable physical prowess and exceptionally high intelligence? Why is he an orphan? This must be his cause and effect. But what truly constitutes cause, and what constitutes effect? Chapter 46. Investigating the boy in exceptionally high IQ, formidable physique, and yet an orphan. While a normal person might marvel, they would still think, it's not entirely impossible. However, for Liang Yiqin, it seemed rather peculiar. He was not investigating the boy because he had discovered his uniqueness. Initially, he was unaware of the boy's high IQ and did not know he was an orphan. As for his physical condition, it appeared to fall within a normal range. Liang Yiqin was investigating the boy because he had entered the arena to compete despite being a minor, and he had also claimed that his family did not care for him. He pondered that the youth was a classmate of Qian Xuanrui, who had fortuitously come to compete on the arena under his jurisdiction. Thus, out of goodwill, he felt compelled to investigate the youth's background, hoping to discern the situation and possibly extend assistance. However, his inquiry yielded unexpected revelations. The information on the youth was exceedingly scarce, and the absence of any familial connections suggested that he might have been orphaned since birth. Yet, if the youth had no family, how could he have had an educational background? Who was responsible for funding his schooling and providing for his daily needs? This conundrum perplexed him greatly. Consequently, based on the scant details he discovered that the youth had never attended kindergarten, prompting him to visit each of the primary, secondary, and high schools the youth had attended prior to his current institution. He deliberately refrained from going directly to the youth's present high school, believing that tracing the routes might uncover more information. Yet, without exception, each visit confirmed the authenticity of the youth's identity. However, the schools had no records of either his parents or guardians, which was indeed peculiar. With a deeper understanding of the contemporary world, he sensed that this matter was far from simple. In desperation, he made his way to the youth's current high school, where he finally received a crucial piece of information. The school's administration spoke in veiled terms, indicating that their consent for the youth's transfer to Luzhong was not solely based on his intelligence report, but also due to directives from higher authorities. He immediately understood who they referred to. Was the youth perhaps the illegitimate child of a high-ranking official? If that were indeed the case, many of the mysteries would suddenly make sense. Yet, this realization implied that the matter was beyond his purview. Although he had access to numerous resources, there were some matters that he could not probe into recklessly. After all, despite his unique status, he was still but a minor official. It appeared that he would have to await the results of the genetic test before proceeding further. On Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock, as the youth descended the stairs, he spotted the rotund figure of Qian Xuanrui waiting below. Qian Xuanrui quickly approached him, exclaiming, "Brother Jiang, I finally waited for you. I am glad I didn't give up." The youth looked at him quizzically. "Isn't it only 4 o'clock now?" He recalled having come down 2 minutes early. Qian Xuanrui awkwardly replied, "Hey, Brother Jiang. We need to have a bit of fun." The youth asked, "What is fun?" Qian Xuanrui, suddenly reminded of the youth's circumstances, sighed internally. He solemnly explained, "Fun is a form of enjoyment. It embodies humor and wit, bringing joy to both oneself and others." The youth seemed to grasp it partially, responding with an "oh." Qian Xuanrui patted his shoulder, saying, "No worries, I will gradually enlighten you on this, and I promise to impart all my knowledge to you." The youth acknowledged with an "oh," and then asked a question he had long contemplated. What does Por Dao mean?" Qian Xuanrui paused, taken aback. Por Dao is a humble term for a Taoist. The youth still seemed confused. Qian Xuanrui noticed his bewilderment and reassured him, "Brother Jiang, just remember that when I say Por Dao, I'm simply referring to myself." The youth replied, "Oh." Qian Xuanrui inquired, "So, Brother Jiang, what shall we eat?" The youth suggested. "Can we have Japanese cuisine?" Qian Xuanrui responded with surprise. "Oh, Japanese food? Does Brother Jiang enjoy it?" The youth shook his head. "I haven't tried it, but I think the waitresses there seem quite nice." Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the youth, pondering whether appearances could be deceiving. The youth's eyes appeared so pure, and his demeanor exuded an innocent charm, yet his thoughts were remarkably advanced. "Brother Jiang, you truly are a role model for our generation." Before Qian Xuanrui's thoughts could wander further, he heard the youth add, "The waitresses there had helped me before." Qian Xuanrui was momentarily stunned. Who was he? Where was he? What had he just been contemplating? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stammered, "Oh, I see." The youth did not notice the rotund figure's unusual demeanor. Soon, they arrived at the Japanese restaurant. "Do you both have a reservation?" the kimono-clad hostess inquired, glancing up at them. She paused slightly, thinking the younger brother looked somewhat familiar. The youth replied blankly, "No reservation." He recalled that she had asked him the same question during his previous visit. Could it be that a reservation was necessary to dine here? The hostess quickly recognized, "You are that brother who came a few days ago." The youth nodded, "Yes." The hostess smiled, "So, are you here to wash dishes again?" The youth shook his head, "No washing dishes this time." "Can we eat?" "Of course. Welcome. Please follow me." Qian Xuanrui was perplexed. "What washing dishes?" The youth replied, "It's nothing." After their meal, as the youth reached for his wallet to settle the bill, Qian Xuanrui, quick as a flash, beat him to it and paid with his phone. The youth protested, "I can pay too." Qian Xuanrui smiled, "It's all right. You can pay next time. I'll cover this one." The youth acquiesced. "Okay." He then asked, "How do we get to the arena in the East City?" He had always run there, noticing that everyone else either drove or rode. No one walked as he did. Thus, he directly asked Qian Xuanrui. Qian Xuanrui replied, "Let us take a taxi." He pulled out his phone, and before long, a car stopped in front of them. "Brother Jiang, this is the one." As they got into the vehicle, the youth mused, "Do I need a phone as well?" Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback, then remembered that the youth had no phone. "Of course, Brother Jiang. Having a phone makes everything much more convenient." The youth inquired, "Oh, how much does a phone cost?" After pondering for a moment, Qian Xuanrui replied, "Generally, around 1 to 2,000 should suffice." The youth responded, "Oh." Qian Xuanrui continued, "Brother Jiang, if you're short on cash, I can lend you some for now, and you can pay me back later." Although he could easily gift the youth a phone, he refrained from saying so, not out of reluctance, as 1 to 2,000 was not a significant amount for him, but rather to avoid making the youth feel uncomfortable. As expected, the youth calculated in his mind. "No need. I have enough to buy one." Qian Xuanrui suggested, "Then let us see what's available. I'll accompany you to purchase it." The youth glanced at him, "Thank you." Typically, the girl would not attend the East City Arena on Sunday nights due to school the following day. However, upon learning that the youth would be competing and that his ID was Baiyang, she felt inexplicably compelled to open the official account of the East City Arena. To her surprise, he had another match. Chapter 47. Classmate Tang is quite wonderful. At 6:30 in the evening, the girl tidied her room before knocking on Aunt Chin's door. Aunt Chin. Currently, Aunt Chin was running an online store, so aside from grocery shopping and buying daily necessities, she generally did not go out. Xiaoli, come in, came the gentle voice of Su Miaoqin from within. The girl gently opened the door and entered. Su Miaoqin turned to her with a soft expression. What is the matter, Xiaoli? The girl replied, Aunt Qin, I want to go to the E-City Arena to watch a match. Is it okay if I return before 9:30? Su Miaoqin appeared surprised. What made you want to watch a match tonight? She knew the girl typically did not attend matches on Sunday evenings. A classmate of mine is competing, and I want to see him. Oh, your classmate? That's impressive. Is he a boy? Su Miaoqin, not well versed in the E-City Arena, assumed that most fighters were likely male, despite the government's ongoing efforts to promote martial arts and cultivate a strong martial arts nation. However, breaking the traditional mindset to allow women to actively participate in the arena had yet to be realized. Perhaps in a few years, it might be possible. Yes, he is a boy. Did you arrange to go together? No, I'm going by myself. If that is the case, you must be cautious. Send me a message when you arrive at the E-City Arena, and let me know before you come back. Understood? I understand. Aunt Qin. Don't worry. Alright, go ahead. At the E-City Arena. In the first-level spectator area, Qian Xuanrui was analyzing the youth's opponent on his phone. Your opponent this time is actually just a mid-level fighter ranked in the middle tier. The youth replied, Oh. Qian Xuanrui continued, I suspect the E-City Arena wants to groom you into a high-level fighter. Watching to see if you can continue winning. If not, they just let it slide. If you can keep winning, they likely start placing bets on you. The youth's eyes lit up at the mention of betting. Betting. Although he was no longer in dire need of money, as the school was providing him some support, he wondered about the future. What would happen after leaving high school for university, as the teachers had mentioned? It seemed prudent to save some money. Just as Qian Xuanrui was about to say something, a woman wearing a black baseball cap approached them. Ignoring them, she sat down in the empty seat next to the youth. Sensing someone had taken a seat beside him, the youth turned to look. Classmate Tang? The girl replied. What's wrong? The youth responded, Nothing. Qian Xuanrui, observing the youth's demeanor, suddenly felt a surge of frustration, determined to rescue his friend. Class monitor. What a coincidence. You're also here to watch the match, and you just happen to sit beside us. The girl retorted. I'm not sitting here. Huh? Qian Xuanrui suddenly understood. Tang Yingli must have acquired another seat. But upon seeing them here, she chose to sit nearby. Most likely, she noticed Zhang Xiong occupying this spot. The youth, bewildered, asked, If you're not sitting here, then why come over? Qian Xuanrui, upon hearing this, felt a sudden hitch in his breath. Zhang Xiong. Truly formidable. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of helplessness. The girl, with a chilling demeanor, inquired, Am I unwelcome? After spending several days together, she naturally recognized that the youth did not mean it that way. The youth replied, That's not it. The girl asserted, Then I shall sit here. The youth responded, Oh. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary Ice Queen? For some reason, he felt invigorated. He pointed to the seat beside him and said to the girl, Class monitor, why not take this seat? It belongs to my friend. Today is Sunday, and it's likely all seats will be filled. The one you currently occupy may be taken soon. He then turned to the youth. Zhang Xiong, you can take my seat, and I'll sit in yours. The girl, puzzled, asked, Then where will your friend sit? Qian Xuanrui smiled and replied, He doesn't enjoy watching the match with us. See, he hasn't arrived yet. He prefers to watch alone in peace, so letting him sit in the seat you acquired would be just right. Liang Yiqin interjected, Aren't you being polite? The youth questioned, Then why should I sit in your seat? Qian Xuanrui fixed his gaze on the youth, his expression quite animated. He was about to stir things up. Zhang Xiong, wake up. The class monitor's aura is too overwhelming. Sitting beside her makes me uneasy. Oh, the youth responded, In fact, Tang is very nice. Upon hearing this, the girl stiffened momentarily before regaining her composure. The pudgy boy was also taken aback. Zhang Xiong, do you genuinely not understand? Or are you merely pretending? Could it be that I'm also a part of your little game? Ultimately, through Qian Xuanrui's tireless efforts, the three managed to rearrange their seats, leaving only Liang Yiqin in a state of wounded grievance. The youth was oblivious. But the girl certainly understood the ploy of the pudgy boy. She simply couldn't be bothered to engage. Before long, the evening's competition commenced. The matches unfolded in a fiery fervor, during which the youth also provided commentary. Soon, both the girl and Qian Xuanrui realized that the youth narrated the actions of the combatants on stage, as if he were in control of the match. The girl remarked, Did you not say you had never studied combat? The youth replied, yes. The girl continued, then how do you know how they will fight? The techniques they employ require specialized training. The youth explained, I learned a bit by watching the matches over the past 2 nights. And then I imagined how I would fight if I were in their place. The girl cast him a glance, her heart a mix of emotions. Indeed, those with talent can discern it at a glance. Those without, even under a magnifying glass, wouldn't find a trace. Qian Xuanrui marveled inwardly, so this is what it means to be a genius. His mind is indeed a treasure trove. Before long, it was the youth's turn to compete. Facing a mid-ranking fighter, the match held little suspense. In just 2 rounds, the youth secured victory. Upon returning to the audience, the pudgy boy proposed celebrating the youth's 3rd consecutive win with barbecue. Having been startled by that fellow Liang the previous day, he felt this feast should be quite indulgent. The youth had no objections. He rarely turned down other suggestions. The girl initially intended to decline, but when the youth looked her way, she found herself captivated by his clean, sincere eyes. The girl mused, that look again. Yet, considering that besides this unreliable pudgy boy, there seemed to be no one else around, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to refuse. Chapter 48. Are they friends? Seeing both of them in agreement, Qian Xuanrui disregarded Liang Yichen's resentful gaze and hailed a car that could comfortably accommodate 4, heading towards the barbecue restaurant. As all 3 lived near the school. He chose a roadside barbecue establishment nearby. In the car, Liang Yichen occupied the front seat, while Tang Yingli and Qian Xuanrui sat in the back on either side by the windows, with Jiang Yuni nestled in between. As the car made a right turn, the inertia caused the pudgy boy to lurch toward the youth unexpectedly. The unsuspecting youth stumbled, leaning against the girl. Her body felt soft, and the youth thought he was resting against a warm cotton cloud. Soft as a feather was a phrase that flitted through the youth's mind. I'm sorry, he uttered. Sit steady, the girl replied. Oh, thus, in the continued journey, regardless of how the pudgy boy jostled him, the youth remained motionless. Jiang Xiong, unable to comprehend the pudgy boy's intentions, sighed internally. Soon, the 4 arrived at the barbecue joint and found a table. The pudgy boy turned to the youth and girl, asking, what do you want to eat? The youth replied, I'm fine with anything. The girl added, you can just order. The pudgy boy gave them a peculiar glance. All right then. Liang Yichen interjected, aren't you going to ask me? The pudgy boy scoffed. When do guests ask the host what they want to eat? Liang Yichen retorted internally, when has anyone acted as the guest like you? Consequently, the pudgy boy began sketching on paper, while Liang Yichen silently seethed. Liang Yichen gritted his teeth, order wisely, no wastage. If you throw up, you better eat it back. The pudgy boy waved his hand dismissively, understood. I never waste. He then turned to the youth and girl, saying, you 2 can eat to your heart's content. No need to be polite. Liang Yichen added, sure. The girl stated, I've already eaten. I can't manage much. The pudgy boy replied, no worries, fairy. I understand your concern for weight. That leaves it up to Jiang Xiong, the youth responded. Oh. Seeing the youth's nonchalant agreement, the girl asked, don't you need to control your weight for fighting? The youth, perplexed, replied, why control weight? I don't gain weight. His offhand comment not only evoked envy from the girl but also struck a blow to the pudgy boy's fragile psyche. The pudgy boy quickly shifted the topic. By the way, Jiang Xiong, if you win your next 2 matches, you could advance to become a higher-ranked fighter. Do you feel confident? Upon hearing this, the girl and Liang Yichen turned their attention to the youth. The youth shrugged. I don't know. It might be a bit challenging. He indeed sensed some difficulty, wishing to appear more composed, considering his current combat skills were inferior. Qian Xuanrui, acting like a clever strategist, suggested, why not, Jiang Xiong, intentionally lose your 5th match, that way, you can remain in the mid-tier and rack up wins. The girl and Liang Yichen silently exchanged glances, eager to hear the youth's response. The youth frowned slightly. I think that's not right, Qian Xuanrui countered. In an unregulated match, they won't scrutinize you that closely. After all, fighting is also about one's condition. Besides, I mainly worry about your safety. Higher-ranked fighters possess some skill. The youth retorted, if I can win, why lose? Moreover, I may not necessarily lose to a higher-ranked fighter. Qian Xuanrui's mouth dropped slightly. Jiang Xiong, you truly possess great spirit. I am humbled. The girl blinked her beautiful eyes. While Yang Yichen gazed deeply at the youth before speaking, right now, it would be hard for him to lose. The arena in the east will likely allow him to advance smoothly without matching him against higher-ranked fighters. Qian Xuanrui nodded in agreement. Before long, the barbecue arrived, and the four began to feast heartily. The girl was the first to raise the white flag, saying, "I'm full. You all take your time." Qian Xuanrui urged. "Class monitor, you've eaten too little. Have a bit more." The girl shook her head, indicating she was done. She then glanced at her phone. It was just past 9, still not too late. Prior to coming to the barbecue place, she had messaged Aunt Qin, letting her know she was dining with classmates at the nearby walking street. Upon receiving her message, Aunt Qin initially thought she was seeing things. Once she realized, she felt a sense of her girl blossoming into maturity. She reminded her to eat slowly, not to rush, to engage more with her classmates, and to message her when finished for a pickup. She wasn't worried about her mingling with unsavory characters. She trusted her girl knew how to maintain boundaries. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, and the neon-lit streets buzzed with life and noise. The girl leaned back in her chair, savoring a feeling she had never experienced before. Dining and chatting with classmates. This must be something friends do, right? So, are they friends? The girl gazed at the youth. Suddenly, a long, sharp screech of tires pierced the air. A black SUV careened from a distance, skidding to a halt at the barbecue shop's entrance, leaving white marks on the road. The door swung open violently, and 5 burly, menacing foreign men rushed out. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, a terrifying scar running across his rugged forehead. They wielded sharp daggers, their gazes cold and fierce. The scene left the patrons of the barbecue restaurant utterly astounded, momentarily frozen and shocked. A few quick-witted diners had already begun their frantic escape. Tables overturned in their haste. However, how could the scarred man allow them to flee so easily? With a mere wave of his arm, 2 men surged into the establishment, brandishing their weapons to forcibly usher back those attempting to escape. Their shouts in halting Chinese ringing out, "Don't move!" It was only then that the customers and staff of the barbecue restaurant grasped the gravity of the situation, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at the sudden upheaval. Paralyzed by fear, the scarred man strode directly towards the table occupied by the youth. The girl immediately became wary, her small hand stealthily grasping a glass on the table, upon noticing the approaching figures. Qian Xuanrui's body tensed instinctively. He cast a glance at Liang Yichen, seeking reassurance, but the latter shook his head in response. Realizing the dire nature of the situation, Qian Xuanrui thought to himself, "This is serious." The scarred man glanced at his phone before surveying the 4 individuals at the table. Ultimately, his gaze fixed on Qian Xuanrui, and he addressed him in English. "You are Qian Xuanrui, son of Qian Yunhui." Qian Xuanrui calmly replied, "No, you have mistaken me for someone else." The scarred man sneered, the grotesque scar on his face shifting with his expression. "I in English," he ordered. "Take him away." The 2 burly men at his side immediately advanced. Qian Xuanrui hurriedly protested, "I told you, I'm not the person you're looking for. What do you want?" Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears as the 2 men continued their approach. "This is bad," Qian Xuanrui lamented internally. Just as the 2 men closed in on him, one of the boys sitting beside him suddenly stood up to block their path, still chewing on a half-eaten chicken leg. He mumbled in English. "What do you want?" Chapter 49. This time, it's real gun seeing the boy obstruct their way. One of the burly men barked in English, "This is none of your business. Get lost, kid." Qian Xuanrui tugged at the boy's sleeve, whispering, "Jiang, don't get involved. They're after me." Armed with daggers, the odds were stacked against Jiang, and Qian Xuanrui didn't want to endanger him. The boy ignored the larger man and said defiantly, "What if I say no?" "Damn it!" One of the burly men cursed in English before launching a punch at the boy's head. The boy did not flinch, for he was aware of the larger man positioned behind him. With the chicken leg still in his mouth, he swiftly raised his arm to deflect the punch, then delivered a sharp downward strike to the man's bicep. The man felt a sudden numbness in his arm, only to be knocked to the ground by a punch to the eye from the boy. The second burly man, witnessing his comrade's downfall, shouted, "My God!" and drew his dagger to attack the boy. Qian Xuanrui gasped, shouting, "Watch out, Jiang!" At that moment, a glass arced through the air, striking the second man's head. He recoiled in pain, allowing the boy to seize the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick. The man stumbled back several meters, clutching his head and abdomen, groaning on the ground. The boy turned to the girl, his clear eyes blinking in surprise. The glass had been thrown by her. She tilted her head at him, her initial tension easing as she observed the boy's prowess in taking down two burly men. "You useless fools!" the scarred man shouted in English, turning to his accomplices. "You two, help me take him down, or the police will arrive." With that, he shed his outer garment and brandished his dagger as he lunged at the boy. The girl gasped, her face draining of color. "Look out! Be careful!" The boy remained unfazed, placing the unfinished chicken leg back in the bowl before stepping forward with his left foot, launching himself toward the scarred man. The larger boy, realizing the impending danger, reached out to stop him but grasped only air. "Jiang, don't be reckless. He has a knife." Seeing the boy charge at him unarmed, the scarred man sneered, "Foolish child." He swung the dagger towards the boy's neck. Reacting instinctively, the boy ducked just in time to avoid the lethal strike, wrapping his arms around the scarred man's waist, leveraging his forward momentum to slide behind him. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaned back, lifting the scarred man off the ground before they both crashed to the floor. A German suplex. The scarred man's neck hit the ground hard, leaving him dazed and causing his dagger to slip from his grasp. The boy quickly rose and twisted the scarred man's leg with force. Crack! A bone snapped. "Ah!" the scarred man shrieked, losing consciousness. At that moment, the two burly men who had been guarding the exit rushed toward the boy. Daggers drawn. The boy dodged one man's attack while seizing the wrist of the other. With a swift motion, he applied pressure and twisted. Crack! Another bone snapped, and the man howled in agony as the dagger fell from his hand. Just then, a wooden chair came crashing down upon his head, splintering into pieces. The boy caught a glimpse of the perpetrator. It was the girl. He felt a chill run down his spine. Tang, so ruthless. Thankfully, it didn't hit the back of his head. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. But he had no time to respond to her, for the last burly man was already lunging at him with his dagger. Ultimately, it was a futile struggle. With the boy's extraordinary reflexes, the man stood no chance. Soon, the boy had him pinned to the ground, and yet another chair struck his head, rendering him unconscious. "You think you can take me down? Watch me crush you." Suddenly, as if sensing something, the boy instinctively stepped toward the larger boy. Thud. A beautiful spray of crimson blossomed on the boy's shoulder. Bang. The sharp crack of a gunshot echoed through the restaurant. Panic erupted among the patrons, who instinctively ducked and covered their heads. The larger boy stood behind the youth, staring in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Had taken a bullet for him. This time, it was real gunfire. The girl stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief, having just witnessed the boy's body tremble slightly, blood splattering from his chest. He seemed unfazed, quickly pushing the larger boy aside before lunging toward the girl. Both of them tumbling to the ground, the boy shielding her with his body. Liang Yichen, having arrived at some point, pulled the larger boy down to the floor. Bang bang. Two bullets whizzed past the spot where they had been standing moments before, shattering dishes and glasses, sending shards flying in all directions. Inside the SUV, a bald foreign man cursed as he gripped his gun tightly. "Damn it," he exclaimed. The driver glanced into the rearview mirror and said, "Boss, the police are coming. Should we leave?" The bald man, his eyes fixed on the street outside, wore a grim expression. After a brief pause, he slammed his fist against the seat, roaring, "Damn! A bunch of useless fools. They can't even handle a few kids. Let's go." The SUV roared to life, spewing exhaust as it sped away. Back in the barbecue restaurant, the girl stared blankly at the boy before her, his form shielding her with one arm while the other protected her head. His pale face was mere inches from hers, appearing even more ashen than usual, and she could feel his rapid breath. He usually ran 3 kilometers without breaking a sweat. Her lips trembled slightly, and she wanted to check his injury, but he pressed his hand against her. "Don't move. They're still here. You might get shot." "Where are you hit?" she asked worriedly. "You have to hold on." Her mind was racing. Realizing that despite being shot, he had reacted swiftly moments ago, clearly not hit in a vital area. "I'm fine. I'm just thick-skinned," he replied softly. The girl paused, taken aback. Again, he said he's thick-skinned, just as he did the last time during gym class when he fell. No matter how thick, can skin really stop a bullet? "All right, just don't speak that it might hurt. If it does, just hold on to me tightly." Her tone softened, no longer cold, but warm and gentle, like a spring breeze or a withered tree finding new life. This was the first time she spoke to him in such a manner, the first time she had ever addressed someone outside her family with such tenderness. Chapter 50. The girl's concerned, yet the boy remained oblivious to the change in her tone. His attention solely focused on what lay behind them. He was concerned that the individuals in the car would not let them off so easily and might come out to kill them. However, soon the youth's apprehensions were alleviated. He heard the distant sound of police sirens, followed by the roar of an SUV outside the barbecue restaurant. Instantly, his body relaxed, and he released his hold on the girl. He had indeed been quite tense. If the assailants were armed only with knives, he would not have worried much. But if they had guns, that posed a significant threat. The girl quickly sat up and looked at the youth's chest, where a large patch of crimson was glaringly visible, startling her. "Hang in there. I'll call for an ambulance right now." She hurriedly fumbled for her phone to dial 120. Just as she picked it up, she heard the sirens and the sound of an ambulance approaching. "It seems they are already here," she exclaimed with a hint of excitement, as if she were the one being rescued rather than the youth. Yet, he remained calm, saying, "I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty." The girl paused, slightly taken aback by his words. Looking down, she noticed her shirt was stained with the youth's blood. But after a brief glance, she turned her gaze back to him. She truly wished she could pry open this guy's head to see what was inside. At such a moment, it was absurd that he was apologizing to her instead of focusing on his own well-being. "So what if it's dirty? How are you feeling now?" she asked. "I'm okay, just a little bit of pain," he replied. He sensed the genuine concern in her eyes, so he refrained from downplaying his condition. Instead, sharing his true feelings, he indeed felt some pain, but he had long grown accustomed to discomfort. Nevertheless, he thought to himself that he needed to stop the bleeding as soon as possible. The girl, however, still believed he was downplaying his injury. Although it might not be life-threatening, he had been shot for real. How could he only feel a little pain? A bit more pain would be more believable. Yet, she chose not to argue with him and decided it was better for him to speak less. At that moment, the chubby boy and Liang Yichen rushed over. The chubby boy anxiously exclaimed, "Jiang, how are you? Don't scare me." His voice trembled, and his eyes were unusually red-rimmed. He knew the ruthless thugs were after him, that those sharp knives were meant for him, and that the fatal shot was aimed at him as well. Yet the youth had fought bare-handed against those armed assailants, even taking a bullet for him. Otherwise, the one lying on the ground would have been him, perhaps even shot to death in a barrage of bullets. The girl interjected, "Let us not have him talk anymore. The ambulance has arrived." The chubby boy glanced outside and quickly said, "Oh, right, Jiang, hang in there. The ambulance is here." Even before the assailants had exited their vehicle, everyone had sensed that something was amiss. The crowd outside the barbecue restaurant had immediately called the police. Some had even preemptively dialed for emergency assistance, anticipating that the sudden appearance of several armed assailants would likely lead to injuries. The injured could be either the intended target, concerned bystanders, or innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. The number of assailants was not too great. They could control what happened inside the restaurant, but could not prevent people outside from calling for help. Moreover, the assailants had intended for a swift resolution, merely wanting to prevent the chubby boy from escaping in the chaos. Who knew that a formidable opponent would emerge midway, single-handedly defeating them all? Soon, medical personnel arrived and expertly began to disinfect and bandage the youth's wounds. They then lifted him onto a stretcher and carried him to the ambulance. The youth's eyes darted around as he allowed the medical staff to attend to him. Curious about the scene unfolding before him, he had received bandaging many times throughout his life, but this was the first time he experienced such attentive care. Once the staff had placed him in the ambulance, it was necessary for someone to accompany the police to the station for an investigation and to provide a statement. As the primary target of the case, Qian Xuanrui naturally had to follow the police. Thus, it was the girl who got into the ambulance to accompany the youth to the hospital. Qian Xuanrui cast a worried glance at the youth lying on the stretcher and then solemnly addressed the girl. "Class monitor, thank you. Please take good care of Jiang. If you need any money, just let me know, and I will transfer it to you." The girl looked at him deeply and nodded slightly. Seeing the sincerity in the chubby boy's eyes, she realized that the youth had not chosen the wrong person to help. As the ambulance doors slowly closed, she gazed at the youth on the stretcher. The freshly applied white bandages had already been stained red, but it was evident that the bleeding had somewhat subsided. She turned to the doctor and asked, "How is he? Is he in stable condition?" The doctor replied, "The bullet wound is near the shoulder. close to the lung. It remains unclear if the lung has been injured. Fortunately, the bleeding has somewhat stopped, but he needs to be taken to the hospital urgently for surgery based on his specific condition. The girl's voice trembled slightly as she said, "Thank you, doctor, I appreciate your help." Noticing the girl's furrowed brows and slightly pale complexion, which indicated her concern for him, the youth said, "I'm fine." "You are not allowed to talk," she retorted. "Oh," he replied. "Still-o?" she pressed. The youth fell silent. 10 minutes later, the girl stood alone outside the emergency room, the door firmly shut, a sign above it displaying the words "in surgery." She recalled the harrowing events that had unfolded in the barbecue restaurant, still feeling shaken. Suddenly, a group of assailants had burst in, and the youth had stepped forward bravely, as if a scene from an action movie was playing out in reality. She did not ponder the chubby boy's identity or why he had attracted such trouble. Her concern was solely for the youth's condition, whether his injuries were serious, if the surgery would proceed smoothly, and whether he would suffer any long-term effects. After all, the human body is incredibly complex, and until she heard from the attending physician that the surgery was successful, who could guarantee anything? Chapter 51. During surgery, as for why the girl seemed particularly concerned for the youth, she did not know. When asked if she considered them friends, she was uncertain as well. Although she understood that relationships often evolve into friendships over time and through shared experiences, she had never had friends and did not know how to define friendship. Thus, she could not ascertain whether she and the youth were friends. Nonetheless, she felt that given the gravity of the incident, which had even endangered lives, her worry was entirely normal. It had nothing to do with their friendship status, but was a reflection of her respect and reverence for life. Just as when she witnessed a shooting incident on the street, even if she did not know the victim, she would feel concerned for their safety. She would find ways to help them seek assistance while ensuring her own safety. Rather than passing by indifferently, moreover, she and the youth were indeed acquainted. Time passed slowly. The surgery room door remained closed. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, growing louder. "Xiao Li? Xiao Li, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Su Miaoqin, dressed in home attire, called out anxiously before she even reached the girl. The girl had messaged her, saying they encountered some assailants while eating barbecue, and her classmate had been injured and was taken to the hospital. Su Miaoqin had immediately inquired which hospital the girl was at, and upon receiving the answer, she rushed over. Before the girl could respond to her question, Su Miaoqin panicked, gripping the girl's shoulders and raising her voice. "Xiao Li, why are you covered in so much blood? Where are you hurt? Let Aunt Qin take a look." The girl shook her head gently and reassured her, "Aunt Qin, I'm fine. This is my blood. It is my classmate's." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoqin's concern mixed with confusion. "What happened? Why is your classmate bleeding so much? How is he doing now?" The girl recounted the entire sequence of events, the cause, the process, and the outcome. When she mentioned the knives, Su Miaoqin felt a surge of fear, and when the girl mentioned the gun, she was utterly horrified. Here, horrified was not an exaggeration. A real gun was something most people would only see on screen. It was a dangerous object that could take a life with a mere pull of a trigger. Su Miaoqin gently embraced the girl, whispering, "Xiao Li, don't worry too much. Good people will surely receive blessings from heaven." The girl froze for a moment in Su Miaoqin's embrace and murmured, "Really? Does heaven truly bless good people? But why hasn't it blessed my family?" Su Miaoqin was momentarily taken aback, realizing the girl was recalling painful memories. She gently patted the girl's back. "Silly child, don't think too much. Let us wait for your classmate to come out safely, okay?" The girl softly replied. At the police station. After Qin Xuanrui and Liang Yiqin completed their statements, the police informed them that everything was resolved and they could return home, advising them to remain vigilant about their safety. They assured the two that they would apprehend the perpetrator who fired the shots at the earliest opportunity. Consequently, they immediately drove to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital's entrance, they fortuitously encountered the hurried Qin Jingyun, who had come in response to a message from a young girl. The girl felt that both she and Qin Xuanrui were still just children, perhaps lacking the foresight required to navigate such serious matters. She believed it was essential to involve a responsible adult in overseeing the situation. Aware that the boy had no parents and that the person who had initially adopted him had since abandoned him, it was clear that Qin Jingyun was the only viable option. Moreover, it was inevitable that Qin Jingyun would eventually learn of this incident. In a state of confusion, Qin Jingyun asked Qin Xuanrui, "Xuanrui, what are you doing here?" During their ascent to the operating room, Qian Xuanrui recounted the entire sequence of events once more. Chen Jingyun was taken aback, exclaiming, "A dagger? A gun? How did you provoke such individuals?" In response, Qian Xuanrui could only briefly mention the occupations of his parents. Chen Jingyun sighed deeply, contemplating the state of modern parenthood. One parent seemingly vanished, while the other remained indifferent. Indeed, when parents are not subjected to examinations, their behavior differs markedly. However, upon witnessing Qian Xuanrui's expression of guilt, she refrained from making further comments. The three of them arrived outside the operating room, and before Chen Jingyun had the chance to greet Su Miaoqin, she was startled to see Tang Yingli covered in blood. "Yingli, what happened? Why are you drenched in blood?" The girl explained once more, "Teacher, this isn't my blood. It's Zhang Yunyi's." Chen Jingyun glanced up at the three glaring red characters above the operating room. Her heart racing, with concern, she inquired about the extent of the boy's injuries. She had already posed this question to Qian Xuanrui, who had indicated that he was uncertain of the specifics but had seen the boy lose a significant amount of blood. The girl answered truthfully, "The doctor on the ambulance said the bullet is lodged near the lung area in his shoulder, but we don't know if it has affected the lung at that time." The specifics were still unclear. Upon hearing this, Chen Jingyun's heart sank further. This child had already endured enough suffering, and now this unfortunate incident had occurred. Silence enveloped them as they awaited news, the corridor suddenly quiet as they faced a long and agonizing wait. Qian Xuanrui stared blankly at the three prominent characters on the operating room door, lost in thought. If anything were to happen to Jiang, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The incident had originated with him, and he was unavoidably implicated. Yet Jiang had borne the brunt of it for him. Meanwhile, Liang Yichen reflected on the moment when the boy had shielded the chubby one from gunfire. Was it intentional or merely coincidental? Perhaps he had noticed the assailants drawing their weapons from inside the vehicle. Currently, this was the only plausible explanation. After all, to react swiftly and intercept a bullet without knowing its source or trajectory would require the capabilities of a seasoned operative. During the wait, Chen Jingyun stepped outside to place a call to the man who had once cared for the boy. Given the gravity of the situation, could he truly remain indifferent and aloof? After all, the boy was his adopted child, and surely some bond remained. Yet reality struck Chen Jingyun harshly. He had callously severed all ties. "The number you have dialed is not in service." He had even canceled his phone number. 2 hours after the boy was wheeled into the operating room, the lights above the surgery room extinguished. The attending physician emerged from the ward, and the group promptly surrounded him. Chen Jingyun anxiously inquired, "How is the child?" The doctor adjusted his glasses and smiled at everyone. The surgery was highly successful. Fortunately, the bullet did not damage the alveoli. However, due to the child's dense muscle tissue, the procedure took longer than anticipated, which caused some concern. He will need to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days, but given his robust healing ability, he should recover swiftly with proper care. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The girl relaxed her grip on her clothing. Chen Jingyun eagerly exclaimed, "Thank you so much, doctor. Can we go in and see him now?" The doctor replied with a smile. Of course, he stepped aside to allow them entry. Chen Jingyun expressed her gratitude before leading the way into the operating room. The boy lay on the hospital bed, his long hair cascading carelessly across his forehead. He was not wearing a hospital gown, but his body had been wrapped in pristine white bandages, which enveloped his left shoulder and chest. His muscular arms and well-defined abs were exposed, presenting the image of a battle-worn youth. He stared blankly at the ceiling, the surroundings offering a faint sense of familiarity, albeit not as cold as he had recalled. Soon, he noticed a group of people streaming in towards him. Chen Jingyun gazed at the boy on the bed and gently asked, "Yuni, how are you feeling? Are you in pain?" The boy replied, "Teacher, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore." Before Chen Jingyun could continue, Qian Xuanrui suddenly rushed to the bedside, though he refrained from touching the boy. With reddened eyes and an expression of guilt, he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, "Jiang, I am truly sorry." The boy looked at him blankly and asked, "Why do you feel sorry for me?" The chubby one expressed his regret, stating, "They were after me. Yet you suffered such injuries." The boy replied calmly, "But if I hadn't helped you, would you have wanted to watch them take you away?" His composed words stirred ripples of emotion within the hearts of those present. The chubby one gazed at the boy, feeling as if an invisible red thread connected them together. In that moment, whether during the time the boy shielded him from gunfire or even before. When the boy entered class 29 of the second year, A bond had been forged between them. He did not feel the need to elaborate further. Words were unnecessary. Chun Jingyun, seeing both of her students in distress, chose not to say much more but solemnly advised the boy, no matter what happens in the future, always prioritize your safety, understood? The boy nodded in agreement. Chun Jingyun then turned to the others, saying, it's quite late now, and the boy is out of danger. Everyone should head home. Liang Yichin asked the chubby one, are you leaving? I can give you a ride. The chubby one replied, you go ahead. I'll stay here to take care of Jiang. Chun Jingyun interjected, there's no need for you to stay. You should return to rest as you have school tomorrow. The chubby one protested, but Chun Jingyun cut him off. But what, are you not going to listen to your teacher? The chubby one hesitated, feeling guilty that the boy had been injured because of him. The boy reassured him, Qian, you should go back. I'm fine and don't need anyone to look after me. After the surgery, he had asked the doctor if he could leave, only to be met with incredulous stares as the doctor informed him he needed to remain for observation to ensure proper healing and to check for any complications. In truth, the boy felt it was unnecessary. Such a minor injury would heal in a couple of days. Since the boy had expressed his desire to leave, the chubby one reluctantly agreed, insisting he would help the boy with the hospital admission procedures before departing. Meanwhile, the girl was watching the boy intently. When he noticed her gaze, he tilted his head in curiosity. The girl slightly parted her lips to utter a single word, fool. The boy, perplexed, asked, what? The girl replied, rest well, I'm leaving now. The boy nodded and she departed with Su Miaoqin. In the corridor, Su Miaoqin gently remarked, Shaoli, your two friends are quite good. The girl paused, contemplating the meaning of friends. Su Miaoqin continued, that chubby one clearly values loyalty. The girl responded, yes, Su Miaoqin added, and the boy lying in the hospital bed is kind-hearted. With bright and clear eyes, I believe that even if a stranger were in danger today, he would step forward to help. After years of navigating the complexities of society, she could discern such qualities from mere expressions and fleeting moments. The girl replied, yes, he has quite the thick skin. Su Miaoqin was taken aback. What? The girl blinked her beautiful eyes. Nothing. That night, Chun Jingyun stayed at the hospital to care for the boy, despite his protests. She urged him to sleep, as it would aid his recovery, and told him to call for her if he experienced any discomfort during the night. She then settled down beside his bed to rest. The following day, Chun Jingyun stepped out to buy breakfast for the boy, reminding him, always pay attention to how you're feeling if anything feels off. Ring the nurse, understood? The boy replied, yes, I understand. Chun Jingyun softly added, I'll come back to see you at noon. If nothing else, just get some more rest. The boy nodded, okay, goodbye, teacher. At noon, Chun Jingyun returned with Qian Xuanrui. She carried food while Qian Xuanrui brought along a hefty dictionary. With a thud, he placed the book on the small table beside the boy's BED.AN English dictionary. Qian Xuanrui, with an air of disassociation, remarked, Brother Jiang, this is not something I intended to bring to you. It was the class monitor who asked me to deliver it, claiming you enjoy this. The youth responded with a calmness that took the chubby one by surprise. He had assumed that Tang Yingli was merely teasing the boy, however, it seemed that was not the case. Could it be that he genuinely found pleasure in this? Surely not. Chun Jingyun suggested, let us eat first. The youth replied. Later that evening, after visiting the youth, Chun Jingyun departed, having noted that he appeared to be in good spirits and likely facing no significant issues. She had refrained from sleeping the previous night and found herself unable to endure the fatigue any longer. Thus, after offering the youth a few words of advice, she took her leave. Upon her exit, Qian Xuanrui arrived, having returned home to shower after evening studies. The youth inquired, what brings you here? The chubby one responded with righteous indignation. Brother Jiang, how can you say that? I am the one who ought to be here. The youth countered, are you not afraid of being ambushed on the way? The chubby one sheepishly replied, Brother Jiang, the likelihood of me being pursued is not that high. Otherwise, I would have had a grave mound half a meter high by yesterday. His parents had managed the aftermath relatively cleanly, yet one often encounters mishaps when traversing the riverbank. Last night, it was indeed the youth's shoes that became wet. Chapter 53. On Love, the chubby one, with an air of mystery, asked, Brother Jiang, are you curious as to why I am being pursued? The youth shook his head. Bearing his own undisclosed past, he had little interest in the histories of others. The chubby one sighed, Brother Jiang, you truly provide no emotional value to others. Confused, the youth queried, what should I say? The chubby one replied, You should express curiosity. The youth understood. Oh, curiosity. The chubby one suddenly found himself intrigued. Brother Jiang, how did you manage to become acquainted with the class monitor? The youth asked. Why do you inquire? The chubby one explained. Because the class monitor appears quite aloof, and you seldom speak. How do you two communicate? The youth answered. We generally do not converse much. The chubby one expressed disbelief. Brother Jiang, do not deceive me. If you were not familiar, how could the class monitor have chosen to sit beside you during the competition? And afterward, how could she accompany us for barbecue? Moreover, when I clandestinely observed her during your surgery, she seemed genuinely concerned. The youth explained, because we sit together. The chubby one retorted, that cannot be. I have heard tales of the class monitor. She has never been seen close to anyone since she began her studies. The youth, perplexed, responded, Is it not normal for us to be seated together? The chubby one exclaimed, No, no. I do not mean proximity in distance, but in sentiment. Do you understand? The youth remained bewildered. I do not comprehend. The chubby one, sensing the complexity of the topic for the youth, inquired, Do you know what love is? The youth shook his head. I do not. The chubby one, suspicious, remarked, That cannot be, Brother Jiang. Have you never heard your classmates discuss such matters? Or have you never witnessed early romances? The youth replied, I have not. He had no classmates. The chubby one furrowed his brow, doubting the youth's honesty. Yet, gazing into the youth's pure and innocent eyes, he thought differently. Could it be that Brother Jiang was solely devoted to his studies, oblivious to the world around him? He then glanced at the large English dictionary on the small table, which the youth was close to finishing. He swallowed hard. It was not impossible. Indeed, there was a balance of yin and yang. Brother Jiang excelled in both scholarly and martial pursuits, but lacked emotional experience. He suddenly felt a weight on his shoulders. This was a significant mission. He felt compelled to enlighten the youth on the nature of love. After all, this was a crucial aspect of Brother Jiang's life. In gratitude for the protection Brother Jiang had afforded him, he could only assist him in winning over the class monitor to repay some of that debt. Moreover, the class monitor was a paragon of grace. Surely, investing in such a person would yield no losses. No, what was he saying? She was a worthy match. With utmost seriousness, the chubby one declared, Brother Jiang, love is a form of affection that exists between men and women. Of course, he refrained from specifying gender too rigidly, fearing he might mislead the youth and implicate himself. The youth inquired, What kind of affection? The chubby one cryptically replied, When the time is right, Brother Jiang will understand what love is. It varies from person to person. Whatever you perceive it to be, that is what it is. The youth asked, What time? The chubby one stroked his non-existent beard. That is uncertain. Perhaps it will be in the next moment. No, perhaps tomorrow, or the day after. Or in the near future. Just remember that love is an emotion that arises between men and women. The youth queried, What about between boys? The chubby one responded without hesitation, That is, a different kind of affection. No, what was he saying now? The chubby one cleared his throat. That is friendship. The youth remained puzzled. What is friendship? The chubby one paused briefly, then pointed at the youth and then at himself. Just like you and me. We are friends. The youth seemed somewhat enlightened, but still responded. Oh, he then asked, What about me and Tang classmate? Upon hearing this, the chubby one's lips curved into a slight smile. He indeed could not forget his Tang classmate. Of course, for now, they were merely friends. The youth replied, Oh, he did not notice the chubby one playing with words. On Tuesday morning, Qian Xuanrui bought breakfast for the youth before heading to school. When Chen Jingyan arrived, the youth informed her that he had already eaten. After inquiring, she learned that Qian Xuanrui had stayed with him the previous night. She chuckled and scolded, This rascal lie in the evening, besides Chen Jingyun and Qian Xuanrui. Even the girl arrived. The youth expressed his desire to be discharged from the hospital and demonstrated his now agile arm and body to them. Upon confirming that he appeared to be nearly fully recovered, they decided to consult the doctor. After all, none of them had experienced gunfire, so they were not overly astonished by the youth's recuperative abilities. However, the doctor who came to reassess the youth was astounded, exclaiming in wonder at the remarkable recovery. Ultimately, he attributed it to the vigor of youth. Thus, the doctor consented to the youth's discharge. Chen Jingyan advised him that he need not attend evening studies that night, encouraging him to return home to rest and return to school the following day. The youth naturally had no objections. After changing into the new clothes that the chubby one had prepared for him, He departed with the trio by taxi. As the youth's apartment was conveniently located near the school. It was an easy route. I in the car, Chen Jingyun softly reminded him. Make sure to catch up on the lessons you've missed in the past couple of days when you return to school. Ask Ingli or the teachers, all right? The chubby one gently nudged the youth with his elbow. That's right, Brother Jiang. Be sure to ask the class monitor. The youth replied, oh. The girl remained silent. That evening, the youth went to the arena in the eastern part of the city, knowing that a competition was scheduled for that night. His eagerness to be discharged was primarily motivated by his desire to participate in the match. As he ascended the stage, the audience beheld a battle-scarred youth, bandaged across his left shoulder and chest. Although his movements were unaffected, the wound still required care, hence the bandaging. The spectators gasped in surprise, questioning what had happened. Perhaps he had injured his shoulder during training? Meanwhile, in the front row, Liang Yichin stared wide-eyed. This kid, how is he back up there? Wasn't he just shot? No, wait. Wasn't he still in the hospital? How did he get out? He had indeed forgotten to cancel the youth's participation in the match, having been preoccupied with matters relating to the youth's genetic testing. The results confirmed that the youth was merely an ordinary person, possessing only the genes of a typical human. Perhaps he was simply the illegitimate child of some prominent figure, and not what he had initially thought. Chapter 54, Stir-Fried Crab with Scallions. Despite the youth's injury, the arena match held little suspense. The youth emerged victorious yet again, marking his fourth consecutive win. Below, Liang Yichin mockingly scolded, aren't you still supposed to be in the hospital? How did you end up back here fighting? The youth replied, I have been discharged. Liang Yichin expressed astonishment. So soon? Didn't you just spend 2 days there? You've already recovered? The youth affirmed, almost. Liang Yichin mused, TSK. He preferred to believe that there was something unusual about the youth's genetics, as he found it hard to accept the vast disparity between individuals. Who was this high-ranking official's subordinate with such extraordinary genes? He couldn't help but wonder if such a physique, if awakened, could lead to a perfect awakened being. Liang Yichin inquired, will you be fighting again on Thursday? The youth replied, Meanwhile, in the Lihua garden, the girl sat on her bed in a nightgown, her dark, lustrous hair cascading freely over her shoulders. Compared to her school appearance, she exuded a softer beauty. She sat on the bed, holding her phone in a daze. She had intended to sleep by 10:30 but found herself unable to do so. She, too, was at a loss as to why she could not slumber. Perhaps it was due to the lingering anticipation of a match that was supposed to belong to youth, which had yet to be cancelled. Thus, she had waited until now, and by some strange twist of fate, she had clicked on the official account of the Chengdong Arena. What greeted her was a photograph of a young man, bandaged, standing resolutely in the arena. At that moment, her beautiful eyes were fixed upon the image, lost in thought. To him, such actions seemed perfectly normal. Yet, to the young girl, it was nothing short of shocking, far more so than witnessing a titan. This astonishment stemmed from the depths of her soul. This fellow, he had only just sustained a gunshot wound, with the bullet extracted from his body a mere 2 days prior. And now he stood in the arena once more. Was he mad? What would happen if his wound reopened? Was it possible that he had endured similar struggles in the past, resolutely standing up to fight despite being battered and bruised? The following morning, at the school entrance, the young man and woman encountered each other unexpectedly. The young man raised his arm, presenting a cup of soy milk and a bag of buns before her. For you, he stated. The girl tilted her head, her gaze not resting on the soy milk and buns but rather upon his shoulder. She coolly remarked, haven't you finished repaying your debt? Not yet, he replied. Is there really that much owed? She inquired. Indeed. She accepted the breakfast. Very well. Then, they walked together toward the school. Did you compete again yesterday? She asked. Yes. Does your wound not hurt anymore? It does not. She muttered, you are rather thick-skinned. What? I mean to say you are resilient. Not only able to withstand falls but also impervious to gunfire. Well, I am still a bit afraid of guns, he admitted. You fool. Upon hearing this, the young man scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Was this truly foolish behavior? As it neared 7 o'clock, classmates began to arrive in the classroom. Make way! Make way! Suddenly, a chubby boy rushed into the classroom, coming to the young man's side like a tracking bullet. He panted heavily, Brother Jiang. Must we absolutely fight in this match? Is this money something we cannot afford to earn? He had been dumbfounded after seeing the young man's photo in the arena the previous night. He had once thought that skipping evening study sessions to box was the limit for Brother Jiang. Yet Jiang had taught him a lesson anew by directly entering the ring with a gunshot wound. I fear he would deduct my credibility points and prevent me from boxing, the young man explained, recalling the last participant who had failed to arrive on time and consequently lost points. The chubby boy exclaimed, Brother Jiang, you are mistaken. A small pigeon does not matter, but we must blame that fellow Liang for not helping you cancel the match. If he continues to act so carelessly, he might find it hard to keep his civil servant position. During physics class, Chun Jingyan announced to everyone, according to the latest notice from the school, this year's spring outing is scheduled for next Monday. Upon hearing this, the students erupted into cheers, except for one corner. What is a spring outing? The young man asked. It is when the school organizes a trip for us to play somewhere, she explained. Is it fun? She was momentarily taken aback. You can experience it for yourself. Are you not going? I am not. She found the idea of playing uninteresting, preferring to stay home to study or practice fighting at the gym. Oh, what she did not know was that Su Miaoqin had secretly enrolled her in the class parents group. She believed that the girl had been too isolated for too long and, now that she had finally made two friends, it was essential for them to interact more. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days went by. During this period, the young man was mostly focused on his studies, asking the girl whenever he encountered difficulties, while the chubby boy occasionally dropped by for casual banter. Duan Ziang had also settled down, attending the boxing team training on Friday night without causing any trouble, as if he had come to understand that seeking trouble with the young man would only lead to humiliation. The girl was somewhat taken aback by this change. She did not wish for him to retaliate against the young man. Rather, she believed it was typical for someone as arrogant and overbearing as Duan Ziang to seek revenge. After all, a dog could never change its nature. After training, while the girl was packing her things, she suddenly asked the young man, Are you free tomorrow afternoon? He shook his head. I am going out to buy a phone with classmate Qian tomorrow afternoon. Oh, what is the matter? She confessed. I wanted to invite you to the boxing gym. He tilted his head. What about the afternoon after tomorrow? Don't you have homework to do? I don't have much. And I wake up quite early. He did not have much to do. Thus he wrote quickly. Oh. Though it was the same word, the tone carried a subtle shift. On Saturday afternoon, the young man and the chubby boy met at their usual spot. They first enjoyed lunch together, after which the chubby boy took him to select a phone, even getting a new SIM card and opening a bank account. After spending some time teaching the young man how to use his phone, a notification chimed. The young man looked down to see a personal contact appear in their chat. The name read Tang Xiu Paigu. What is this? He queried. That's your little deskmate, the chubby boy replied. What is going on? You should add her as a friend, just like I taught you. It's 5:30 in the evening, in Liwang Garden. The girl, preparing to head to the living room for dinner, picked up her phone and noticed a small red on her contacts. When she clicked to check, it read, I am Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. The girl gazed at the ID, tilting her head. It looked strikingly similar to her own, the format. She surmised it must be the young man, although the name was likely given by Qian Xuanrui. Nevertheless, she did not delve deeper and simply accepted the friend request. As soon as the request was approved, it displayed that the other party was typing. After a minute had passed, just as the girl was furrowing her brows, a message popped up in the chat. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia, are you coming to watch the match tonight? Tang Xiu Paigo, yes. Another minute passed. The girl thought, is this guy typing at the speed of an elderly woman? Jiang Tsong Chao Xia, where will you sit? The girl was momentarily startled, then her long, nimble fingers danced across the screen. Tang Xiu Paigu. Image. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Oh. When the girl arrived at the Chengdong Arena, she found two familiar faces already seated beside her, the young man and the chubby boy. She approached them, her steps dainty. Are you truly sitting in these two seats? The chubby boy declared proudly, class monitor, of course. My brother Liang is in charge of overseeing this area. What seats could he not secure for us? Liang Yiqin interjected, don't be so familiar. I am that Liang. Before the girl could respond, a gentle voice emerged from behind her. Little Liang? You all know Liang Yiqin? At this moment, the young man and the chubby boy turned to see a middle-aged man with a square face, whose kind demeanor exuded warmth and approachability. The chubby boy glanced at the girl. Class monitor. Who is this? The girl introduced, this is my Uncle Wu. She then introduced the young man and the chubby boy to Wu Jiangwo. The chubby boy quickly greeted, hello, Uncle Wu. Yes, we know Liang Yiqin. Noticing the young man's silence, he nudged his arm. The young man looked at him blankly. What's wrong? The chubby boy was frantically making faces. Jiang brother, you're meeting a parent. Why are you just standing there in a daze? The young man tilted his head, puzzled. What's wrong with your eyes? At this, Wu Jiangwo couldn't help but chuckle. The girl sighed. He wants you to greet my uncle. The young man replied, Oh, hello, Uncle WU.So this was what it meant to greet someone upon meeting. Wu Jiangwo smiled warmly. Hello, you must be the two classmates who shared a perilous experience with Xiaoli last weekend, right? The chubby boy's face fell. Yes, uncle, it was my fault that the class monitor had to endure danger as well. I am sorry. Wu Jiangwo waved his hand, smiling. No need for apologies. I am not here to blame anyone. Besides, this incident is not your fault. From what I understand, they wanted to capture you because of your parents. You were merely a victim, he continued. Moreover, the thugs primarily aimed at you. If Xiao Li and the others had chosen to stand back, they likely would not have faced any trouble. If they got hurt because they chose to help you, that cannot be blamed on you either. The chubby boy replied, Thank you for your understanding, uncle, but I still feel quite guilty. Though others might not have been aware, he had always known that he could encounter danger at any moment, even if the likelihood was low. Thus, he felt remorseful for not informing the young man and girl in advance. Fearing that becoming too close to him might lead them into danger as well, he refrained from voicing this concern, as he wished to make friends, who would be willing to take the risk of befriending him if they knew. Secondly, he felt that if one day danger truly arose, as long as he obediently complied, his friends should also remain unscathed. This was indeed the most significant reason. Wu Jiangwo gently remarked, Child, feeling guilty is perfectly natural. If you were to act as if nothing happened, that would only prove they chose the wrong person to help. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Since they were acquainted with Liang Yichen, could it be that Liang Yichen had selected the two of them? Their character certainly seemed to meet the criteria. Soon, the competition for the evening commenced. Tang Yingli and Wu Jiangwo took their seats, with the young girl beside the young boy. Wu Jiangwo leaned slightly toward the boy, smiling as he said, I hear from Xiaoli that classmate Yuni is quite formidable in combat. Is that so? The boy glanced at the girl, who appeared engrossed in the match, seemingly oblivious to his gaze. Not really, he replied. Wu Jiangwo chuckled. Classmate Yuni is truly modest. There aren't many who can earn such praise from Xiaoli. Let me think. It seems their ISN. The girl suddenly became flustered, hastily interjecting. Uncle Wu, the match is starting. Let us pay attention. All right, let us watch the match, Wu Jiangwo conceded with a smile, shaking his head. The boy tilted his head, pondering, is she nervous? But why would she be nervous? At 8 o'clock that evening, during the weekend, Liang Yichen had scheduled the match for the boy at this time. The boy appeared once more in the ring, but this time, the cheers were more fervent than ever. He had gained a measure of popularity, having won 5 consecutive matches. Being a high school student and a skilled fighter simultaneously was indeed a rarity nationwide. This time, he was set to face the formidable striker. When both competitors stepped into the ring, the atmosphere reached a thrilling crescendo. Yet, the girl and the chubby boy felt a tinge of anxiety, as this was the boy's first match since advancing to the rank of advanced fighter. However, truth be told, ever since witnessing the boy's confrontation with the thugs the previous weekend, their confidence in him had significantly grown. It was no joke. 5 burly men armed with knives had been dispatched by the boy with a single kick, each one howling in agony, a snap echoing as another was thrown down without a sound. He fought with fierce determination. In the current ring, such tactics were permissible as long as vital points were not targeted. They believed only seasoned fighters ranked highly among advanced fighters could pose a threat to him. Wu Jiangwo observed with curiosity and intrigue, well aware of the regulation prohibiting anyone under 18 from competing. Since the boy was allowed to stand on the stage, there could only be one explanation. Liang Yichen had facilitated it, and Wu Jiangwo knew precisely the identity Liang Yichen held. Boxing, with the referee's command. The boy did not adhere to conventional strategies. He did not opt for a cautious approach, but charged directly at the striker. The striker was taken aback, retreating while trying to maintain awareness of his movements. Gasps erupted from the audience. Was there no probing this time? What kind of tactic was this? Was he no longer holding back, ready to unleash his true strength? Qian Xuanrui, too, was perplexed. Brother Jiang, what is he trying to do? Could it be another German suplex like last week? The girl's eyes remained fixed on the boy. She saw the striker cornered at the edge of the ring, with nowhere else to retreat. When the boy was 3 steps away from the striker, he suddenly twisted his waist and leaped forward, spinning in midair for a full 360 degrees, just before returning to face the striker. He bent his legs in midair, seemingly aiming to deliver a swift kick to the striker's head. However, the striker appeared to anticipate his intent, quickly lowering his fists while bending backward, his body arching at a 120-degree angle, attempting to evade the boy's 360-degree side kick. But alas, the boy did not execute the side kick. Instead, he landed directly and delivered a powerful downward punch to the striker's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Thus, the match concluded. The arena fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 56. Is this a date? Moments later, what was that? A feint? First, he pretended to go for a 360-degree kick, tricking the striker into bending down to dodge, only to deliver a punch for the KO. This maneuver was so ingenious. What benefit does it give me to be so impressed by him? The audience buzzed with awe, their voices rising and falling in excitement. The chubby boy looked at the young fighter on stage, his face slightly flushed with exhilaration. Brother Jiang's move was so cool. It left me dumbfounded. The girl's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration, her gaze resembling the clear, flowing waters of a mountain stream. Serene yet concealing an undercurrent of intensity, she murmured. The talent is remarkable. Moreover, she could sense that the boy standing before her now was worlds apart in combat skills from the one just a week ago. Unbeknownst to her, he had evolved from a novice to someone capable of astonishing the crowd. Wu Jiangwo, too, was captivated. As one of the practitioners of national policy, he was well versed in combat sports. He believed that only a person with innate talent could devise such a brilliant tactic. That evening, at Liwan Garden, in the master bedroom, Su Miaoqin softly inquired, "Did you meet those two children tonight?" Wu Jiangwo smiled. "Yes," Su Miaoqin continued. "What do you think of them?" Wu Jiangwo replied. The child named Jiang Yini stepped up when his friend faced danger, even willing to take a bullet for him. Such devotion speaks for itself. As for the boy named Qian Xuanrui, he is also commendable. His sense of guilt is sincere. Indeed, as you said, he is loyal and principled. Your insight, madam, is truly exceptional. Su Miaoqin chuckled. Not exceptional. I didn't think highly of you back then. Wu Jiangwo laughed heartily. Indeed, he added. I also inquired about Xiao Liang, and he indeed has his eyes on the two of them. Su Miaoqin raised an eyebrow. That's good news. If they are chosen and they agree, Xiao Li won't be lonely in the future. Wu Jiangwo sighed. That is true, but being selected is merely a stepping stone. It ultimately depends on whether they harbor divine thoughts within them, Su Miaoqin replied. Indeed, if Xiao Li lacks divine thoughts, then this grudged. Wu Jiangwo took a deep breath. Let us discuss that later. Who can predict the future? Su Miaoqin nodded. Yes, the most important thing now is that Xiao Li has made friends. This is a positive beginning. Encouraging them to interact might help Xiao Li come out of her shell. Wu Jiangwo suddenly chuckled. If that brat hears your thoughts, he'll surely come back to scold you. Su Miaoqin shot him a glance. Does he dare? We cannot prevent Xiao Li from making friends, especially since these are her only two friends over the years, and they are of good character. Furthermore, if that boy has no capabilities, who can he blame? If he had any skills, would I willingly let Xiao Li go to someone else's family? He has pursued her since childhood, yet has never seen any blossoming romance. He must have inherited your genes, lacking talent in this area. Wu Jiangwo retorted. Hey, you can criticize him, but why drag me into it? Su Miaoqin glanced at him. Am I wrong? Wu Jiangwo immediately fell silent, conceding that even if he disagreed, he had to relent. On Sunday afternoon, the boy stood waiting at the school gate. A few minutes later, the girl approached from a distance, clad in a black sports outfit and a black cap. Her delicate and refined features resembled a lotus emerging from the water, exuding an ethereal quality devoid of any worldly pretense. She still wore no makeup, yet retained a refreshing elegance. The girl glanced at the time, noting her punctuality. Why did she arrive so early? Had she been waiting long? The boy replied. I just waited a bit. Classmate Qian said you shouldn't keep a girl waiting when going out. The girl nodded lightly in agreement. The fight gym was nearby, so they chose to walk. Along the way, the boy unexpectedly asked, Is this a date? The girl paused in surprise, then slowly turned to him. Did Qian Xuanrui teach you that? The boy replied, Yes. The girl asked, Did you tell him I asked you out today? The boy responded, No. The girl cautioned, Don't listen to his nonsense. Don't let him lead you astray. The boy questioned, Is he wrong to teach that? The girl mused, Perhaps he is right, but learning such things is pointless. The boy replied, "Oh." A brief silence enveloped them. Before the girl spoke again, "This is not a date." The boy inquired, "Then what is a date?" He meant no offense. His curiosity was genuine, an eagerness to understand the world around him. He had previously thought that as long as he could manage his basic needs, he would fit into this world. But as time passed and he interacted with others, he realized that merely meeting his needs made him appear normal. Yet he was far from it. There were still many things he struggled to comprehend, especially human emotions. He could not grasp why Duan Ziying targeted him because of the girl. He could not understand why Qin Jingyun showed him such particular concern. He also could not fathom why the chubby boy had apologized to him while leaning over his hospital bed. Su Miaoqin was correct in her assertion that if that day the chubby fellow had been a stranger, he would have readily stepped forward to assist. However, where Su Miaoqin erred was in attributing this to the boy's kindness. It stemmed instead from his innate sense of justice, a self-taught understanding of right and wrong. Justice, what is it but the ability to discern good from evil, to comprehend the nuances of right and wrong? He perceived the villain's actions as unjust, prompting him to intervene. He recognized the immorality of deceit, leading him to choose honesty. The behavior of the red-haired man incited his ire, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. The young girl cast a fleeting glance at the boy. Your outing with Qian Xuanrui is a date. In the dictionary, a date is defined as a prearranged meeting, irrespective of gender. The boy hesitated. But Qian said that only boys and girls going out together constitutes a date. The girl replied coolly, "Do you trust him or me?" The boy, "I trust you." Since the first day of his enrollment, she had been supportive of him. Thus he naturally felt closer to her. The chubby boy lamented, "Ultimately, it seems I misplaced my affections." The girl nodded with satisfaction. Indeed. Chapter 57. May I intervene? The two arrived at Liang Ji's combat gym. Today, Zhong Jiaoyang was not present. The girl paid no heed, leading the boy directly to the training area. The boy curiously observed the various equipment within the gym. The girl inquired, "Have you been here before?" The boy replied, "No." She retrieved a pair of boxing gloves typically provided for guests and handed them to him. "Here? I forgot to remind you to bring your gloves." She had assumed he would have brought his own. The boy accepted them. "I don't have gloves." The girl was momentarily taken aback. "Then how did you compete?" The boy answered, "I used the gloves from the arena in the eastern part of the city." The girl responded, "Oh." She adeptly styled her hair into a bun and donned a pair of deep red boxing gloves, striking a balance between allure and restraint. "Can you teach me the moves you used against the villain last weekend?" The boy tilted his head. "Which ones? The German suplex?" That was what the audience shouted during the last Titan competition. The girl pouted, "I don't want to learn that. I want to learn the dislocation technique." The boy, "Oh." The girl, "Follow me." Thus, they approached a few human-shaped dummies. The girl instructed, "You show me how to twist them." The boy, "Oh." He grasped the hand of one dummy, placing his palm on its wrist. He furrowed his brow slightly as he explored its structure, then demonstrated to the girl, "This dummy has no bones. This is approximately the right position. Then you grip it like this, apply force, and you can dislocate its bones." The girl, eager to try, said, "Let me have a go." The boy released his grip, and she attempted to mimic his movements. Turning to him for confirmation, "Is this correct?" The boy, "Close enough." Since the dummy lacked bones, he could only indicate the general area. The girl realized this as well. She then instructed, "Extend your hand." The boy obediently offered his hand to her. She seized it and began to explore his wrist. The boy remarked, "Didn't you say boys shouldn't casually hold girls' hands?" The girl was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed he was teasing her about her previous comment. Feeling somewhat flustered, she replied, "Yes, but I didn't say girls couldn't and this isn't casual. It's for teaching, it has significance." The boy, "Oh." However, his interruption caused her to lose her focus. The girl internally scolded him. It's all his fault. Then, she felt a large hand cover hers. It was the boy's, guiding her small hand to the junction of his wrist and forearm. The boy, "Here." The girl, "Oh." She found herself unable to meet his gaze. Yet, his next words compelled her to look. "You can try to apply pressure to dislocate it." "What did you say?" The girl thought she must have misheard. The boy, "You can twist it." Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. She exclaimed, "Are you insane? Won't it hurt?" The boy, "It will hurt a little, but it's manageable." The girl regained her composure. Are you joking? The boy. I'm serious. The girl fell silent. She recalled the multitude of scars covering his body. Could it be that he had grown accustomed to being bullied in his youth? So he thinks wrestling is trivial and believes taking a hit is inconsequential, and now finds dislocation to be no big deal. With this thought, she looked at him earnestly and said, Don't jest. Refrain from making such statements in the future. They are quite alarming. This is also a form of disrespect towards your own body. You must cherish it, do you understand? The boy. He sensed that she seemed eager to learn this technique. Hence his comment. As for the pain from a dislocated bone, it was hardly enough to make him wince. Subsequently, they continued practicing, and the boy taught her methods for dislocating bones in other areas. At that moment, a young man with slicked back hair and a well-built physique approached. He spoke gently to the girl. Hello, I noticed you while working out over there, and it seems you have a passion for combat. Coincidentally, I have some knowledge about it and would like to get to know you better, if that's all right. The girl replied coldly. No need, I'm just training with my friend, thank you. The young man, undeterred, responded. Oh, may I ask if he is your boyfriend? He had been captivated by her stunning beauty and innocence the moment he first laid eyes on her. However, he hesitated to approach immediately, as he had noticed the boy beside her. After observing for a while, sensing they did not appear to be a couple, he had decided to approach. The girl clarified, No. The young man chuckled. If that's the case, could we exchange contact information? The girl furrowed her brows. No, thank you. The young man remained oblivious to her slight frown, believing that one should be bolder when approaching beautiful women. After all, beauty deserves a bit of pride. He considered himself not lacking in appearance either. Under persistent persuasion, he believed she would likely relent. He continued. I have no ulterior motives. I simply wish to befriend you. The girl sighed in resignation. Realizing she had encountered someone particularly persistent, if she were to classify his behavior as harassment, he appeared polite and composed. If he chose to stand there unabashedly, she truly had no means to confront him. Typically, when she was at the gym, she would receive requests for WeChat. Most were courteous and withdrew gracefully upon sensing disinterest. In rare instances, Uncle Yang would intervene on her behalf. Unexpectedly, today, Uncle Yang was absent, and she had encountered such an oddity. Had she met him on the street, she would have simply ignored him and walked away. However, having only just begun training in the gym, she couldn't leave just to avoid him. Had she known earlier, she wouldn't have denied it. She sighed softly, preparing to say something when, Didn't I just say no? Did you not comprehend? The boy's voice, neither arrogant nor aggressive, but filled with confusion, broke through. Upon hearing this, the young man's smile faltered. Faced with the boy's assertive words, he could hardly maintain his friendly demeanor. He retorted coldly. I am speaking with this young lady. What concern is it of yours? The boy replied. Then I am merely speaking to myself. What concern is it of yours? The young man scoffed. You're not her boyfriend, so what right do you have to intervene? The boy understood that the term boyfriend in his context did not merely refer to a male friend. Since that night he had discussed the topic of love with the chubby boy. Or rather, since the chubby boy had unilaterally introduced him to the concept of love, he had been subtly observing various couples in class. Thus, he had garnered some understanding of the terms girlfriend, couple, and love. The boy remarked, Must one be a boyfriend to intervene? Can a friend intervene? He then turned to the girl. May I intervene with you? The girl was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that he would inquire about this. Was it unintentional or deliberate? Who was he trying to provoke? She couldn't help but chuckle, her smile illuminating her features, rendering the others pale in comparison. Of course, you may. Chapter 58. The first toy. Upon hearing this, the young man's face flushed red, and he muttered something about not needing to add each other and left in a huff. Watching him depart, the girl stifled her laughter and turned to the boy, surprised. I didn't expect you to speak so fiercely, the boy replied. Qian Xuanrui said that friends should help one another. It seems he has imparted some valuable lessons, the girl asked. Do you consider us friends? The boy tilted his head. Aren't we? Is Qian lying to him? The girl mirrored his gesture, contemplating. Perhaps. Once again, she deeply appreciated the boy's transformation. From only uttering simple sounds to articulating coherent phrases, and now to confidently confronting others, he had evolved from being hesitant to speaking fluently, and now to expressing himself naturally. Perhaps because they were cut from the same cloth, She felt genuinely pleased by his growth. It may also be because they are truly friends. As tranquility enveloped them, the two proceeded to the ring to continue their practice. The girl, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How did you come up with that feint last night?" The boy replied, "I was pondering whether there was a way to win the match more easily, and that thought sparked the idea." The girl pressed on, "And what about the thought process?" The boy shrugged, "There was no process. There's a phrase that goes, a flash of inspiration." The girl widened her beautiful eyes, observing him, realizing he seemed to be serious and not jesting. She puffed her cheeks slightly. "All right then." The boy asked, "Would you like me to teach you?" The girl replied confidently, "It's so simple. I can learn it in one glance." The boy tilted his head. Seeing this gesture, the girl felt as though she had been challenged. "Doubt it? Then come and try." All right. The result of the attempt, however, was a dismal failure. The girl, feeling awkward, queried, "How do you manage to keep your movements fluid? After retracting your leg, it tends to stiffen." She was embarrassed, having just boasted that she could learn it with a single glance. The boy, naturally, refrained from mocking her. "When you spin, prepare to throw both punches and kicks simultaneously. This way, whether you strike with your fist or foot, the momentum will assist you, preventing any stiffness." The girl suddenly felt enlightened, her eyes sparkling with realization. "So that's how it is. Let us try again." All right, and indeed, they both faltered once more. The girl placed her hands on her hips. "Why are you just standing there?" As she spun around in midair, gathering strength for a side kick and punch. She noticed the boy merely holding his fist aloft, remaining completely still, without any indication of further movement. The boy tilted his head. "If I don't move, you one-t attack?" The girl was left speechless. She harbored serious doubts that he was doing this on purpose, although she had no evidence it must be so. He certainly held a grudge. Just moments ago, he had teased her about her insistence on not allowing casual hand-holding. This was her train of thought as for what the boy truly thought. That remained a mystery to us in the end. The boy managed to help the girl successfully execute the move once more. In the evening, they prepared to tidy up and head home. The girl picked up her phone and noticed 3 messages from Su Miaoqin. The brave beauty texted, "Shaoli, Aunt Qin is stepping out for a while and won't be home soon. You and Jiang classmate should have dinner outside. By the way, aren't you going on a spring outing tomorrow? You two could also go together to buy some snacks. Be careful on the road." The girl stared at the 3 messages, falling into silence. Why had Aunt Qin suddenly gone out today? "All right, Aunt Qin." After exiting Liang Ji's fighting gym, the girl inquired, "Shall we go out to eat?" The boy replied, "Sure." The girl asked, "What do you want to eat?" The boy answered, "I'm fine with anything." Upon hearing this, the girl's expression turned contemplative. The events of the previous week loomed large in her mind, making her hesitant to eat at a roadside stall or restaurant. It felt too dangerous, fearing that amidst their meal, chaos might erupt with knives flashing and bullets flying out. So, what should they eat? She turned to the boy. "You can choose between Hot Pot and McDonald's." The boy, puzzled, asked, "What are those?" The girl, accustomed to the boy's questions, explained simply. "Hot Pot is a pot over fire where ingredients are cooked together. McDonald's is something children really love." This was the most straightforward explanation she could muster. After all, if she told the boy that McDonald's served hamburgers, she would likely have to explain what a hamburger was. When the boy heard that children enjoyed it, his eyes lit up slightly. With a hint of anticipation, he said, "Then let us go to McDonald's." He wanted to experience the taste of what other children had enjoyed in their youth. The girl smiled slightly at the corners of her mouth. "Let us go." She suspected the boy would choose McDonald's, as it was likely he had never had it before, given his background. People like them often envied what other children could easily access but had never experienced themselves. If one person had something that everyone else did not, it was probably not envied. But if everyone had it, and you did not, then envy was inevitable. Inside McDonald's, they found a seat and the girl took out her phone to scan the menu. She moved her phone in front of the boy. "Take a look and see what you want." The boy's fingers glided across the screen as he gazed blankly at the names of the food displayed. Eventually, he fixed his gaze on the children's meal. "I want this." The girl glanced at it, momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting a mix of complexity as she regarded the boy. "All right." After their meal, the boy, in a daze, asked, "Didn't you say you weren't going on the spring outing?" The girl retorted confidently, "I changed my mind." "Is that not allowed?" That night, after returning home, Aunt Qin informed her that she had already signed her up for the spring outing in the parent group. What could she do but go? The boy replied, That's fine. Therefore, the boy and girl went to buy some snacks for their outing the next day. The boy mentioned he had never had any, so he asked the girl to help him choose some. The girl picked up some water and biscuits for herself, as she rarely indulged in snacks. However, she selected a variety of treats for the boy, including spicy strips, mushroom beef, popping candy, and lollipops. As they walked home together, they approached a crossroad near the school, which was on their route. The boy played with the toy that came with the children's meal from McDonald's. It was a Pikachu. Is it that fun? The girl inquired. He replied. This was his first toy. Soon, they reached the school's crossroad, where it was time to bid farewell. The boy said goodbye. The girl gazed into the boy's clean and bright eyes, suddenly recalling how he had teased her twice that day. For some reason, her lips parted slightly. Didn't you say you would take care of me? Huh. The boy seemed taken aback. The girl continued. Then, Qian Xuanrui only taught you that when going out with a girl, you shouldn't make her wait. Didn't he teach you that you should escort her home afterward? Chapter 59. A missed beat at these words. The boy paused, seemingly caught off guard. It appeared that Qian Xuanrui had indeed neglected to instruct him on that. It seems I have been remiss, he acknowledged. Then I shall escort you home. The girl scoffed. How dull. She had expected the boy to feel a bit embarrassed. You're such a blockhead. She thought I was just joking. The boy queried. So, boys don't need to escort girls home? The girl tilted her head. Not necessarily. Some relationships do require it. The boy asked, Do friends need to? The girl replied. If both parties are willing, then it is acceptable. Then let us go. The boy started walking in the direction the girl had come from. She was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Noticing the girl hadn't followed, the boy turned around, tilting his head. Are you unwilling? For some unknown reason, the girl felt her heart skip a beat. A sensation she had never experienced before washed over her, leaving her at a loss for words. It felt so strange. She feigned indifference, saying, Then let us go on Monday morning, at 7:10. The girl sat at her desk, gazing vacantly out the window. The seat beside her was empty. The boy had yet to arrive. Today, the teacher had instructed everyone to be in the classroom by 7:15, and then to gather at the back gate of the school by 7:30 to board the bus. The classroom buzzed with excitement, as the students were all abuzz over the destination for this year's spring outing, Happy Valley. Although many had already visited with their families, this time would be different, as they were going with friends, promising a unique experience. While chaos reigned outside, the girl remained in serene silence, akin to a snow lotus blossoming on the precipice of Tianshan. Beautiful yet untouchable, a paragon of solitude. But even she needed light. Before long, a cup of soy milk and a bag of steamed buns obstructed her view of the outside world. Here you go. The boy passed by her side and took a seat. The girl accepted the breakfast, asking, How many more times do I need to repay you? The boy replied without hesitation, You should still owe me a few more. The girl was left speechless, but she chose not to pursue the matter further and started to eat. Upon seeing the boy had arrived, Qian Xuanrui rushed over, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I also want soy milk and steamed buns too. Suddenly, the girl felt her bun had lost its appeal, as if it had been tainted. The source of the contamination was all too obvious. The boy looked momentarily bemused. I'll get you some tomorrow. At this, the chubby boy's expression shifted dramatically. He replied sternly, There's no need for that, Jiang brother. There's a bun shop right downstairs from my house. I can buy my own. He didn't want the boy's breakfast to seem cheap. After all, when something belongs exclusively to someone, it becomes priceless. The boy was perplexed. Oh. Then the chubby boy noticed the snacks the boy had packed in a bag. Jiang brother, if you carry those snacks in that way, it won't be convenient when we go to play later. The girl also looked at the snacks in the boy's bag. It indeed seemed inconvenient. After all, he couldn't very well carry them while riding a roller coaster. Could he? Leaving a bag on the ground wouldn't work either, as its seal wasn't as secure as a backpack. Last night, I forgot to remind him to buy a backpack. He should be financially stable now. The chubby boy patted his round belly and sheepishly said, Brother Jiang, I have brought quite a lot of snacks, and my backpack is already stuffed. Otherwise, I could have stored them here, the girl replied. You can put them in my backpack. I have fewer things. The boy's eyes immediately lit up. What a brilliant idea, Brother Jiang. Place the snacks in the class monitor's backpack, and then you can help her carry it. Ultimately, the two accepted the chubby boy's suggestion. The girl's backpack was pure white and quite clean, simple and unadorned. When slung over the boy's shoulder, it created no sense of dissonance. Others did not find it odd, but Duan Ziang recognized it as the girl's backpack. Have they grown so close now? His expression darkened, fists clenched, yet he could only seethe in helpless rage. For he had also seen the boy's photographs of him boxing at the East City Arena and was aware that he was a skilled fighter there. This was the very reason he had refrained from causing trouble for the boy during this time. He found himself utterly powerless. At Happy Valley, Chun Jingyan reminded everyone to stay safe before letting them go enjoy themselves. Around noon, she would notify the group about where to gather for lunch. Watching the trio of the boy, girl, and chubby boy depart, she nodded in satisfaction. It seemed her initial decision had proven to be correct. She felt like a deity from ancient Greece presiding over the law of attraction. Meanwhile, the boy curiously surveyed the surrounding attractions. Suddenly, he heard a thunderous noise from afar. Turning to investigate, he saw something resembling a vehicle plummeting from the sky, followed by a chorus of gasps. The boy's eyes brightened. He pointed to the two of them. "Shall we try that ride?" The chubby boy followed his finger's direction and exclaimed, "Oh my, it's a vertical roller coaster." Starting off with something so thrilling? The girl remained expressionless. She had visited Happy Valley years ago but had been too young to ride roller coasters back then. After getting into combat sports, she seldom went out to have fun and had not returned to Happy Valley since. Now that she was back, it might be worth a try. "How about we go for that first?" The chubby boy suggested timidly. The boy and girl glanced in his direction to see a spinning platform where an array of colorful, varying-sized wooden horses revolved around a rotating drum. They exchanged a glance and instinctively averted their eyes. The chubby boy, observing their reaction, couldn't he help but protest on behalf of the carousel. Hey, hey, who hasn't ridden horses in ancient times? We must experience it." The boy asked in confusion. Did nobles also ride this kind? Having memorized the modern Chinese dictionary and the English dictionary, he was now working on the ancient Chinese lexicon. Thus he understood the meaning of nobles. The girl replied, "Of course not." The boy inquired further. "What did they ride then?" The girl clarified, "Living creatures." The chubby boy retorted, "This moves too. Look, it's going up and down." Before he could finish, he noticed the boy and girl heading straight for the roller coaster. The chubby boy hurriedly called out, "Wait for me." Meanwhile, he grumbled internally. What was wrong with the carousel? It might seem childish to elementary school kids, but it was just right for high schoolers. Chapter 60. Embrace in the afternoon. Having spent nearly the entire day playing, the three found a spot to enjoy their snacks. The chubby boy stuffed his mouth full and mumbled, "It's about time. We could still squeeze in a visit to the haunted house and a ride on the Ferris wheel." "Shall we?" The boy raised an eyebrow. "A haunted house? Does that mean a house with ghosts?" The chubby boy laughed. "Precisely, Brother Jiang. Are you perhaps afraid?" The boy replied, "Not sure. Let's go take a look." The girl had no objections either. Thus, the three approached the haunted house, where eerie wails and the screams of other students echoed from within. The chubby boy cryptically stated, "It's all but an illusion. What is there to fear?" Hearing this, the boy asked, "Are the ghosts inside fake?" Observing his serious demeanor, the chubby boy chuckled helplessly. "Of course." The boy responded, "Oh." The chubby boy added, "Why does it feel like Brother Jiang seems somewhat disappointed?" Upon learning they were fake, the boy indeed felt a bit disinterested. If it was all a ruse, how was it different from the carousel? Inside the haunted house, the dim lighting caused the boy and girl to lose much of their visibility. The girl instinctively clutched the hem of the boy's clothing. This was a natural human reaction to the fear of the unknown. Flickering green phosphorescence illuminated the walls, and cold winds occasionally swept through. Despite knowing the haunted house's contents were fabricated, there was still a slight unease, as it was just the two of them. As they ventured deeper into the haunted house, the girl suddenly felt something brush against her hair. She instinctively turned her head and tightly grasped the boy's clothing, bringing him to a halt. Looking up, she saw a long-haired ghost hanging from above, its hair brushing against hers. The boy asked, "What's wrong?" The girl replied, "Nothing." They continued forward, encountering several NPCs along the way, none of whom posed significant obstacles, until they came across a scene resembling a funeral parlor, with two decrepit coffins on either side and several tattered portraits hung crookedly on the walls. A small altar displayed some white and yellow flowers alongside offerings. Suddenly, a series of gnawing sounds echoed in the dark space. as if someone were stealthily consuming the offerings. The boy, curiously surveying the surroundings, turned to find that the girl had let go of his clothing at some point. He glanced back to see her standing several meters away, motionless. "What's wrong?" he asked. The girl did not respond. He approached her and noticed that her body was trembling, her lips murmuring, "No, don't eat, please, don't eat anymore, no." Her voice was soft and indistinct, and he could not quite grasp her words. Was she frightened? He felt puzzled. Suddenly, her trembling intensified, and her voice took on a tone of desperation. "Please, let us go." This time, the boy understood her clearly. He discerned the hesitance, helplessness, and despair woven into the girl's voice. "I in that place." Such sounds were often heard, rendering him quite familiar with them. Was she recalling something? Then, the girl stumbled, and the boy hastily caught her delicate form. Her body trembled, and she felt somewhat cold. The boy was at a loss. He realized the girl needed his assistance. Yet he was uncertain of how to proceed. He lacked the knowledge of how to comfort someone, and even more so, how to awaken a girl in such a state. All he could do was hold her, preventing her from collapsing onto the ground. Yet for the girl, this was sufficient. Upon hearing the sound of crunching, it seemed as though she was transported back to that wardrobe, that cold, dark wardrobe. Memories surged within her mind once more. She was once again engulfed by that sense of despair. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, when suddenly a sphere of light appeared in her world, descending upon her. She fervently absorbed the warmth emanating from the sphere. Gradually, her body ceased to tremble, and her murmurs faded. She regained her senses, realizing she was still within the haunted house, yet cradled in a warm embrace. Chapter 61. The world at the top of the Ferris wheel. The girl did not linger in the boy's embrace. She struggled slightly, however. He did not release her, thinking she was still shivering. "I'm fine," she stated. "Oh," he replied, then let her go. The girl said nothing further, nor did she tug at his sleeve again, instead walking towards the exit of the haunted house. The boy followed her out without inquiry. Upon their exit, the chubby boy spotted them and approached with a grin. "Jiang Ji, class monitor, how was the haunted house?" "Scary. It was terrifying," he replied. Initially, he intended to say it was manageable, but recalling the girl's reaction, he answered with a simple terrifying. The girl maintained her frosty demeanor, remaining silent. The chubby boy, perceptive as he was, sensed something was amiss with her and pondered. Why does the class monitor seem upset? Could it be that Jiang Ji behaved inappropriately inside? He doesn't seem the type, though. Perhaps she was so frightened that she clung to the class monitor and became angry. He dared not ask. "We don't know, and we don't dare inquire. Jiang Ji will surely find his fortune." He changed the subject. "Shall we ride the Ferris wheel now?" The boy glanced at the towering Ferris wheel in the distance. The girl lowered her head, remaining silent. Seeing this, the chubby boy exchanged glances with the boy. Having spent some time together, the boy understood and shrugged. The chubby boy, noticing his reaction, furrowed his brow. Could it be Jiang Ji isn't the issue? Then, suddenly, he felt he had grasped something. Is it possible the class monitor is the one who is afraid? Haunted house after effects? He thought that was highly likely. Thus, he dismissed further contemplation and led the two to enjoy the Ferris wheel. When it was their turn, the girl spoke suddenly. "I want to ride in the same car as him." "I have something to discuss, of course," the chubby boy replied, with no objections, lightly patting the boy's shoulder. "Jiang Ji, good luck. I'm powerless to assist." The class monitor's fear of ghosts might be uncovered, and her aloof persona could shatter. "You know too much," it must be said. To a certain extent, he had indeed guessed correctly. He then watched as the boy and girl boarded the Ferris wheel while he quietly awaited the next car. On the Ferris wheel, the girl sat silently like a celestial statue, still with her head bowed. Lost in thought, the boy gazed out at the gradually diminishing scenery. Suddenly, the girl's gentle voice broke the silence. "Thank you for earlier." "Huh?" He blinked in surprise. "Oh, he hadn't truly done anything. When I was young, my family faced a calamity. My relatives were murdered before my eyes, and I was powerless to intervene. Even now, those demons roam free. Their heinous games, merciless methods of killing, and brutal acts of cannibalism have inflicted unparalleled trauma upon the fragile psyche of the young girl I once was. Thus, in her heart, they are indeed devils." She had never shared these matters with anyone, for she understood that speaking of them would yield nothing but sympathy and pity. As for her decision to confide in the boy at this moment, she herself did not know the precise reason. Perhaps it was to explain her earlier peculiar behavior, or perhaps it was because they were kindred spirits. Upon hearing her words, the boy shifted his gaze from the window to the girl, who kept her head lowered. Indeed, she had recalled past events, which explained her earlier demeanor. "I'm sorry if I frightened you earlier," she continued. "It's all right," he reassured her. Silence enveloped the car. The girl remained quiet, as did the boy. If Qian Xuanrui were present, he would undoubtedly chastise the boy, saying, "Jiangji, your mind cannot merely be a decorative piece. It must be put to use. Come on, think." Unfortunately, Qian Xuanrui could only sit idly in the next car, unable to witness what transpired between the boy and girl. He would have to wait until the second half of the ride when his car ascended to sea. Initially, he thought the girl was merely embarrassed after being frightened in the haunted house. However, upon further reflection, he felt that was not the case. The class monitor did not seem the type to dwell on such trivial matters. That moment, in the previous car, the boy's calm voice shattered the silence. "Do you wish to take revenge on them? Of course. So, was your solitary existence, your diligent studies, and your relentless training in combat all for revenge?" The boy had learned of her solitary demeanor from the chubby boy. Yet he sensed that her heart was not as cold as it appeared. If she desired friendship, she could undoubtedly make many friends. He was acutely aware of her dedication to her studies. Indeed, no one in class matched her diligence. Moreover, he had observed that among the girls, few trained in combat. The arena in the eastern part of the city did not host women's fighting matches, and the majority of the audience were boys. During their visit to Liang Ji's combat gym, he had not seen any girls in the fighting area. Within the school's combat team, there were only a handful of girls. Yet the girl was extraordinarily passionate about it. At times, he could even sense her unintentional yearning for strength. He had originally thought her to be simply that way, finding nothing strange about it. After all, in his world, there were only three types of people: those from there, those who existed beyond there, and himself. But now it seemed, perhaps all her efforts were driven by a desire for vengeance. At the very least, it logically made sense. The girl was not surprised by his insights. She was aware of his intelligence. "Yes, in order to take revenge, I must capture those individuals." Her tone resonated with obsession and hatred. "That must be exhausting," he remarked. "I don't care." After a moment, the boy stood. For the Ferris wheel had reached its pinnacle. He raised his slender hand to shield his eyes from the sun. The sight before him revealed the bustling city in all its glory. Towering buildings stood side by side, and in the distance, the road teemed with a constant flow of vehicles. "Actually, I too have a task I must complete. Yet I believe our goals do not hinder us from experiencing this world. As long as we continue to strive towards our objectives, that is sufficient." Upon hearing this, the girl's dark pupils flickered within her beautiful eyes as she slowly raised her head to look at the boy. The setting sun's rays bathed him, as though cloaking him in a golden, sacred veil. She found herself mesmerized by his presence. She thought, this figure at this moment would surely forever remain in her heart. Perhaps from the instant the boy appeared in class 29 of the second year, where their fates intertwined marked the beginning of a new chapter. She had once urged him not to cling to the past. Now he was teaching her to embrace the future. "May I hold you once more?" the girl whispered softly. Chapter 62. The enchanting bar. Upon hearing her request, the boy momentarily froze, then turned around. "Of course." The girl stood, arms outstretched. "Oh." The girl gently wrapped her arms around the boy's muscular waist, her delicate form leaning against him. "Thank you. In the next car, the chubby boy happened to witness this scene. His eyes widened in shock, and he rubbed them in disbelief. "What just happened? Can someone explain what transpired?" Jiangji truly is extraordinary. Even such a high and aloof flower like the class monitor can be effortlessly drawn in. We are left in awe. He then covered his eyes with his hands. What should not be seen, must not be seen. After a moment, he peeked through his fingers, discovering the boy and girl had already parted. As the spring outing concluded, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. Boarding the bus back to school, on the bus, Chen Jingyan announced loudly, "The spring outing has come to an end. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this will be your last spring outing of high school." Upon hearing these words, a chorus of lamentations arose from below. "The medicinal elixir, I yearn to escape, yet find myself ensnared." Upon witnessing the disarray of her peers, Chun Jingyun refrained from further remarks. Initially, she had intended to offer additional admonitions. But given that everyone had just concluded their revelries and their minds were still adrift, further discourse would prove futile. At her desk, the young girl donned one earphone, then extended the other to the boy beside her. "Would you like to listen?" Curiously, he accepted the offering and mimicked her actions, placing the earphone over his ear. On a Tuesday morning, when the girl arrived at the classroom, the boy was already seated. Engrossed in what appeared to be a book, on her desk lay a cup of soybean milk and a bag of steamed buns. She settled into her seat and deftly began to consume her breakfast. "How do you manage to arrive so early every day? I've grown accustomed to it. Did you go boxing last night?" "Yes." "Did you win again?" If you continue to win like this, I believe the arena in the eastern part of town will inevitably arrange for you to duel with that titan." "He cannot defeat me, is that so?" the girl exclaimed, her words slightly muffled as she had yet to swallow her morsel. "It's false." "Humph. Then if you truly face him, do you have confidence in your victory?" "I am uncertain, but he must possess his vulnerabilities. Just ensure you do not sustain injuries." As the first period commenced, during physics class, Chun Jingyun placed her book heavily upon the lectern. "Before we begin, I have a few words to share with everyone. The spring outing has now concluded, and it is time to refocus. The school has tentatively scheduled the midterm examinations for the days preceding the May Day holiday. Specifically on the 29th and 30th, we shall not be released for the break until after the exams. There are approximately 2 weeks remaining, so please dedicate yourselves to your studies, understood?" "Understood, very well. Let us commence the lesson." The boy turned his head to glance at the girl, softly inquiring, "What is a midterm exam?" The girl replied quietly, "It is the examination that occurs midway through the semester." "What is an exam?" "It is when you are given a paper to complete, much like your usual assignments, but without the aid of your books. There is also a time constraint, so you must be mindful of the clock and complete it within the allocated time. Then submit your work. But I feel I need not concern myself with the timing." The girl, puzzled, asked, "Why not?" "Because I do not know much." The girl replied, "Then you should study diligently over the next 2 weeks. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask me." Just as the boy was about to respond, Chun Jingyun's stern voice resonated from the lectern. "Zhang Yuni, please answer this question." The boy stood and answered without hesitation. Chun Jingyun, internally skeptical, thought to herself, "I distinctly saw him conversing with Ingli just moments ago, yet he is able to respond." She cleared her throat. "That was a commendable answer. Please refrain from distraction during class. Sit down, Dado." During the break in the evening study session, the girl ventured into the corridor to fetch water, where Zhang Pengfei approached her with a water bottle in hand. "Duan Ziang claims he knows the whereabouts of your father. If you wish to find out, go directly to the Meihua bar after your evening study session." The girl paused momentarily, her hand clutching the water cup. She responded calmly, "How could he possibly know about my father?" "I'm not entirely certain. I am merely the messenger." With that, Zhang Pengfei departed, leaving the girl's cup overflowing, a detail she failed to notice. Clearly, she was not as composed as she appeared. Guided by instinct, she returned to the classroom, her thoughts scattered during the latter half of the evening study session. She pondered the veracity of this revelation. Uncle Wu had previously informed her that they had nearly identified the perpetrator. Yet apprehending him proved exceedingly challenging and would require the assistance of the state. As for the whereabouts of her parents, they had yet to uncover any leads. Yet now, Duan Ziang claimed he possessed knowledge of her father's location. Even Uncle Wu, as the head of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau, had been unable to obtain this information, so how could he? She was incredulous. Yet disbelief does not equate to impossibility. He might not grasp the full scope of the situation, but could hold some fragments of information. After all, his family was quite affluent, and it would not be surprising if he knew more than others. Regardless of the minuscule probability or the glimmer of a clue, she felt compelled to investigate. He was her father. Yet if someone were to suggest that Duan Ziang was innocent of ulterior motives, she would not believe it. He even invited her to a bar. Even a dog would shake its head at such absurdity. Despite not having pursued her for the past month and refraining from troubling the boy, she remained unsettled. "What troubles you?" The boy noticed the girl lost in thought and spoke softly. The girl snapped back to reality. "Nothing," she replied quietly, then resumed her studies, resolute in her decision. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the end of the evening study session. The girl turned to the boy beside her and gently said, I have some matters to attend to tonight, so I cannot assist you with your homework. It's all right. You may attend to your affairs, he replied. Then study on your own, she instructed Danem. Thus, she rose to leave, neglecting to take her backpack. The boy observed her with some confusion. She typically carried home 1 or 2 books, but thought little of it. Focusing on his own textbook, upon exiting the classroom, she swiftly retrieved her phone and dialed a number. The call connected promptly. Hello, Uncle Wu. Chapter 63. Iron Pipe Mehua Bar. After departing from the classroom, the girl took a taxi to this location. The bar's exterior was adorned with flickering neon lights, constantly shifting hues, resembling serpents of light twisting and turning. The outside was vibrant and dazzling, yet the interior was shrouded in haze, causing the girl to feel a twinge of uncertainty. However, considering the proximity of the city's Public Security Bureau, she steeled herself and entered. As she pushed open the door, a multitude of spotlights illuminated her. Red as fire, purple as a dream, blue as the sea. Their beams intertwined and shifted in pattern. The bar was not overly crowded, with perhaps 20 patrons, predominantly male. She furrowed her brows slightly, scanning the room for Duan Xiang's figure. Soon, she spotted him in a corner, holding a glass, seemingly appraising her approach. Duan Xiang watched her with an enigmatic smile. I didn't expect you to come alone. You mentioned you knew the whereabouts of my father? The girl did not engage with his words. Addressing him directly, no need to rush. Why didn't you bring your little deskmate along? This matter does not concern him. And what relevance does your dining companion have to this? You know, I have a fondness for you. I transferred to 6th middle school for you, relinquished my privileged status to draw closer to you. I have exhausted every means, so what? What do you mean, so what? Everything I have done, you have turned a blind eye to. Yet you grow close to that transfer student who has only just arrived. Why? Your actions do not warrant acceptance on my part. I believe I have made my refusal sufficiently clear. If you cannot comprehend that, I regret to inform you, I do not harbor feelings for you. Please cease your efforts on my behalf. Duan Xiang stared blankly at the girl before bursting into laughter. After all this, you just trying to say I'm being too forward? The girl regarded him with composure, remaining silent. Duan Xiang's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Are you not afraid of what I might do to you here? The girl frowned. I hope you will not stoop so low. What a low blow. All I know is that as long as I attain what I desire, I am the victor, he continued. You wish to uncover your father's whereabouts. Correct? Drink this glass before you, and I shall divulge the information. The girl glanced down at the red liquid in the glass. I will not drink. You just said not to do so much for you. If you refuse to drink, how can I bring myself to tell you? If you choose not to disclose, then I shall take my leave. With that, she stood up in her pursuit of leads regarding her parents. She was willing to confront any peril. However, that did not mean she would sacrifice herself. In truth, she did not expect Duan Xiang to divulge anything of value. Her desperation to find clues about her father had merely led her to entertain a sliver of hope. Duan Xiang dropped his pretense, mocking her. Do you truly believe you can come and go as you please? What do you intend to do? Duan Xiang raised his hand, his thumb and middle finger pressed together. Then, with a sharp snap of his fingers, the cacophony of music in the bar came to an abrupt halt. All eyes turned toward her, a glint of amusement dancing within them. Let me tell you something. I have rented out this bar for the night. Everyone present here is under my command. At these words, the girl felt a surge of panic within, though she maintained a facade of calm. She surmised that Duan Xiang's intentions were far from innocent, yet she had not anticipated such an extravagant display. Ignoring her composure, he swirled his wine glass. Now you should understand my intentions, correct? The girl coldly replied. Does wealth grant you the right to disregard the law? Not quite, he retorted playfully, but it allows me to circumvent it. Do you find this amusing? She must find a way to stall for time. Logically, Uncle Wu should have arrived by now. The Municipal Public Security Bureau is even closer than the school, which is precisely why she dared to enter directly. Duan Xiang remarked, I don't wish for this either. I intend to pursue you with the utmost integrity. However, since you are unwilling, I am left with no choice but to employ a few tactics. After all, it's merely a game. How to obtain you is of little consequence. What truly matters is what happens once we are in bed. Upon hearing this, the young girl felt a sudden chill run through her body. His words were repulsive enough to induce a visceral discomfort. A fierce-looking bald man approached with a grin. I wonder if after you're done, Duan Shao will allow the brothers to indulge as well? So pure, so beautiful. I've been in this line of work for years and have never encountered someone like her. The men behind him echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Duan Gu. Duan Ziyang laughed. Of course, I owe a debt of gratitude to Brother Guang for providing me with this opportunity tonight. Brother Guang spoke seriously. What are you saying, Duan Shao? We're all family here. Your matters are my matters. Despite the situation, the girl maintained her composure. Oh, you have no idea where my father is. Duan Ziyang replied casually. Who knows? It cost me quite a bit just to gather information about you. It's time to collect some interest. Brother Guang, bring 2 men to help me tie her up in the booth. Brother Guang leered. Sure thing. The girl instinctively took a step back, panic finally creeping into her voice. I assure you, if you dare to do that, you'll spend your next life in prison. Duan Ziyang remained unfazed. I know your uncle is the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, which is precisely why I haven't abducted you outright. Instead, I chose this approach. You came to the bar on your own, and once everything is settled, I will clean you up and find 2 scapegoats. I will still be the carefree Duan Shao. The girl's face turned ashen. He had planned this all along. But why hasn't Uncle Wu arrived yet? She realized that the situation was spiraling beyond her control. Could this be yet another of Duan Ziyang's schemes? Yet, she could not fathom how he had managed to keep Uncle Wu from coming in time. Enough chit-chat, tie her up. I can hardly contain myself. Just looking at her is infuriating. Duan Ziyang's eyes were now alight with desire. His mind gradually succumbing to lust. Brother Guang immediately ordered 2 henchmen forward. He had already envisioned the girl's grim fate tonight. As the 2 henchmen approached and reached for her, she sprang into action. Grabbing one of their wrists, she twisted forcefully. A sharp crack echoed as a bone dislocated. Following that, she delivered a brutal kick to his vulnerable area. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. Duan Ziyang felt a tightening in his lower body, the desire in his eyes momentarily dissipating. Brother Guang watched the girl with keen interest. Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a feisty little one. He then summoned 3 more henchmen. Move quickly. Yes, before they could reach her, one of the previously dispatched henchmen was already on the ground, and she swiftly twisted his right leg. Another crack indicated another dislocation. The girl quickly rose, facing the 3 approaching brutes. Just as she prepared to act, she felt her hair being seized. It was Duan Ziyang. He kicked her at the joint of her calf and knee, causing her to kneel. She then twisted her head back fiercely and slapped him hard. She fell to the ground. Duan Ziyang, now standing in front of her, rasped, Keep resisting. I hope you'll be just as spirited when we're in bed. He then kicked her hard in the abdomen. Her delicate form slid back a couple of meters. She did not emit a whimper of pain but held her stomach with her hands, her beautiful eyes, concealed beneath her hair, coldly glaring at Duan Ziyang. He turned away. You useless fools, you nearly ruined my mood. Lift her into the booth. The girl's eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. She watched the henchman approach, reaching for her. An image of a boy standing in the sunlight from yesterday flashed in her mind. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the entrance of the bar, followed by the sound of shattering glass. A boy wielding an iron pipe appeared before everyone. Chapter 64. Then you can carry me. The boy's gaze swept across the bar before settling on the curled-up figure on the floor. Small yet not weak, he could sense the beautiful eyes beneath her hair were also fixed on him. He tilted his head slightly and walked toward her, iron pipe in hand. Duan Ziyang exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yuni, it's you again. What are you doing here? The boy did not respond, continuing towards the girl. Duan Ziyang shouted angrily. What the hell are you pretending for? Brother Guang, get someone to take him down. Beat him to a pulp, Brother Guang shouted back. Did you hear what Duan Shao said? Get to it. Yes. Instantly, over a dozen people in the bar surged towards him. The boy did not falter, slowly advancing toward the girl. One henchman struck first, swinging a bottle at him. Without raising his hand, the boy swung the iron pipe, striking the henchman's stomach. The immense impact caused the henchman to double over. Violently retching, he dropped to the ground. Suffering excruciating pain as his body convulsed, beads of cold sweat oozing from his skin. The boy paid him no mind, walking past him leisurely. The iron pipe is just right. It won't kill you but feels exhilarating, he murmured. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to proceed. The bald man bellowed, What are you afraid of? Go after him. He can take on 20 of you. Instantly, 5 or 6 more rushed toward the boy. Unfazed, he continued forward, dispatching each one with a single strike. They all clutched their bodies, collapsing in disarray. Duan Ziang shouted, "You useless fools, you're all worthless. Grab your weapons and take him down." Hearing this, the remaining henchmen seized nearby bottles and chairs. Charging at the boy, he calmly observed their movements, unperturbed. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the incoming attack and swung the iron pipe, precisely hitting one of the attackers behind the knee. The man howled as his left leg buckled, dropping to the ground. Just then, a burly man raised a bar stool from behind, aiming to strike the boy. The boy, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, quickly turned, raising the iron pipe horizontally. The stool crashed against it, bending the pipe slightly, while the burly man's hands went numb. Yet, the boy stood firm. He suddenly kicked the man in the abdomen, sending him flying, with reflexes surpassing the ordinary. The boy weaved through the crowd. Bottles hurled at him were shattered by his pipe, creating a rain of glass. Each swing of the iron pipe was accompanied by a scream, each strike resonating with a thud. A single figure wielding an iron pipe fought against a throng of over 20 people, creating a breathtaking scene. Brother Guang watched in disbelief, astonished by the boy's ferocity. He hadn't uttered a single word upon entering, yet had already taken down a multitude. A part-time poet. Duan Ziang was equally stunned. While these henchmen lacked the prowess of the advanced fighters from the East City arena, they were not to be compared to the likes of the red-haired gang. This guy was single-handedly taking on 20 people with an iron pipe. Moreover, there was something even more terrifying. He was still moving forward. The onslaught continued, each step resulting in another fallen FOE as the last henchman collapsed. The boy stood before Brother Guang, the iron pipe devoid of blood yet bent from its original 180 degrees to a menacing 120 degrees. Brother Guang's voice trembled. "This young brother. No, this big brother. I believe there's been some misunderstanding." Before he could finish, the boy interrupted him. "It's crooked." He raised the iron pipe, and before Brother Guang's shocked gaze, he straightened it back. Brother Guang stumbled back a few steps. "BB brother, this has nothing to do with me." With a swift motion, the boy struck his thigh with the pipe, and Brother Guang screamed in agony, bending over to clutch his leg. The boy then delivered another blow to his shoulder, causing Brother Guang to black out and collapse. It was simple yet brutal. Duan Ziang's pupils dilated, his legs trembled, and his mouth quivered. He felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground. The boy paid no heed to his fear. Slowly kneeling beside the girl, he gently brushed aside her hair that had fallen over her face. A glaring red handprint starkly contrasted against her delicate features. "Does it hurt?" The girl was not weak. In fact, she was incredibly strong. Yet, the boy's words stirred an urge to cry within her. A layer of mist formed in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. "It hurts," she replied, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. "I'll make sure to help you get back at them later." The youth extended his hand through the delicate neck of the girl, while his other arm encircled her legs, lifting her effortlessly. Oblivious to her dazed state, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Her stupor was not a result of his actions, but rather of his words. He gently placed her against a chair for support. Subsequently, he seized a metal pipe and approached Duan Ziang, who looked on in terror, scrambling backward on the ground. "No, don't come any closer. My father will take revenge on you. You can't lay a hand on me." Yet, it was all in vain. The boy's pure, innocent eyes gazed steadily. Such eyes, capable of radiating vitality, yet devoid of it. He raised the iron pipe and struck fiercely at Duan Ziang's arm. Crack! Ah! An anguished wail mingled with the sound of bones fracturing. Then came another blow, this time to the thigh. The sequence repeated 2 more times. By now, Duan Ziang's arms and thighs lay shattered, and he had lost consciousness. The boy casually tossed the pipe aside, then delivered a harsh slap to Duan Ziang's face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Thus, he awakened once more, feeling the searing pain coursing through him, his gaze filled with despair as he looked at the boy. This person was a devil. He then turned to the girl, pleading, "Please, spare me." His voice was weak, the words slurred from the blows. The girl regarded him with a calm demeanor, devoid of any trace of pity. Had it not been for the boy, Her fate tonight would have been far worse. This was the consequence he rightfully deserved. Finally, the boy delivered a kick to Duan Ziyang's abdomen, sending him sliding across the ground for 5 or 6 meters. He then spat out a mouthful of crimson and fell into unconsciousness. The girl asked, "Will he die?" The boy replied, "No." She sighed in relief. "As long as he doesn't die." "Can you leave?" he inquired. "No," she responded. Then you carry me." Chapter 65. The Chess Game. "Thank you," the girl murmured softly, resting against the boy's broad and sturdy back. It was warm. The proximity allowed him to feel her soft, delicate form against him, along with her faint, floral scent. Were he a typical 17 or 18-year-old boy, he might have turned beet red, his heart racing, legs weak with trepidation. Yet the boy remained as composed as ever, his expression unchanged. His steps steadied. It was not that the girl lacked allure for him. Rather, his understanding of many things was akin to a blank slate. Thus, he did not comprehend love, nor had he fully grasped friendship. And matters of the opposite sex were no different. To him, carrying the girl was simply that, carrying the girl. "You needn't thank me," he stated. The girl gently inquired, "How did you arrive here?" "The classmate of that person just now came to tell me you were in danger and urged me to come here. Also asking me to call the dot." "What was it?" He was unaware of Zhang Pengfei's name. He didn't even know Duan Ziyang's. Yet the girl knew Zhang Pengfei? How could it be him? Isn't he a lackey of Duan Ziyang? However, she did not dwell on it. She softly said, "To call the police." The boy realized, "Yes." "Did you call the police?" "No, I didn't know what that was." The girl chuckled at the boy's naivete, her laughter blooming like a flower in spring. "Is it that amusing?" he asked. She playfully affirmed with a nasal tone. He questioned, "Why?" "Because it is funny. To call the police means to dial 110 when you are in danger, and the police will come to help you." He was aware of what the police were. He then asked, "Do you want to go to the hospital?" The girl hesitated. "No, just take me home." In truth, her injuries were minor, merely a kick to the stomach that caused some discomfort. She could walk on her own, yet for reasons unknown, she wished to indulge in a moment of capriciousness. "All right, hold on tight." Upon hearing this, the girl tightened her grip around his neck. The boy then released one hand and pulled out his phone from his pocket. He had learned to call for a taxi. They waited in silence. The girl felt the warmth radiating from him. The fright she experienced that evening was no less than when she was at the barbecue stall. Yet, with him by her side, she felt an unusual sense of security. In the taxi, the girl's phone rang. It was Uncle Wu. She quickly answered, and Uncle Wu Jiang's anxious voice came through. "Xiao Li? How are you? Where are you? Are you safe?" "Uncle Wu, please don't worry. I'm fine, very safe. And on my way home now." Wu Jiangua, still shaken, replied, "As long as you're safe. I had a car accident on the road and was delayed for a while. Only just arriving at the bar. It's a mess inside, but I couldn't find you, which frightened me to death." Hearing this, the girl's heart raced. At a car accident? Was it merely a coincidence, or was it part of Duan Ziyang's scheme? Such meticulous planning seemed implausible, and yet she sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a solitary oil lamp cast a faint glow over a chessboard and illuminated a strikingly handsome face. Nearly ethereal in its beauty, he spoke with a calm demeanor. What was the outcome? From the shadows behind him emerged a pair of emerald green eyes, feline in their appearance. Then, a respectful voice echoed, "Doctor, everything has proceeded as you predicted." It was a woman's voice. The handsome man remarked, "Now you understand." The woman in the darkness replied, "The cat's ear does not comprehend. Please enlighten me, doctor." The handsome man explained. Zhang Pengfei, coming from a poor background, is desperate for money. He understands that helping Duan Ziyang to win over Tang Ingli could yield substantial rewards. The woman in the shadows responded, "So you instructed me to subtly inform him that targeting someone could be achieved through her background." The handsome man continued, "He will comprehend your meaning given his flawed lineage." The woman replied, "Thus, he informed Duan Ziyang that he could exploit Tang Ingli's background to perhaps seize her weakness." The handsome man elaborated, "Duan Ziyang, wealthy and arrogant since childhood, has long coveted Tang Ingli and would certainly not concede easily." The woman in the shadows noted, "Therefore, he spent some money to investigate Tang Ingli's past, discovering that her parents were not definitively dead, merely missing." He then relayed this information to Zhang Pengfei. The handsome man remarked, "Zhang Pengfei is not foolish. He could devise a plan using this information to assist Duan Ziang in obtaining Tang Ingli for a reward. The woman in the shadows concluded. Thus, Zhang Pengfei suggested to Duan Ziang that he could use this to lure Tang Ingli to a certain location, and afterward find 2 scapegoats. The handsome man noted. Duan Ziang knew that pursuing her normally would be futile. Moreover, Tang Ingli's uncle is the police chief. If he resorted to force, he would undoubtedly face incarceration. Zhang Pengfei's plan was impeccable, if executed flawlessly. He could not only possess Tang Ingli's body but also evade any repercussions. Naturally, he would not refuse, having endured much frustration lately. The woman in the shadows added. Duan Ziang promptly rewarded Zhang Pengfei handsomely, promising another payment upon success. The handsome man commented, however, while Zhang Pengfei is greedy, he is also cowardly. He desires money yet fears escalating the situation, with one side being a wealthy heir and the other a police chief. He is uncertain of his own safety should things spiral out of control. Yet he also refrains from reporting to the police, fearing Duan Ziang's retribution. The woman in the shadows stated. Thus, he informed Zhang Yuni and instructed him to call the police. The handsome man smirked. Then my objective has been achieved. Tang Ingli is in danger, and Zhang Yuni will come to her aid. Do you understand? The woman in the shadows replied. The cat's ear has 2 further inquiries. May I trouble the doctor for answers? The handsome man appeared in good spirits. Ask away. The woman in the shadows queried. Are you not concerned that Zhang Yuni will alert the police, ultimately leading to their rescue of Tang Ingli? The handsome man casually remarked. I already had someone intercept the police, orchestrating a minor car accident, but it was not the police summoned by Zhang Yuni. Compared to the police, he should place more trust in himself. Thus, he will undoubtedly venture forth alone. And whom did you intercept? Wu Jinghua, Tang Ingli's uncle. She is perceptive enough to recognize this as a potential trap, yet her foolish obsession compels her to proceed. She would not involve Zhang Yuni, preferring him to share the danger. Besides, her uncle is a policeman, a readily available tool, so she would naturally seek his assistance. Then why did Zhang Pengfei inform Zhang Yuni? Is he not afraid that Zhang Yuni will tell Duan Ziang? Is it truly the behavior of a normal person to cast aside those who have helped them? Moreover, this query possesses an excessive degree of practicality, rendering it devoid of fear. At worst, one could merely share a tale of retribution, especially since the money has already been secured. The foolishness of the cat-eared one is astonishing, while the doctor's grasp of human nature is nothing short of remarkable. You may leave now. Yes, the woman in the darkness turned to depart. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The woman halted, a crimson stain blossoming upon her forehead. Her gaze was clouded with confusion. Why, doctor? The handsome man leisurely returned the pistol to the cabinet. Once the pawns have been used, they must meet their demise. Otherwise, they may one day become the players themselves. In the shadows, the woman collapsed, and in the flickering light of the oil lamp, one could faintly discern her playful cat-eyed glasses. The handsome man stared at the chessboard, murmuring, The seeds have been sown, the water has been poured, the flowers shall bloom on their own. Self-taught justice, how intriguing! Yet, I believe it would be far more captivating to lead you willingly into the abyss. You may emerge from the muck untainted, but once you are cleansed, can you remain untainted by allured? I eagerly await the outcome. Chapter 66. Consequences. In the taxi, the young girl had already ended the call. Wu Jiangwo reassured her that he was mostly unharmed. The driver had been intoxicated, yet fortunately, the speed was not excessive. It was merely a minor accident, resulting in some superficial injuries. He urged her to return home quickly, assuring her that once he resolved matters on his end, they would discuss it further. She acknowledged his words and hung up. The interior of the car fell silent. She no longer pondered the accident. Whether it was mere coincidence or deliberate intent mattered little, as Uncle Wu and the others would ultimately decide. She turned her gaze toward the young boy, only to find him looking back at her. He tilted his head slightly. The girl softly inquired, "What is it?" The boy replied, "In the future, if you find yourself in a fight and cannot prevail, feel free to seek my assistance." At his words, the girl was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly into the boy's bright eyes that shone even in the darkness. "Do you care about me?" She recalled the boy's earlier words at the combat gym. A smile crept across her lips. Silly. The following morning, the boy stood outside the apartment building, having skipped school for the day. This was due to the young girl informing him that she needed to go to the police station to provide a statement. Although Wu Jiangwo was the director, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Holding a high position, he ought to set an example. The boy did not have to wait long before a black luxury vehicle appeared before him. The girl opened the rear door from within. "Come aboard." Once inside, the boy greeted Wu Jiangwo in the front seat. Wu Jiangwo, suddenly serious, said, "Uni, I truly cannot thank you enough for last night. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of the repercussions." The girl had already recounted the entire incident to him, and he felt immense gratitude towards the young boy. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to explain to his dear friend above. In the face of Wu Jiangwo's solemnity, the boy felt a rare sense of awkwardness. It was akin to believing one's actions to be trivial, only to have someone fervently grasp your hand in sincere gratitude. The girl beside him softly remarked, "Uncle Wu, you frightened him." Wu Jiangwo chuckled. "Uni single-handedly faced over 20 people. How could I possibly intimidate him?" When he arrived at the bar last night, the scene had been utterly shocking. Glass shards from shattered bottles littered the floor, and bar stools lay scattered about. Most astonishing were the 20 or so bodies sprawled on the ground, some groaning, others trembling, and some completely motionless. When he beheld Duan Ziyang, bloodied and with broken limbs, his heart raced in terror. He internally lamented the ruthlessness of the situation, even feeling a twinge of pity for them. After the girl explained the events leading up to it, he was left in awe of the boy's strength and regretted not delivering a few more kicks to that Duan fellow, especially since the surveillance cameras had already been disabled by that group. The boy said, "There's no need for thanks. I'm friends with Tang Da." The mention of the word friends? Wu Jiangwo raised an eyebrow in surprise. He then glanced at the girl, who appeared unfazed, as if she had expected this. He found it curious. Furthermore, he recalled how the boy had bravely stepped forward during both times the girl faced danger, effectively diffusing the crises. Particularly this time, it could be deemed a textbook example of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Though it sounded cliché, the psychological effect it could generate was genuine. Despite Wu Jiangwo believing his reasoning to be sound, it was, in fact, flawed. The boy rescuing the girl from peril would undoubtedly earn her gratitude, and she would regard him as a benefactor. However, that did not mean she would allow him into her heart. She would not accept him simply because Duan Ziyang had done so much for her, nor would she embrace him merely for saving her. The true catalyst that could shatter the barrier isolating her heart would be that dazzling figure shimmering in the sunlight. Su Miaoqin. There's a reason people say he struggles with pursuing girls, Wu Jiangwo. That's unjust? I had no idea the sun was so fierce that day. Wu Jiangwo, speaking kindly, said, "Uni, I regard Xiaoli as my daughter. You've helped her so much. How could I not express my gratitude? Do come visit Uncle and Annie sometime." "You mustn't refuse," the boy replied helplessly. "Oh." At the police station, before the officer assisting them could speak, the girl directly pulled out her phone and played an audio recording. This was the complete recording from the moment she entered the Enchantress bar the previous night. After the staff copied a copy, they informed them they could leave. Wu Jiangwo decided to follow up on the matter personally. Even if he could not ensure Duan Ziyang received the maximum sentence, he would at least see to it that he served an additional 30 to 50 years. Thus, the girl and the boy took a taxi back to school. She was not curious about the consequences Duan Ziyang would face. Uncle Wu would ensure she did not suffer any losses, and undoubtedly, Duan Ziyang would face the repercussions. Upon returning to school, they discovered that 3 students were absent from their class. One was Duan Ziyang, which they were aware of. Another was Zhang Pengfei, who later was revealed to be not only an accomplice but the mastermind behind the entire scheme. It was lamentable that such a fate befell him for a mere few thousand yuan. While one may feel pity for his circumstances, it did not justify his actions. Under Wu Jiangwo's unyielding handling of the situation, he, like Duan Ziyang, received the harshest punishment. The once prominent student from a prestigious high school had ultimately become a prisoner. Was it Duan Ziyang's fault? In truth, the blame lay solely with himself. The last missing student was Zhao Xiaowei, a typically low-profile classmate, a cute girl who wore playful cat-eyed glasses. Chapter 67. Teacher Tang after the storm. Tranquility returned. With Duan Ziyang no longer causing disturbances, Jiang Yuni resumed a normal life as a high school student, attending to her studies without the persistent scrutiny of a wealthy heir. During study time, she followed Tang Yingli's guidance. Although she was intelligent, she was not a mere photocopy. The knowledge others had taken nearly 12 years to acquire could not be mastered by Jiang Yuni in a day. Yet Tang Ingli remained as patient as ever, answering every question, even if it required retracing lessons back to elementary school. Her tone had softened, occasionally teasing Jiang Yuni. During breaks, Qian Xuanrui would bounce over to chat with Jiang Yuni about everything from astronomy to geography. From national affairs to personal emotions. Time swiftly passed, leading to the midterm examination day. On April 28, 2084, it had been precisely 1 month since Jiang Yuni arrived at the 6th High School in the early morning. The rising sun was gentle, casting a warm light through the thin clouds, illuminating every corner of the city. The eastern sky appeared as if someone had spilled a palette of paint, blending warm orange and soft pink into a vibrant canvas. At the lively entrance of the school, spirited young men and women crossed paths unexpectedly. For reasons unknown, the two had consistently encountered each other at the school gate during this period. Whether it was Jiang Yuni's design, Tang Ingli's intent, or simply fate's design, the school entrance was bordered by a straight path, and their approaches aligned perfectly. Thus, as long as they both appeared within a few minutes on that straight stretch, they could see one another. As usual, Jiang Yuni raised a cup of soybean milk and a bag of buns in front of Tang Ingli. "Here's yours." Tang Ingli smiled lightly. "I don't recall you owing me this much." Yet despite her words, her actions spoke otherwise as she graciously accepted the breakfast. Jiang Yuni tilted his head. "You helped me with my homework, so I suppose this is tuition?" Tang Ingli puffed up her cheeks. "But you teach me combat." Jiang Yuni replied. "It's no trouble. Since you hadn't eaten breakfast, I bought it for you. It really didn't cost much." Tang Ingli chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, if they were friends, it seemed pointless to keep track of who owed whom more. As he had said, covering for her breakfast was hardly a financial burden. "All right then, you must buy breakfast from now on. Otherwise, if I suddenly find myself without it, I won't be accustomed to it though. The examination is approaching, and one wonders how well one has prepared. I don't know, rather, how does one feel?" Tang Ingli initially intended to speak of revision, but upon reconsideration, realized that term does not quite fit. Perhaps preview would be a more apt description, referring to the material studied beforehand. "It feels rather peculiar." Jiang Yuni expressed her disappointment. "There remains much that I do not comprehend." Tang Ingli reassured her softly. "It is all right. Subjects like mathematics, physics, and chemistry require prior knowledge, so just write as much as you can. As for language, English, and biology, they involve more memorization, and your performance should be satisfactory." Jiang Yuni stared blankly. "But I cannot write essays." Tang Ingli was taken aback. "That is indeed true." Jiang Yuni suddenly felt very aggrieved. "It's over." Teacher Tang, cough, cough. Tang Ingli was momentarily choked by a bun. Her beautiful eyes widened. "What did you just say?" "I said it's over." The next phrase. "Teacher Tang, do not call me that." Tang Ingli found herself perplexed by an odd sensation. Did I err in my address? However, the dictionary states that teacher is a respectful term for one who imparts culture and knowledge. Since you often assist me with my homework, is it not permissible to address you as teacher? Tang Ingli immediately regarded him with suspicion. Surely, this fellow does not wish for me to call him that when we train in martial arts together. Such a notion is absurd. Yet, he evidently harbors no ill intentions. Could it be that Qian Xuanrui taught him this? Qian Xuanrui, even if I wish to teach, I lack the intellect for it. Tang Ingli gently nudged Jiang Yuni's calf with her delicate foot. Regardless, do not refer to me in that manner, understood? Oh, and as for your studies, take your time. You are quite intelligent. Others would have long since faced dire consequences. Progress from illiteracy to this level in merely a month is indeed a remarkable feat. Yet, you remain unsatisfied, yearning for more. Just how clever are you? Very clever. Cleverer than you? A tad less clever than I. On the eve of the examination, Tang Ingli softly encouraged Jiang Yuni. Write as much as you can, and do your best. Yes, I will. The seating arrangements for the midterm examination were randomized, leaving one largely unaware of whether one's neighbors were angels or devils. Unless one were a renowned scholar like Tang Ingli, or naturally a bottom-tier student, one would not dare to glance around or copy. Jiang Yuni and Qian Xuanrui walked together toward the examination hall. The latter suddenly grew animated. Jiang brother, what a coincidence. We are seated together. I shall sit behind you. Jiang Yuni, I'm Qian Xuanrui. I wish to discuss something with you. Jiang Yuni, puzzled. What is it? Qian Xuanrui, with a mischievous glint. During the examination, may I shift my chair a little to the side and place my test paper in a different position? Jiang Yuni, perplexed. Is there a significance to this? Qian Xuanrui, with an enigmatic air, "This is a method of feng shui alignment, said to gather examination luck and invite the blessings of the examination deity." Zhang Yuni, "Is it truly that miraculous?" Qian Xuanrui, stroking his imaginary beard. "Naturally, the principles of feng shui are vast and profound." Zhang Yuni, eager to try. "Then I shall give it a go." Qian Xuanrui, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Zhang brother, forgive me. Allow me a moment of laziness." He planned to copy Zhang Yuni's multiple choice answers directly, confident that with Zhang Yuni's intellect, all answers would surely be correct. He would then select a few major questions to answer, accumulating enough points for a restful slumber. This minor examination seemed exceedingly favorable. Soon, the examination commenced. Qian Xuanrui appeared unperturbed, elegantly observing the fervent writing of his peers. One word, delightful. As the time approached, he glanced at Zhang Yuni's paper, and then proceeded to inscribe several letters in a flamboyant manner on his own sheet. The ancients never deceived me. One should not refer to the test paper. For when one writes, it is as if guided by divine presence. Only when the moment arrives does one regret their blindness. Fortunately, his eyesight was sharp. Perhaps, not long hence, he would abandon such thoughts in truth. He had an opportunity to rectify his course. During the mathematics examination, he had written an answer for a multiple-choice question merely to appear engaged. Upon glancing at Zhang Yuni's response, he discovered it differed from his own. Without hesitation, he altered his answer. What was the point of competing with 145, chapter 68? You are too clever. Before long, the 2-day midterm examination drew to a close. Struggling students lamented their fate, while the top scholars reproached themselves for their carelessness. Yet, the much-anticipated May Day holiday arrived. Sorrow scarcely lasted 2 minutes before it was replaced by laughter and playful banter among friends. Qian Xuanrui hummed a tune as he approached Zhang Yuni. Playfully patting his shoulder and thumping his back, he sincerely expressed, "I appreciate your efforts these past 2 days, Zhang brother. I have taken note of it all." The latter remained bewildered. "I am not tired." He understood the literal meaning of cheating, yet had never witnessed it firsthand, thus failing to grasp Qian Xuanrui's antics. "You are indeed weary," Zhang Yuni, confused. Could it be that the feng shui alignment method has side effects? He had memorized an ancient Chinese dictionary and frequently interacted with Qian Xuanrui. Now, he could at least articulate a few phrases in classical Chinese. Observing Zhang Yuni's naivety, Qian Xuanrui could not bear to continue the ruse. He awkwardly responded, "There is no need for you to dwell on it. Merely accept what has transpired at a tea that moment." Tang Yingli suddenly burst into laughter, her smile radiant as a flower. She was aware that Qian Xuanrui had sat behind Zhang Yuni during the examination, and with the context provided, it was not difficult to surmise his actions. Zhang Yuni inquired, puzzled, "What is the matter with you?" He sensed something strange about the two of them. Tang Yingli, with a hint of mirth, replied, "It is nothing. I just recalled something amusing." Qian Xuanrui immediately chimed in, Yes, something quite delightful." He assumed Tang Yingli was sparing his feelings by not exposing him, and cast a grateful glance her way. In response, Tang Yingli, wishing to maintain her composure, turned her head slightly away, though her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her amusement. Qian Xuanrui found himself questioning, "Is it truly that funny?" Zhang Yuni tilted his head and voiced his curiosity. Tang Yingli leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Subsequently, Zhang Yuni's eyes widened in innocent surprise. "You were peeking at my answers?" Tang Yingli hastily distanced herself from the situation. "I did not say that." Qian Xuanrui. He then added, "Zhang brother, how can the actions of scholars be deemed as stealing? This is merely a form of borrowing. To put it more plainly." Zhang Yuni disregarded his convoluted explanation. "So? You filled in my answers, did you?" Qian Xuanrui candidly admitted. "Indeed. I sought to take a shortcut. Gigi should not hold it against me, right?" At this moment, Tang Yingli was struggling to contain her laughter, her professional demeanor slipping away. Unless she was unable to restrain herself, Zhang Yuni, "I do not mind." Qian Xuanrui, "Rest assured, I will ensure that the teacher remains oblivious. I even intentionally altered 2 answers and selectively wrote the major questions." Truly a master of point control, Zhang brother, do observe whether I possess any cleverness. For a moment, Zhang Yuni was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only think, truly too clever. 1 phrase, 3 meanings. He could not comprehend it, yet he was profoundly shocked. He quietly sighed to himself. "Brother Qian, You may struggle to contain those points. Tang Yingli, beside them, was already chuckling uncontrollably. She simply could not hold it in. She was immensely curious about how many points Qian Xuanrui would ultimately score. After the three gathered their belongings, they departed together for dinner. That evening, there would be a youth competition. Liang Yichen had gone from requesting a single spot at the East City Arena to needing 4. The seats, I am offering them for free. If all goes well, after tonight, Zhang Yuni will boast a record of 15 consecutive victories. It is worth noting that Zhang Yuni had begun facing advanced fighters by his 6th match, which means he had successfully battled 9 advanced opponents, emerging victorious and unscathed. This was a tremendously sensational event, and the East City Arena dared not open betting on him, as they could not ascertain Zhang Yuni's true strength. They always felt he would lose, yet he triumphed each time. The East City Arena, being a large venue, primarily relied on betting for profit. The entrance fee was hardly significant. Thus, they must have a professional evaluation team dedicated to studying, analyzing, and interpreting each competitor. Yet, every time, Zhang Yuni's tactics varied. At times agile as a leopard, at others swift as a lightning mouse, and occasionally as strong as an ox, employing unexpected strategies that left them perplexed. More alarmingly, they could perceive that Zhang Yuni's fighting skills were not initially so sophisticated or refined. He would occasionally employ 1 or 2 techniques, but more often, his style appeared chaotic. However, as the matches progressed, it seemed as though he was assimilating the techniques of others. Frequently, he would utilize the skills of the previous opponent in his subsequent match, and his fighting style was evolving at an extraordinarily rapid pace. They believed that had they opened betting on him from the start and continuously wagered on his victories, they would have reaped substantial profits. Alas, such conjectures are moot. Now, it was too late to start betting. Anyone with eyes could discern Zhang Yuni's prowess. One could only say he had deceived everyone with his singular talent. To accuse him of throwing matches would be futile, for he had indeed won. To succeed by throwing matches would require the cooperation of both competitors. A contestant can only resort to throwing a match and losing the competition. However, when a competitor possesses the ability to effortlessly feign defeat against their opponent, it can only signify one thing: his prowess far surpasses that of his rival. As the match concluded, in the car, Qian Xuanrui inquired of the two, "Do you have any plans for the May Day holiday?" "Tomorrow evening, we are to dine at Tang's residence," came the reply. I had previously promised Wu Jiangwo, but at that time he was preoccupied with matters concerning Duan Xiang and could not spare the time. Once he was finished, they were approaching the midterm exams, so we agreed to postpone until the May Day holiday. Qian Xuanrui's expression turned knowing. He was among the few privy to the events of that evening, an occurrence unbeknownst even to Chen Jingyun. The class teacher, Tang Yingli, wished to keep the matter discreet, as revealing it would disrupt not only herself but also Zhang Yi. Tang Yingli asked, "Will you be coming?" Qian Xuanrui replied, "I am not one for eloquence and suffer from social anxiety. Thus, I shall refrain from disturbing Uncle Wu." Zhang Yuni was attending to meet his parents, so it would be impossible for him to tag along. He also had no desire to seek the limelight. Zhang Yuni remarked, "Futile." Tang Yingli countered, "Pretentious." Aware he could not win the argument, Qian Xuanrui shifted the topic. Clearing his throat, he proposed, "How about the two of you come to my humble abode for some leisure on Friday?" Friday marked the 2nd day of the May Day holiday. Zhang Yuni had no objections, and Tang Yingli also consented, something that would have been unthinkable for her in the past. Qian Xuanrui was taken aback. He recognized that Tang Yingli's attendance was solely due to Zhang Yuni. Their friendship had blossomed because of him. With a mischievous grin, Qian Xuanrui remarked, "Zhang, why do you still refer to the class monitor as Tang? It sounds rather distant." Zhang Yuni, bewildered, responded, "What else should I call her?" Qian Xuanrui encouraged, "Think about it. If not Tang, then how about Teacher Tang? She would surely disapprove." Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui was momentarily speechless, his expression turning vivid as he murmured, "Teacher Tang?" He had anticipated that Zhang Yuni would refer to her as Yingli or something similar, but he had underestimated the implications of Teacher Tang. In his understanding, this title should imply not only intimacy but also a certain romantic undertone. Zhang Yuni's situation was rather peculiar. Chapter 69. Round Table Conference. Tang Yingli appeared slightly flustered, gently nudging Zhang Yuni with her elbow. "Hey, weren't you told to refrain from saying that?" "I apologize," he replied, "and that phrase is not to be uttered lightly. Oh." The stout fellow sighed. "This dog food keeps coming in waves. One wave has yet to settle before another crashes in, an endless feast." He lamented, I believe the title teacher Tang should remain private. Voicing it publicly could lead to undesirable ramifications. Tang Yingli, with a frosty demeanor, asserted, I prefer calling her Tang. I am accustomed to it. She felt the need to apply the brakes. Otherwise, she feared that Qian Xuanrui would lead Zhang Yuni down an unpredictable path. Zhang Yuni concurred, I too am accustomed to calling her Tang. Qian Xuanrui, with a teasing tone, probed, Zhang, do you truly find it comfortable? Your earlier words suggest otherwise. I presume you have referred to her differently before? Zhang Yuni turned his head toward Tang Yingli, asking, have I? No, she replied. Tisk, in the capital, at the Huaxia Grand Hall, the spacious venue boasted a towering dome that seemed to pierce the heavens. Enormous crystal chandeliers resembled dazzling stars that had descended to earth, casting a soft yet brilliant glow. The walls were adorned with exquisite paintings, depicting either magnificent landscapes or heroic figures from historical anecdotes. Exuding a rich cultural heritage, in the center of the hall stood a large oval wooden table, its surface smooth and polished to perfection, emanating a subtle scent of wood. At that moment, 8 figures were seated around the table. Imbuing the hall with an air of solemnity and gravity, at the head of the table sat an elderly man with graying hair and a placid expression. He spoke slowly. These individuals have begun to engage in frequent activities across various peripheral cities. What are your thoughts on this matter? As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly portly middle-aged man voiced his indignation. These rascals, 7 years ago, they only dared to pilfer on a small scale. We had assumed it was merely a case of human trafficking or murder. Who would have thought they would grow increasingly brazen? At this rate, they may soon be prancing about in the capital city. Minister Wei interjected, what you say is indeed correct. At this pace, the truth cannot be concealed. The news will inevitably spread, and once it does, public sentiment will erupt, plunging the world into panic. The silver-haired elder spoke gently. Minister Wei, Chairman Peng, please do not rush. The purpose of convening tonight is to discuss countermeasures. He then turned to the person beside him, Advisor Tin. What is your perspective? Sir, replied Sin, we currently lack clarity regarding their specific objectives. Their numbers, and we have yet to gauge their strength. I believe we are in a very passive position. The elder nodded slowly, then directed his gaze towards a middle-aged man with a scholarly demeanor. Exuding an air of profound knowledge, Dr. Jiang, what are your thoughts on this matter? Dr. Jiang remained silent for a moment before responding earnestly, Sir, I suspect their numbers are substantial. Wan Xuanze could not have begun his research on beastification just 7 years ago. It is likely he started the moment he vanished. Over a decade has passed since then. He did not complete his thought, but the others at the round table grasped the implication. He continued. As for their intentions, based on my understanding of Wan Xuanze, if it were solely for his personal ambition, it might merely be to fulfill his experiments. As for how to respond, we must rely on you. Advisor Shen, Minister Wei, and Chairman Peng, a bald man in his 30s, spoke up. There should be powerful individuals of equal standing on the opposing side. The elder inquired curiously, Oh, how did you come to this conclusion? Xiao Xiang, the bald monk replied, while traveling in the border regions, I happened to encounter 2 soulbinders. I followed them to discern their origins, only to be stopped by a limping middle-aged man. You fought him? The young man with crimson hair, whose dark red eyes seemed to harbor a thirst for blood, interjected. What a pity it wasn't me who encountered him. The bald monk shook his head. No, we merely exchanged glances from afar. Yet I sensed an exceptionally dangerous aura emanating from him. I did not understand his intentions, nor did he make a move, so I refrained from acting impulsively. The red-haired youth's eyes ignited with fervent combativeness. What a shame. The bald monk clasped his hands together. Amitabha, well said. The elder then turned to the only woman present, who had yet to speak. She appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful yet exuding an icy demeanor that was palpable. Xiao Qing, do you have anything to add? The woman, known as Xiao Qing, replied devoid of emotion. I have not encountered them. Very well, in that case, I pose a question to all. Could Wan Xuanze achieve such a level solely on his own? The elder's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he addressed the assembly. Advisor Tsin replied gravely, that is absolutely impossible. His experiments require a multitude of subjects. He alone cannot accomplish this. Dr. Jiang concurred. Advisor Tsin is correct. Much like the God-making project, it could not have been initiated without state support. The elder continued. So, we can deduce that Wan Xuanze is backed by others. Furthermore, as Dr. Zhang indicated, Wan Xuan's motives appear to be experimental in nature. Thus, we must ascertain the intentions of those behind him, specifically, why they chose to collaborate with Wan Xuanze. Minister Wei interjected, but, sir, our time may be limited. Information about that group has already begun to circulate on the dark web. Currently, as few have truly witnessed them, many remain skeptical, dismissing it as mere rumor. However, the truth will eventually come to light. The elder replied, we cannot prevent the truth from surfacing. The world will inevitably learn of it. Minister Wei fell silent, struck dumb. The elder continued, we cannot even thwart their continued misdeeds. The assembly fell into silence. These individuals specifically targeted remote locations, moving without a trace, by the time their pursuers arrived. The deed was already done, and they had vanished without a sound. Minister Wei asked, are we to simply wait idly? Advisor Tsin responded, for now, we must intensify our oversight of the urban fringe regions to minimize casualties. The elder affirmed, Advisor Tsin is correct. The enemy has grown under the radar, and this will be a protracted struggle. The earlier initiative to promote martial arts for the populace and build a martial arts stronghold was originally intended for the God-making project. However, it also serves as a warning to the world. After May Day, we will publicly announce the God and issue a further warning. Chairman Pang interjected, sir, when that group ultimately appears before the world. Inciting panic, what then shall we do? The elderly man with white hair slowly stood up and declared with great vigor, then let it be known to the world. The times have changed. Chapter 70. A group photo the first day of the May Day holiday. Thursday, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. In the chat group of Jiang Yuni, Tang Yingli, and Qian Xuanrui. Deathly friend. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia, brother Jiang. Your match on Saturday night is now open for betting. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Oh. Deathly friend. They didn't open betting for the E-City Arena before. You must be regretting it now. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Why? Deathly friend. Because you performed so flamboyantly before? Many spectators probably didn't believe you could win. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Well, the E-City Arena doesn't believe it either. Deathly friend. That seems reasonable. Deathly friend. This time you're up against Ghost? And the E-City Arena has probably figured out your strength by now. But there will still be many spectators betting on Ghost. After all, Ghost's record is quite impressive, having won 21 out of 22 matches. The only defeat was in the match against Titan, Tang Siu Paigu. So he has fought 7 matches this month, all victories. The day Ghost fought Titan was also the first day the youth began boxing. Deathly friend. Exactly, class leader. Tang Siu Paigu. But Jiang Yuni has fought 15 matches this month, all victories. Deathly friend. Wow. The difference is clear. Class leader. You're amazing. Deathly friend. So class leader. Are you going to place a bet on brother Jiang? Tang Siu Paigu. I don't have a habit of betting. Deathly friend. Then brother Jiang. Would you like to bet on yourself? The youth pondered for a moment. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. I don't have a habit of betting. Had it been before, he might have placed a bet, as he relied on his own abilities to earn money. Now he found it meaningless, akin to adults betting on the outcome of a child's fight. Deathly friend. 6. Tang Siu Paigu. Why are you trying to imitate me? Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Why can't I imitate you? Deathly friend. You two could step outside and have a spar. There's no need to argue in front of me. Tang Siu Paigu. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Let us go. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Oh. Deathly friend. Question mark. No one paid him any mind. Deathly friend. Are you really going to spar? Still, no one responded. Deathly friend. 6. At the school gate. Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli met. However, Tang Yingli did not take Jiang Yuni to Liang Ji's boxing gym, but rather to a large shopping mall. Is there a boxing gym here? Jiang Yuni wondered. There's no boxing gym here. I'm taking you to buy something. What kind of something? You'll find out soon. Oh. Jiang Yuni curiously looked around at the shops, overwhelmed by the variety. Milk tea shops and cake stores. But mostly clothing boutiques. It was his first time in such a place. Suddenly, Jiang Yuni asked, do you want to drink milk tea? He often saw many people drinking it on the street and had long wanted to try it. Do you want to try? Tang Yingli guessed she probably hadn't had it before. Then let us go. She rarely indulged in such drinks, partly because she believed it could lead to weight gain and partly because she didn't feel it was very healthy. But since he hadn't tried it, she decided to accompany him. Thus, they spent a little time buying 2 cups of milk tea. Tang Yingli watched as he inserted the straw and took a hearty sip. Like that, an elephant drinking water. A playful smile crept onto her lips. Is it good? Zhang Yuni tilted his head to savor it. It's all right, Tang Yingli, but you should drink less in the future. It's not healthy. Zhang Yuni. Oh, soon. They arrived at a brand store named Quan King, a nationwide chain. Inside were various sizes and styles of boxing gloves, mostly half-finger gloves, as the current trend in combat sports supports the use of various techniques, including those employing the fingers. Naturally, there were also a small number of full-finger gloves. Although boxing and Muay Thai have become less mainstream, there are still enthusiasts. They approached the men's section. Tang Yingli directly led him to the most expensive counter. Though labeled the most expensive, the gloves were not particularly pricey. She softly said, "Pick one that you like." Zhang Yuni replied, "The usual ones are sufficient." Tang Yingli insisted, "Gloves are meant to protect your hands. You shouldn't be so casual about it." Zhang Yuni was about to say something else when Tang Yingli added, "Hurry up and choose. Come on." Oh. Thus, Zhang Yuni selected a pair of black and gold gloves, which appeared understated yet mysterious. "Do you like this one?" He wasn't quite sure if he liked it. It just felt good to him. Tang Yingli took them from him and assessed them. "Not bad. Let us go with this." She then took the gloves to the front desk. The cashier's eyes brightened upon seeing Zhang Yuni and Tang Yingli. What a beautiful girl, what a handsome boy. Tang Yingli's beauty speaks for itself. Her willow-like brows, almond-shaped eyes, and ruby lips. She seems ethereal amidst the mundane world. Zhang Yuni, after a month of normal living, had lost some of his pallor, gaining a touch of rosy health. Complemented by a pair of bright, lively eyes, he epitomized a pure, youthful look. The cashier cheerfully informed them, "Our store is currently hosting a bonding purchase event. If customers shopping together meet the requirements for bonding, they can complete a small task to receive a 20% discount." Tang Yingli was about to decline when she heard Zhang Yuni ask, "Do friends count?" The cashier paused momentarily before regaining her composure. "They do." Once a male and female entered the store, she was ready to offer the discount, knowing that even if they weren't friends, the mention of a discount could easily lead them to claim they were. Moreover, bonding was merely a gimmick. The event was simply a marketing strategy. Upon seeing this attractive duo, she thought of having them participate in a task. However, she still inquired about their willingness. "Is that all right?" Zhang Yuni, of course, was indifferent, so he turned to Tang Yingli. She slightly parted her ruby lips. "That's fine. Declining this discount feels a bit extravagant, doesn't it?" The cashier beamed. "Wonderful. The task is very simple. We just need to take 2 photos of you, and may we display these on our store's exterior screen?" In essence, this was a request for a buyer's showcase. Tang Yingli contemplated briefly and found no issue with it. "That's fine." The cashier led them to a couple of backdrop boards. One had a warm theme, featuring the silhouette of an adult holding a child's hand, likely intended for parent-child relationships. The other was more romantic, adorned with a giant pink heart, presumably for couples. Zhang Yuni instinctively positioned himself in front of the pink heart backdrop and then turned to Tang Yingli. "This one?" He didn't understand the significance of the heart shape, but comprehended the meaning behind the adult-child illustration. The latter cast him a curious glance, realizing from the clarity in his innocent eyes that he didn't grasp the meaning of the backdrop, so she walked toward him. After all, a heart can represent care. Right? Isn't it normal for friends to care for one another? Thus, it was perfectly reasonable for them to stand together in the heart. The cashier observed the youthful pair, feeling a sense of sweetness emanating from their natural interactions. Yet everything felt perfectly normal. She smiled at them. "For the first photo, each of you wear a glove and hold hands." Tang Yingli was momentarily taken aback, realizing this seemed more like a task for couples. Is it normal for friends to hold hands? It should be normal, right? But why does it feel a bit off? Although she had previously embraced Zhang Yuni and he had carried her, those instances were under special circumstances and devoid of any romantic undertones, unlike the intimate gestures typical of a couple. Thus, having never engaged in such interactions with friends, Tang Yingli found herself momentarily perplexed. As she stood there unsure, Zhang Yuni spoke up. She said boys shouldn't casually hold girls' hands. Hearing this, Tang Yingli sighed in relief, as it alleviated her earlier confusion. The cashier chuckled. "All right, if you don't want to hold hands, then we won't." In truth, she had noticed the girl's discomfort earlier. But based on her experience, if they were to hold hands, the girl likely would not have refused. She continued, Let us take another photo. The boy can wear the gloves and pose in a slightly intimate or playful manner around the girl. Jiang Yuni was somewhat bewildered. How does one define intimacy or playfulness? Nonetheless, he donned the gloves and stood beside Tang Yingli, giving a peace sign to the camera. Is this okay? He had observed others doing similar poses in photos. Receptionist, no, you've already had a turn. It can't be so casual this time. Let us make it a bit more intimate. With that, Jiang Yuni took a small step toward Tang Yingli, shifting part of his body behind her. Even the delicate shoulder of the girl pressed against the young man's chest. Tang Yingli made no attempt to evade it that moment. The distance between them was exceedingly close, and Jiang Yuni could catch a faint whiff of her subtle fragrance, sweet yet not cloying. He gazed at her exquisite profile, her flawless visage. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her cheek with his fingers. Tang Yingli froze for a moment, tilting her head slightly to look at Jiang Yuni. Click! The sound of a camera shutter echoed, capturing this moment eternally amidst the satisfied and teasing expression of the receptionist. As they exited the shop, Tang Yingli appeared somewhat awkward. Jiang Yuni, I have money. Tang Yingli, consider it a token of gratitude for that night. Jiang Yuni, no need for thanks. Tang Yingli, just take it. Jiang Yuni, oh. Chapter 71. This is innocence. After leaving the mall, they made their way to Liang Ji's boxing gym. Just as they entered, the booming voice of Zhong Jiaoyang echoed. Oh, Xiao Li, you and I, not off to play during this May Day holiday, but here to practice boxing? A fortnight prior, Tang Yingli had indeed brought Jiang Yuni to the gym, where Zhong Jiaoyang was present. Thus they had grown familiar with one another. Tang Yingli softly remarked, Uncle Yang, are you not welcoming us? Zhong Jiaoyang chuckled. What are you talking about, Xiao Li? Your presence here is like a breath of fresh air for my humble establishment. This was undeniably true. She usually frequented the gym on Saturday afternoons, which coincidentally attracted at least double the usual crowd. Some came to work out, while others, under the guise of exercising, merely sought to admire the ladies. It goes without saying who those ladies were. Though the fitness area housed many well-dressed, attractive women, it did nothing to deter the gaze of men fixated on Tang Yingli. Some with ardor, others with admiration, and some with envy directed towards Jiang Yuni. Jiang Yuni, Uncle Yang, we just came from the mall. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jiaoyang smirked. The mall? Oh, so you were out shopping, were you? Take your time, we'll go practice boxing first. Tang Yingli ignored Zhong Jiaoyang's teasing, signaling Jiang Yuni to follow her. Zhong Jiaoyang stifled his laughter, watching them head toward the boxing area with a sense of pride. Xiao Li had indeed changed significantly during this time. She was gradually opening her heart. All thanks to that boy. Once again, Tang Yingli found herself thrown onto the ring by the young man. Gazing up at the ceiling, she panted slightly, saying, I can't win. Jiang Yuni remained silent, observing her. Tang Yingli looked at his impassive expression. You are so indifferent. Jiang Yuni tilted his head. What should I say then? Tang Yingli parted her red lips. You should let me win. That would render it meaningless, indeed. Tang Yingli then stood up, declaring, Let us go, it's about time. Come over to my house for dinner. On their way, Jiang Yuni inquired, Would it be inappropriate for me to go empty-handed? Should I buy something? Tang Yingli turned her head toward him. Did Qian Xuanrui teach you that? Yes. No need. This is simply a visit. What else did he teach you? She was concerned Qian Xuanrui might have given him misguided advice. He told me to remember to greet everyone. That is indeed important. By the way, you can call Uncle Wu's wife Aunt Qin just like I do. Did you see her at the hospital? I did. Liwan Garden. Wu family. Knock, knock. As Tang Yingli knocked on the door, it swung open to reveal Wu Jiangwo. Jiang Yuni politely greeted. Hello, Uncle Wu. Wu Jiangwo smiled. Ah, you've come. I've been eagerly awaiting your return. Come in quickly. Jiang Yuni followed Tang Yingli inside, curious and surveying his surroundings, feeling no sense of awkwardness. Tang Yingli's home was significantly larger than his modest apartment. Soon, he was captivated by a large fish tank. Its transparent body shimmering like a mirror, in the crystal-clear water swam vividly colored fish, dancing like ethereal sprites amidst the aquatic plants. They were beautiful. Having never seen such a sight, his bright eyes were transfixed. Tang Yingli, is it beautiful? Jiang Yuni, indeed. It's as if a segment of the most exquisite brook has been captured. This. She smiled lightly. Wu Jiangwo chimed in. Isn't it lovely? You have quite the discerning eye. Unlike Xiao Li's brother, who doesn't appreciate these? Jiang Yuni, puzzled. Xiao Li's brother? Previously, He recalled Tang Ingli mentioning that her family had been murdered, but he refrained from asking. As they passed the kitchen, Su Miaoqin greeted softly from the doorway. Yuni, you're here. Yes, Aunt Qin. Helloed, Su Miaoqin nodded. You and Shaoli go sit in the living room for a bit. Aunt Qin will stir-fry a couple of dishes, and we'll be ready to eat shortly. Wu Jiangwo. Come help me. Wu Jiangwo promptly replied. All right, Yuni, you and Shaoli go play for a while. He understood what Su Miaoqin meant. Had he not, he would have been subjected to her teasing for quite some time. Thus, Jiang Yuni followed Tang Ingli to the living room. What greeted them was a sizable television screen mounted on the wall. On the TV cabinet rested a framed photo. Jiang Yuni curiously leaned in to observe. It depicted 4 individuals, in the photograph. Uncle Wu and Aunt Qin looked much the same as they did now. However, Tang Ingli appeared significantly more youthful, yet even then, her beauty was evident. The remaining boy, whom Jiang Yuni did not recognize, was presumably the brother of the classmate Wu had mentioned. He now realized that this brother was not Tang Ingli's biological sibling, but rather the son of Wu Jiangwo and Su Miaoqin. And he was likely older than Tang Ingli. Noticing Jiang Yuni staring at the frame, Tang Ingli began to explain. This is Uncle Wu and Aunt Qin's son, my brother, named Wu Junliang. He is currently in his 3rd year of university, studying quite far from home, which is why he hasn't returned. This photograph had been taken during her middle school years, a time when she had completely closed herself off and remained silent. Oh, Tang Ingli settled onto the sofa. Let us watch some television. All right. Before long, dinner was ready. The dining table was adorned with an array of dishes, each more fragrant than the last. Jiang Yuni's gaze zeroed in on one particular dish. This dish resembled one from before Wu Jiangwo beckoned everyone to sit down. Yuni, would you like some wine? He produced a large glass bottle from beneath the table, within which floated some herbs. Jiang Yuni initially thought to agree. He was curious to taste it. However, Su Miaoqin shot Wu Jiangwo a disapproving look. Why offer the child alcohol? If you want to drink, do it yourself. Hearing this, Jiang Yuni reluctantly withdrew his interest. Wu Jiangwo mumbled. That brat never hears you when he drinks. Su Miaoqin rolled her eyes. How can I stop you all, when I don't let you drink at the table? You sneak out at night to toast the moon. Tang Ingli whispered to Jiang Yuni. Don't mind them. Uncle Wu and Aunt Qin interact like this. Although Uncle Wu is usually serious, he acts like a child at home. Aunt Qin is typically graceful and dignified, yet she becomes quite playful when speaking with Uncle Wu. Jiang Yuni nodded dumbly. Is it because the people are different that they act differently? Wu Jiangwo, what do you mean, acting like a child? Su Miaoqin. What do you mean, playful? Tang Ingli's beautiful eyes twinkled. It's nothing. Wu Jiangwo, with a serious demeanor, stated, Yuni, don't listen to Shaoli's nonsense. Su Miaoqin, with a hint of exasperation, said, let us eat. The dishes are getting cold, and no one has taken a bite. Wu Jiangwo awkwardly replied, right, let us eat first. Thus, everyone began their dinner. Su Miaoqin, Yuni, eat more, don't be polite with Uncle Wu. This is ginger scallion crab. I asked Shaoli what you liked, and she suggested this dish. I hope it suits your taste. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Yuni was slightly taken aback. It seemed like the name of his chat application, which had been given to him by Fatty. Tang Ingli remained silent. Having spent over a month with Jiang Yuni, they often shared meals at school. She noticed he generally cleaned his plate without being picky, never particularly favoring any dish. When dining out, he would also finish everything without hesitation. Remembering that he used this name on the chat app, she ordered this dish so he could see what it looked like. Jiang Yuni picked up a crab leg to taste. So this is the flavor of cooked crab. Delicious. Su Miaoqin gently encouraged. If it's good, eat more. After finishing the crab leg, he could finally try the dish he had been longing for. I wonder how it compares to the one from years ago. He picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs to taste. It's also delicious, but it's not the same flavor. Tang Ingli softly remarked. This is sweet and sour pork ribs. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni stood momentarily in surprise. It turned out that this dish was called sweet and sour ribs. He recalled that Tang Ingli's chat software ID was also named this, albeit with the character Tang in it. Was her choice of name merely a coincidence, or did she genuinely have a fondness for this dish? As everyone conversed, laughed, and dined, the meal stretched on for quite some time. Wu Jiangwo and the others refrained from inquiring about Jiang Yuni's family or past, instead engaging in light, everyday chatter, as though deliberately avoiding deeper topics. After dinner, it was already a little past 9 o'clock. Wu Jiangwo and Su Miaoqin did not linger long, recognizing the need for safety in returning home so late. Although Wu Jiangwo was aware that Jiang Yuni could easily take down more than 20 individuals on his own, he harbored no suspicions. He knew Jiang Yuni was acquainted with Liang Yiqin, who had likely already conducted a background check on him. If there were any issues, Jiang would have been apprehended long ago. Finally, after Su Miaoqin expressed numerous reminders for him to visit often whenever he had the chance, Tang Yingli accompanied him as he departed. On the way, Tang Yingli softly inquired, "So, did you enjoy yourself tonight?" "Yes, it was delightful," he responded, relishing the feeling of being cared for and sharing laughter. Suddenly, Tang Yingli seemed to recall something and suggested, "It's still early. Let me take you somewhere." Jiang Yuni followed her as they walked in another direction towards a park within the garden. This park featured a slide and some basic exercise equipment, designed primarily for children to play. At that moment, several children were frolicking and playing in the park. Tang Yingli tilted her head, asking, "Do you want to try the slide?" "Sure," Jiang Yuni replied. He followed the children as they ascended the slide, which was a double slide with 2 parallel lanes. Suddenly, a child turned around, his big eyes sparkling as he gazed at Jiang Yuni. "Do older brothers still want to play on the slide?" Jiang Yuni paused. "Is it not allowed once you grow up?" The child, with an air of seriousness, replied, "You can, but it's rather childish." Jiang Yuni murmured to himself, "Childish, but I've never tried it." Tang Yingli smiled gently, "Little one, this is not childish, it is innocence." Jiang Yuni was taken aback, glancing at her. She tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her lips. Chapter 72. You are so gentle, brother. After the child slid down, it was finally Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli's turn. Jiang Yuni settled onto the slide and then glided down. The slide was not very long, and in less than a second, it was over. It was rather quick. If he were to rate the experience, Jiang Yuni thought he preferred the carousel more. "Was it fun?" Tang Yingli asked softly as she noticed him lying on the slide. And then she slid down herself. Jiang Yuni did not respond. He stared blankly at the sky, murmuring, "Look, it's beautiful." Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli also gazed up at the night sky. It was indeed stunning. With countless stars twinkling like brilliant gemstones embedded in the vast, dark expanse, a bright moon hung high above, casting a silvery glow that added a touch of softness to the world. Tang Yingli slightly tilted her head. She was unaware of Jiang Yuni's past experiences, but knew he was an orphan raised by a rather irresponsible guardian and had suffered bullying in his youth. Yet, he still harbored curiosity and enthusiasm for the world around him. There were likely many others in the world with similar experiences, but few could maintain such a spirit as he did. "You were right," she said softly. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yuni asked. "There are still many things in this world worth experiencing," Tang Yingli replied. Before Jiang Yuni could respond, he instinctively reached out to shield a small child sliding down from above, only to have another child's feet land squarely on his head. Tang Yingli couldn't help but laugh. "Clumsy!" she exclaimed, quickly rising to her feet. Jiang Yuni released his hand and stood up as well. The child, looking frightened, said, "I'm sorry, big brother. We were racing and didn't he notice you?" Being young, he naturally felt intimidated by older kids, especially since he had accidentally stepped on Jiang Yuni's head. Jiang Yuni gently patted the child's head. "It's all right." The child instantly appeared relieved. "Thank you, big brother." He then bounced away joyfully. Watching this unfold, Tang Yingli suddenly remarked, "You are so gentle, brother." Jiang Yuni was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had seen her like this. For some reason, he felt a bit flustered. In truth, Tang Yingli was also taken aback by her own words. What had she just said? Fortunately, Jiang Yuni seemed unfazed, allowing her to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. "Goodbye, be careful on your way home." "Yes, goodbye." Tang Yingli escorted Jiang Yuni out of the garden. Upon returning home, Su Miaoqin gently asked, "Did Yuni enjoy himself? Was he happy?" "He said he was happy," Tang Yingli replied. "That's good." Su Miaoqin responded before adding, "I trust your Uncle Wu and I didn't say anything inappropriate?" Tang Yingli shook her head. "No, not at all." Su Miaoqin sighed inwardly. He is indeed a child with a difficult fate. Before Jiang Yuni's visit, Tang Yingli had briefed them on his general situation, urging them to be observant. Having navigated society for many years, Wu Jiangwo and Su Miaoqin naturally understood how to handle the matter. On Friday afternoon, in their chat group, a message appeared. "Have you set off yet?" "Just left." Came the response that "I'm waiting for you at the garden entrance." Another message read, "All right." Thus, Jiang Yuni first headed to Liwan Garden to find Tang Yingli, and then the two would proceed to Qian Xuanrui's home. Tang Yingli asked, "Have you ever been to Qian Xuanrui's house before?" Jiang Yuni shook his head. "No." Tang Yingli continued, "By the way, when Qian Xuanrui told you to never go to someone else's house empty-handed? Was he hinting that we should buy something? That sounds correct. It seems quite reasonable, Zhang Yuni replied, feigning seriousness. Tang Yingli glanced at him from the corner of her eye, amused that he was now using trendy internet slang. Then let us stop by the fruit stand and buy some fruit, she suggested. Sure. Before long, they arrived at Qian Xuanrui's residence, which resembled an upscale apartment, much more lavish than Zhang Yuni's own. Security was stationed at the entrance. Qian Xuanrui had already been waiting downstairs to prevent them from being halted by the guards. From a distance, they spotted a boy carrying a large bag approaching them. What is this, Zhang? Did you buy something? Qian Xuanrui asked eagerly. You mentioned it yourself earlier, Zhang Yuni replied. Qian Xuanrui smacked his forehead in realization. Oh no, Zhang. I meant that you shouldn't go empty-handed when visiting the class monitor's house. Why is it different for your house? Zhang Yuni inquired. Qian Xuanrui wanted to argue that it was not the same, but refrained from doing so, especially with Tang Yingli present. It was fine to tease and make light of things. But forcing a connection when feelings were unreciprocated could lead to complications. He was well aware of the consequences of meddling, particularly in matters of the heart. My home is just me. You don't need to be overly formal. Qian Xuanrui said. All right, Zhang Yuni replied. Tang Yingli was aware of this background. Wu Jiangwo had previously cautioned her that Qian Xuanrui's parents were involved in both legal and illegal enterprises abroad, advising her to be cautious when spending time with him and to prioritize her safety in any dangerous situations. The three of them took the elevator to Qian Xuanrui's home, which was spacious, featuring a living room, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Although Qian Xuanrui could not be considered a traditional wealthy heir, he certainly belonged to a well-off family. Come, let me show you something fun, Qian Xuanrui exclaimed. He introduced them to a Mario Kart game, and soon the three of them each held a controller. This was Zhang Yuni's first experience with gaming, and Tang Yingli, who usually did not play games, was also a novice. Qian Xuanrui first familiarized them with the buttons. It's simple. Let us play a couple of rounds. After a few defeats, you should remember the controls, Zhang Yuni. Tang Yingli. The game commenced with 12 players competing. The other 9 were real players, not AI. Their screen was divided into 3 sections, showcasing the perspectives of Qian Xuanrui, Zhang Yuni, and Tang Yingli. As the countdown concluded, Qian Xuanrui's car zoomed off. No, to be precise, all the cars except those of Zhang Yuni and Tang Yingli sped ahead, leaving them behind to start leisurely. Tang Yingli, Zhang Yuni. Both turned to Qian Xuanrui, who sheepishly admitted, I forgot to teach you how to accelerate at the start. In several rounds, Qian Xuanrui consistently outpaced them. Emerging victorious each time, he felt rather pleased, knowing he could not compete with them academically or in physical confrontations. Losing at this game would have made him question the balance of fate. Clearing his throat and straightening his collar, he boasted, How about my driving skills? Am I a master? Zhang Yuni. A novice. Chapter 73. Intentional accidents. After several rounds of gameplay, the young boy and girl gradually became familiar with the controls and developed a certain understanding of the items within the game. A new round commenced, and this time, both the boy and girl triggered the starting acceleration, darting forward like arrows released from a bow. As they approached the first bend, they skillfully drifted to gain speed. Qian Xuanrui observed as they closely followed behind, affirming their prowess. Indeed, they were ranked first in their grade. Soon enough, all 3 players collected their first round of item boxes. Qian Xuanrui acquired a green turtle shell, a versatile item that could both incapacitate opponents and shield oneself from a single attack. Tang Yingli also obtained a green turtle shell, while Zhang Yuni received a banana peel, which, when discarded, would similarly cause a stunning effect if someone stepped on it. This particular item, however, was somewhat inferior compared to the turtle shell. The mechanism for acquiring items in this game is not entirely random. Typically, players ranked higher receive less desirable items, while those ranked lower obtain more powerful ones, such as bombs, man-eating plants, and red turtle shells. There are even items that can transform a vehicle into a missile, propelling it forward and stunning any players in its path. Thus, trailing behind does not signify a lack of opportunity. At present, Qian Xuanrui held a slight lead over the others. Suddenly, Tang Yingli tossed out a turtle shell, which glided in a straight line, creating an expansive attack range that made it easier to hit targets. It shattered the turtle shell Qian Xuanrui had employed for defense. Impressive, he exclaimed, but before he could finish, a banana peel appeared directly in front of his vehicle. Unsurprisingly, he was stunned, plummeting to 5th place. Is this a coordinated attack? Seriously, who threw that banana peel with such precision? Jiang Yuni remarked. I find it utterly detestable. Tang Yingli couldn't help but chuckle, as she was aware that Jiang Yuni, half a car length ahead of her, was the culprit behind the banana peel. The boy had now taken the lead, slightly ahead of the others. Not long after, another round of item boxes appeared, and Jiang Yuni casually snatched one up, another banana peel. With this banana peel now in hand, it was rendered useless. He could only throw it backward. Just as he contemplated his next move, Tang Yingli's melodious voice chimed in, "Don't throw it backward. I'm right behind you." After collecting her item, she glanced at the boy's inventory and saw he had a banana peel. Realizing he intended to toss it backward, prompting her urgent warning, "Oh," he replied as soon as he spoke. His vehicle was struck by a turtle shell. Jiang Yuni looked at Tang Yingli in bewilderment, who tilted her head slightly and uttered, "Fool. All's fair in love and war." After being stunned, Jiang Yuni instantly dropped to 5th place, taking Qian Xuanrui's position. Meanwhile, Qian Xuanrui was aiming for a banana peel ahead. Just as he threw it, another banana peel appeared in his path. He had no time to evade it and stepped right onto it. Did I just throw a banana peel in front of myself? That can't be. Nevertheless, Qian Xuanrui demonstrated his skill and quickly regained his position. The current standings were as follows. Tang Yingli in 1st, Jiang Yuni in 4th, and Qian Xuanrui in 5th, with 2 other players in between. The competitors seemed evenly matched, making it challenging to surpass each other solely through skill. Qian Xuanrui muttered, "You two have only played a few rounds. Yet you're so adept at it's maddening how people can outshine you." However, the first place was always a target of attention. In the next round of item battles, Tang Yingli found herself under fire from both the 1st and 2nd place contenders, resulting in a double stun that dropped her to 5th place. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she pleaded, "Jiang Yuni, they're attacking me. Help me retaliate." Engrossed in the intense competition, her emotions were evidently affected, and she failed to notice the change in her tone. The boy replied, "Not a chance. You just ambushed me. You said if I needed help after a fight and couldn't win, I could seek your assistance," she retorted. The boy paused momentarily before responding, "That wasn't what I meant." "Doesn't matter," she interrupted decisively. The boy sighed, "Fine." Qian Xuanrui interjected, "What about you two? Shouldn't someone be addressing this blatant display of favoritism?" Just then, he witnessed a banana peel soar from Jiang Yuni's vehicle, landing squarely on the trajectory of the 2nd place player. The 2nd place contender had no opportunity to react and collided with the banana peel, becoming stunned. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened. "That's exactly what I did." He is so experienced. "Wait a minute. Jiang, tell me the truth. Were you the one who threw 2 banana peels at me in succession?" "Qian, would you believe me if I said it wasn't me?" Jiang Yuni replied. Subsequently, Qian Xuanrui activated his man-eating plant item. Jiang Yuni, fearing retribution, quickly dodged and urged, "Qian, please go eliminate the 1st place player and avenge our class leader." Hearing this, Qian Xuanrui resignedly responded, "Very well, facing a formidable enemy. I shan't hold a grudge against you, Jiang." He then sped off toward the 1st place player. The race consists of 3 laps, and after several rounds of fierce competition, the match approached its conclusion. At this moment, Qian Xuanrui led in 1st place, wielding a bomb, while Jiang Yuni held 2nd place with 3 banana peels, and Tang Yingli occupied 3rd place with a red turtle shell. The red turtle shell, unlike the green variant, possessed homing capabilities, allowing it to strike targets beyond a straight line. "Jiang, have you collected any items aside from banana peels in this round?" Qian Xuanrui inquired. "Any item that wasn't a banana peel. IVE discarded after acquiring," Jiang Yuni replied. "You seem rather attached to those banana peels. Wait, are you even aware of what you're saying? What item wouldn't be discarded after being collected?" Qian Xuanrui stated with utmost seriousness. "Come on, Jiang, let us settle this like men. Let us see whether your banana peels are swifter than my bomb." With that, he hurled the bomb backward, clearly missing. Throwing it backward offered no visibility, and he could only gauge the approximate direction from Jiang Yuni's perspective. However, Jiang Yuni was quite astute, maintaining a relatively safe distance to afford himself adequate reaction time. He then tossed a banana peel backward, followed by another one forward. Predictably, Qian Xuanrui stepped onto it yet again. "Jiang, is this how you play games? Could you please refrain from being so infuriating?" Despite this, Jiang Yuni's backward banana peel failed to hit Tang Yingli. She smiled sweetly, "First place is mine." With only a red turtle shell in her possession, which tracked its target. She was certain to stun someone. For Zhang Yuni to win, he needed to impede Qian Xuanrui. Being clever, Zhang first tossed a banana peel backward to see if it could stun her. As long as Qian Xuanrui wasn't hindered by Zhang, she wouldn't throw her red shell if she did. Even if she managed to eliminate Zhang, she couldn't secure first place. However, if Zhang's banana peel struck Qian Xuanrui, she could then unleash her red shell to stun him. As anticipated, Zhang Yuni was also stunned, but he still had one banana peel left for a final attack. Tang Yingli realized this as well. The last banana peel flew from Zhang Yuni's vehicle, tracing a curved line across the screen, landing right beside Tang Yingli's path. Zhang Yuni tilted his head and said, "Oops, I accidentally threw it the wrong way." Qian Xuanrui fumed. "Zhang, that was an intentional accident." Moreover, he had irrefutable evidence. Chapter 74. The Rising Star Aries. The three played for an entire afternoon. Eventually, Qian Xuanrui threw down the controller, collapsing onto the sofa in despair. "I can't win. It's utterly impossible." Aside from a few initial victories, he had not reclaimed first place again. While his skills were superior to those of the other two, Zhang Yuni and Tang Yingli's mastery and usage of items were exceptionally astute. Compensating for their operational shortcomings, Zhang Yuni's banana peel strategy was particularly formidable. Had it not been for the fact that this gaming console belonged to him, he wouldn't have believed Zhang Yuni wasn't using cheats. Clearing his throat and adjusting his collar, Zhang Yuni remarked, "What do you think of my driving skills? Am I not like a true master?" Qian Xuanrui shot him a glare and then glanced at the time. "Time to eat. What do you want?" "Anything is fine," Zhang Yuni replied. Tang Yingli added, "Should we eat out or order takeout?" "How about you try my cooking?" Qian Xuanrui suggested. Tang Yingli was taken aback. "I didn't realize you could cook." "Just a little," he replied. Having been raised by a nanny and becoming independent after middle school, he had developed a fondness for good food and learned to cook for himself. After all, one couldn't survive solely on takeout. "Sounds good," Tang Yingli agreed. "Not an issue," Zhang Yuni affirmed. After some discussion, they reached a consensus. Qian Xuanrui's eyes twinkled with an idea. "I'll head downstairs to buy some ingredients. You two can play for a bit." Tang Yingli inquired, "Do you need any help?" "No, I can manage on my own. I'll select a game for you. It's perfect for 2 players. With that, he exited the racing game interface and opened another game. It Takes Two. This time, it is truly a journey for two. The narrative unfolds in a fantastical realm, primarily revolving around a couple, Cody and Xiaomei, whose relationship has unraveled. Due to an unforeseen incident, they find themselves transformed into dolls and ensnared in this peculiar world. To return to their original forms, they must unite their efforts to navigate a series of physical and logical challenges, mending their fractured bond while seeking a way to lift the curse. Zhang Yuni merely perceives it as a game, and indeed, it is just that, thus he feels no discomfort. However, Tang Yingli senses an underlying strangeness and softly declares, "I choose the boy," as if this decision might alleviate her unease. Zhang Yuni, indifferent, responds, "Oh, then I shall select the girl." After Qian Xuanrui sets up the game and briefly instructs them on the controls, he heads downstairs to purchase groceries. The young man and woman embark on their matrimonial adventure. Upon Qian Xuanrui's return with the groceries, he observes them still engrossed in their game and refrains from interrupting, a smile stretching from ear to ear as he hums a little tune while busily tending to the kitchen. "Darling, I've fallen for you." Since that day, later, the trio gathers at the dinner table. Qian Xuanrui inquires, "Is the food palatable?" Zhang Yuni responds, "It's quite satisfactory." Tang Yingli adds, "Not bad." Qian Xuanrui chuckles, "Hee, this is my only specialty." After all, one must never be careless when it comes to food. Zhang Yuni asks, "Can we save the progress from the earlier game?" Qian Xuanrui replies, "Of course, Zhang. Have you become addicted to it?" Zhang Yuni admits, "I find it rather intriguing." Qian Xuanrui, with a playful smirk, teases, "Is it the game that captivates you, or playing alongside the class monitor?" Zhang Yuni tilts his head. "Both are enjoyable." As Saturday night descends, having satisfied their appetites, the trio makes their way to the E-City Arena. This evening, Aries is set to face the Phantom. The odds for Aries' victory at the E-City Arena stand at 2-1.5, meaning a wager on Aries winning would yield a return of 1.5 times the stake, while betting on Aries losing would result in a 2-fold return. Judging by the odds, the E-City Arena seems to favor Aries' chances of winning. Qian Xuanrui notices Zhang Yuni carrying a pair of boxing gloves and whispers, "Oh, Zhang, are you serious? Did you buy gloves specifically to thrash the Phantom?" He worries that the Phantoms fans might overhear and retaliate. He is aware that Zhang Yuni has previously used the East City Arena's spare gloves, which are often subpar. Zhang Yuni candidly reveals, "They were a gift from Tang." Qian Xuanrui's mouth drops slightly in astonishment. Is this the legendary moment when a high and mighty goddess spends 188,000 for him? No. Zhang likely hasn't even spoken yet. Tang Ingli remains unfazed, not paying much heed to the subject. Qian Xuanrui, eager, exclaims, "Zhang, you must win tonight. Don't let down the class monitor for gifting you those gloves." Tang Ingli adds, "Even if you lose, it won't be a disappointment. Just be careful not to get hurt." Qian Xuanrui suddenly recalls, "Did something just get shoved into my mouth?" He then solemnly states, "I must confess, I have made a considerable investment tonight. So Zhang, you cannot let me walk away empty-handed." Liang Yichen, intrigued, asks, "How much did you wager?" He proudly declares, $20. Liang Yichen, Zhang Yuni, and Tang Ingli all stare blankly. Qian Xuanrui protests, "Hey, what are those expressions? That's a significant amount. Compared to your usual $10, it indeed is quite a lot." Liang Yichen quips, "That's a full double." Qian Xuanrui feigns seriousness, "You don't understand. Luck is a matter of yin and yang. Even if I bet more regularly, winning might just mean I'll lose it back in the future, and even if I don't lose, I might still encounter bad fortune elsewhere." Liang Yichen muses, "That actually makes some sense." Qian Xuanrui affirms, "Exactly. It's like playing Ludo. When you feel unlucky, you might as well roll the dice first to exhaust the bad luck, significantly increasing your chances of winning." Liang Yichen skeptically remarks, "Are you delving into mysticism? It feels like you're trying to pull a fast one on me." Qian Xuanrui insists earnestly, "I swear, I've tested it myself." Liang Yichen coolly replies, "No worries, I'm well past the age of playing Ludo." Qian Xuanrui, puzzled, wonders, "By the way, why is Zhang's match scheduled so late, at 10 o'clock? Liang Yichen chuckles, "You know very well that popular fighters are always slotted for that time. I can't interfere with the arena's scheduling." Qian Xuanrui smacks his forehead. "I forgot about the Phantom's immense popularity." Liang Yichen adds, "But this time, it's not solely due to him that it's this." Qian Xuanrui suddenly realizes, turning sharply to look at the young man beside him. This time, it's the super popular rising star, Aries. Chapter 75. Aries continues the legend. The competition is in full swing, and time swiftly passes. Soon, it is 9:30 in the evening, and Zhang Yuni heads to the lower level to prepare. Tang Ingli encourages, "Good luck." Qian Xuanrui cheers, "Give him a good thrashing." Liang Yichen adds, "Wishing you good fortune." Subsequently, the young man descends from the spectator stands under their watchful eyes. After 2 more matches have concluded, the host gradually appears on the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen," the host's deep, resonant voice echoes, instantly quieting the restless crowd, akin to the calm before a storm. "Let us welcome." A resounding cheer fills the venue. The first supernova candidate in our arena's history to compete 15 times within a month and emerge victorious in all 15 matches. Aries, Zhang Yuni, riding the elevator, gradually ascends to the stage alongside the host's voice. The atmosphere in the venue erupts like a tightly compressed balloon, bursting forth in exuberant shouts for Aries, a high school student who faced intermediate boxers in his first match and advanced to challenge advanced fighters by the 6th. Achieving victory ever since. If he is not worthy of their cheers, then who is? Qian Xuanrui joins in the uproar. "Come on, brother. I'll shout until my throat gives out." Even Tang Ingli finds herself unconsciously joining in. Chanting, "Aries, Aries," Zhang Yuni stands on the stage, staring blankly at the audience across from him. Unlike the mocking gazes he expected, these eyes reflect anticipation, not malice. They are eager to witness who shall triumph on stage. And how? Listening to their cheers, he feels their excitement. Why are they so fervent? He cannot comprehend. Are these sounds truly meant for him? In a moment of spontaneity, he performs an unexpected gesture, raising his index finger and gently placing it against his lips, signaling for silence. With that simple action, the crowd seemingly mutes itself, falling into a hush. He feels somewhat awkward, unprepared for such a reaction. Suddenly, memories of previous fighters' gestures flash through his mind. He lifts his hand, now forming a fist. The audience erupts once more, their cheers even more fervent than before. Tang Ingli gazes intently at the stage, captivated by the boy basking in the applause, attempting to look cool. How foolish, yet undeniably cool. Now, let us also warmly welcome his opponent. The supernova contender, the Phantom, boasting a record of 22 matches with 21 victories. The arena reverberates with applause, though this time, the cheers are noticeably subdued. The host continues with dramatic flair. Last time, the Phantom failed to continue his legend. This time, let us see if he can thwart the rise of the new king. We shall await the outcome with bated breath. As the host's voice fades, he gradually descends. The crowd echoes, "Continue the legend. Continue the legend." The referee steps onto the stage, prompting Zhang Yuni and the Phantom to touch fists. "You are quite formidable," the Phantom acknowledges. Zhang Yuni has fought 15 times this month, while the Phantom has only engaged in 7 matches. Although this statistic does not definitively conclude that Zhang Yuni is superior, it does suggest that he possesses greater stamina. If it were merely that, he might still have a chance to compete. However, if the Phantom has faced advanced fighters with relative ease, then his odds of victory appear slim. He considers himself incapable of achieving such effortless success against advanced opponents. Furthermore, he doubts that Zhang Yuni's victories are mere flukes. A single stroke of luck might be just that, a stroke of luck. Yet repeated strokes of luck suggest a different narrative. Zhang Yuni, surprised by the Phantom's words, momentarily hesitates but chooses not to respond. The match commences, with both fighters maintaining distance, cautiously gauging each other. The Phantom unleashes a whip kick towards Zhang Yuni, who stands firm, absorbing the blow and feigning a punch. The Phantom instinctively raises his fist to block, only to realize he has fallen for a ruse. In that instant, Zhang Yuni sweeps his leg towards the Phantom's ankle. The Phantom leaps back to evade the attack. Cursing inwardly at the unexpected aggression, a near miss occurred, but fortunately, he had done his research and was aware of the opponent's penchant for flamboyant maneuvers. The two regained their footing, or more accurately, it was the specter that they faced. This time, Zhang Yuni took the initiative to strike first, launching a powerful fist towards the ghost's head. Though the authenticity of his attack was uncertain, the ghost had no choice but to swiftly raise his arm to block the blow. Immediately following, Zhang Yuni unleashed an uppercut with his opposite hand. The ghost responded by using his other hand to push down and defend. Subsequently, Zhang Yuni pivoted and drove his knee into the bone just below the ghost's waist. This seamless combination left the ghost with no option to evade, forcing him to endure the knee strike. He gritted his teeth, stifling the pain radiating from his lower back. He knew all too well that revealing any weakness at this moment would grant Zhang Yuni the opportunity to bring about his downfall. Thus, he pressed forward, delivering a fierce hook that landed squarely on Zhang Yuni's jaw. Zhang Yuni raised his fist to block. The ghost then aimed another punch at Zhang Yuni's abdomen, but the latter's reflexes were too swift. He swiftly extended his left hand, palm open, to intercept the ghost's fist. Following this, he lunged forward and pivoted once more, landing another knee strike against the ghost's lower ribs. The ghost's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Yuni's movements were exceedingly rapid, and he had been under constant pressure since the onset. He could not discern whether Zhang Yuni had entirely predicted his punches, or if the latter's reflexes were simply extraordinary. He found it hard to believe the latter, as he himself was renowned for his speed and reaction times, even among professional boxers. Yet, he was now utterly unable to keep pace. The searing pain compelled him to bend forward. He contemplated falling to the ground voluntarily. After all, a single fall would not constitute a loss, whereas remaining upright would inevitably lead to defeat. Zhang Yuni would deliver the final blow. However, he found himself incapable of even collapsing. As Zhang Yuni had firmly grasped his left hand, he watched as Zhang Yuni lifted his elbow, closing his eyes in resignation. It was over. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated pain did not strike his head or neck, but rather his shoulder, still sufficient to send him crashing to the ground. The referee rushed over to count, and the ghost lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, awaiting the verdict of the match. He chose not to rise. For if Zhang Yuni wished, he could easily prevent him from standing again. He had lost. Henceforth, Ares, 16 matches, all victories. The audience erupted into a frenzy, cheering wildly. Tang Li, with her lively, sparkling eyes, was transfixed on the young man in the arena. Her gaze pierced through the morning mist, imbued with a hint of uncertain softness. It was evident to any astute observer that he had deliberately held back. She mused that the applause was not solely for his remarkable achievement, but also for his noble sportsmanship. Chapter 76. 2 announcements in a spacious and brightly lit room beneath the arena in East City. A massive LCD screen displayed a crystal-clear and vivid image, immersing viewers in the ongoing battle above. At that moment, the scene showed the referee raising Zhang Yuni's hand, declaring the young man's victory. Seated directly in front of the screen was Jin Fugui, the proprietor of the East City Arena, a middle-aged man with a rotund figure and prominent ears. His small eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Qian Xuanrui, slightly plump, could be considered a small, chubby fellow, while Jin Fugui was merely an enlarged version of him, hence the nickname Big Fatty. He turned to the person beside him. Commissioner Guo, what is your assessment of this child's abilities? The man referred to as Commissioner Guo was still gazing at the screen, his expression one of astonishment. It was hard to believe this was a high school student. If you obscured his face, one could easily mistake him for a top-tier professional fighter. In this match, aside from an initial feint, Zhang Yuni employed no flashy techniques, dominating the entire bout with his terrifying speed and reflexes. Overpowering the ghost, known for his own speed and agility, Jin Fugui remarked, Commissioner Guo seems to hold him in high regard. Commissioner Guo, one of Jin Fugui's esteemed analysts at the East City Arena, specialized in evaluating competitors' physical attributes such as strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, coordination, and resilience. Commissioner Guo replied, indeed. While the full extent of his strength remains unclear, his speed, reaction time, and coordination are undoubtedly at a top-tier level. With just these three attributes, he can effortlessly dominate his opponents, making it difficult to determine his overall strength at this juncture. As he spoke, he adjusted his glasses, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I sense he will be a versatile fighter, a child born for combat. His exhilaration stemmed from his constant engagement with fighters' data, and discovering such a statistical anomaly was indeed thrilling. Jin Fugui teased, you seem quite elated. Have you elevated him to the heavens? Is he truly that formidable? He primarily dealt with monetary matters and had only a cursory understanding of combat, thus relying on the expertise of his analysts. Before Commissioner Guo could respond, another middle-aged man chimed in. Commissioner Guo is not exaggerating. Although I have yet to review his physical data, even a casual observation reveals that he rivals professional-level competitors. Intrigued, Jin Fugui inquired, and what is your appraisal of his fighting technique? Commissioner Chen. The man who had just joined the conversation was Commissioner Chen, smiling as he said, at present, while his fighting skills have certainly improved and are comparable to advanced boxers, there remains a gap when measured against professional fighters. As you know, in today's combat competitions, injuries like fractures and dislocations are commonplace, necessitating more specialized, aggressive, and ruthless techniques. Jin Fugui nodded thoughtfully. From the descriptions provided by both of you, it seems his potential is vast. And the future is promising, Commissioner Guo enthusiastically endorsed. Precisely. You can confidently recruit him to the East City Arena. A glimmer of excitement shone in Jin Fugui's eyes as he shook his head with a smile. If the two were correct, the East City Arena would not be able to retain him, nor would any arena across the nation. He was not meant to be confined. He was aware of more than what others perceived. On May 4, 2084, at midnight, the entire city seemed to have been muted, the daytime clamor having vanished without a trace. The streets were sparsely populated, with only the occasional midnight bus whizzing by. The neon lights of the skyscrapers continued to flicker, exuding an aura of cold solitude. The street vendors had also packed up, weary stall owners trudging toward their humble abodes. In the residential areas, most windows were shrouded in darkness, with only a few flickering faintly. At this moment, two announcements began to spread across the nation with remarkable velocity, akin to a highly contagious virus. The first read, in order to safeguard the nation's territory from infringement, to maintain social order from disruption, and to protect the safety of the populace from threats, the National Blade Department is hereby established. Its name signifies, the blade of the nation signed, National Security Bureau. The second stated, to cultivate a new generation of strength for the National Blade Department. To nurture the pillars of the new era, the University of Oracle is officially established. It is recognized as one of the highest institutions of learning in Huaxia. Admission requirements. 1. Open to all high school graduates and youth aged 18 to 30. 2. Admission is not contingent upon the national examination. 3. All enrolled students must sign a life and death agreement. Benefits for applicants. 1. No tuition fees during their studies. 2. The state will subsidize all basic living expenses. 3. Graduates are guaranteed job placements with secure employment. Signed, Ministry of Education. Once the announcements were released, The websites of the National Security Bureau and Ministry of Education were swiftly overwhelmed. Major social media platforms and online forums were inundated with frenzied activity. Children sneaking a peek at their phones roused their parents from sleep. High school students, hiding in their blankets, leaped from their beds to share the news with their bewildered roommates. University students, of course, were not to be outdone. Who among them retired at midnight? The two messages detonated like torpedoes submerged beneath the surface, waking the nation. Those asleep and those awake, those who saw it and those who did not. In the midst of this tranquil night, the internet surged with a tidal wave of reactions. The blade of the nation? What on earth is that? Sounds incredibly cool. Original poster. University of Oracle. Is it filled with deities? Comment 1. I wonder if there are any celestial beings? Comment 2. Not sure about deities, but there are probably senior sisters. Doge face. Comment 3. But why must one sign a life and death agreement? Comment 4. Who cares? Better to die under the peony than to live as a ghost. Comment 5. Just a solid sixth. A recent graduate lamenting his unemployment exclaimed, "Holy crap! A guaranteed job? This is it." An ambitious senior aiming for the best vocational school declared, "Plans have changed. I'm aiming for the highest institution." A 30-year-old man, battered by life, drunkenly laughed in the streets. Am I dreaming? The above reactions mostly reflected the humorous and light-hearted sentiments of those seeking entertainment, alongside some individuals pushed to desperation by life's challenges. However, many individuals gaze at the announcement itself, pondering the motives that lie behind it. The nation's recent vigorous push for high martial arts is not without precedent. From the clarion call of high martial city to the fervent promotion of combat sports, there have been persistent rumors of incorporating martial arts into the college entrance examination. It is likely that these developments are part of the groundwork laid by the National Defense Department. The establishment of this so-called Oracle University is merely a continuation of that trend. But what is the underlying reason? If it is to safeguard national security, do we not already have an army? If it is to maintain social order, is there not a police force for that? As for the safety of the people, if the first two aspects are adequately addressed, this concern hardly merits discussion. Given this, why is there a need for the entire populace to practice martial arts? It is not that it serves no purpose. Rather, it appears unnecessary. If the intent is merely to enhance the physical well-being of the citizens, that could be understood. Yet, what is the rationale behind the establishment of this Oracle University? Setting aside the matter of signing a life and death agreement for the moment, after all, blades are blind, and having chosen the path of high martial arts, casualties are inevitable. However, the fact that the entrance examination is not the sole criterion for assessment, and that graduates may secure stable employment, is no trivial matter. This may signify not just a requirement or a privilege. It could herald a new era, a wave that seeks to overturn the old systems. Those with a keen sense of observation have already noted the implications of the second announcement in this new age. Tang Yingli had long since fallen asleep, unable to immerse herself in this world that had taken on a hint of madness. Jiang Yuni was similarly affected. The plump boy, however, was wide awake. His eyes were wide, furiously scrolling through the screen, occasionally tapping rapidly with his fingers, a smile occasionally gracing his lips. At this moment, Liang Yichen stood on the balcony, a cigarette pinched between his right fingers, his left hand holding a phone, his gaze inscrutable. After a long while, he let his arm holding the phone drop wearily, took a deep drag of his cigarette, and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. He stared vacantly at the distant horizon, murmuring softly, "The sky of the future may no longer be azure, but rather the twilight of the gods. Alas, I cannot become the wave rider." Chapter 77. A Love Letter? The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with the same campus entrance and the same youthful faces. Jiang Yuni raised a soy milk bun, which Tang Yingli naturally accepted. The two walked side by side towards the classroom. After swallowing her bun, Tang Yingli softly inquired, "Did you see the news?" Jiang Yuni replied, "What news?" Tang Yingli responded, "The National Defense Department, Oracle University." Jiang Yuni shook his head in confusion. Tang Yingli handed him the soy milk, then took out her phone. Unlocking the screen revealed the interface of the two announcements, clearly indicating she had just seen them not long ago. She handed the phone to Jiang Yuni and reclaimed the soy milk. Jiang Yuni scrolled through the screen slowly, a stark contrast to his usual speed of flipping through books. His lowered brows seemed lost in thought. He was indeed contemplating. He knew of their existence. And ordinary people could do little against them, even armed police. Thus, The objectives behind these two announcements became increasingly apparent. The answers that left others perplexed were clear to him after but a moment's reflection. He returned the phone to Tang Yingli, who did not take it. She mumbled, "You hold on to it for me," Zhang Yuni replied. "Oh." Tang Yingli asked, "What are your thoughts?" Zhang Yuni instinctively felt a twinge of panic. "What thoughts?" Tang Yingli did not pay attention. She continued, "Are you surprised? But looking at your face, I can tell you're not." Aside from a hint of awkwardness, she rarely saw any other expression on his face. Zhang Yuni was at a loss for words, tacitly agreeing. Tang Yingli tilted her head. "Are you interested in Oracle University?" Zhang Yuni pondered for a moment, a little. Tang Yingli replied, "Oh." For some reason, her tone seemed to brighten. Zhang Yuni countered, "Are you interested as well?" Tang Yingli admitted, a little. As classmates began to arrive in the classroom, discussions erupted regarding the two announcements that had flooded the internet overnight. Qian Xuanrui entered the classroom. Sporting dark circles under his eyes, and with his slightly portly figure, he appeared somewhat comical. He staggered over to Zhang Yuni's side. "Zhang brother, are you aware of the announcement from this morning?" Zhang Yuni replied. "I'm aware." Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui seemed to be invigorated, exclaiming, "Goodness! We have to sign a life and death agreement to attend this university? Who would dare to go?" Tang Yingli interjected. "What if," Zhang Yuni suggested, "we could give it a try?" Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback by their responses, glancing between Tang Yingli and Zhang Yuni. "Wait, you two, Zhang brother, this try could lead to death." Zhang Yuni puzzled. "He said we have to sign, but he didn't say we would definitely die." "Well said. What does signing a life and death agreement have to do with me dying?" Qian Xuanrui replied solemnly. "Think carefully, Zhang brother. And you too, class monitor." Just then, the bell rang for morning reading. Chen Jingyan stepped into the classroom right on time. Her clear voice ringing out, "It's time for morning reading. Everyone, quickly take your seats. I have a few words to say." She had gone to bed early the previous night and had not seen the two announcements. Other teachers had seen them and notified her to check her phone, stating that something significant had occurred. After hastily hanging up, she mentioned she needed to inform other teachers. She had grumbled about why such matters could not wait until the next day, disturbing her dreams at such an hour. But ignorance is bliss. Upon seeing the news, she was taken aback. She knew that her students would surely be restless this morning. As a teacher, she held no objections to the establishment of a National Defense Department for safeguarding national security, nor would she dare to oppose it. Yet, she truly could not fathom why the Ministry of Education would establish Oracle University. What difference was that from shooting oneself in the foot? At the podium, she addressed the class. "I presume everyone is aware of the two announcements that emerged early this morning?" The room erupted into chatter. "Teacher, this is too sudden. Is this a reform? Is this for real? Why do we have to sign a life and death agreement?" Chen Jingyan gestured for silence. "I understand you all have many questions, and I, too, am perplexed." She paused slightly before continuing, "However, I can assure you that this news is undoubtedly true. Unless someone hacked both the National Defense Department's and the Ministry of Education's websites to issue these announcements, we need not rush. There will be voices that speak for us. All we must do is focus on our present tasks and observe how things unfold. Even if it is ultimately confirmed, it will not impact our normal lives, our regular college entrance examinations, or our chances of attending normal universities. Is that clear to everyone?" The students chorused, "Understood, good. Now let us begin our morning reading." Chen Jingyun's words had a significant calming effect, anchoring the students' restless hearts. During the break, Zhang Yuni went to the restroom. Just as he reached the door of the adjacent classroom, a girl intercepted him. She pointed to her cheek and sweetly said, "Do you remember?" She was a beautiful girl with a sweet demeanor. Playfully, she winked at Zhang Yuni, then slipped a small envelope into his hands. The envelope was pink, quite unique and adorable, before she shyly dashed back to her classroom. Zhang Yuni stood there, somewhat bewildered. Was she from the adjacent class? Who was she? What was this about? He tucked the letter into his pocket. Intending to examine it further later, he still needed to use the restroom. Upon returning to the classroom, he took out the envelope and scrutinized it closely. The surface bore only one line of text. To Zhang Yuni. How did she know his name? At that moment, Tang Yingli, sitting beside him with her head down, noticed the rustling sound. She glanced over at Zhang Yuni and saw him opening the pink envelope. She paused for a moment, her expression momentarily frozen. Having never lacked admirers, She recognized the envelope for what it was immediately, the love letter. Chapter 78. Will you distance yourself from me? Tang Ingli remained silent. Quietly observing the boy's actions, he opened the envelope and extracted a small card, his clean eyes filled with curiosity. The card was also pink, featuring a large red heart drawn on it. He had seen that shape before when taking photos with Tang Ingli. He then glanced at the writing on the card, which was elegantly pinned, though not as beautiful as Tang Ingli's handwriting. Dear Jiang, hello? I happened to see you boxing at the arena in the eastern part of the city, and I was quite impressed. I think you are very handsome. May I befriend you? From Yijiro of Class 20.So, it was a request for friendship. He was more than willing to make friends, as being with friends alleviated his sense of loneliness. There were other feelings he could not quite articulate, but it felt good, especially with friends like Tang and Qian, who had taught him much and helped him understand the world beyond his previous experiences. Yet he found himself at a loss. How should he respond? He sensed that the girl beside him was watching him. He turned to look at her and lifted the pink card, giving it a little shake. How should I respond? In Tang Ingli's beautiful eyes, there lingered an inexplicable sentiment. She softly inquired, May I have a glance at it first? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni handed her the card. Lowering her head to take a look, an unusual feeling began to blossom within her, one that was difficult to articulate. She tilted her head and asked, Do you wish to befriend her? Jiang Yuni replied, That is possible. Tang Ingli was not taken aback by the boy's answer. She understood he simply desired friendship. Yet, she also sensed that the girl named Yijiro likely sought more than mere friendship. For if it were just friendship, she would not have chosen a card adorned with a heart. Then you should reply on the card, Pleased to meet you, and return it to her. Jiang Yuni expressed his confusion. So, does that mean we are friends now? Tang Ingli tilted her head. Theoretically, yes, but I feel it does not yet equate to true friendship. Jiang Yuni nodded in agreement. I concur. He then wrote Pleased to meet you on the card. Observing this, Tang Ingli murmured softly, If one day you make a very good friend, will you distance yourself from me? She assumed the boy had not heard her, but to her surprise, Jiang Yuni tilted his head and asked, Why would I distance myself from you? Tang Ingli was momentarily taken aback. She replied earnestly, It's just that after you become close to a very good friend, you might naturally drift away from me. But for me, Tang classmate, you are already quite enough, he responded. Upon hearing this, the girl was momentarily stunned, then burst into a radiant and enchanting laugh. What do you mean by quite enough? It's all wonderful. Unbeknownst to her, the peculiar sentiment that had once lingered in her heart had quietly dissipated during the break in the next class. Jiang Yuni rose from his seat with the card in hand. Qian Xuanrui noticed him heading towards the back door of the classroom and felt puzzled. He isn't taking his water bottle? Didn't Jiang just go to the restroom during the last break? Why is he going again? He knew Jiang Yuni rarely left his seat except for such matters. With his keen eyesight, he soon spotted Jiang Yuni holding a small pink envelope. Could it be? Oh my goodness. Is Jiang planning to make a secret fortune? It can't be, can it? Then he abruptly turned to look at Tang Ingli, realizing she was still seated. Wait, that doesn't make sense. If it were really that, I can't think of anyone else Jiang Yuni would give it to besides the class monitor. And he doesn't know any other girls. Without further thought, he immediately got up to follow him outside. He then saw Jiang Yuni enter the classroom next door. Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened, and his mouth fell slightly open. Target acquired? Moving in with determination, Jiang Yuni halted upon entering the classroom and scanned the room. A curious student from Class 10 looked at him and asked, Are you looking for someone? Jiang Yuni replied, I am searching for classmate Yijiro. Yijiro, she is seated over there, the student indicated a direction. This student seemed quite accustomed to such inquiries. While Yijiro may not rival Tang Ingli, she was nonetheless considered one of the beauties of their class. Thank you. Jiang Yuni then approached Yijiro. The surrounding classmates observed them with keen interest. Yijiro was momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing Jiang Yuni, her face lit up with surprise. What brings you here? She had spotted him at the arena in the eastern part of the city 2 weeks prior. Finding him somewhat familiar but unable to recall where she had seen him, it wasn't until last week, when she happened to see Jiang Yuni while filling her water bottle, that the realization struck her. He was from the neighboring class. She had sent him a small card without much expectation, knowing he was close to Tang Ingli. Although she believed herself to possess some charm, she was also aware of her own limitations. Thus, if Jiang Yuni had feelings for Tang Ingli, she felt her chances were slim. Zhang Yuni handed her the small card. This is for you. Jiro responded. Oh, all right. Her friend beside her exclaimed, Jiro, are you foolish? That's a love letter. How can you just accept it like that? Jiro shot her a glare, interrupting, Sure, don't make such a fuss. I'll explain later. She then lowered her head to glance at the card and softly asked, So does this mean you agree? For if it were a rejection, there would be no need for him to come all this way to find her. Zhang Yuni, puzzled, replied, What is there not to agree to about making friends? Jiro stared at him in surprise, her eyes reflecting curiosity. She had never believed in the existence of truly innocent boys. In this age of rampant information and the pervasive influence of the internet, who would dare to claim they remained untouched? Even without direct exposure to the internet, the culture within boys' dormitories would inevitably affect them, making it difficult for anyone to maintain innocence. Yet, his eyes were undeniably pure. Resembling a crystal-clear lake devoid of impurities, a faint smile graced her lips. Indeed, there is nothing wrong with agreeing to be friends. The atmosphere then fell into an awkward silence. Zhang Yuni was at a loss for words. And with class time approaching, he said, I shall take my leave now. All right, I will seek you out during lunch. After Zhang Yuni exited the classroom, Qian Xuanrui approached him. Zhang, why no? Wait, do you know that girl? Zhang Yuni replied. I suppose you could say we are acquainted. Qian Xuanrui, still somewhat bewildered, asked, What do you mean by acquainted? Zhang Yuni explained, I know her name. Just the name? Zhang Yuni affirmed, Yes. And you sent her a love letter just knowing her name? Although that doesn't seem impossible, but it is so uncharacteristic of you. Having spent considerable time with Zhang Yuni, he felt he understood him well. He sensed there must be some misunderstanding here. Chapter 79. Reluctant? Qian Xuanrui tentatively inquired, Zhang, was that a love letter you were holding? Zhang Yuni paused for a moment. A love letter? Qian Xuanrui had once explained that it was a means of expressing affection between men and women. He pondered briefly. The content seemed normal, merely expressing a desire to be friends, without any declarations of love. However, he was curious and asked, by the way, what does the heart shape signify? Zhang Yuni had leaped to conclusions too quickly, leaving Qian Xuanrui momentarily speechless. A new type. What do you mean by new? Are you referring to this heart shape? He gestured in the air to illustrate. Yes, that's the one. Upon receiving confirmation, Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened in realization. Zhang, could it be that the card you received had that heart shape? Zhang Yuni nodded. Qian Xuanrui, exasperated, exclaimed, Zhang, how could you not know what the heart shape signifies? How could you casually give a card with that to a girl? This is sheer folly. What if she ends up clinging to you? After all, while Zhang Yuni might not be exceptionally handsome, he certainly had a pleasing appearance. Moreover, his looks were just one of many commendable qualities. Zhang Yuni defended himself. The card was given to me by her. I was merely returning it. Qian Xuanrui paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed. My initial assumptions were misguided. That makes sense. He had thought Zhang Yuni could never deliver a love letter to anyone. Zhang Yuni tilted his head in curiosity. So what does the heart shape signify? Qian Xuanrui replied earnestly. The heart shape is typically used to express love. Love? Zhang Yuni echoed. Yes, it can represent care, affection, or romantic love, Qian Xuanrui clarified. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuni mumbled. So does this mean your classmate wishes to express affection? She mentioned being impressed by him while practicing martial arts. Qian Xuanrui fell silent for a moment. He then stated seriously, We need to see what she wrote. Zhang, do you remember what was written on it? He was acutely aware of Zhang Yuni's naivety regarding relationships, particularly the boy's innocent and pure demeanor. He knew that opportunistic girls could easily be drawn to someone like him, and he felt it necessary to protect Zhang Yuni from being taken advantage of. After all, it was important for a young man to safeguard himself in the world. Moreover, he had high hopes for a connection between Zhang Yuni and Tang Ingli. Of course, that was merely his opinion. He would not impose any decisions upon Zhang Yuni, but he could certainly help him navigate potential pitfalls in the realm of emotions. In response to Qian Xuanrui's inquiry, Zhang Yuni candidly shared everything, feeling there was nothing to conceal. After listening, Qian Xuanrui fell into deep thought. Before he could speak further, the class bell rang, prompting both of them to return to their seats. Upon seeing Zhang Yuni return, Tang Ingli softly asked, Did you return the card? Yes, Zhang Yuni replied. Did she say anything? Tang Ingli inquired. She mentioned she would look for me at noon. I thought she would directly invite you to lunch. she remarked, clearly distracted by matters other than the exercises in her textbook during the break. Jiang Yuni stated, "If she invites me, I will decline." "Why?" "Jiang Yuni. Because you ended up dining alone." Tang Yingli's lips curled into an enchanting arc. "Unable to bear it?" "Jiang Yuni, indeed." Tang Yingli tilted her head slightly. "But I used to eat alone as well." Jiang Yuni similarly tilted his head. "Yet I believe you have grown unaccustomed to it now." He himself was an example. If he were to return to the past, would he still be able to adapt? The answer was a resounding no. Tang Yingli's large eyes sparkled like the stars. "This fellow's wooden head seemed to have progressed a little," she gently echoed. "I think so too." As noon dismissed school, Qian Xuanrui unusually approached, expressing his desire to dine with the two. Typically, he would have lunch with other friends. Qian Xuanrui suddenly inquired, "What does the class monitor think of this matter?" He believed Tang Yingli was also aware of Jiang Yuni receiving a small card. Tang Yingli, "What matter?" Qian Xuanrui, "The incident where the class beauty from the adjacent class, Yi Jiro, wrote a small card to Jiang." Tang Yingli teased, "I thought you were referring to what happened earlier this morning." Qian Xuanrui immediately retorted with righteous indignation, "Oh, class monitor, please do not tease me." "For those matters pale in comparison to Jiang's situation," Tang Yingli remarked casually. "Isn't it rather nice for a classmate to take the initiative to befriend him?" Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback. "Well, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are." However, her reasoning was sound. Making friends is ultimately a good thing, and with Tang Yingli saying so, he had no further objections. Thus, he returned to the topic of the morning. Although all the teachers had reassured the students, many still speculated in the corridors during breaks. "Jiang, class monitor, what do you think is the reason behind the government's actions?" Jiang Yuni remained silent. Qian Xuanrui wasn't genuinely asking him. He knew the youth might not be interested in such matters and seldom browsed online news. Therefore, he primarily sought Tang Yingli's opinion. After all, her uncle was the city police chief, and she would likely know more than others. Tang Yingli gently tucked her hair behind her ear. "The times may be changing." Qian Xuanrui asked in astonishment. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yuni shot a glance at the girl. "Nothing much, just my speculation." "Uncle Wu doesn't know much either. He mentioned that the higher-ups are doing a commendable job at keeping things confidential. Everyone has their own choices." She feared that saying too much might unsettle the two. Moreover, she indeed had not been dismissive towards them. Wu Jiangwo was not well informed about those two announcements either. The government likely feared inciting public panic, hence refraining from revealing all the information at once. Therefore, all her conjectures were primarily based on her childhood experiences. As they continued on their way, the three fell into silence, each lost in thought. Qian Xuanrui inexplicably recalled the night Liang Yiqin had pointed a gun at him. At that time, he had asked Liang Yiqin why he had done so. Liang Yiqin had replied that he was merely playing with him. When he questioned why he was being investigated, he said it wasn't the right time to inform him. In retrospect, that incident did seem rather peculiar, especially in light of the two announcements from earlier this morning. Such behavior, if not meant to harm his life, did not resemble the playful antics of friends. Could it be a form of dot testing? But what was he testing? Unbeknownst to them, the trio arrived at the dining hall, and after collecting their meals, they chose a table to sit at. Qian Xuanrui asked, "So? Jiang, class monitor, are you both planning to attend that school of prophecy?" Earlier, when he inquired about their intentions, both had shown interest in that university. Tang Yingli, "I will be going." Jiang Yuni, "I might give it a try." Qian Xuanrui was about to add something when a sweet voice interjected. "May I join your table?" Chapter 80. The last place the trio looked up. Jiang Yuni recognized the newcomer. Qian Xuanrui had already witnessed everything that morning, but even without that incident, as a prominent figure from Class 10, he was well aware of her identity. Tang Yingli felt the girl looked familiar. They had crossed paths in the corridor before, but they were not acquainted. Yet, being a girl and considering Jiang Yuni's small card, it was not difficult to deduce her identity. Yi Jiro. However, she remained silent, as it was clear the other was here to seek out Jiang Yuni. Qian Xuanrui glanced toward Jiang Yuni, who spoke. "Please, take a seat. They are both my friends, Tang Yingli and Qian Xuanrui." He then introduced to Tang Yingli. "This is classmate Yi Jiro." He knew Qian Xuanrui was already aware. Hence he did not feel the need to elaborate. Tang Yingli acknowledged, then turned to Yi Jiro. "Hello, please sit here." Qian Xuanrui also greeted her. "Hello, classmate Yi Jiro responded with a smile. "Hee hee." Hello, everyone. She then took a seat with her tray. The seating arrangement was now Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli sitting opposite each other, with Qian Xuanrui beside Jiang Yuni, leaving Yi Jiro to sit next to Tang Yingli. Qian Xuanrui inquired, "Classmate Yi, why aren't you dining with your friends?" Yi Jiro replied, "I was originally planning to, but upon spotting Jiang, I decisively abandoned them and rushed over." With that, she playfully winked at Jiang Yi. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui internally lamented. The moment Yi spoke, he knew there was no turning back. Her words flowed with such ease. Her gaze was utterly captivating. A glance at Jiang Yuni beside him revealed that he was remarkably composed. "Good, there was nothing," Jiang Yuni remarked. "Classmate Yi, please don't do that. Your friends might feel disheartened." Yi Jiro was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "They won't mind. They are eager for me to join and are merely watching the excitement." Jiang Yuni remained silent. He could not comprehend how this had turned into entertainment. Seeing that the youth was not inclined to pursue this topic, Yi Jiro felt a twinge of regret for her overly obvious intentions. Thus, she shifted the conversation. "Do you all usually dine together?" Qian Xuanrui quickly answered, "Not really. Usually it's Jiang and the class monitor who eat together." Yi Jiro asked curiously, "Oh, why don't you join them?" Qian Xuanrui replied, "I prefer not to steal their spotlight." Yi Jiro's eyes sparkled with curiosity, darting between Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli. How could that be stealing the spotlight? Could it be that you two are already a couple? She thought it unlikely. Indeed, Tang Yingli softly interjected. "We are not." Yi Jiro laughed. "I had thought our aloof school beauty had fallen in love." Qian Xuanrui sighed internally. He had initially intended to create a false impression to dissuade Yi Jiro, but she was completely unfazed. However, there was no sign of nervousness or awkwardness typically associated with liking someone when she spoke. He couldn't discern if this girl was simply too skilled or genuinely wished to befriend Jiang Yuni. Could he have misjudged? But how to explain the love card? Yi Jiro inquired, "Jiang, will you also be attending the competition tonight?" Jiang Yuni. Yi asked. Yi Jiro expressed regret. "What a pity I can't go. I won't be able to cheer for you." Jiang Yuni. "No worries. Yi Jiro. Aren't you tired? You'd be staying late after self-study and still need to go for practice, plus school tomorrow." Jiang Yuni. "It's manageable. Yi Jiro. TSK, you're incredible. Adults praise you as a top-notch fighter, yet to you, it seems so easy to handle." Jiang Yuni felt somewhat awkward. Actually, it's not that impressive. Throughout the meal, it was primarily Yi Jiro who posed questions to Jiang Yuni, with Qian Xuanrui occasionally interjecting. Tang Yingli quietly ate her meal, yet within her heart, a feeling arose that was difficult to articulate. In the afternoon, the results of the midterm exams were posted. The study committee member affixed the score sheet to the bulletin board. Students surged forward, eagerly vying to see their scores and rankings. Only 3 remained indifferent. One was Tang Yingli. For as long as she performed normally, the first place was practically guaranteed. The second was Jiang Yuni, who did not disregard his grades but felt no urgency. Checking later would yield the same result. The last was Qian Xuanrui, who genuinely did not care. After completing the exam, he had set his pen down and forgotten about it, as if he had never taken it at all. Now that the results were out, he remained completely unfazed. Ridiculous. If he were to feel anxious, it would be disrespectful to the number 145. Soon, his deskmate returned. He stroked his chin. "May I see if my score is securely among the top?" His deskmate replied, "No, I didn't see your name even after scanning the sheet several times. I was then jostled away." Qian Xuanrui. "Perhaps you're just getting old and your eyesight is failing?" His deskmate paused, then blushed. "You're the one who's overdoing it." "No, you're the one who's been using your hands too much." Once the crowd had dispersed, Qian Xuanrui leisurely approached the bulletin board, as if any hastiness would betray his trust in Jiang Yuni. Upon reaching the board, he precisely focused his gaze on the middle of the score sheet, then began to scan upwards slowly. He felt puzzled. Could it be that he had overdone it? Too many answers? Had he made it to the front of the list? As his gaze continued to ascend, his brow furrowed slightly. Could it be that the teacher has overlooked the grades? He couldn't help but shake his head. As a mentor, such carelessness is utterly unacceptable, a fitting punishment. Yet, soon he seemed to recall something and redirected his gaze towards the upper portion of the report card. The top scorer was Tang Yingli, but what about Brother Jiang? He scanned a few more lines down and, still, Jiang Yuni's name was nowhere to be found. A sense of unease began to settle in him. Thus, as if resolved to uncover the truth, he continued to peruse the latter half of the grade sheet. When he sensed he was nearing the end and still had not encountered their names, a sigh of relief escaped him. Phew, what a false alarm. It appears the teacher truly did overlook their scores. He could hardly believe that Zhang Yunyi's results would be poor, and even less so that his own rank would be at the bottom. However, when he finally spotted Zhang Yunyi's name at the very end of the report card, disbelief washed over his face. No, that was a score of 145. Brother Zhang truly treated it as a mere ornament. And when he saw that Zhang Yunyi's name was followed by his own, his legs felt weak, and his mind went blank. Upon realizing that there were no names following his, darkness enveloped his vision, and he nearly collapsed in exhaustion. He leaned against the wall, slowly closed his eyes, and shook his head before glancing at the report card once more. Unbelievable. It's fantastical. Goodness, he has excelled. He secured the first place in the class. Albeit counting backwards. Chapter 81. The youth's composition. Qian Xuanrui wandered over to Zhang Yunyi's side, his voice low and contemplative. Brother Zhang, have you seen the grades? Zhang Yunyi replied plainly, not yet. Qian Xuanrui sighed. No matter, Brother Zhang, if possible, it may be best to avoid looking. Zhang Yunyi asked directly, did you check for me? Did I come in last? Qian Xuanrui was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern whether Zhang Yunyi was inquiring about his own ranking or Zhang Yunyi's. With a sorrowful expression, he replied, not quite last. Zhang Yunyi remarked, Brother Qian's teachings on feng shui truly are remarkable. I was fully prepared to be at the bottom. This tangingly gently covered her mouth with her hand. Qian Xuanrui forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Indeed, how could I possibly lead Brother Zhang astray? One must not merely steam buns for pride's sake. When it's time to be stubborn, one must be stubborn. Zhang Yunyi observed Qian Xuanrui's expression and mused. Could it be that you performed poorly in this exam? Qian Xuanrui lamented, Brother Zhang, how can you be so cruel? It's a matter of life and death, Zhang Yunyi retorted. But I didn't compel you to view my results. Qian Xuanrui replied. Who knew you would treat a score of 145 as a mere trinket? The intelligence report recognized by the school could hardly be a fabrication. The only plausible explanation is that Zhang Yunyi did not study earnestly. I sigh. Well, I willingly accept being at the bottom for Brother Zhang. Indeed, the forces of yin and yang are balanced. My laziness in preparing for the exam has yielded such a score. As the class bell rang, Qian Xuanrui dazedly returned to his seat. Tang Yingli softly suggested, I believe you should continue to study diligently. Zhang Yunyi inquired, why so? Isn't the Divine Oracle University not based on the college entrance examination as a criterion? Tang Yingli questioned. Are you truly resolved to attend that university? Zhang Yunyi affirmed, yes. Although his current life was quite comfortable, he remained acutely aware that he had not genuinely escaped the control of that man. He understood that with his current abilities, it was impossible to break free, Tang Yingli added. But we also do not know what their assessment standards are. If it turns out we cannot attend, we might still have to rely on our college entrance examination scores. Zhang Yunyi paused. That seems true. As the test papers were distributed, Zhang Yunyi examined his own. Since the teachers graded using computers, there were no glaring red marks on the paper. That moment, the class monitor approached. Zhang Yunyi, the homeroom teacher wants to see you in her office. Zhang Yunyi replied. Oh, he could probably guess why Chen Jingyan was looking for him. Thus, he first checked the bulletin board for the grades. What caught his eye was Tang Yingli's name. Total score, 721. Class rank, 1. Grade rank, 1. She's remarkable, Zhang Yunyi thought, and then continued scanning downwards. Finally, he spotted his own name at the very end. Total score, 386. Class rank, 40. Grade rank, 844. At the very bottom of the grade sheet was Qian Xuanrui's name. He glanced at it, shook his head in resignation, and left the classroom. In the office, as soon as Zhang Yunyi entered, he saw Qian Xuanrui diligently standing by Chen Jingyun's desk. As Zhang Yunyi approached, he overheard her stern voice. If you score this low again, you'll regret it, do you understand? Rest assured, teacher, this time was an anomaly. There will certainly not be a next time. Very well, you may return now. Thank you, teacher. With that, Qian Xuanrui turned to leave, only to find Zhang Yunyi approaching. He gently patted Zhang Yunyi's shoulder, indicating that he should prepare for the worst. Then he heard Chen Jingyun's gentle voice. Yunyi, come over here. Zhang Yunyi responded. Oh. Qian Xuanrui's expression froze instantly. Is this the difference between second to last and last? Woe is me? I shall go mad. Naturally, he merely entertained the thought. The reason for Chen Jingyun's disparate treatment was not difficult to deduce. Chen Jingyun spoke softly to Jiang Yuni. Although your exam results may not be ideal compared to others, we must not lose heart, understand? Jiang Yuni nodded. MHM? Chen Jingyun continued. I have reviewed your paper, and it is evident that you have grasped the knowledge covered recently. What we now lack are the foundational concepts from before. Moving forward, can we work to catch up on the material that has been missed while keeping pace with the lessons? Jiang Yuni replied. Certainly. Chen Jingyun added. Great. I believe in you. Remember, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me or Ingli. Jiang Yuni expressed gratitude. Thank you, teacher. After the test papers were distributed, Tang Ingli did not look at her own paper but instead picked up Jiang Yuni's to examine. The youth's handwriting could not be described as particularly beautiful or unattractive. It was comparable to others, each stroke clean and orderly. She swiftly skimmed through the pages, as she had taken the same test. She could discern the problematic areas with a glance. She noted that Jiang Yuni had indeed grasped the knowledge from the recent material, but some questions required prior knowledge, which he evidently struggled with. These issues were not insurmountable. Although she was unaware of Jiang Yuni's high IQ score, she recognized his intelligence. As long as he was willing to learn, mastering the material was merely a matter of time. Next, she reached the English paper. His English is quite commendable, with answers that closely mirrored her own. However, the composition was lacking. He had written only a couple of lines, leaving a vast expanse blanked. He unable to write essays. Finally, she observed the Chinese paper. She couldn't help but furrow her brow upon seeing that many subjective questions, particularly those regarding emotional expression, were answered with only a few scattered words, or were left entirely blank. Through their interactions and Qian Xuanrui's frequent chats with Jiang Yuni, she had sensed an emotional void within him. She understood that children like them often lacked parental affection and interaction with the outside world, leading to psychological issues and emotional deficiencies. From the appearance of his test, it seemed his situation was even more severe than she had initially thought. However, such matters require time to heal. They cannot be remedied overnight. She continued to peruse the youth's papers. Upon reaching the essay section, she was stunned. The topic for the Chinese exam was to discuss the significance of friendship, with a word count requirement of 800 words. Yet the youth had written far less. Upon arriving at this high school, the first classmate I met was my deskmate. She is very beautiful and loves to study, but she doesn't speak much, appearing rather aloof. However, she is warm-hearted beneath her cool exterior and is very kind. Whenever I am in trouble, she comes to my aid and has taught me many things. Therefore, I believe that friendship brings joy, warmth, and ensures that one is never alone. Chapter 82. Are you a fairy? Tang Ingli stared blankly at this piece, which was under 200 words. Its language was simple and concise, lacking examples or elaboration. Yet she knew it was the most genuine expression of his feelings that he could articulate at present. This piece, which would certainly not meet the teacher's standards, moved her more than any exemplary essay she had ever read. She softly uttered a word. Foolish. As a gentle breeze blew in from outside, it tousled the girl's hair and lifted her test paper. On the page containing the composition, the faint outline of the words Ferris wheel was visible. That evening, a competition was taking place in the eastern part of the city, and after the evening study session concluded, Jiang Yuni departed. Undoubtedly, amidst the cheers of the crowd, the youth claimed yet another victory. After the match, he returned to his apartment. The lighting in the apartment building below was rather bright, as he took the elevator to the floor where his room was located. Upon exiting the elevator, the corridor's dim lights created a stark contrast that made Jiang Yuni feel as though it had grown even darker. However, this posed no issue for the young man, for he was not afraid of the dark. Nor did he believe in ghosts or spirits. He proceeded straight towards his room. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as the door adjacent to his room swung open. A man clad in a black trench coat emerged, carrying a black plastic bag. Upon seeing Jiang Yuni, he paused momentarily, then without a word, closed the door behind him and brushed past Jiang Yuni. The latter, momentarily taken aback, slightly twitched his nose. A familiar scent wafted through the air. It was the metallic tang of blood. He turned his head slightly, glancing at the man behind him, but he had already vanished around the corner. The following dawn, on the 5th day of the 5th month in the year 2084 according to the lunar calendar, the official website of the Huaxia government released a message. Good morning, citizens of the nation. Concerning the two announcements made in the early hours of yesterday, they are the result of careful deliberation by various representatives within the government. You may experience unease and anxiety, but please have faith in the government. The government will lead the nation towards a more glorious future. Furthermore, details regarding the admissions policy of the Divine Oracle University will be disclosed gradually in due course. So please stay tuned. Signed, Huaxia Government. After a day of reflection and speculation, this announcement, while not causing an uproar, did stir some minor waves of inquiry, predominantly focused on the reasons behind it. Yet the message sank like a stone into the sea, with no response forthcoming from the government. At least the government's website had not crashed. People spent another week enveloped in confusion and uncertainty. In this age of rapid communication and advanced transportation, information on the internet was ever-changing and evolving. Even those three announcements were not spared from this relentless cycle. Gradually, it seemed as though people had begun to forget the matter. From keen interest to casual dinner conversation, and ultimately to complete indifference, as those announcements held little relevance for the majority. They remained oblivious to the underlying reasons, much like how a nation might suddenly implement a preferential policy for athletes. Initially, there would be a flurry of interest and discussion, but in time, only athletes and those aspiring to be athletes would pay heed. Though this example may not resonate as profoundly as those three announcements, the principle remains the same. On Saturday afternoon, Jiang Yuni awaited the arrival of his friends at the entrance of Liwan Garden. The events leading up to this moment unfolded as follows. During Friday's lunch break, Yijiro approached the classroom door and called for Jiang Yuni. With a smile, she inquired, "May I invite you to dinner this weekend?" "Sure," Jiang Yuni replied. "I'll ask Tang Tongxue and Qian Tongshueda." Yijiro placed her hands on her hips, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "I only wish to invite you. Can that be arranged?" Jiang Yuni, puzzled, responded, "Why not? Aren't we all friends?" Over the past few days, she had frequently joined them for lunch, and even Qian Xuanrui had been dining with them daily. It felt as though she was guarding against something. Nonetheless, the four of them had grown familiar with one another. Yijiro puffed her cheeks, seemingly annoyed, and fixed Jiang Yuni with a gaze for a moment before breaking into a smile. "All right then, you may invite them too." After consulting with Tang Yingli and Qian Xuanrui, both agreed to join. Thus, the group decided to dine together on Saturday afternoon, with plans to attend a youth competition afterward. Consequently, Jiang Yuni found himself waiting for his companions. Soon, Qian Xuanrui arrived, bounding over with enthusiasm. "Brother Jiang, you're here quite early. This is your influence," Jiang Yuni replied. Qian Xuanrui paused, then exclaimed, "Indeed. A promising student indeed." Before long, Yijiro made her entrance as well. Coincidentally, both she and Tang Yingli resided in Liwan Garden, which was why they had gathered here. Yijiro appeared more mature than usual, having applied some makeup that softened her youthful features while adding a touch of allure. She wore a pink skirt that accentuated her exquisite figure, exuding a hint of sensuality. Qian Xuanrui felt an unexpected surge of nervousness. He sensed that this dinner would be anything but ordinary. "Brother Jiang, you mustn't act foolishly." Yijiro approached Jiang Yuni, batting her eyelashes playfully. "Do I look good?" "Yes, you look lovely," Jiang Yuni replied. Yijiro pouted. "That's rather perfunctory." Confused, Jiang Yuni asked, "How should I respond?" "You ought to express it with astonishment and genuine emotion, clasp your hands together, and finally exclaim, 'Are you a celestial being?' That would suffice," she instructed. Jiang Yuni opened his mouth to respond but was momentarily distracted by a stunning figure approaching. It was a flawless face, usually free of makeup, yet today, she wore a hint of light cosmetics. With delicate features framed by dark hair and lips as red as cherry blossoms, she donned a flowing white dress, accentuated by a turquoise sash that gently embraced her slender waist. As she drew near, a unique fragrance wafted from her, a scent reminiscent of youthful innocence. Truly, she embodied the essence of ethereal beauty. A slight smile graced her lips as she waved a delicate hand before Jiang Yuni's eyes. "Are you mesmerized?" Indeed, Jiang Yuni was momentarily entranced, overwhelmed by her beauty. This was his instinctive reaction. Even Qian Xuanrui found himself reciting form is emptiness in his mind, struggling to maintain composure. Even Yijiro, a beauty in her own right, felt a pang of envy. The trio then observed as Jiang Yuni composed himself. Striving to widen his sparkling eyes, then clasping his hands together, he exclaimed, "Are you a celestial being?" His eyes radiated sincerity. Chapter 83. Yi Jiro's subtle hint. Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's eyes widened, his expression a tapestry of surprise, relief, and emotion. Brother Jiang, it seems you have truly grasped the application of your studies. I shall no longer regard you as merely a vessel for knowledge. Yi Jiro's expression mirrored Qian Xuanrui's, yet internally, she wrestled with feelings of reluctance and indignation. She suspected that Jiang Yuni was being deliberately obtuse. Such differential treatment was clearly an attempt to tease her regarding their closeness. Although he appeared innocent and harmless, who could truly know his heart? After all, one can know a person's face but not their heart. Clearly, she had yet to ascertain what kind of person Jiang Yuni truly was. Tang Yingli smiled gently. Do you know the difference between you and a rogue? Jiang Yuni shook his head in confusion. The difference lies in my certainty that you are not a rogue, Tang Yingli replied. Though both were being playful, she knew he was not the type to cross such boundaries. Qian Xuanrui quickly interjected, Class monitor, how can this be deemed flirtation? It's nothing less than a heartfelt compliment from Brother Jiang. Tang Yingli scoffed, do I not know him well enough? Is he capable of such exaggerated expressions and phrases? Qian Xuanrui chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Yuni, puzzled, queried, does it seem insincere? Tang Yingli tilted her head. Perhaps it would have been more genuine had you not been so dazed just now. Oh, Jiang Yuni replied. Yi Jiro stepped closer, gently grasping Tang Yingli's wrist. No wonder you are our esteemed school beauty. You are simply stunning, and I admit, I am envious. Tang Yingli responded with a sideways glance. You are beautiful too. Feigning disappointment, Yi Jiro replied. How could I possibly compare to you? Her eyes darted toward Jiang Yuni, who was entirely oblivious, instead leaning towards Qian Xuanrui as if hailing a taxi. Internally, she scoffed. Over the past few days, she had been subtly probing Jiang Yuni, yet he either ignored her or wore a look of bewilderment. It was unclear whether he was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. Initially, she believed he was genuinely naive. Later, she suspected he was feigning ignorance. If he harbored feelings for Tang Yingli, it would make sense for him to disregard her. However, through her close observations over the past few days, she discerned that their relationship remained untainted. Thus, she refused to be dissuaded. She believed Jiang Yuni was merely putting on an act, engaging in a game of teasing and distance. Then I shall play along, she resolved internally. After some pleasantries and small talk among the four, a taxi finally arrived. Yi Jiro eagerly opened the rear door, smiling at Tang Yingli. School beauty Tang, please, after you. Tang Yingli glanced at her but said nothing. Stepping into the car first, Jiang Yuni intended to follow suit but was halted by Yi Jiro. You sit outside. She then entered the vehicle, a sly smile gracing her lips, while allowing Tang Yingli to enter first. She ensured she could sit next to Jiang Yuni regardless of the circumstances. However, to her surprise, Qian Xuanrui suggested, Brother Jiang, why don't you take the front seat? Jiang Yuni, indifferent, responded with an oh. Thus, to Yi Jiro's astonishment, Qian Xuanrui plopped down beside her while Jiang Yuni opened the front passenger door and settled in. Put on your seatbelt, Tang Yingli instructed. Oh, Jiang Yuni replied. The four arrived at a Hunan cuisine restaurant, where they found a round table awaiting them. This time, Yi Jiro had prepared adequately, ensuring Qian Xuanrui would not disrupt her plans. At last, she successfully positioned herself next to Jiang Yuni. Qian Xuanrui inquired of Yi Jiro. Is there anything you don't eat? He refrained from asking Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli, as they had dined together numerous times before. Naturally, the preferences of the two individuals were clear. Jiang Yuni currently had no food that she disliked, while Tang Yingli had an aversion to greasy dishes. Yi Jiro remarked, I'm fine with anything, just choose wisely. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she inquired, is there spicy shrimp available here? Qian Xuanrui quickly glanced at the menu and confirmed. Yes, there is. Yi Jiro asked, could we order one of those? Qian Xuanrui replied, of course. Aside from his desire to keep her at a distance from Jiang Yuni, Qian Xuanrui also treated her as a friend. His reluctance to let her get too close to Jiang Yuni stemmed partly from his intention to introduce Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli. After observing Yi Jiro's eloquence and sophistication in their previous conversation, he had discreetly inquired about her past and discovered that she had, in fact, had several boyfriends. How could this be? Sending Jiang Yuni, who was so naive and innocent, into such a situation was akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Jiang Yuni questioned, Is Qian Xiong's assessment of me perhaps a bit biased? Once their meal arrived, the four began to dine. The 4 dishes and a soup were not excessively abundant, although the 2 girls might not eat much. However, Qian Xuanrui certainly could, with an appetite that matched too, and Jiang Yuni had quite an appetite as well. Thus, even when Jiang Yuni, Tang Yingli, and Qian Xuanrui dined together, they ordered enough for 4 people. Halfway through the meal, Yi Jiro, having soiled her hands while peeling shrimp, turned to Jiang Yuni and asked, "Could you please hand me a napkin?" Jiang Yuni responded, "Oh," and retrieved a napkin from the holder to hand to her. Yi Jiro did not take it, her tone slightly playful as she said, "My hands are quite dirty. I'm afraid of staining the napkin. Could you help me wipe my mouth?" Chapter 84. Tang Yingli's advice. Qian Xuanrui interjected. "Do you hear yourself? If your hands are dirty, just use the napkin," Jiang Yuni responded. "The dictionary states that there should be a degree of distance between men and women. Perhaps you should wipe it herself? If necessary, she can always grab another napkin. This. Tang Yingli appeared unfazed. Yet she herself did not realize the moment of distraction she had just experienced. Yi Jiro shot Jiang Yuni a glance of annoyance before accepting the napkin from her hand. What could she do about his lack of romantic finesse? She could only take matters into her own hands. After this small interlude, the meal concluded swiftly, and the 4 made their way to the arena in the east of the city. This time, they had purchased their seats together, without relying on Liang Yichen to manage the arrangements. After all, with an additional person, calling Liang Yichen to buy the tickets would likely have resulted in him becoming exasperated. Shortly after they settled into their seats, the competition commenced. Match after match unfolded. At 8 in the evening, Jiang Yuni took to the arena once more, and the audience remained fervent, their cheers resonating as loudly as ever. Chanting "White Sheep." For his opponent, this was quite disheartening. What was the point of continuing? In the stands, Yi Jiro was equally astonished. Although she had witnessed Jiang Yuni's battle against the Phantom previously, experiencing the fervent cheers again was nothing short of electrifying. The competition did not last long, and thus, White Sheep achieved a record of 20 consecutive victories. Yi Jiro stood up and smiled at the 2 others, saying, "Shall we not go greet our champion?" Qian Xuanrui chuckled, "There's no need. We're all familiar with each other now. No need for unnecessary formalities." Yi Jiro smirked, "Then I'll go. I'm not familiar enough." With that, she turned and headed down towards the audience. Tang Yingli, with her striking large eyes, calmly observed her retreating figure. At Liwan Garden. A taxi halted at the entrance of the garden. 2 young women alighted from the vehicle, walking side by side. As a gentle breeze tousled the hair of the former. There was an ethereal beauty about her in the deepening night. She quietly remarked, "You don't actually harbor romantic feelings for Jiang Yuni, do you?" Yi Jiro laughed. Why would the esteemed Tang school beauty say such a thing? Tang Yingli chose not to pursue the topic further, instead countering, "I heard you've had a few boyfriends." This was naturally information relayed by Qian Xinrui. Yi Jiro appeared unfazed. Does the school beauty concern herself with others' romantic histories? Tang Yingli shook her head. "Not at all. I'm actually curious about your intentions in dating. Yi Jiro teased. "Is the Tang school beauty seeking advice from me?" Tang Yingli remained silent. Yi Jiro continued. "All right, I'll be honest. I do not genuinely possess romantic feelings for him. I'm more curious and seeking novelty and excitement from him. I believe every girl harbors an inner superhero. If I could have a boyfriend who excels in the ring, that would indeed be quite thrilling, wouldn't it? Just imagine. He conquers the arena while I conquer him. Isn't that a rather fulfilling endeavor?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli fell into contemplation. She could understand the allure of strength, but was romance really so trivial to her? She queried. "So, for the sake of your so-called novelty and desire for conquest, you are willing to enter a relationship without truly understanding the person?" Yi Jiro affirmed. "Absolutely. As long as he piques my interest, we can gradually get to know each other once we're together." Tang Yingli asked, "What if he is not as wonderful or interesting as you imagine?" Yi Jiro replied, "Then we part ways. If he proves to be decent, we simply continue." Tang Yingli questioned, "Doesn't he that seem rather impulsive?" Yi Jiro remarked, "I see nothing wrong with it. It's merely a relationship, not a marriage. There's no need for such caution." Tang Yingli observed, "Though I do not quite agree with your perspective on relationships, I will not pass judgment. So, your interest in Jiang Yuni is merely to seek excitement and satisfy your desire for conquest." Yi Jiro pondered for a moment. "One could say that. Are you perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy?" "Tang school beauty?" Tang Yingli lowered her beautiful gaze. Jealousy? What kind of person do you perceive Jiang Yuni to be? When I first saw him at the arena in the East, I thought he would be a rather cool guy. Perhaps akin to a rebellious biker with a hint of delinquency, but definitely interesting. Yet after spending a few days with him, he gave me a completely different impression. He seems very clean and pure, like a well-behaved child. The stark contrast made me question whether he was putting on an act, and I found it hard to believe that such an innocent boy could exist in this day and age. Tang Yingli replied, "So, even if you suspect he might be pretending, you don't care." Of course not, as I've said before. Dating is not the same as marriage. Both parties are merely seeking emotional solace. However, during this process, one might get drawn in, unwilling to let go, while the other, who remains detached, will naturally choose to depart. Are you not worried that you might be the one getting drawn in while he remains indifferent? Yijiro paused for a moment. I'm not some lovesick fool. Besides, I'm approaching him for the thrill. If he shows no interest, I certainly won't cling to him. Though you think Jiang Yuni might have feelings for you? Yijiro considered the question for a moment. If you don't interfere, I believe there is a possibility. Tang Yingli gently tucked the wind-tossed strands of hair behind her ear. You're quite confident? Aren't you? While my looks may not rival yours, Tang school beauty, they're passable and my grades are decent. And my family is well off, I think, as long as I take the initiative. Most boys wouldn't refuse. Tang Yingli nodded slightly in agreement. It is often said that for a boy to pursue a girl is like crossing a mountain, while for a girl to pursue a boy is like passing through a curtain. Yijiro's attributes were indeed favorable. However, he was unlike other boys. Tang Yingli softly stated, but he is different. Why? Yijiro tilted her head slightly, intrigued. Oh? How so? He lost his parents at a young age and was raised by an irresponsible figure. He has faced bullying, likely because no one stood up for him. Yet that very adversity has forged the formidable fighter he is today in the arena. Upon hearing this, Yijiro's pupils dilated, and she halted, gazing blankly at Tang Yingli, who also paused and turned to face her. I share this not to elicit your sympathy for him, nor to invoke pity, for he does not need it. Yijiro instinctively asked, then what are you trying to convey? I merely wish to inform you that he is unlike other boys, or rather, unlike normal children. Due to his childhood experiences, he may not have felt love, and thus may not comprehend why Yijiro seemed to grasp the essence of Tang Yingli's words. Then she heard Tang Yingli continue, so you were mistaken. He is not pretending. He genuinely does not understand. He cannot decipher your hints, nor even your direct intentions. That is the real him. Therefore, if your pursuit is merely for the sake of conquest and novelty, he may leave you disappointed. Yijiro murmured. I hadn't anticipated he had such a past. Tang Yingli responded, indeed, this is merely my counsel to you. How you choose to act is entirely your decision. Yijiro stared at Tang Yingli, not doubting her sincerity. Even if Tang Yingli had genuine feelings for Jiang Yuni, there would be no need for her to weave a falsehood to deter her. Her actions could decisively lead Yijiro to relinquish her pursuit. With her advantages and proximity, who could possibly compete? Yijiro was quite aware of her own standing. Moreover, her sixth sense informed her that Tang Yingli would not engage in such actions. Although there were certain matters left unspoken by Tang Yingli, Yijiro could comprehend them herself. In simple terms, Jiang Yuni was not a suitable target for her quest for excitement. Should she insist on approaching him, she would merely squander her time with no fruitful outcome. Or worse, she might find herself ensnared and wounded. She lifted her head and smiled at Tang Yingli, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Tang Yingli replied, no need for thanks. As his friend, I simply wish to prevent him from becoming entangled in this matter in the future. Yijiro teased, are you really just friends? Goodbye. Tang Yingli did not respond to her inquiry and turned, walking away in the direction of her home. Not merely friends, but rather very good friends. Chapter 85. Boss Jiang and Teacher Tang. Upon returning to his apartment, Jiang Yuni took a shower. The weather was no longer the coolness of March. It had grown somewhat sultry. Engaging in the sparring match had caused the young man to perspire. At that moment, Jiang Yuni sat at a small wooden table, engrossed in his phone, perusing the civil law of Huaxia. Prior to this, he had already read the Constitution of Huaxia and the criminal law of Huaxia, from which he had gleaned answers to his predicaments. Regarding the crime of intentional homicide, according to Article 232 of the criminal law of Huaxia, the punishment could generally be death, life imprisonment, or a fixed term imprisonment of more than 10 years. If the circumstances were lighter, a sentence of 3 to 10 years could be imposed in cases of homicide under coercion. Per Article 28 of the Criminal Law of Huaxia, penalties may be mitigated or exempted. Moreover, individuals under the age of 14 are considered to lack full criminal responsibility and are not accountable for any crimes. Thus, legally speaking, his previous actions did not constitute a crime. He actually felt he had done nothing wrong. He had done what he should and could. Yet, there were certain matters beyond his ability to alter. Nevertheless, killing is killing, whether coerced or threatened. Some lives ultimately perished at his hands. Guilt, self-reproach, these distressing emotions frequently flooded his chest. For while most were villains, there remained a portion who were merely unfortunate souls struggling to survive. Beep. The notification sound of a message interrupted the young man's engrossed reading of the civil law of Huaxia. For some reason, he found himself quite fond of the law. Had he been a normal child, he imagined he would have applied to a law school and pursued a career in law. But that was merely a hypothetical. Jiang Yuni exited the browsing page and opened his messaging app. His contacts included only 4 individuals: Tang Yingli, Qian Xuanrui, Chen Jingyun, and Yi0.Ye0 had been added just a few days prior. At that moment, a message from Tang Yingli appeared. Tang Siu Paigo, are you going to the library tomorrow afternoon? Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Sure. Are we going to read? He had never been to the library but knew it housed an abundance of books. Tang Siu Paigo, I'll help you with your homework. Tang Siu Paigo, the homeroom teacher asked me to assist you, hoping you can make greater progress by the end of the term. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Okay, thank you, Teacher Tang. Tang Siu Paigo. Speak plainly, Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Oh. Tang Siu Paigo. Once your homework is done, you can read as well. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Should I wear boxing gloves? Tang Siu Paigo. Yes. The following morning, Jiang Yuni stepped out for a while. Although the journey to school was not far, requiring only a 5-minute walk, traveling to Liwan Garden or Qian Xuanrui's apartment felt somewhat lengthy on foot. And taking a taxi seemed unnecessary. A bicycle was a splendid choice. With ample funds at his disposal and adhering to the principle of spending when necessary, he did not hesitate and went directly to a bicycle shop early in the day. Subsequently, he sent a message to Tang Yingli, Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. I will wait for you at the entrance of the garden in the afternoon. Upon seeing the message, Tang Yingli was momentarily taken aback. She could not help but wonder, has the sun risen from the west? Typically, when the two of them went out, they would usually meet at the school gate. She did not expect Jiang Yuni to propose meeting at the entrance of Liwan Garden. However, she did not dwell on it. Tang Siu Paigo. All right, see you at 1:30. Jiang Tsong Chao Xia. Image. No problem. JPG. At some point, Jiang Yuni had also learned to use emojis. At 1:30 in the afternoon. As Tang Yingli stepped out of the garden, she beheld a scene brimming with vitality. Sunlight, shaded trees, a young man with a backpack, and a bicycle. She walked over in a daze. Jiang Yuni waved at her. Are you stunned? Tang Yingli, Humph, who is stunned? Do you think I am you? She then inquired. How did you acquire a bicycle? Jiang Yuni, it's convenient. After all, money is just sitting there. Tang Yingli smirked. I had forgotten that Boss Jiang is now a sensational underground king. Wealthy beyond measure. Jiang Yuni replied earnestly. Teacher Tang, please refrain from teasing your student. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli widened her beautiful eyes. Speaking seriously yet absurdly, who is teasing you? Oh no, who is your teacher Tang? Saying this, she sidled onto the back seat of Jiang Yuni's bicycle. Jiang Yuni, you can hand me your backpack. I will hang it on the front. Tang Yingli, I can carry it myself. Jiang Yuni. Oh, he then saw a delicate white hand extending a backpack toward him. Jiang Yuni was momentarily stunned, puzzled, yet he quietly accepted the backpack. Soon, as the bicycle began to move, Tang Yingli, seated behind, felt the vehicle gradually start. Suddenly recalling something, she softly asked, Have you ridden a bicycle before? Jiang Yuni. I have, on the way here. Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli quickly grasped the fabric of the young man's waist. Was it still possible to disembark now? Jiang Yuni. Trust me. Tang Yingli. Don't speak. Focus on the road. Jiang Yuni. Oh, before long, Tang Yingli began to relax as Jiang Yuni, with his exceptional balance and coordination, rode quite steadily. At the library entrance, the two entered side by side. Each floor of the library housed different categories of books, with each area showcasing distinct styles. Jiang Yuni curiously gazed around, observing row upon row of shelves brimming with an array of books. Tang Ingli expertly guided him to the literature section. Here lay a collection of obscure literary works, and patrons were few, resulting in ample seating and a tranquil ambience, allowing for quiet conversations without disturbing others. After Zhang Yuni sat down, Tang Ingli took a seat beside him. As he took out his homework, he heard Tang Ingli softly say, "I've already reviewed your midterm exam paper. The primary issue lies in your lack of foundational knowledge. You should regularly revisit your old textbooks and ask me about anything you don't understand. This shouldn't pose a significant problem. However, there is one aspect I believe you should pay closer attention to. One that others cannot assist you with." Zhang Yuni, intrigued, asked, "What aspect?" Tang Ingli, "You need to pay more meticulous attention to the things around you and genuinely feel them. Only then can your Chinese and English compositions hold substance. Otherwise, even if you memorize the dictionary thoroughly, possessing a wealth of knowledge will be futile if your mind remains empty." Zhang Yuni, "I have been paying attention." Tang Ingli, "But have you genuinely felt?" Zhang Yuni, puzzled. "What does it mean to genuinely feel?" Chapter 86. Genuinely feeling. Tang Ingli regarded him with her beautiful eyes for a moment. This fellow, who had suggested she appreciate the world, was unaware of how to do so himself. His curiosity and exploration of the world lacked genuine feeling. Then she softly said, "Did you not mention wanting to drink milk tea last time?" Zhang Yuni, Tang Ingli, "What were your thoughts before you had it?" Zhang Yuni tilted his head. "I wanted to drink it." Tang Ingli, "And after drinking it?" Zhang Yuni straightened his head. "It was delicious." Tang Ingli found it somewhat amusing but restrained herself. "You see, this is the absence of genuine feeling." Zhang Yuni, somewhat bewildered. "So what constitutes genuine feeling?" Tang Ingli patiently explained. "Wanting to drink and finding it delicious are thoughts in your mind. But your heart must also have feelings, such as emotions. Let me ask you, why do you want to drink milk tea?" Zhang Yuni, "Because I saw others drinking it, and I hadn't tried it yet." Tang Ingli, "Good. What feelings arise in your heart at that moment?" Zhang Yuni, "Curiosity." Tang Ingli, "Anything else?" Zhang Yuni, "Envy." Tang Ingli, "Anything more?" Zhang Yuni, "I suppose that's it." Tang Ingli, "All right, and after you have the milk tea?" Zhang Yuni, "After having it, I don't know how to articulate it." Tang Ingli, "Do you feel a sense of satisfaction?" Zhang Yuni gazed blankly at the girl before him, inquiring, "Do you possess the ability to read minds?" Tang Ingli's lips curled into a subtle smile as she replied, "This cannot be classified as mind reading. It is simply human nature. Just as one cries when sorrowful and laughs when joyful, when one observes what others possess. It is natural to feel envy and, upon obtaining it oneself, to feel a sense of contentment." Zhang Yuni blinked, as if beginning to comprehend. Tang Ingli prodded, "Do you understand somewhat, yet remain a bit hazy? Is it an understanding that straddles the line between clarity and obscurity?" Zhang Yuni widened his bright eyes. "Is this also a part of human nature?" Tang Ingli's beautiful eyes twinkled. "If not, then what?" Those who have grasped these concepts often mistakenly believe they are innate, unaware that such understanding is cultivated over time. As I mentioned earlier regarding envy, children experience it too, yet they may not articulate that feeling as envy. "Oh," Zhang Yuni looked at Tang Ingli with wide, expectant eyes. "How is it that you seem to know everything?" She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Because I am clever." The reason she possessed such clarity stemmed from her own experiences. 8 years ago, an unfortunate incident had led her to isolate herself for 4 long years. Apart from necessary exchanges, she refrained from any interaction, focusing solely on the mundane tasks of studying, eating, washing, and sleeping. Fortunately, she was taken in by the Wu family, who provided her with meticulous care, enveloping her in warmth and affection, more nurturing than mere parents. Eventually, she recognized that she should not continue in such a way. Not for her own sake, but to reciprocate the kindness bestowed upon her by the Wu family. Thus, she painstakingly mended her fragmented soul and embraced the Wu family within. She began to engage with them, yet remained taciturn with the outside world. It was from this point that she gradually resumed her education, catching up on the emotions and interactions she had missed during those 4 years. She had at least enjoyed a complete childhood for 8 years, surrounded by parental love, and was fortunate to find the Wu family thereafter. How much more challenging it must be for Zhang Yuni, who had lost his parents at a young age and encountered an irresponsible individual. Though the specifics of their treatment towards him were unclear, the final act of abandonment spoke volumes, revealing a lack of care and compassion. This undoubtedly threatened to plunge children like him into the depths of despair. Consider if she had been adopted by a careless person 8 years ago. The two began their studies, with Jiang Yuni asking Tang Yingli for help whenever he encountered difficulties. He was bright and learned quickly, soon completing his assignments. They wandered through the library, meandering and conversing intermittently. As evening fell, they casually dined at a nearby restaurant before Jiang Yuni rode his bicycle towards the Lianggu fighting gym. Along the way, Tang Yingli remarked, the national fighting competition preliminaries are likely to commence soon. When? Jiang Yuni inquired. The exact date remains unknown, but I suspect it may be next weekend. It seems to occur around this time each year. The youth and junior divisions from all over Guangxing will participate in the preliminaries simultaneously, spanning 2 to 3 weekends, as we must also prepare for final examinations, and the government wouldn't want to interfere with our studies. Oh, where will the preliminaries take place? Historically, they have utilized the arena in the eastern part of the city. Will all the participants from the Guangxing youth and junior divisions compete there? Indeed, that should create quite a lively atmosphere. Tang Yingli spoke softly, yet, the young men in the youth division aspiring for victory are bound to be disappointed. Are they not? Jiang Yuni, puzzled, asked, why is that? Tang Yingli gently patted his back. Silly, who in the youth division could possibly defeat you? Is the championship that important to you? Tang Yingli was not surprised by his confusion. She replied softly, the title itself may not hold significance, but the honor it brings is indeed weighty. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni contemplated, then can I choose not to participate? Tang Yingli chuckled. Why? Do you find it uninteresting? Yes, but in truth, it was not solely a matter of disinterest. It was also about a lack of meaning. Had the competition occurred during times of financial hardship, he might have considered joining, but now that such worries were absent, there seemed little reason to participate. Furthermore, he felt that the victory did not belong to him. As he was not like everyone else, he sensed an underlying unfairness towards others. Tang Yingli teased, but it is still a national honor, don't you desire it? I might not yet grasp the true value of such recognition. Tang Yingli paused momentarily. That's all right. It's natural not to feel it. After all, how could an adult derive a sense of achievement from defeating a child? After a brief silence, Jiang Yuni declared, I will come cheer for you. Tang Yingli responded, you seem quite certain that I will participate. Yes. Are you beginning to sense it? Yes. Do you think I can win the championship? You can. Tang Yingli curiously asked. Did you sense that too? Jiang Yuni replied without hesitation, I cannot feel that. Then, he felt a gentle tap on his back. Later that night, after escorting Tang Yingli home, Jiang Yuni returned to his apartment. Just before sleep, he heard noises outside, seemingly from the neighboring tenant, likely 2 individuals. He could faintly discern a woman's voice, uttering the word darling. Ordinarily, he would not pay attention to such things, but since sensing something amiss with the neighboring tenant last time, he remained vigilant. That scent was all too familiar, and he could never mistake it. The stench of blood in the dead of night. A loud thud echoed from next door, jolting the boy from his slumber. Chapter 87. The dark night approaches. Jiang Yuni quickly rose, pressing his ear against the wall. With his acute hearing, he discerned faint rustling sounds. Moments later, silence enveloped the adjacent apartment once more. Jiang Yuni's bright eyes narrowed. Had that woman perished? He descended from his bed and approached the door. Shortly after, he heard the sound of a door opening, followed by the unmistakable click of it being locked. Then came the soft patter of footsteps. Jiang Yuni quietly counted in his mind. His room was approximately 7 meters from the elevator. After counting to 8, he murmured, press the elevator button. He counted for a second more, marking the elevator's startup time. Then began counting again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ding. The elevator arrived. He would step inside and press the button for the ground floor. As the elevator doors closed, Jiang Yuni swiftly opened his own door, skillfully locked it behind him, and proceeded to follow. By the time he reached the elevator, it had already descended to the 3rd floor. He quickly made his way to the emergency exit, leaping down the staircase silently, as light as a feather, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the elevator had arrived at the 1st. Jiang Yuni slowed his pace, stealthily approaching the stairwell exit. There he spotted the man in the black trench coat he had seen that night, carrying a large black plastic bag as he exited the lobby. Jiang Yuni trailed behind the man at a considerable distance. It was now 2 or 3 in the morning, and the dim streetlights cast an eerie glow on the deserted street. At this moment, the 2 figures traversing the street added an unsettling air to the night. Soon, The man in the trench coat turned into an alleyway, disappearing into the stillness of the street. Jiang Yuni shifted positions, concealing himself in the shadows as he observed the alley's entrance. After approximately 15 minutes, the man in the black coat emerged, glancing around cautiously before heading back toward the apartment. Jiang Yuni refrained from immediately revealing himself and waited patiently. Then he ventured into the pitch-black alley. It was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight and the dim streetlights filtering in from outside. For an average person, it might take some time to adjust, but for Jiang Yuni, it posed no challenge. He walked straight into the depths of the alley, where various debris lay scattered, seemingly devoid of anything else. He then retrieved his phone, activating its flashlight to scan the surroundings, discovering large patches of water stains on the ground. A sizable plastic bag lay carelessly discarded in the corner. Jiang Yuni picked it up, noting the strong scent of blood lingering on it, yet there were no visible traces of blood. Clearly, someone had washed it down with a hose. He then moved his phone's light to the corner, where a line of blood-red letters was starkly visible. The dark night approaches. I shall descend into the abyss. Indeed, he was one of them, not a fallen one. Suddenly sensing something awry, Jiang Yuni slowly turned around. A figure emerged from the corner, coming into his view. Little ghost, knowing too much could cost you your life, the newcomer, the same man in the black trench coat, remarked. Jiang Yuni regarded him coolly, remaining silent. The man chuckled lightly. Fortunately, I was cautious. Otherwise, the police might come knocking without knowing what transpired. Did you notice something off the last time? You seem quite sensitive to the scent of blood, Jiang Yuni retorted. Did you kill that woman? The man clad in a black trench coat wore a somewhat cruel smile, casually patting his stomach. Here we are. Burped. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit. He punctuated his words with a hearty belch. However, it did not take long for him to realize something was amiss. Aren't you afraid? Logically, he should have been able to discern everything and recognize the implications of his actions. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance. Why was that? Jiang Yuni remained silent, not addressing his query. There shouldn't be just you, right? If it were merely you, there would be no need for such theatrics. Your presence here must be to share food with your kind. Likely, they are also the fallen. The man in black raised an eyebrow in surprise. Interesting. It's hard to fathom how you could deduce so much from mere clues. With that, he began to close the distance toward Jiang Yuni. The latter casually discarded a plastic bag onto the ground and advanced toward him. The man in black, taken aback by Jiang Yuni's boldness, mused, I can't quite decide whether to call you ignorant or fearless. Although he was somewhat astonished by Jiang Yuni's attentiveness and composure, he dismissed the thought. After all, those capable of capturing him were not easily encountered. As he approached, he suddenly raised his fist and aimed a strike at Jiang Yuni. Undeterred, Jiang Yuni retaliated with a punch aimed directly at the incoming fist. The man in black sneered, but soon his amusement faded. The seemingly ordinary collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound. Following that, a sickening crack echoed, akin to the sound of bones fracturing. An agonizing pain surged through him, and the man in black's expression shifted dramatically as he stared incredulously at Jiang Yuni. You are Wang Jiang? Impossible! He could hardly believe his misfortune. Randomly taking up residence in an apartment, only to discover a Wang Jiang living next door, who happened to witness him disposing of his tail. Jiang Yuni offered no response to his astonishment. Instead, he delivered another punch, fracturing the bones in the man's hand, and followed with a swift hook aimed at him. The punch sliced through the air with a fierce wind, its speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It was leagues beyond the punching speed he had exhibited at the arena in the eastern part of the city, transcending the realm of ordinary capabilities. Yet, the man in black's reflexes were equally exceptional. He hastily leaned back to evade the blow. The fierce wind grazed his nose, leaving a stinging sensation. Unfazed by the missed strike, Jiang Yuni utilized the momentum from his punch to execute a spinning kick, delivering a powerful blow to the man's abdomen. The immense force lifted him off the ground, sending him hurtling backward several meters. Jiang Yuni approached him slowly, asking in a low voice, Are you also rampant now? He vaguely recalled that they used to only dare to operate in remote villages. Yet now, they boldly ventured into the city to commit crimes, brazenly moving corpses even under surveillance. The man in black chuckled. A hint of madness in his laughter, devoid of any fear of capture. Haven't you received the news? We have arrived. The dark night is upon us. Jiang Yuni regarded him with an expressionless face, clearly recognizing that he had been thoroughly tamed. Otherwise, he would not have been allowed to roam freely outside. Jiang Yuni crouched down and grasped the man's dislocated hand, snapping it back into place with a sharp crack, just as the man in black felt a flicker of confusion. Jiang Yuni abruptly yanked him up, and with a sudden pain in his neck, darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Jiang Yuni gazed down at the man lying on the ground and murmured, "Will the dark night truly come?" Moments later, as he exited the alley, he pulled out his phone and dialed 110. When the call connected, he spoke calmly, "Hello? I suspect my neighbor has committed murder." Chapter 88. An unseen gaze at the police station. "Officer, when did you first notice something unusual?" Jiang Yuni. "On the night of May 4th, around midnight, I was about to return to my room when I saw him carrying a black plastic bag. As we brushed past each other, I caught a whiff of blood." Officer. "And how did you discover something was amiss today?" Jiang Yuni. "Before I went to sleep, I heard someone returning to the adjacent room. Accompanied by a woman's voice, I was awakened by a heavy thud, like something falling, possibly a table. After that, I heard some rustling sounds, and then I heard him leave, so out of curiosity, I followed him." "Officer, what did you find at the scene?" Jiang Yuni. "A plastic bag reeking of blood and a line of bloodstains." "Officer, how did you subdue the suspect?" Jiang Yuni. "I entered the alley only after he left. But he was quite cautious and returned shortly after, so I took advantage of the dim light in the alley to find an opportunity to knock him out." The officer chuckled. "Good boy. Thank you for your cooperation. The record is complete, and you may leave now, but do take care next time and avoid such risks." Jiang Yuni nodded silently, not uttering a word that a new week began. And it was evidently much more mundane than the last. Jiro, who had frequently appeared before Jiang Yuni the previous week, seemed transformed this week. Besides exchanging greetings when they met, she no longer took the initiative to seek him out. Jiang Yuni inquired with Tang Yingli about this change, to which she replied teasingly, "What, are you eager for her to revolve around you?" Jiang Yuni felt a bit awkward. "It's not that, it's just, Tang Yingli. Just that her demeanor has changed dramatically." Jiang Yuni. "Yes. Why was she so warm last week, but now she's so distant?" Tang Yingli. "What do you think?" Jiang Yuni. "I am but a foolish student. Please guide me, Teacher Tang.at this." Tang Yingli chuckled. "Where did you learn that? Did Qian Xuanrui teach you?" Qian Xuanrui. "I'm truly grateful." Jiang Yuni. "Having read the dictionary thrice, while I may not compose poetry, I can recite it." Tang Yingli. Piffed. Jiang Yuni. "So, what is the reason?" Tang Yingli. "Why did she suddenly approach you last week?" Jiang Yuni. "She said she thought I was handsome and wanted to be friends." Jiro. 6. Tang Yingli raised an eyebrow. "Is that really what she said? I seem to remember it differently." However, she did not dwell on it and continued, "In simple terms, she was interested in you. Right?" Jiang Yuni pondered for a moment. "Yes." Tang Yingli. "Then why do you think she is no longer seeking you out?" Jiang Yuni tilted his head. "Perhaps she lost interest in me?" Tang Yingli, not too dull. After a brief silence, Jiang Yuni asked, "So, does that mean we are still friends?" Tang Yingli. "That depends on how you define friendship." Jiang Yuni. "Friends are those who share a bond." Tang Yingli. "Isn't that the dictionary definition?" Jiang Yuni. "Yes." Tang Yingli. "I find that definition too broad." Jiang Yuni. "Then what do you consider a friend?" Tang Yingli. "I believe true friends are those who, in times of need, will help each other selflessly and without regard for cost." Jiang Yuni looked at Tang Yingli with his clear, bright eyes for a moment, then glanced at Qian Xuanrui. Additionally, investigations confirmed that the man in black had indeed committed murder. Moreover, he had not just killed one person. All victims were solitary males or females. Before the police could inquire about his motives or the whereabouts of the bodies, the man in black, upon realizing he was exposed, suddenly erupted in violence at the police station. He managed to break free from his handcuffs and killed an officer before being shot down in a hail of bullets, in his final moments. He uttered words that could be faintly heard. "The dark night approaches, and I shall plunge into the abyss." This incident was swiftly suppressed by higher authorities, and personnel at the police station were ordered not to disclose any information. As the head of the municipal police department, he was well aware of the situation, yet he had not anticipated that it would be somewhat connected to Jiang Yuni. He silently thanked the heavens for their favor, allowing Jiang Yuni to remain unharmed. At the same time, he felt a deep concern for the future of the world. He understood that this incident was not an isolated case. Meanwhile, The preliminary rounds of the national fighting competition for the youth and junior categories were confirmed to take place this weekend at the arena in the eastern part of the city. When Gao Xionghui, the coach of the school's fighting team, learned of this news, he was utterly unconcerned. As a former professional fighter and now a coach, he naturally kept abreast of news related to fighting. For instance, he was aware of the reputation of the Eastern Arena and, consequently, Zhang Yuni. Initially, he had intended to be dismissive. Oh no, he had already dismissed it. With Zhang Yuni participating, wouldn't that simply be bullying a child? The championship was practically predetermined. What was the point of training? Anyone could train if they wished. He certainly wouldn't bother. However, when Zhang Yuni expressed his disinterest in participating, Gao Xionghui was left in shock. His expression blank. What was going on? He was instantly filled with frustration, demanding to know the reason. Zhang Yuni, evidently unable to say that it was uninteresting, responded, "I don't want to be the center of attention." Upon hearing this answer, Gao Xionghui fell silent. Indeed, that could be a valid concern. Currently, Zhang Yuni's accomplishments at the Eastern Arena had not been widely recognized, but should he secure the title of champion in the National Youth Division, at that time, he would undoubtedly attract widespread attention, and the news of his indiscriminate slaughter of senior boxers in the Eastern Arena would surely be unearthed. This would create a tremendous sensation across the nation, at least within the combat sports community. Nevertheless, he remained unsatisfied and thus inquired of Zhang Yuni whether he had any intention of venturing into professional boxing in the future, if he were to embark on a professional career. Such scrutiny would be inevitable, and he might as well acclimatize himself in advance. Simultaneously, this could serve to generate momentum and accumulate accolades for his forthcoming professional journey. Zhang Yuni shook his head, indicating his disinterest. Gao Xionghui felt quite helpless about this, yet he had no recourse. Everyone possesses the autonomy to choose their own path in life, and he lacked the authority to interfere. On Friday evening, after the study session, Zhang Yuni bid farewell to Tang Yingli and walked alone on the path back to the apartment. As he passed by a restaurant, he caught sight of a rather intriguing scene. The glass door of the restaurant was tightly shut, and inside were 4 individuals. A couple and their 2 children, a boy and a girl, gathered around a table. Upon the table lay a beautifully crafted cake, adorned with an abundance of candles. This must be the birthday cake. Shortly thereafter, they turned off the lights in the restaurant. The entire establishment, along with the 4 patrons, was enveloped in a warm, flickering candlelight. In that moment, the world seemed divided by an invisible glass door. The young man stood dazed beneath the dim streetlight, a peculiar feeling stirring within him, a mix of sweetness and bitterness. Was this envy? Through the glass door, he could clearly discern the expressions in the eyes of the middle-aged man and woman. It was a gaze he had never encountered before, gentle and fluid, as if it could overflow from their eyes. Was this indulgence? The dictionary defined it as excessively pampering one's child. The girl beamed with a radiant smile. This he recognized as joy for the birthday boy. He was turned away from him, and thus his expression remained unseen, leaving him unable to empathize. Chapter 89. You scared me. The following morning, Zhang Yuni rode his bicycle to the Eastern Arena. Even before entering, he could already sense the clamorous atmosphere inside, rivaling the typical weekend evening matches. Arriving at the entrance of the Eastern Arena, Zhang Yuni retrieved a badge inscribed with special guest from his pocket and hung it around his neck. Due to the overwhelming number of participants from a single province, over 10,000 elementary schools and thousands of high schools in Guangxing alone, even though not every school had a spot for competition, the sheer number of attendees was still staggering. Consequently, the Eastern Arena had stipulated that, apart from the competitors and their coaches, the venue would not be open to outsiders during the National Combat Sports preliminary competition, including the families and friends of the participants. However, all matches during the preliminary rounds would be broadcast live to the public. Zhang Yuni was not a competitor, and under normal circumstances, he would not be permitted entry. He had initially intended to seek Liang Yichen's assistance to see if he could gain access, but before he could act on it, the service station of the Eastern Arena contacted him, asking if he could attend the National Combat Sports preliminary competition as a special guest. They mentioned that his presence was only required on the final day, after the competitions concluded, and that they wished to arrange a match for him as the closing event of the preliminary competition, promising him a remuneration of at least 10,000 yuan. Naturally, Zhang Yuni had no objections and readily agreed without much hesitation. Though he was not in need of money, one could hardly ever refuse a financial incentive. Upon entering the Eastern Arena, Jiang Yuni promptly stowed away the badge. Being a special guest was indeed a privilege, and he did not wish to draw undue attention to himself. Competitors were already engaged in bouts within the arena. With 9 rings simultaneously in operation, there were security lines surrounding the periphery, with staff guarding the entrance to restrict unauthorized individuals from entering. Jiang Yuni observed with curiosity, as this was his first encounter with such a scene. Typically, they only opened 1 ring for boxing, namely the central 9th golden ring. He then glanced at the 18 competitors in the arena. Some were barely managing to engage in combat, others were merely brawling, while a few seemed to be fooling around. Some were resting between rounds, with their coaches in the corners of the ring handing them towels and water. After a moment, Jiang Yuni withdrew his gaze and made his way towards the audience. He located Tang Yingli through a message she had sent on a chat app this year. Qingshan City No. 6 Middle School had 2 spots for competitors, and prior to Jiang Yuni's transfer, Gao Shenghui had planned to select Duan Ziyang and Tang Yingli to represent the school. He had also chosen a boy and a girl as substitutes. However, after Jiang Yuni's arrival, he naturally became Gao Shenghui's top choice. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuni had no intention of participating, so they would have to rely on the initially selected substitutes instead. This morning, Tang Yingli had gone to the school gate to gather with another classmate who was also competing, and then Gao Shenghui drove them over, as it required considerable time for the competitors to enter. At that moment, Tang Yingli was seated with her back to Jiang Yuni, seemingly checking her gear for the competition. Jiang Yuni approached from her left side and gently tapped her right shoulder. The girl instinctively turned to her right, only to find no one there. She softly said, "You're here?" Jiang Yuni replied. Gao Shenghui, taken aback, asked, "How did you get in? Didn't they say the Eastern Arena is not open to outsiders?" Jiang Yuni truthfully responded, "I was invited by the Eastern Arena." Gao Shenghui understood and teased. "As expected of a rising star, you definitely have the aura of a super popular newcomer," he continued. "You know this place better than I do. I just briefed Yingli on what she should do. I'll leave it to you to take her down for warm-ups later." Jiang Yuni replied, "All right, teacher." Gao Shenghui, assuming the role of a mentor, patted Jiang Yuni on the shoulder before turning his attention to another competitor. Ever since Jiang Yuni's arrival, he had been acutely aware of the changes in Tang Yingli during her combat training. She had not only become much more cheerful but had also made significant progress in her boxing skills. Shortly thereafter, Qian Xuanrui arrived, wearing a coach's badge, evidently obtained through Liang Yichen's assistance. Qian Xuanrui languidly remarked, "Aren't you two going to greet Coach Qian?" Jiang Yuni asked, "Coach Qian, could you possibly provide some guidance for the students in that ring?" Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's previously proud demeanor deflated instantly. "Forget it, Jiang brother. You can just call Tang teacher. There's no need to address me as Coach Qian." Jiang Yuni remained silent, while Tang Yingli did not respond, as if both were pretending not to hear. Soon, Tang Yingli's match was approaching. Qian Xuanrui encouraged, "Class monitor, good luck. Go and crush your opponent." Tang Yingli replied, "Mm." Jiang Yuni then led her to warm up. With the girl quietly following behind him, he slightly turned his head to glance at her, sensing something unusual in Tang Yingli's demeanor. Although she was not particularly talkative by nature, he could vaguely perceive that her silence today was somewhat different from her usual self. Her focus seemed scattered, as if she were preoccupied with something. "Are you nervous?" Startled, Tang Yingli candidly replied, "Mm." She had participated in various academic competitions and had competed against peers from across the nation. But this was her first time in combat sports, and it was only natural for her to feel a bit anxious. Jiang Yuni reassured her, "It's all right. Once you warm up, you'll get into the zone and won't feel nervous." Tang Yingli inquired curiously, "Do you handle your nerves this way too?" Jiang Yuni answered, "No, I don't feel nervous. I've just heard others say it." Tang Yingli scoffed. Whether it was due to the shift in conversation or her competitive spirit, she appeared less anxious. On the first floor, Tang Yingli went to the changing room to put on her gear. The male fighters were required to be bare-chested and wear shorts, while the female fighters donned tank tops and similarly paired shorts. Jiang Yuni leaned against the wall outside the changing room, waiting. After a moment, the changing room door opened. The girl, sporting a high ponytail, wore a quick-dry tank top that covered her upper body and flat abdomen. Her curvaceous figure subtly accentuated. Her ivory-like arms were exposed to the air, strikingly delicate and captivating. Jiang Yuni felt as if she were a butterfly amidst blooming flowers, youthful and vibrant. Tang Yingli softly said, "Let us go warm up." Jiang Yuni replied, "Mm." After Tang Yingli warmed up, Zhang Yuni did not wear boxing gloves and instead engaged in simple offensive and defensive drills with her, barehanded. Once the girl began to glisten with sweat, they paused. Zhang Yuni asked, "Are you still nervous?" Tang Yingli tilted her head. Her originally fair cheeks now flushed with a rosy hue from the warm-up, making her all the more enchanting. However, just as she spoke, a remarkably slender fist loomed larger in her beautiful eyes, and a fleeting sense of panic coursed through her. Ultimately, that fist halted just above the bridge of her nose, a mere millimeter away. It then flipped over and gently tapped her petite head. "Are you still nervous?" It was evident that the owner of that fist was Zhang Yuni. Tang Yingli stared at him in amazement, understanding that he aimed to convey the message that if she were distracted during the match, she might find herself in a similar predicament. A momentary lapse in concentration could determine the outcome of the competition. The match was a singular opportunity, losing meant elimination. She gradually shook her head. Not nervous anymore. Then, with a playful glare, she added, "But you scared me." Chapter 90. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Thereafter, Tang Yingli raised her slender arm and lightly tapped Zhang Yuni's forehead with her fist. It hurt. Zhang Yuni took out his phone to check the time. "Let us go. Your match is about to start. I will take you to the registration area." "Okay," replied Tang Yingli. When the two arrived at the registration area, there was still one group of contestants ahead. The timing was just perfect. According to the battle information on the official website of Qingdong Arena, Tang Yingli's opponent was a student from Qingshan Secondary School, named Chen Wenwen, a rather demure name. Yet it was unexpected that she had come to compete in a fighting match. The two sat quietly, awaiting their turn, while the seat next to them remained empty, clearly reserved for Chen Wenwen, who had yet to arrive. After a short while, a girl in a red tank top approached them. They suspected she was Chen Wenwen. As the girl drew near, she let out a surprised gasp and hurriedly walked up to Zhang Yuni, scrutinizing him intently. You are Bai Yang," she stammered. Zhang Yuni felt a bit flustered, not expecting to be recognized, and approached for a greeting. "Yes," Chen Wenwen exclaimed excitedly. "Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing you in person." "Oh wait, I actually get to see you up close." Zhang Yuni was somewhat at a loss for words, but it didn't matter. Chen Wenwen continued to chatter. "I never miss your matches every weekend. You incredible, bro. Are you really a high school student? Compared to you, the boys in our school are practically stick figures." The boys from the second secondary school interjected. "Isn't it more accurate to say he is just too muscular?" It was hard to imagine that someone with such a demure name could utter such astonishing remarks. Zhang Yuni was unsure how to respond, casting a pleading glance at Tang Yingli, who helplessly remarked, "You must be Chen Wenwen, right?" "Yes." Chen Wenwen finally turned her attention to Tang Yingli, her eyes widening in surprise. "Oh my goodness. You're so beautiful, sister-in-law. You're not. I didn't mean to offend you." "Sister-in-law, what I meant was..." The rest of her words were drowned out, as Tang Yingli was already in a daze. "Who am I? Where am I? What is she saying? Referee, could you issue a yellow card for interference?" Zhang Yuni suggested. Chun, the match is about to start. You should prepare," he added. "Right? Almost forgot. Sister-in-law, take it easy on me later." With that, she plopped down in the adjacent seat as her coach approached her. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and turned back. "You two must be a couple, right?" Zhang Yuni. Tang Yingli. This girl and Qian Xuanrui definitely seem to be a match. Achoo! Qian Xuanrui, seated in the audience, suddenly sneezed. "Who the heck is secretly in love with me again?" Soon, it was time for the match between Tang Yingli and Chen Wenwen. "Good luck," Zhang Yuni encouraged. "Thanks," Tang Yingli replied, turning towards the lift. Zhang Yuni watched her figure gradually disappear below ground before he turned to leave. The ring for Tang Yingli's match was precisely number 9, the very one Zhang Yuni often used. She stood atop the ring, absorbing the atmosphere, recalling that this was where he had achieved an astonishing record of 22 consecutive victories. Gao Xionghui was already waiting beneath the ring, giving Tang Yingli a thumbs up. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement before turning to face her opponent. Chen Wenwen, who was also observing her. At the referee's signal, the two touched fists. "Give it your all," Tang Yingli said, which served as a response to Chen Wenwen's earlier plea to go easy on her. Chen Wenwen beamed. "Of course, I'll give it my all." With the referee's command, the two quickly created distance between them. Once they found their rhythm, they slowly began to close in on one another. As soon as they were within striking distance, Tang Yingli initiated the attack, raising her right fist towards Chen Wenwen. Chen Wenwen swiftly raised her hand to block, but Tang Yingli's right punch didn't fully connect. Its force dissipated halfway. Taking a step forward, she delivered a left-handed punch to Chen Wenwen's abdomen. The sudden pain in her stomach made Chen Wenwen realize she had been deceived. The signature feint of Bai Yang? She had seen it during Bai Yang's match against the Phantom. Though not identical, it was certainly similar. She understood that retreating at this moment would reveal her weakness and signify defeat. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she charged at Tang Yingli, grappling with her. The referee quickly intervened, separating them, and they resumed their distance. Chen Wenwen had successfully diffused the crisis, regaining her breath. From then on, she became more cautious, not allowing any openings, and managed to survive until the end of the first round. Returning to their respective corners, Gao Xionghui handed Tang Yingli water and a towel while remarking, "It's evident your opponent has experience as well. Let us maintain our pace and look for opportunities." "Understood," Tang Yingli replied. She then sensed something and turned to glance outside the ring, noticing Zhang Yuni standing just beyond the boundary, watching her. Upon their eyes meeting, he slightly tilted his head. Tang Yingli smiled faintly before shifting her gaze back. The second round commenced swiftly. After a brief exchange of tentative strikes, Chen Wenwen took the initiative to attack, throwing a straight punch at Tang Yingli. Tang Yingli raised her fist to block while simultaneously rotating her wrist downward, intercepting Chen Wenwen's punch aimed at her abdomen. Chen Wenwen's eyes widened in disbelief. Had her punch been anticipated? Following that, Tang Yingli delivered a straight punch to Chen Wenwen's cheek. However, it seemed she had not put much force into it, for Chen Wenwen merely stumbled but did not fall. Gratefully, Chen Wenwen looked at Tang Yingli and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Tang Yingli. Just as her fist was about to connect with Chen Wenwen's face, for some reason, she felt a pang of reluctance. Perhaps it would be better to knock her down 3 times instead. But unexpectedly, Chen Wenwen declared, "I concede." It was clear she had already lost. The gap in strength was evident. If that last punch had landed, even if she managed to stand, it would merely be a futile resistance. Thus, Tang Yingli emerged victorious in the first battle of the National Martial Arts Competition preliminaries. To enhance efficiency, the preliminaries did not require competitors to take the lift back down after each match. After a few words with Gao Xionghui, Tang Yingli made her way to Zhang Yuni. "Am I impressive?" "Very impressive. Compared to Bai Yang. Who is better?" "You're better." "Really?" "Not really." Chapter 91. The Final Showdown. In the audience, Qian Xuanrui suggested, "How about we find a place to celebrate the class leader's first victory?" "Sounds good," Zhang Yuni responded. "Then let us go." Tang Yingli agreed. As they reached the exit, Zhang Yuni said, "You guys can take a cab. I rode my bike, so I want to join you." Upon hearing this, Qian Xuanrui's dark eyes glinted mischievously. "Brother Zhang, your bike is spacious enough for 2. It's just right for me to take a cab alone." With that, he quickly made his way to the roadside. Zhang Yuni pondered, at first glance, that seems reasonable, but is it really suitable? Yet Qian Xuanrui acted decisively, leaving no time for the two to react. And soon he was far ahead. Thus, the two could only make their way to the non-motorized vehicle parking area at Qingdong Arena. On the way, Tang Yingli softly inquired, "What did it feel like the first time you stood in the ring?" Zhang Yuni replied, "Back then, I fought to earn money, thinking that winning would bring me rewards." Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli fell silent. Zhang Yuni then asked, "Did you feel soft-hearted just now?" Tang Yingli swung her legs, which hung beside the bicycle. "No. I just noticed she chatted with us before the match. And wasn't she a fan of yours?" Zhang Yuni countered, "If it were another opponent, you would feel the same hesitation." Tang Yingli paused. "Who said that?" Zhang Yuni explained, "In the beginning, fighting is like that. You hesitate out of fear of genuinely harming others." Don't ask him how he knew this. He had stepped onto the ring with the same mindset for the first time, eventually walking away with bloodied hands under the scornful gaze of a man. Tang Yingli remarked, "But you don't act like that when we train together." Zhang Yuni responded, "That's because we wear protective gear during practice. And you know you can't hurt me." Tang Yingli scoffed. Zhang Yuni continued, "If you soften your heart, you give your opponent a chance to breathe, which also means you risk losing the match." Tang Yingli mimicked his tone. "Is that what they call a heart of iron in the dictionary?" Suddenly, she recalled something. "Wait, didn't you also hold back during your match against the Phantom?" Zhang Yuni sighed. "I just didn't hit his head or neck. But the blow to his shoulder was quite real and painful." Tang Yingli conceded. "All right." Zhang Yuni suggested, "Perhaps if you view it from a different perspective, you wouldn't feel so guilty." If you were in a disadvantaged position, others wouldn't show you any mercy either. Tang Yingli murmured, I understand. I will get used to it. Given Jiang Yuni's past experiences, she could easily comprehend why he held such profound insights in this regard. Perhaps all of it was earned through blood and pain. Time swiftly passed. It was the final day of the National Fighting Competition preliminaries, on the evening of May 31 SD, 2084, in the lunar calendar. With the conclusion of Tang Yingli's last qualifying match, she successfully secured her ticket to the National Fighting Competition's advancement round. Through this preliminary round, she gradually gained recognition from the outside world, not only for her strikingly beautiful appearance but also for her exceptional fighting skills. Although this was a national-level competition, the caliber of the participants was rather low, consisting mostly of teenagers, which hardly piqued anyone's interest. Consequently, the audience typically comprised the parents, teachers, and friends of the participants. In previous years, the official live stream from the Chengdong Arena attracted only a few tens of thousands of viewers, as the number of participating students was quite substantial. However, this year, the number of viewers astonishingly surpassed 100,000, likely drawn primarily by her presence. A small portion of the audience might have also been there for Jiang Yuni. Initially, the comments flooding the screen were along the lines of, "Stop boxing. I suggest the goddess debut right here, and such a beautiful girl should not be in the ring, but rather at my home." There were also remarks like, "What a terrible cameraman. Has he fallen asleep? The match has started, and he still doesn't know to switch the camera. I want to see my goddess fight. And after watching for so long, do you even know what color gloves the goddess is wearing?" Among other similar comments. Furthermore, it was revealed that Tang Yingli was also a top student from Qingshan 6th Middle School. When the labels of goddess and top student were attributed to one individual, she was regarded as perfect in the eyes of the majority. Her popularity surged as a result. Later, whenever Tang Yingli prepared for or concluded a match, the live stream camera inexplicably lingered on the sight of her standing alongside Jiang Yuni. Initially, the audience paid little attention, but gradually they began to notice something amiss. Who was that man? Why is he always next to the goddess? Could he be a pervert? But they were just talking, right? Is it possible that he is the goddess's boyfriend? No way! The goddess belongs to everyone. What right does he have? I am charming and handsome, yet I can't even approach her. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Wait, he looks familiar." S.E. the Aries? Another chimed in, "I don't care if he is a happy sheep or a boiling sheep. Take my advice. He won't stand a chance." The realization struck it really is the Aries. Everyone's watching the goddess. Then someone else added, by the way, isn't the Aries still a high school student? Why isn't he competing? Could it be that the Aries thinks so little of this competition? Another voice piped up. Oh really? He thinks he is above it? Who does he think he is? My Aries has participated in every match for 2 months. With 26 victories and no defeats, no questions accepted. The barrage of comments briefly halted for several seconds. Who are you trying to fool? Competing perfectly? Isn't he a high school student? How could he have a full schedule? I may not know much about boxing, but I understand that boxing is exhausting. Exactly. You might as well say he is a professional fighter, exclaimed another. What a waste of my time watching you ramble on when I just want to see the goddess. Ultimately, the number of viewers who had previously watched the Aries compete was still relatively small. Soon, the excitement dwindled. However, with the affluent Xian Rui around, both Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli were aware of this situation and chose to ignore it. Knowing that those individuals could only boast online. Of course, during the competition, there were students from other schools who attempted to approach Tang Yingli, but she graciously declined. Some students from nearby schools sought her contact information under the pretext of wanting to spar and learn together. But she politely rejected them as well. Once the final round of the preliminaries concluded, the youth and junior groups of the national fighting competition came to a close. Everyone began to pack up, yet no one left, for the Chengdong Arena had prepared a closing match for them. Aries vs. Titan. Chapter 92. Injury for injury. Suddenly, the live stream was inundated with a massive influx of viewers, quickly surpassing 200,000 and continuing to rise. After all, it was Aries and Titan, representing not just half of the Chengdong Arena but arguably its entire reputation. Over the past 2 months, the audience had come in waves, and through word of mouth, although it hadn't reached the level of being widely known throughout the province, it had certainly gained considerable recognition in Qingshan City and its surrounding areas. The live stream was abuzz with excitement. Aries myth, Titan myth, the true god descends, the host proclaimed passionately. Now, let us warmly welcome the youth boxing champion who, despite sharing the same age as all of you present, has already created his own myth in this arena. 2 months ago, he emerged like a celestial being, conquering 26 cities, including 21 senior fighters, with a flawless record. He is none other than Aries at that moment. Aries required no further titles. 2 words sufficed. Hearing this, the audience was left in stunned silence. They were all fighters, well aware of the significance of senior fighters' credentials. Tio put it bluntly, amongst the students seated in the audience. Finding someone capable of defeating a novice fighter was already commendable. Yet here was someone their age who was effortlessly dominating senior matches. As Zhang Yuni gradually made his way to the stage. When his youthful, muscular physique was revealed to the audience, both those in the stands and the viewers online who had previously criticized Aries gasped in awe. Who just said my Aries isn't worthy? Take off your shirt and show them on that stage. I admit I may have spoken a bit too loudly earlier. This guy is incredible, the host continued with fervor. Now, let us invite his opponent, who, like Aries, is a fellow contestant from the same batch, boasting a perfect record of 16 victories, all against senior fighters. He is Titan. While Titan's record may not shine as brightly as Zhang Yuni's, when he appeared on stage like a giant, the audience, both present and online, widened their eyes in astonishment. It felt as though he could effortlessly crush both Zhang Yuni and the host with a mere hug, an exaggeration. Indeed, above the venue, 2 figures stood atop the ceiling. One was draped in a white half-cape, intricately embroidered with a beautifully crafted Tang Dao, surrounded by swirling purple mist that added an aura of auspiciousness. The other wore a sky-blue cloak, identical in style and pattern. The man in the blue cloak smirked. A businessman is still a businessman. The Qingdong Arena knows how to conduct business. Ultimately, they want to rake in a wave of traffic. Leaving me to work overtime, he was right. For this match, the Qingdong Arena neither charged admission nor open betting, as they could not accurately predict who would emerge victorious. Their aim was to leverage this national competition to attract more viewers to the arena through the live stream. What a clever strategy it was, the man in the white cloak remarked, but boss, this guy looks genuinely tall, close to 2 meters 3, right? If he throws a punch, I'm not sure I could withstand it. The sky blue cloaked man cast a glance at him. Is that all you've got? The man in the white cloak chuckled awkwardly. I was just joking. The man in the sky blue cloak looked up at the pitch black sky. It's almost over. I hope nothing goes awry on the stage. The match had already commenced. Zhang Yuni and Titan were circling each other, testing the waters. Faced with the imposing figure before him, Zhang Yuni felt no fear. Rather, he pondered how to both appear normal and defeat his opponent. Zhang Yuni launched an attack, delivering a powerful punch towards Titan, who, due to his massive size, would not evade unless absolutely necessary. However, he was capable of trading blows to see who could withstand the other's assault. Naturally, Zhang Yuni chose not to take the hit head-on. It was not that he couldn't, but rather that he deemed it unwise. He deftly sidestepped Titan's right fist while simultaneously forming his left hand into a fist. He suffered a defeat in the recent battle, an occurrence previously unheard of. His instructor, standing nearby, remarked, "It seems that Commissioner Guo and Commissioner Chin's assessments were not entirely accurate. His physical attributes are not only remarkably exaggerated, but his combat skills have also matured considerably. He can be regarded as a professional fighter." Titan, sipping water, remained silent, his gaze fixed menacingly on his opponent, Zhang Yuni. The latter's attacks could inflict real damage, and his agility made him difficult to catch. Thus, we must remain composed and await the opportunity to strike decisively. Titan grunted heavily in agreement and stepped into the arena, for the 3rd round was about to commence. Encouraged by Tang Yingli, Zhang Yuni also advanced into the ring, his eyes locking onto Titan's scarred, fierce visage. He could sense the simmering rage within Titan, yet it appeared to be restrained. Zhang Yuni believed that if Titan were given the chance, he would unleash his fury upon him in a catastrophic manner. However, such a chance was destined to remain elusive, for Zhang Yuni would not grant him that opportunity. The referee's signal, the 3rd round officially began. Zhang Yuni stepped forward with his right leg and launched himself towards Titan. Tang Yingli's beautiful eyes widened, fixated on Zhang Yuni. Was that the move from before, the flower of Tihua? Zhang Yuni charged straight at Titan, showing no signs of slowing down or altering his course. Titan lowered his center of gravity, stabilizing his stance, while raising his fists, prepared to respond at any moment. the audience of 3 to 400,000, both present in the arena and watching via live stream, held their breath for this moment. As Jiang Yuni approached Titan, he did not halt. Instead, he took a step to the right, darting towards Titan's rear. Everyone was taken aback, including Titan himself, and one thought Jiang Yuni was jesting. After all, he had already showcased sufficient prowess and left an indelible impression. Above, the man in the blue cloak observed with keen interest. This lad seems rather intriguing. The man in the white cloak beside him watched intently and replied, "Indeed." Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Jiang Yuni continued unabated until he reached the edge of the ring behind Titan. He swiftly turned around and propelled himself against the taut ropes encircling the ring. The ropes, possessing remarkable elasticity, stretched outward in a semicircular arc, leaving Jiang Yuni momentarily suspended outside the ring. Once the ropes reached their limit, they naturally rebounded. Jiang Yuni's body was suddenly catapulted back into the ring. Simultaneously, he exerted force with his legs, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. The myriad of spotlight beams converged upon him, transforming him into a radiant figure. His body curved into a crescent shape, hands clasped above his head, seemingly poised to strike Titan down. Titan had now turned to face the airborne figure, a cruel expression etched upon his face. Did he not realize that being airborne meant relinquishing control? "You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me." He took a slight step back with his right leg, then bent his right fist, advancing once more as he unleashed a powerful punch towards Jiang Yuni. Just as their blows were about to collide, Jiang Yuni's clasped hands suddenly released, transforming into open palms that covered Titan's fist. The immense force caused Jiang Yuni's descending body to gain an upward momentum, at the same time. His knee shot up, striking Titan squarely beneath the chin. Titan's head snapped back violently, his body momentarily lifting off the ground. A searing pain radiated from his chin, flooding his head with agony. Had it not been for the mouthguard protecting his teeth, they would surely have shattered. Soon, he felt the bright lights before his eyes blur. Fading into darkness, thud, his massive frame crashed down once more. The referee rushed over to initiate the countdown. 10, 9, 8. The arena echoed only with the referee's voice, as everyone seemed to forget to breathe. Whether it was the students and teachers in the audience or those watching from screens, 3, 2, 1.0, the victor was revealed. The crowd erupted into a frenzied cheer, accompanied by piercing screams. Invincible, incredible, terrifying. Qian Xuanrui's face flushed, clearly having been part of the cheering throng moments ago. This moment, he uttered enigmatic phrases. "Brother Jiang, you always manage to surprise me. You seem to be shrouded in a veil of mystery, making it impossible for me to discern or predict." The official live stream was also in an uproar. "This is absolutely astounding. The white sheep. My God. The one true deity." Yet, some comments raised questions. That move was so stylish. Why haven't we seen it used by any professionals in competition? Perhaps professional fighters simply do not possess it. The white sheep is just too versatile. In truth, it is not that professional fighters cannot execute such maneuvers, but rather that they are easily evaded. The opponent merely needs to take a step back to avoid them. Right? But why didn't Titan evade? Because he was overconfident. He trusted his strength far too much, believing that the white sheep could never match him, even with external assistance. Additionally, he fell into the white sheep's trap, perceiving the airborne figure as a sitting duck, an opportunity for him. Yet it was a trap set by the white sheep. Thus, this was not merely a contest of strength, but also a battle of wits. "Thank you for the explanation, great one. I've gained insight. The white sheep truly is too well-rounded." In the ring, the referee raised Jiang Yuni's wrist, declaring his victory. Henceforth, the white sheep boasts an undefeated record of 27 victories. The legend of the white sheep continues to unfold, and it seems increasingly difficult for anyone to impede this momentum, especially since Titan has now suffered defeat. Tang Li gazed at the youth approaching her from the ring. Jiang Yuni hopped down and waved his hand in front of her. "Still in awe? How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve?" "None." "Really? Faked?" As the host concluded the final remarks, the audience began to disperse. Above, the man in the white cloak remarked, "Boss, it's over. It seems they won't be returning." The man in the blue cloak surveyed the departing crowd below. It appears they are not yet prepared. They are reluctant to reveal themselves to the world so soon. Later that evening, Titan walked home. His head still bandaged. Clearly, his injuries had been attended to by the medical team at the East City Arena. Night had fallen, and the streets were deserted. Suddenly, a surveillance camera fell from the wall behind him. He slowly turned to look back. A figure clad in a black robe with a dark green bear mask stood behind him. Before he could utter a word, the figure vanished from sight. Reappearing before him, Titan's pupils dilated in disbelief. He then felt as though his abdomen had been struck by a speeding truck, blood surging to his head, and a metallic taste filled his throat. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, followed by a sharp pain in his neck, and darkness enveloped him. Moments later, a man wearing a sky-blue half-cloak appeared. Blood letters were left on the ground, in the dark of night. I shall seize the purest of souls. Chapter 95, Foolish. The next afternoon, Jiang Yuni arrived at the entrance of Liwan Garden on his bicycle. Tang Yingli was already waiting in the shade. She softly asked, "Did you apply the medicinal wine I told you to bring back?" After the match last night, she inquired whether his shoulder had sustained any bone damage, given that he had taken a solid hit from Titan. Jiang Yuni replied that he had not, and that he had applied it. "Does it still hurt?" "No, it doesn't." Soon, the portly friend also arrived, exclaiming, "You all are so early, making me look terribly unpunctual." The trio exchanged small talk as they made their way into the garden. Last night, Su Miaoqin and Tang Yingli expressed their desire to celebrate their resounding victory in the match. She had asked if Jiang Yuni and Qian Xuanrui were available to come over for a visit. Thus, Tang Yingli sent a message in their small group chat. Jiang Yuni agreed without hesitation, while Qian Xuanrui also consented, as he had already turned down Tang Yingli once. It would be unreasonable not to accept this time. At the Wu residence, Jiang Yuni greeted, "Aunt Qin, good day." Qian Xuanrui also chimed in, "Aunt Qin, hello." Su Miaoqin responded warmly, "Ah, hello, you too. Feel free to entertain yourselves for a bit. I will whip up a couple of dishes, and then we can eat. Thank you, Aunt Qin, for your hard work." This was naturally said by Qian Xuanrui. The three then proceeded to the living room as Su Miaoqin headed to the kitchen. Jiang Yuni inquired, "Is Uncle Wu not home?" Tang Yingli replied, "He was supposed to be off today, but he mentioned last night that something came up and he had to leave. Before long, Su Miaoqin announced that the dishes were ready. "Everyone, it's time to eat." At the dining table, Su Miaoqin praised, "Yuni, your fighting skills are truly remarkable. I officially declare myself your fan." Jiang Yuni paused for a moment. "Fanned? What does that mean?" Qian Xuanrui elucidated, "Brother Jiang, you may not be aware that mama fan is a term typically used to describe female fans who are slightly older than their idols. These fans often liken their affection for the idol to the love a mother has for her children." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni felt somewhat awkward, unsure whether it was due to the first half of the statement or the latter half. The love of a mother for her children, Su Miaoqin. Believing he was skeptical, interjected, "It's true. If you don't believe me, just ask Xiaoli. Auntie usually has no interest in combat sports, and she hardly ever watched before, but after seeing your matches, she found combat quite impressive." Qian Xuanrui chimed in from the side. "Indeed, Auntie Qin. Brother Jiang always pulls off some flashy moves during his matches, showcasing some truly stunning techniques, which makes for a highly enjoyable experience for the audience." Jiang Yuni muttered softly, "Honestly, it's not that impressive, nor is it overly flashy." Su Miaoqin stifled a laugh. "While others are praised to the heavens, we must commend Yuni to the depths of the earth." Qian Xuanrui's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Class leader, why not offer a few compliments yourself?" Tang Yingli swallowed her food and replied, "I've already praised him." Su Miaoqin laughed even harder. "Yuni, Xiaoli mentioned that you have taught her quite a bit about combat sports. So can Annie interpret that as you having contributed significantly to Xiaoli's achievements today?" Jiang Yuni shook his head. "No, Auntie, I only taught her a little. She learned most of it on her own." Suddenly, Tang Yingli interjected, "Actually, it was more than just a little." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuni opened his mouth slightly, mimicking her earlier phrasing. Qian Xuanrui struggled to suppress his laughter, while Su Miaoqin wore a knowing smile. In the cheerful and light-hearted atmosphere, the four concluded their lunch for the day. After the meal, Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli headed to the library, as they had agreed the night before. Naturally, Qian Xuanrui would not join them. First, studying was not particularly feasible for him, and second, he did not wish to seek the limelight on the way. Tang Yingli stopped by a convenience store to buy 2 lollipops, handing one to Jiang Yuni. "Happy Children's Day," she exclaimed. He paused momentarily, "But I'm not a child." You can be. On June 25, 2084, the results of the college entrance examination were announced. Simultaneously, two bulletins emerged. The first from Xinyu University. From this day forth, our institution officially begins enrollment. The entrance assessment consists of 3 tasks, all of which pose no life-threatening risks. Those with integrity and determination will likely pass the assessment. Signed, Xinyu University. The second from the National Education Department. The application to Xinyu University does not affect regular application procedures. Candidates who pass the assessment may still opt not to enroll and return to their admitted institutions. Signed, National Education Department. This indicated that more individuals would attempt to apply to Xinyu University, given the absence of risks and costs, providing an additional avenue for opportunity. Moreover, this path could potentially lead to a prosperous future. Not only would there be no tuition fees, but there would also be subsidies, and graduates would secure stable job placements. However, the reason it was deemed potentially was due to the stipulation of a life and death agreement. The necessity of signing such an agreement upon enrollment indicated inherent risks. Of course, these were matters for later consideration, as they did not deter individuals from attempting to apply and undergo assessments. Thus, it was destined that many would seek to apply to the newly established Xinyu University this year, eager to explore what it had to offer. The announcement of these 2 bulletins did not significantly impact Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli, who continued with their regular lives and studies. Before long, the final examination days arrived. In contrast to the midterm exams, Jiang Yuni appeared far more at ease regarding this round of finals. He had no idea who would come in last, but he was certain it would not be him. Naturally, Qian Xuanrui was also unlikely to be in that position, especially since he was not seated behind Jiang Yuni this time. Qian Xuanrui remarked, "Be honest, no tricks in the classroom." Tang Yingli chuckled. "How do you think you did this time?" Jiang Yuni tilted his head. "I should not be in the last place." Hearing this, Tang Yingli placed her hands on her hips. "After all my diligent teaching, is that all you aspire to?" Jiang Yuni immediately felt sheepish. "I was just joking, Teacher Tang. I believe I will score significantly higher than last time." Now that sounds more like it. Ever since the National Combat Sports Competition preliminaries concluded, the two returned to their normal routine. From Monday to Friday, they attended school, while on evenings with competitions, Jiang Yuni still participated in bouts. Notably, the East City Arena sought to retain Jiang Yuni, as its daily foot traffic had surged dramatically since the preliminaries, primarily due to the draw of Baiyang. Consequently, the East City Arena negotiated a deal promising Jiang Yuni an additional 3,000 yuan for each match he fought on weekdays, and 8,000 yuan for weekend matches. This meant that Jiang Yuni could now earn 5,000 yuan for every victory on a weekday and 10,000 yuan on weekends. While this seemed like a substantial amount, it was actually in line with the typical appearance fees for professional fighters. On weekends, Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli usually studied at the library during the day, primarily to assist him, and spent the evenings at Liang Ji's combat gym. Remarkably, Jiang Yuni did not attend the East City Arena to fight on weekends anymore. On that first Saturday, Jiang Yuni inquired, "Do you want to practice at Liang Ji's combat gym tonight?" Tang Yingli asked, puzzled, "Isn't there a match at the East City Arena tonight?" "I didn't sign up." "Why not?" "Because I thought you wanted to practice." "Why do you think I want to practice?" "Because you'll be competing in the National Combat Sports Competition qualifiers this summer, and you want to win." "Is that why you didn't sign up?" You don't want the 10,000 yuan? The money I earn now is sufficient for my needs. I don't require so much. But if you don't go, your fans might be quite disappointed, right?" Jiang Yuni tilted his head. "But I'm not close with them. I may not be familiar with them, but I am with you." Simple words and logic seemed to possess a mysterious power, causing the girl's heart to flutter as a wave of emotion named gratitude unfurled within her. Silly boy. Chapter 96. Departure for Kyoto. With the summer vacation commencing, Qian Xuanrui departed for abroad in past summers and winters. He always spent his time overseas, as his parents resided there, making it the only opportunity he had to visit them. Before leaving, he had invited both Jiang Yuni and Tang Yingli to join him. In the small group on their messaging app, he posted, "I shall be visiting my parents abroad in a couple of days. Would you like to join me? I'll make sure you're well taken care of." Tang Yingli had learned of Qian Xuanrui's identity early on through Wu Jiangwo, and later, he confirmed it himself, so Jiang Yuni was also in the loop. Jiang Tsungchao Crab replied, "Qian brother, think twice. Isn't it more dangerous for you abroad? You may be unaware, but it is actually safer abroad." Upon reading this, Jiang Yuni felt somewhat surprised, wondering if Qian Xuanrui was aware of the impending threats. Soon, he realized he had misunderstood. "Those who wish to harm my parents might trace my existence and discover I am still in the country. but they won't be able to ascertain that I have already traveled abroad in a short time. Moreover, my parents will surely take measures to ensure my safety. You need not worry. Tang Xiu Ribs replied. I want to be going. I have to participate in the National Combat Sports Competition qualifiers in early August. Oh, right, the important matters take precedence. Zhang brother, you should stay back and accompany the class leader. I shall relish this solitude in carefree elegance. Thus, in the days that followed, Zhang Yuni balanced his time between competing at the East City Arena and training with Tang Ingli on the day of a match. They each pursued their individual activities during the day, and in the evening, Zhang Yuni rode his bicycle to Wu Jiangwo's home for dinner. Afterward, he took Tang Ingli to the East City Arena. Initially, Su Miaoqin wished for Zhang Yuni to dine with them regularly, expressing concern that the summer vacation lacked the school's cafeteria and that eating takeout daily was unhealthy. However, Zhang Yuni felt it would be inappropriate. He couldn't quite articulate why, so he declined, citing it would be too much trouble for Auntie Qin. Su Miaoqin, of course, did not press the matter further. When there were no competitions at the East City Arena, Zhang Yuni and Tang Ingli would practice boxing at Liangji's combat gym in the evenings. During the day, they would frequent the library to complete their summer assignments while also providing Zhang Yuni with extra tutoring. Zhang Yuni's ranking in the final exams had risen to a more moderate position within the class, nearly on par with Qian Xuanrui. Chen Jingyun was very pleased with this development, believing that if Zhang Yuni could maintain this progress, he might just achieve a miraculous outcome in the upcoming college entrance examinations. However, the person most familiar with him, Tang Ingli, felt there was no need to wait until the college entrance exams. In the next semester, her previously unshakable position as the top student might not be so secure, as Zhang Yuni absorbed knowledge like a sponge, continuously drawing in information. Though he did not replicate and paste, it seemed as if he required no digestion, with no limitations on retention or bottlenecks. What astonished her most was that the goals others labored tirelessly to achieve were merely byproducts of his leisure time. As he did not invest all his hours solely in studying, he still participated in matches at the East City Arena, trained with her, and engaged in playful banter with Qian Xuanrui. Tang Ingli couldn't help but wonder how he managed to achieve such a level of ease. She holds the distinguished title of the top student in her grade due to her thorough educational journey, each phase of which she has fortified through her own relentless efforts. Even now, during designated study hours, she remains exceedingly diligent. The National Martial Arts Competition's qualifying rounds are set to take place at the Kyoto Arena. Tang Ingli must arrive in Kyoto a day in advance. On the eve of their departure, on the 30th day of the 7th month in the year of the summer calendar 2084, Zhang Yuni rides his bicycle, carrying Tang Ingli home, moving at a leisurely pace. The latter softly expresses her gratitude. Thank you. Zhang Yuni, puzzled, inquires, thank you for what? Thank you for teaching me martial arts. I have learned so much. You have taught me about studying as well. Tang Ingli shakes her head. It's different. Martial arts are crucial for me, and I have a profound need for it. Conversely, education holds a more trivial significance for Zhang Yuni, leading her to believe he cannot comprehend her current sentiments. Yet, he understands, for he too yearns for strength. But you have also taught me to feel, allowing me to experience many things I deem significant, such as the care among friends, the childhood he never had, and the familial affection from the Wu family towards him. Upon hearing this, Tang Ingli is momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she asks, what things? Secrets. So mysterious. Subsequently, Tang Ingli continues, tomorrow, I will depart with teacher Gao to Kyoto for the qualifying rounds. Are you nervous again? Do you wish to land a punch on me like last time? Not at all. Then what do you intend to do? I can cheer for you. Tang Ingli opens her mouth slightly, yet ultimately refrains from voicing her thoughts. She wonders how Zhang Yuni plans to cheer for her, whether in spirit or in person. The following morning, at Liwan Garden, Tang Ingli softly announces, Aunt Qin, I am leaving. Su Miaoqin gently replies, do take care, give it your all, and do not burden yourself with excessive pressure, all right? I understand. With the teacher present, Aunt Qin need not worry. Su Miaoqin gazes at the departing silhouette of the young girl. Mumbling, I wonder if Yuni will accompany her. Tang Ingli, fully prepared, waits at the garden entrance, dragging a small suitcase. Soon, a car pulls up at the community entrance. Gao Xionghui steps out from the driver's seat, greets them, and assists Tang Ingli in placing her suitcase into the trunk. After she settles into the back seat, the car begins to move slowly, and Tang Ingli closes her beautiful eyes to rest. for there remains a considerable distance to the airport. Before long, she senses the vehicle has stopped but pays it no mind, assuming they are waiting at a traffic light. Suddenly, a click echoes as the car door swings open. Tang Ingli opens her eyes and turns her head to the side, encountering a youthful and refined face. It is none other than Jiang Yuni. Chapter 97. Misunderstanding. Jiang Yuni also takes a seat in the back. Greeting Gao Xionghui. What brings you here? Tang Ingli's melodious voice resonates, tinged with surprise. Hearing this, Gao Xionghui, who was just starting the engine, chuckles, explaining that a few days prior, Jiang Yuni had somehow acquired his contact information and reached out to express his desire to witness Tang Ingli compete in Kyoto, asking if he could also arrange an itinerary. Naturally, he agreed, believing that with Jiang Yuni present, Tang Ingli would demonstrate an even better performance. Jiang Yuni tilts his head slightly, stating, "Every time I go to the Chengdong Arena for a match, you are there to watch. Isn't it only natural for me to come to watch your competition this time? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" "I did." "When?" "Last night." Tang Ingli looks at him, perplexed, tilting her head. Jiang Yuni clarifies, "I mentioned I would cheer for you last night." Tang Ingli pauses, murmuring, "I thought you were merely speaking out of politeness." Before long, Gao Xionghui drives them to the airport. After securing the vehicle, the three of them exit and head toward the terminal. Their luggage is minimal. Both Gao Xionghui and Jiang Yuni carry a backpack, while Tang Ingli has a small suitcase, making the process quite convenient without the need for additional formalities. In Kyoto, after disembarking from the plane, it is already afternoon. Fortunately, the hotel has been prearranged by Gao Xionghui, conveniently located near the Kyoto Arena, allowing them to check in without hassle. Thus, they promptly hail a taxi to the hotel. Once they complete the necessary procedures, Gao Xionghui hands each of them a room key and smiles, "You can explore the vicinity for a while, but do not wander too far. You may also take a look around the outer area of the Kyoto Arena, although entry may not be permitted. For dinner, you can manage on your own. I will not accompany you. Feel free to relax a bit, but do remain vigilant and do not stay out too late. You have a competition tomorrow, so ensure you get ample rest. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Understood?" "Understood," they both reply in unison. Thus, after placing their luggage, Jiang Yuni inquires, "Where to now?" Tang Ingli glances at the time and suggests, "It's still early. Shall we go check out the Kyoto Arena?" "Sure." Consequently, the two of them leave the hotel side by side. The Kyoto Arena is indeed nearby. After traversing 2 streets, they arrive. The scale of the arena is quite impressive. Comparable to that of the Chengdong Arena, perhaps even larger, considering it is the highest standard arena in the country. However, the two arenas possess markedly different styles, each with its unique characteristics. The Chengdong Arena sprawls like a colossal dragon, particularly accentuated by its remote location, which adds a touch of desolation. In contrast, the Kyoto Arena, being an official venue, exudes a more grand and majestic aura, imbued with a sense of weightiness. As they approach, they observe a multitude of people milling about, comprising both students and members of the public, most likely the competitors for the upcoming match, as many appear more robust than the average individual. Jiang Yuni analyzes, "There may be some of your opponents for tomorrow's match among them." Tang Ingli teases, "Then you should go over and knock them all down now. That way, I won't have to compete tomorrow." Jiang Yuni responds earnestly, "That would not be appropriate." Tang Ingli chuckles, "Let us go eat." "What do you feel like?" "I am unsure what the options are here." "Neither do I, except I know there is Kyoto roast duck. Shall we have that?" "Well, that could work." The next morning, Jiang Yuni awakens at around 5 o'clock. The competition is set to commence at 8, so it is still quite early. After freshening up, he heads out to procure breakfast. Shortly after 6:30, a message notification pings on Jiang Yuni's phone. "Tang Siu Paigu, are you awake?" "Jiang Tsong Chao Xia, I am." "Tang Siu Paigu, let us go have breakfast." "Jiang Tsong Chao Xia, I bought some. I'll bring it to you." Just as he sends the message, a knock sounds at the door. Jiang Yuni approaches to open it, revealing Tang Ingli. He steps aside, allowing her to enter the room, and then shuts the door behind them. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Tang Ingli pauses, sensing something amiss. Yet after a moment's contemplation, she dismisses the thought. "Do you always wake up this early during your break?" "Yes." Tang Ingli casually takes a piece of breakfast from the table and begins to eat. After finishing, she glances at the time and playfully blinks her beautiful eyes at Jiang Yuni. "It's still early. How about that you let me hit you for a bit?" Jiang Yuni tilts his head in confusion. She promptly grabs a pillow from the bed and tosses it at him. Hold this for me to warm up. Jiang Yuni catches the pillow. We can warm up later, can't we? My match is in the second round. And since we are unfamiliar with the Kyoto arena, with so many competitors, everyone will likely be vying for warm-up space. We may not secure a spot. That makes some sense. Thus, Jiang Yuni takes the pillow, using it as a shield in defense, and they commence their sparring practice without gloves. Half an hour later, a series of knocks resound at the door. Jiang Yuni turns to open it, but Tang Yingli instinctively grabs his wrist. Jiang Yuni looks at her, puzzled. What's wrong? Tang Yingli releases her grip, whispering, nothing. Shall I open the door then? His inquiry seems to heighten the oddity of the situation. Upon opening the door, Gao Shenghui greets Jiang Yuni with a smile. Good morning, Yuni. Please get ready. We should prepare to head to the Kyoto arena. I will go calling Yuli. His voice trails off, and the smile on his face gradually freezes as he notices the girl in Jiang Yuni's room. At that moment, her cheeks are slightly flushed, leaving him unsure whether it is due to their earlier warm-up or the fact that the teacher has seen them in the same room, or perhaps for some other reason. Gao Shenghui naturally assumes it must be the latter. He does not believe that a man and woman sharing a room together so early in the morning are innocent. Suddenly, he found himself in an awkward situation. Perhaps he should feign ignorance and quietly slip away? No, that wouldn't do. These two youngsters were merely in their second year of high school. Underage, he felt compelled to intervene. It was his duty as a teacher. With an air of seriousness, he inquired, Yun and I, what are you doing here? He instinctively believed this was Tang Yingli's room, and that Jiang Yuni was the one who had come running over. Having been in similar situations himself, he understood how boys at this age often develop infatuations with girls and harbor curiosity about matters of intimacy, eager to taste forbidden fruits, to his surprise. Jiang Yuni replied, because this is my room, teacher. Upon hearing this, Gao Shenghui quickly dismissed his earlier embarrassment and glanced towards Tang Yingli, who was well aware of his misunderstanding. She had anticipated such a scenario. I came to get Yuni for breakfast and just warmed up a bit. It's not what you think, she explained, gesturing towards the breakfast bag on the table and the pillow in Jiang Yuni's hand. Gao Shenghui awkwardly responded, Oh, I see. Why apologies, I misunderstood. Are you both ready? We should be heading to the arena soon. Tang Yingli replied, I'm ready. I'll go grab my things from my room. Gao Shenghui said, All right, I'll wait for you outside. With that, he turned and left, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at having misjudged the situation in front of his students, only to be so easily seen through. Subsequently, Jiang Yuni turned to Tang Yingli, her innocent eyes brimming with curiosity. What had the teacher misunderstood? Chapter 98. Jiang Yuni's fighting. Tang Yingli's beautiful eyes twinkled as she smiled. The teacher misunderstood and thought you were being inappropriate. Jiang Yuni was bewildered. How could he think I was being inappropriate? I haven't said or done anything. With that, she left Jiang Yuni's room, heading back to her own. Jiang Yuni muttered to herself, if you won't tell me, I can find out on my OWN.AT. The Kyoto arena. Tang Yingli entered as a contestant while Gao Shenghui accompanied her as her coach, and Jiang Yuni naturally took her place as an audience member. The layout of the arena was quite similar to that of the Chengdong arena, but it featured 12 platforms, 3 more than Chengdong, arranged more compactly. After all, the Kyoto arena was specifically designed for large-scale fighting competitions. Since Tang Yingli's match was in the second round, she needed to warm up upon entering. Jiang Yuni, however, could not accompany her. He was merely a spectator here. Aside from the audience seating and restrooms, he had no access to other areas. This wasn't Chengdong arena, where he could maneuver a bit. Jiang Yuni encouraged Tang Yingli, you can do it. She waved her fist back at him and replied, You too. With that, she and Gao Shenghui headed toward the warm-up area. While Jiang Yuni made his way to the audience seats. 15 minutes later, Tang Yingli took the stage. At the referee's command, the match commenced. She fought strategically, neither launching aggressive attacks nor passively defending. Instead, she sought opportunities within her defensive maneuvers. Having trained for nearly half a year with Jiang Yuni, he had not merely served as a sparring partner. He had genuinely imparted much knowledge to her. Though Jiang Yuni was not a professional coach and lacked the theoretical expertise of one, she recognized 4 unique advantages he possessed that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. It left her in awe of his innate talent for fighting, likely influenced by his childhood experiences. Firstly, his understanding of combat and the application of techniques was profound. Some coaches might grasp the technical aspects but struggle to convey them effectively, leaving students bewildered. Secondly, he seemed to have an intrinsic knowledge of the human body, clearly aware of its vital and vulnerable points. such as acupressure points. Although he couldn't name them or even knew they were called acupressure points, he understood the reactions and sensations induced by strikes to those areas, using this knowledge to disrupt opponents and seize opportunities. Thirdly, he skillfully harnessed his physical strength, categorizing it into various forms, swift yet painful, capable of penetrating defenses, or painfully impactful yet causing minimal harm. Lastly, while his fighting techniques might not have been highly professional, his combat skills certainly were. At times, Tang Yingli felt as though he was not merely teaching her how to fight, but rather how to take lives. Despite some techniques being unsuitable for the arena, she earnestly learned from Zhang Yuni, recognizing their practical application for self-defense. Whenever he imparted combat techniques, she couldn't help but ponder how much pain and blood he must have endured in his youth to acquire such skills. Consequently, Tang Yingli had surpassed the vast majority of her peers in combat proficiency. Within just 2 rounds, she effortlessly knocked her opponent down 3 times, achieving tactical victories and securing her place in the competition. After the match, she and her companions did not linger long, departing the Kyoto arena. The number of competitors advancing was still considerable, and it was anticipated that the second round would not commence until the afternoon or evening. Following the conclusion of the preliminary competitions in each province, 1 seed player would be selected from each province, arranged in a manner that prevented early encounters between potential champions. This arrangement enhanced the spectacle of subsequent matches. With her outstanding performance, Tang Yingli was naturally designated as a seed player for the Women's Youth Group in the National Fighting Competition's Guangqing preliminaries. The preliminary rounds were broadcasted live, and there was no dispute regarding this outcome. Thus, in the preceding matches, she continued to secure victories with relative ease, as if slicing through vegetables. On the afternoon of August 3, 2084, after 3 days of fierce competition and 8 rounds of struggles, Tang Yingli once again sent her opponent crashing to the mat. She had successfully advanced to the top 4 in the National Youth Group Women's category. With her hands clasped behind her back, she skipped over to Zhang Yuni, her exquisite and beautiful face radiating unmasked joy. Another victory? Impressive. With that, they began to gather their belongings to return to the hotel, as the semi-finals and finals would take place the following day. It promised to be a fierce battle, for of the remaining 3 competitors, 2 were members of the national fighting team. It felt as though these 2 were the ultimate seeds chosen by the event organizers. The matchups were divided into 2 halves, with each of them occupying a different half, meaning they would only meet at the pinnacle, namely, the finals. The organizers' rationale was understandable. They could not allow 2 potential champions to meet prematurely. In the semi-finals, Tang Yingli was set to face one of them. Gao Shenghui had other commitments and did not return with them, so Zhang Yuni and Tang Yingli left on their own. Just as they reached the door, a young man wearing a hat and sporting a staff badge from the national fighting competition caught up with them. He politely inquired, "Excuse me, are you Tang Yingli?" "Yes. Congratulations on advancing to the top 4. There's an interview organized here at the Kyoto arena. Would you mind participating?" Tang Yingli felt a bit puzzled. Teacher Gao hadn't mentioned anything about an interview. Perhaps it was a last-minute arrangement. Nevertheless, this was the Kyoto arena, and the staff member had credentials hanging around his neck. "Sure. Please follow me. We'll step outside." "Outside for the interview?" "Yes." Outside, they found a black van parked at the curb, equipped with cameras, but otherwise empty save for the driver. The staff member politely stated, "All the equipment is in the vehicle. It will take about 2 to 3 minutes. Please get in." Tang Yingli was curious as to why the interview needed to be conducted inside the vehicle, but since she had already agreed, she felt somewhat compelled to comply. Zhang Yuni asked, "Do I need to get in as well?" The staff member replied, "You can join. You won't be filmed, and you can take a seat." Thus, the 2 entered the van. However, the next moment, the door was suddenly shut behind them. Click, followed by the unmistakable sound of the door locking. Chapter 99. Who wishes them harm? Both were taken aback. Glancing towards the driver's seat, they sensed the vehicle was starting to move. In the driver's seat sat a gaunt middle-aged man with heavy dark circles under his eyes, looking disheveled and lethargic. His expression was impassive as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the vehicle to lurch forward, the sudden momentum forcing them against the back of their seats. Tang Yingli steadied herself, feeling that something was amiss, yet remained polite as she asked, "Hello, weren't we supposed to have an interview?" Zhang Yuni furrowed his brow, sensing that the man posed no immediate threat to him. The man ignored Tang Yingli's question, focused solely on driving. Tang Yingli maintained her composure, If you do not stop immediately or provide us with a reason, we will have to consider contacting the authorities." The man continued to ignore her, solely focused on driving at an alarming speed. Observing his indifferent demeanor, Tang Ingli decisively picked up her phone, only to swiftly realize something was amiss. There was no signal. Was there a signal jammer installed here? Had this been premeditated, or were they human traffickers? Yet, this method did not resemble that of traffickers. Firstly, the number of individuals was incorrect. There was only one person involved in the abduction, which seemed rather hasty. Typically, traffickers operate from a hideout, and exposing oneself alone could easily lead to the annihilation of the entire operation. Secondly, he was far too brazen. When has a trafficker ever brazenly attempted an abduction? After all, her father was a police officer, and having been influenced by that environment since childhood, she possessed some understanding of such matters. Thus, only one possibility remained. This was a well-planned scheme, and he was acting under someone else's orders. However, they had only arrived in Kyoto a few days prior and had not offended anyone. Surely, it could not be a defeated rival seeking revenge in this manner, which also seemed implausible. So, who could be plotting against them? The staff member from earlier could have easily prevented Jiang Yunli from getting into the car. His intention seemed to be to have both of them board together. This suggested that the mastermind wanted to target both of them simultaneously. But who could that be? Could it be someone named Duan sent you? A voice of doubt shattered the girl's thoughts. Tang Ingli turned her head to glance at Jiang Yunli. His question indicated that he had come to the same conclusion as her. Yet the man still offered no response. Jiang Yunli then turned to Tang Ingli and said, "He is even colder than you." Upon hearing this, she shot him a helpless glance and lightly tapped him. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Are you joking? Can you drive?" She did not hold out much hope, knowing Jiang Yunli's past. To her surprise, he replied, "I can drive a bit, but I'm not very experienced." He had closely observed others driving, thinking that should an opportunity for escape arise, he might put that knowledge to use. "Really?" she inquired. "Indeed. Then can you knock him out and take over the car?" "Taking over would be a bit difficult, but I could probably knock him out and hit the brakes. Then let's switch seats." Currently, Tang Ingli sat in the middle, and Jiang Yunli by the window, making it awkward for him to act. "Don't you want to find out who the mastermind behind this is? The risk is too great. We don't know how many people are on the other side or what preparations they have made. If we can't handle it, we could easily fall into a trap, and escaping later would be nearly impossible." Naturally, Tang Ingli understood Jiang Yunli's desire to uncover the mastermind. The plan was merely to play along and investigate further. But that felt too passive. "That makes sense. Let's switch seats." The gaunt man, at this moment, appeared somewhat speechless. His disregard for them did not imply he was deaf. Was it truly wise for them to conspire so openly? "I advise you not to make any sudden movements. The current speed is quite fast, and one misstep could lead to disaster." As he spoke, he subtly swayed the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to jolt from side to side. Both of them quickly steadied themselves and glanced out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery. It was indeed as he stated. They were driving at a high speed and had left the main road, taking a series of secluded, deserted paths. This gaunt man seemed to be a local, clearly familiar with the area. Moreover, his words carried an implicit threat. Should they dare to act recklessly, he would not hesitate to drive dangerously. Jiang Yunli feigned ignorance of the threat, saying, "But we have no choice. We don't know where you're taking us. We won't be able to escape then either. Why not just let us go? It would be better for everyone." The gaunt man remained unfazed. "If I don't take you back, it would be no different from dying. After all, I have nothing to lose." Upon hearing this, Tang Ingli furrowed her brow. Was he being threatened? Was he compelled to take them back, or he would face dire consequences? But there was no one nearby to monitor him. He could easily report to the police. Clearly, he was not under threat. If that were not the case, judging by his mental state, could he be a drug addict? Was he experiencing withdrawal and desperately in need of a fix? Was he hoping to barter for drugs? That seemed quite plausible. Yet, the two of them appeared to have little leverage against him. After all, he looked mentally unstable, and any extreme behavior from him would not be surprising. Jiang Yunli and Tang Ingli exchanged glances. The former could see the faint worry in the latter's eyes. Jiang Yunli gently patted her and pointed to himself, signaling her not to worry. He was there to protect her. Seeing this, Tang Ingli blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling slightly reassured. She knew he was formidable. Jiang Yunli, indeed, felt quite confident. If it were just him, He could easily bring the car to a halt, unafraid of any mishaps. However, he recognized that the girl beside him was an ordinary person, and should anything go awry, he could not guarantee her safety. Yet, he was not concerned that once they reached their destination, someone could pose a threat to him, as long as they could not threaten him. They could not harm Tang Yingli either. Before long, the gaunt man suddenly made a sharp turn, driving the vehicle into a metal workshop. The workshop was unlit, shrouded in darkness. The gaunt man turned off the ignition and exited the vehicle. He then shouted into the silent, empty workshop, "I've brought you the person. Where's the stuff I wanted?" Saying this, he opened the back door of the vehicle. He continued to the two of them, "We've arrived. Come out." Zhang Yunli was the first to exit the car, followed closely by Tang Yingli. Suddenly, the lights in the workshop flicked on, the sudden brightness causing all three of them to squint. Zhang Yunli narrowed his eyes and saw 7 or 8 figures emerging from within. The leader wore a dark shirt, impeccably pressed, with a gold watch casually resting on his wrist, and his shoes gleamed from polishing. His features bore some resemblance to Duan Ziyang, and his expression was somewhat grim. Chapter 100. Retribution. Behind this individual stood 7 robust men, each brawny and imposing. Some donned loose black tank tops, exposing scarred arms adorned with muscle, while others wore tailored suits that seemed strained against their bulging biceps and broad chests. As if ready to burst at any moment, a few were clad in loose athletic wear, yet even that could not conceal their powerful physiques and rippling muscles. The leader addressed the gaunt man, saying, "The items you requested will be given to you once I handle this matter. For now, unload the equipment from the car." The gaunt man eagerly replied, "Understood, boss. I'll get it right away." He then turned towards the business vehicle's trunk. The leader coldly observed his retreating figure, internally mocking, "You may have your life to receive it, but you won't live to enjoy it." It was evident that soon, the gaunt man would become his scapegoat, the mastermind behind this incident. Subsequently, the leader turned his gaze towards Zhang Yunli and Tang Yingli, darkly stating, "You two have made me wait quite a while. Finally, I found my opportunity." Zhang Yunli calmly regarded him in silence, while Tang Yingli, half hidden behind him, her head bowed in apparent fear, was subtly operating her phone. However, the other party was well prepared. There was still no signal inside the workshop. Noticing their silence, the man continued, "My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Duan Xiaojia, Duan Ziyang's father. It is unfortunate to meet you both under such circumstances. If I am not mistaken, the predicament that befell Duan Ziyang was orchestrated by you two." "Correct?" Zhang Yunli replied. "Those who commit wrongdoings must face punishment." He got what he deserved. Tang Yingli remained silent, her mind racing. There were 9 individuals before them, including the one who had brought them here, with the actual threat being the 7 burly men behind Duan Xiaojia. She was uncertain of their capabilities, but they appeared formidable, and she wondered if Zhang Yunli could handle them. If they fell into the hands of this group, there would be no good outcome, so she pondered if there were any other means of escape. Duan Xiaojia chuckled arrogantly. "Ah, he got what he deserved. Indeed, in my eyes, you both have also erred. Whether we have erred or not is not for you to decide." "Oh, how sharp-tongued you are." An old saying goes, "Leave a line when dealing with others, so you may meet again in the future." I did not wish to intervene in the trivial disputes between children. But Duan Ziyang did not treat you poorly. Sending him to prison seems excessive. Not wishing to intervene refers to when Duan Ziyang was being arrogant and bullying others, does it? This remark was made by Tang Yingli, laced with sarcasm. Duan Xiaojia ignored her taunt. "You must be Tang Yingli. You possess some charm. No wonder that boy can't forget you. I know your uncle is the director of the Qingshan City Public Security Bureau. So I deliberately waited until you left Qingshan City and Guangcheng before taking action. Ever since the nation vigorously promoted martial arts for all, striving to create a high martial arts city and a strong martial arts nation. For some reason, the status of police officers in society has risen correspondingly, with their authority significantly expanded. The director of the city's Public Security Bureau, Wu Jiangwo, could easily target entrepreneurs of Duan Xiaojia's caliber. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish for Wu Jiangwo to obtain evidence that would confirm his involvement in this matter. He continued, "I thought I would have to wait a while longer. I did not expect the opportunity to arise so swiftly." Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli felt a chill run down her spine. She found this person exceedingly terrifying, like a venomous snake lurking in the grass, ever watchful and poised to strike. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure. Once you leave the province, do you believe Wu uncle will be powerless against you? While I admit I lack confidence within the province, outside of it, I am assured of my connections, having navigated the business world for many years. But rest assured, I have no intention of killing you. However, since you have ruined Ziyang, I shall ensure your destruction in return. At that moment, the gaunt man retrieved some photographic equipment from the business vehicle. Upon seeing these items, Tang Yingli sensed impending peril. Indeed, Duan Xiaojie spoke up, "Do you know the most effective way to destroy a girl? And what about that fellow named Jiang or something? I have heard you are quite formidable, able to take on 20 or so useless fools. But I wonder if you can prevail against my retired professional boxers, former special forces, and elite bodyguards?" He gestured toward the men behind him. "You all, strip that girl of her clothing and photograph her. As for the man, beat him mercilessly, incapacitate him, but do not kill him." Upon hearing this, Tang Yingli's face turned ashen. Although she appeared calm and strong, she was, after all, an underage girl, and anyone would feel fear in the face of such brutal words. Moreover, this situation was even graver than the one involving Duan Ziyang. While that encounter involved a crowd, they were merely some street thugs who typically relied on their numbers to intimidate. Individually, they lacked any real strength, and she could easily have taken down several of them. However, this time was different. Retired professional boxers, former special forces, and elite bodyguards were not to be underestimated. Due to their professions, these individuals had essentially reached the pinnacle of human combat capabilities. She gently grasped the hem of Jiang Yunyi's clothing. He, sensing her unease, turned his head to her. Perceiving the fear and concern in her eyes, he whispered, "Do not be afraid." Those two words gradually calmed the racing heart of the young girl, although she remained uncertain whether Jiang Yunyi could handle the situation. She had faith in him, that a robust man clad in loose athletic wear, his face adorned with excess flesh, chuckled, "Boss Duan, this girl is a real beauty. So delicate, I fear my brothers might lose control." Duan Xiaojie cautioned, "Did you not hear? Her uncle is the police chief. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Should we be caught with any incriminating evidence, I would not only be unable to protect you, but I would also be in peril myself. If you assist me in this matter, I will cover your expenses for tonight's entertainment." Duan Xiaojie, a savvy businessman, demonstrated the rationality that had propelled his enterprise to great heights. "Understood. Thank you, Boss Duan." The others responded in unison. Subsequently, two burly men began to approach Jiang Yunyi, and Tang Yingli. One of them was the aforementioned robust man in athletic wear. Jiang Yunyi turned to Tang Yingli, who also looked at him. He earnestly stated, "I have not had the opportunity to demonstrate the combat techniques I previously mentioned. Now is your chance to observe closely." With that, he pivoted and strode towards the two men. Tang Yingli momentarily froze, her beautiful eyes blinking in surprise as she gazed at his retreating figure. He seemed to regard that group with utter disdain. The athletic man wore a cruel smile on his face. Suddenly, he bellowed and charged at Jiang Yunyi, his heavy footsteps echoing in the stillness of the warehouse like the beating of a war drum. He swung his right fist with tremendous force, the size of a bowl, cutting through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed directly at Jiang Yunyi's face. He shouted, "One punch K-da." As he believed Jiang Yunyi would be unable to evade the blow.